the first troublemaker of the Tianqi era. The protagonist finds himself reborn in the first year of the Tianqi period during the waning days of the Ming Dynasty, where he befriends the carpenter emperor Zhu Youjiao. Their camaraderie flourishes, and they become sworn brothers. By day, the protagonist diligently attends to his duties, while by night, he imparts the wisdom of rulership to the emperor. Occasionally, he takes the time to instruct Wei Zhongxian on how to exploit opportunities for wealth, stirring the political waters with his actions. Driven by a relentless ambition and a genuine concern for the populace, he pursues his goals by any means necessary. His allies shake their heads in disbelief, while his adversaries can only weep in despair. Chapter 1. A stranger in a foreign land. On the 8th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Tianqi era, at the Xizhimen of the capital, a youth of 17 or 18 years, clad in a blue robe, stood at the entrance of a tavern, gesticulating wildly and cursing at the heavens. 2 young attendants stood behind him, their expressions a mix of helplessness and concern. The youth shouted, "Damn it! You wretched heavens! Unleash your foul tricks upon me. I am not the Shun Wansan of old. I was born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, and have endured 9 years of compulsory education. I am a man forged by the trials of life, having navigated the tumultuous waves of society. I have faced the principal's wrath for an entire day and night in the classroom and feared nothing. What makes you think I will fear you? Throw all your schemes at me if worst comes to worst. I will shut down this tavern and see what you can do." His fervent outburst was met with the resigned expressions of his attendants. One of them finally spoke up. "Big Who, how many days has the boss been like this?" The youth, referred to as Big Who, sighed and replied, "I've lost count. Ever since the emperor passed away last year, our business has dwindled day by day. The boss stands at the door every morning, unleashing his tirade." This young man was Jiang Ning, the proprietor of the tavern. He was neither a local nor a foreigner, but a model youth who had traversed from the 21st century. Freshly graduated, he had dreams of giving back to society and was determined to start a business, even if it meant selling all his possessions. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. His entrepreneurial venture was cut short, and he found himself out of funds. In a moment of despair, he purchased 2 bottles of liquor, intending to drown his sorrows, only to discover it was tainted with industrial alcohol. Tragically, he perished and, upon awakening, found himself in the Ming Dynasty, inhabiting the body of another who bore the same name. Now, 3 years had passed since his arrival. In the 2nd year, both of his parents succumbed to illness, leaving him alone. Fortunately, they had bequeathed him a substantial inheritance, which allowed him to pursue his second entrepreneurial endeavor by opening this tavern. Initially, his business thrived, fueled by his modern business acumen, but that peak proved fleeting. Following the deaths of both Emperor Wanli and Emperor Taichong, the once flourishing capital fell into desolation. What was once a bustling tavern now stood eerily quiet, teetering on the brink of closure. Frustrated and powerless, Jiang Ning chose to unleash his frustrations, standing at the tavern's entrance each dawn, cursing the heavens with abandon. His attendants could only watch in exasperation, unable to offer any counsel. At that moment, the tavern's dog, Wang Kai, sensing Jiang Ning's ire, tucked its tail between its legs, its round eyes fixed on him in trepidation, fearful of incurring his wrath. Eventually, Jiang Ning, parched from his tirade, ceased his vociferous lament and stepped back into the tavern. Turning to Big Who, he instructed, "Prepare the food Brother Zhu will arrive shortly." He then addressed another attendant, Dewey, "Lend a hand as well." The 2 attendants nodded eagerly and hurried to the kitchen. With little else to occupy his time, Jiang Ning sat idly at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Before long, a group of burly guard approached, escorting a youth in a brocade robe and an elderly man with white hair toward the tavern. The robed youth, spotting Jiang Ning from afar, called out joyfully, "Brother Jiang, I'm back." Jiang Ning looked up, annoyance evident on his face. "Ah, if it isn't my master of free meals, Brother Zhu, you truly have impeccable timing." The youth Zhu merely smiled in response, undeterred, and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, your business is thriving." Jiang Ning, hearing this, felt a surge of anger. He stood abruptly, his voice icy as he retorted, "Brother Zhu, did you forget something at home today?" Zhu glanced over himself, puzzled. "What have I forgotten, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Ning scoffed, "Your eyesight. Look around, my tavern is nearly empty. There isn't even a ghost in sight. let alone thriving business. You come all this way just to eat and drink for free, and now you mock me? Embarrassed, Zhu quickly tried to placate him. Brother Jiang, please calm down. Jiang Ning huffed. The food is ready, let us dine inside. Today, there's no need to clear the place, it's so empty that there isn't even a shadow. Zhu, the carpenter, had first visited the tavern when it opened. On his initial visit, he had cleared the entire establishment with his entourage, leaving Jiang Ning furious. If not for the imposing stature of Zhu's guards and their polite demeanor, Jiang Ning might have retaliated against the brazen act of dining and dashing. Zhu, a local with a family business in lumber, often jested about his title as Zhu the carpenter. Following him was the elderly steward, Wei, who appeared to be a kindly old man, lacking any of the regal demeanor associated with the famed 9,000 days. Jiang Ning, an ordinary citizen, had never aspired to befriend nobility, nor did he wish to probe Zhu's true identity. He preferred to live a few more years without being minced into dumpling filling by the guard standing outside. Thus, he accepted their friendship. As time passed, Jiang Ning and Zhu found common ground in their discussions. Jiang Ning, armed with knowledge of history from his past life, reveled in the opportunity to boast freely, knowing it bore no consequences. Zhu, captivated, listened in awe. From that point onward, Zhu frequently visited Jiang Ning's tavern, often bringing his retinue to clear the space for their feasts. Jiang Ning, bemused yet exasperated, dubbed Zhu the master of free meals. Upon entering the tavern, the guards took their positions to secure the premises, a sight Jiang Ning had grown accustomed to. The trio settled at a table, and Zhu, surveying the desolate tavern, couldn't help but suggest, Brother Jiang, perhaps you have indeed chosen the wrong path. You may indeed not be cut out for the restaurant business. The depths of this industry are far too profound for you to grasp. Heed the advice of a friend. Close your establishment soon and cease your futile endeavors. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning was instantly consumed by fury, his emotions spiraling out of control as he exclaimed, "What have I done wrong? Since opening this establishment, I have dedicated myself tirelessly, pouring my heart and soul into it without a moment's negligence or idleness. I am no inept individual. Why, then, does my business languish, teetering on the brink of collapse? When I opened this tavern last year at the tender age of 17, I aspired to be a successful person, yet I find myself reduced to a mere jest. The cruel jest that fate has played upon me is truly merciless. You claim I am in error, please enlighten me as to where I have faltered." Witnessing Jiang Ning's fervent agitation, Zhu the carpenter quickly donned a conciliatory smile, attempting to soothe him. "Brother Jiang, calm your anger, it was a slip of the tongue." Jiang Ning merely scoffed, offering no response. Sensing the tension, Zhu leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Brother Jiang, I know you've been troubled lately, so I have brought you something special today." Jiang Ning, intrigued, replied, "What could you possibly have that is worthy of my attention? Surely, it isn't another collection of prohibited literature?" Zhu hastily shook his head, insisting, "Brother Jiang, you may question my character, but never my discernment." With that, he produced a booklet from his bosom. Jiang Ning opened it to find it was an explicit pictorial, and his face flushed crimson. Zhu chuckled triumphantly. "What do you think, Brother Jiang? Not bad, eh?" Jiang Ning snapped the booklet shut, his expression grave as he stated, "Brother Zhu, I hope this is the last time. There are myriad paths in life, why cling to this one? We are sons of the Ming Dynasty, and though our stations may be humble, we must not forget our duty to the nation's prosperity. With the chaos wrought by the Liao bandits in the northeast, how can you indulge in such distractions that erode the resolve of our fellow Ming men?" Seeing Jiang Ning's earnest and impassioned demeanor, Zhu felt a wave of shame wash over him, his face reddening as he quickly promised, "You are right. Brother Jiang, I shall burn this booklet at once." He reached for it, but Jiang Ning swiftly grasped it, tucking it into his own robe. "I cannot entrust it to you. I worry you might fall into folly again." Zhu smirked, teasing, "Brother Jiang, you wouldn't be keeping it for yourself to indulge in later, would you?" Jiang Ning replied earnestly, "Brother Zhu, I'm not like you. I intend to critically examine it." Zhu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the steward, Old Wei, sat by the table, seemingly indifferent to their exchange, as if it bore no relevance to him. Just then, Hu and Wei approached with food and drink, soon setting the table. Recognizing the situation, They retreated to the kitchen and did not reappear. At this moment, Jiang Ning spoke. Brother Zhu, let's eat quickly. This food has been sitting for 2 days. If we delay, it will only serve as a meal for the stray dogs outside. Zhu chuckled, unperturbed, and replied, Brother Jiang, as the ancient said, in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. Look, you run a tavern, and even the stray dogs at your doorstep get to enjoy a hearty meal. Jiang Ning retorted playfully, less nonsense, let's eat. With that, he poured wine into their cups, his demeanor turning somber as he remarked, Brother Zhu, today may be your last meal here. After this, I must close the doors for good. We may only hope to meet again by chance. Alarmed, Zhu exclaimed, Brother Jiang, don't say that. If your tavern closes, where'll I go to find you? He quickly corrected himself. Where shall I go to confide in you? Jiang Ning was indeed lost. This tavern represented his entire investment, and he had no direction for what lay ahead. Just then, Zhu assured him, Fear not, Brother Jiang, I won't dine without paying. He hastily produced 2 gold ingots and handed them over. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold, eagerly snatching them, biting one to confirm its authenticity before tucking it away with a beaming smile. Brother Zhu, it seems you have come into a fortune. Zhu proudly declared, Indeed, I am now a man of means, no longer lacking. Jiang Ning, unable to suppress his curiosity, pressed on. They say joy brings vitality. What good fortune has befallen you? Brother Zhu, share it with me, so I may revel in your happiness. Zhu smirked, My father has passed away. Jiang Ning gasped in disbelief, his expression one of shock as he stammered, Brother Zhu, your father has passed, and yet you seem so joyful. Zhu scoffed, maintaining his smile. When my father was alive, he hardly regarded me. I rarely saw him throughout the year. Had he not died, I might have forgotten I even had a father. Jiang Ning, feeling awkward, attempted to mediate. Brother Zhu, your family is prominent. Perhaps your father was simply too occupied with affairs to pay you much mind. Zhu dismissed this notion with a scoff. He was busy with what? He never cared for family matters. Most of the time, my grandfather ran the household. Yet even he's been absent for decades, leaving everything to the subordinates. Now that both my grandfather and father are gone, the household is mine to command. You should congratulate me. Jiang Ning offered an awkward smile, sincerely advising, Brother Zhu, there are no parents who do not care for their children. With your father gone, you must shoulder the family's responsibilities, allowing his spirit to rest in peace. Zhu nodded solemnly, acknowledging the weight of Jiang Ning's words. Though Zhu insisted he felt no sorrow over his father's death, a glimmer of sadness betrayed him in his gaze. The two continued to drink and converse, their cheeks soon flushed with warmth. At this juncture, Jiang Ning inquired, Brother Zhu, now that you are in charge, what are your plans moving forward? Zhu, filled with uncertainty, murmured, Indeed, what lies ahead for the Ming Dynasty? I have no idea. Jiang Ning chuckled at the absurdity, teasing, I was asking about your household affairs. Why are you rambling about the Ming? Are you intoxicated? The burden of the empire does not rest upon your shoulders. Why fret over it? Zhu fell silent for a long moment, not responding. Jiang Ning, sensing the gravity of the moment, chose to remain quiet, simply sitting beside him. For brothers such as them, sometimes no words are necessary. Mere companionship is the greatest comfort. The tavern fell into a tranquil hush, the occasional clink of cups echoing, as if narrating this unspoken bond of friendship. Chapter 2. Brother Jiang, allow me to offer you a defense. After a considerable time, Zhu the carpenter slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Jiang Ning, and spoke earnestly. Brother Jiang, have you ever considered entering the court as an official? I possess connections. Just give me your nod. And you need not worry about the details. I will arrange everything for you meticulously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning stood in a state of shock. The thought of becoming an official in the Ming Dynasty had never crossed his mind. Observing Jiang Ning's bewilderment, Zhu the carpenter assumed he was skeptical of his intentions and hastily insisted, Brother Jiang, I assure you, I am quite serious. Just give me your consent, and I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Jiang Ning quickly responded, Brother Zhu, it is not a matter of doubting your connections or background. Rather, I have never entertained the idea of holding an official position. Moreover, the officials from the old Zhu family wouldn't even stoop to such a role. Allow me to advise you, do not meddle in matters of officialdom. The depths of this water are far too profound for you to navigate. he cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhu the carpenter became agitated, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean the officials from the old Zhu family wouldn't even serve as dogs? What is wrong with the officials from the old Zhu family?" Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh, saying, "Brother Zhu, we must have a serious discussion about this matter." Zhu the carpenter snorted, "I am all ears, brother." Jiang Ning continued, "The salaries in the Ming Dynasty are among the lowest throughout history. I am not mistaken in this regard, am I?" Zhu the carpenter's expression faltered, and he reluctantly nodded. Jiang Ning added, "Look at the current court. Out of 10 officials, 9 are corrupt, and the one who is not merely eats and waits for death, doing nothing of substance. To aspire to be a clean official is difficult. To become a corrupt one is also no easy feat, but to be a genuine official who serves the common people is an endeavor fraught with challenges." The carpenter's countenance grew increasingly grim, and he quickly interjected, "Brother Jiang, one cannot speak in such broad strokes. While it is true that many officials engage in corruption, there are still quite a few who sincerely serve the court. You cannot condemn everyone indiscriminately." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Brother Zhu, do you recall our previous discussion on factional strife? Within this year, 2 emperors have passed away in succession, and now we have a youthful sovereign who is incapable of asserting control over the court. The factional conflicts will undoubtedly intensify. At such a time, even if you do not wish to compromise your integrity, it is nearly impossible to remain uninvolved. The struggle for power is a matter of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to calamity for one's entire family. Although I am currently alone, I have no desire to lose my life at such a tender age." Zhu the carpenter's eyes widened in disbelief, and he responded, "Brother Jiang, surely it cannot be as dire as you say. It cannot truly reach the point of life and death." In response, Jiang Ning chuckled, "Brother Zhu, the factional disputes will only escalate from here. I cannot fathom how many lives will be lost. The young emperor, unable to command the court, will certainly seek to bolster his own power and cultivate loyal followers. In doing so, he will inevitably purge a number of individuals. How can we expect that this process will be devoid of bloodshed?" Zhu, the carpenter, chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Brother Jiang, with your intellect, once you enter the court, you shall undoubtedly achieve great things. How could you be so easily outmaneuvered?" Jiang Ning sighed helplessly and replied, "Brother Zhu, do you understand the root of factional strife? It is interest. The benefits in the court are limited, and everyone is vying to claim their share. No matter how capable I am, how long could I withstand such a vortex? Moreover, even with a formidable background, could I instantly ascend to the rank of a high official or even enter the cabinet? Even if that were possible, I would still falter in navigating this intricate situation. Thus, we should refrain from wading into the murky waters of the court. I certainly will not take up an official position." Upon hearing this, Zhu sighed, and after a moment's pause, he inquired, "Brother Jiang, what do you foresee as the outcome of the current court situation?" Jiang Ning pondered for a while before responding. "If I am not mistaken, the emperor will support a trusted confidant, nurturing him to wield significant power in the court. Through this individual, there will be a grand purge to seize control over the court's discourse, thus solidifying the young emperor's authority. Subsequently, the emperor will rely on his own people to fulfill his ambitions and ideals." Zhu hurriedly pressed on, "And what comes next?" Jiang Ning contemplated once more and continued, "Next, those targeted for elimination will not be foolish. They will surely resist fiercely, leading to an escalation of factional conflict. At that point, the emperor will undoubtedly bolster his confidant's position, possibly even relinquishing complete authority. The risks involved are immense. A single misstep could ignite calamity. Take, for instance, the case of Emperor Wei Zhongxian, whose reliance on Lu Jin to counterbalance the court officials ultimately led to his downfall. After all, how could a mere eunuch like Lu Jin be referred to as a standing emperor without the emperor's endorsement? At that moment, the steward, Old Wei, accidentally dropped his teacup, shattering it with a resounding crash. Zhu looked up to see Old Wei hastily kneeling, fearfully exclaiming, "My lord, please do not be angry. I am old and my hands and feet are no longer obedient." With that, he quickly bent down to pick up the broken pieces of the cup. Zhu, witnessing this, chose to ignore the incident and turned back to Jiang Ning to inquire, "What will happen after the emperor fully delegates power to his confidant?" Jiang Ning smiled slightly and replied, "What ultimately befell Lu Jin? Have not emperors throughout history always been constrained by court officials? In desperation, did not Emperor Xingde have to subject Lu Jin to 1,000 cuts? This cautionary tale is right before our eyes and must not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Zhu's expression turned grave, and he said, Brother Jiang, is there truly no way out? Jiang Ning jested, Brother Zhu, just manage your timber business well. There is no need for us common folk to fret over court matters. To put it plainly, you are merely worrying about trifles. At this, Zhu looked at Jiang Ning earnestly and exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you must have a solution, right? With that, he gazed at Jiang Ning with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. Brother Zhu, why can't you heed my advice? I have repeatedly stated that no member of the Lao Zhu family would accept a position, even if offered a dog-s role. You can inquire with Wang Kai if you doubt me. With that, Jiang Ning turned to the large yellow dog at the door and called out, Wang Kai, young Master Zhu intends to arrange a position for you in the court. Will you accept? To this, Wang Kai sprang up and dashed away, not looking back even once. Subsequently, Jiang Ning smiled at Carpenter Zhu and remarked, You see, Brother Zhu, even Wang Kai refuses to take a position from the Lao Zhu family. Why must you make things difficult for me? Following this, a silence enveloped the two. Carpenter Zhu continued pouring wine for Jiang Ning, cup after cup. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Zhu, with such fervor today, are you attempting to intoxicate me? If so, you have grossly miscalculated. My capacity for liquor is substantial, and I remain sober after 1,000 cups. Carpenter Zhu, hearing this, managed a bashful smile and said, Brother Jiang, let us no longer discuss matters of the court. I, too, am burdened with troubles at home. Could you lend me your support? Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, What troubles could you possibly have at home? Carpenter Zhu, embarrassed, replied with a wry smile, My family's issues mirror those of the court. At my young age, none of the old associates my father and grandfather left behind heed my commands. They all wish for me to refrain from involvement and surrender complete authority to them. However, if this continues, our vast family estate will inevitably be squandered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and stated, Your troubles are my troubles. Your family estate is my family estate. I shall not permit these individuals to attempt to deplete our heritage. Carpenter Zhu, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and eagerly implored, Brother Jiang, swiftly devise a plan. If this persists, our family estates may truly be lost. We would end up like my ancestors, begging on the streets with a broken bowl. Jiang Ning pondered for a long time before slowly articulating, This matter, while seemingly simple, is fraught with complications. Those old fellows may not share a common purpose. We can ally with a faction to contend against another, waiting for the opportune moment to incite infighting among them. Meanwhile, we can subtly cultivate our own supporters. Once both sides are sufficiently weakened, they will inevitably turn to us to take the reins. Carpenter Zhu, overwhelmed with joy, nodded repeatedly. Brother Jiang, this is precisely how I envisioned it. Yet the crux is that I lack capable individuals at my disposal, hence my intention to focus on nurturing you. Jiang Ning fixed his gaze upon Carpenter Zhu, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. I see now. You ultimately intend to extend your insidious grasp. It appears you have resolved not to let me go. Carpenter Zhu, hearing this, awkwardly chuckled. Jiang Ning sighed in resignation and said, What can we do, being brothers? Your family estate is my family estate. For both public and private reasons, I cannot stand idly by as our legacy is squandered. Upon hearing these words, Master Zhu immediately exclaimed with excitement, Brother Jiang, if that is the case, I shall promptly arrange for you to enter the court as an official. Jiang Ning's countenance darkened in an instant, and he inwardly murmured, Could it be that Brother Zhu has consumed spurious wine? We were clearly discussing matters concerning his family. Yet he has diverted the conversation to my potential officialdom. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, Brother Zhu, we are engaged in a discussion about your household. Let us not stray into the topic of official appointments or shift the focus. In a serious tone, Jiang Ning stated, Brother Zhu, I am assisting you out of our brotherly bond. If you persist in your desire to draw me into courtly affairs, I shall sever our ties. Upon hearing this, the normally eloquent Master Zhu found himself at a loss for words in the face of Jiang Ning's earnestness. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of integrity. He reflected on why he had often disregarded Brother Jiang's admonitions as mere whispers in the wind. It was indeed a moment of profound regret, akin to a misstep that leads to eternal lament, with the passage of time rendering one a mere shadow of their former self. Then, Master Zhu rose and bowed deeply to Jiang Ning, his expression earnest as he declared, Brother Jiang, I should not have attempted to drag you into this murky water. It was my fault, and I apologize for compromising our friendship." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion, and tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Jiang Ning, witnessing the usually stalwart Zhu reduced to tears, was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Brother Zhu, why are you weeping?" Choking back his sobs, Master Zhu replied, "Brother Jiang, though to outsiders my family may appear prosperous, in truth, the road ahead seems obscured. It is fraught with challenges I cannot surmount." With that, he collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably, his cries resonating with profound grievance and helplessness. At this moment, Old Wei, the steward standing nearby, quietly knelt down, bowing his head in silence. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Ning in a state of shock. He had never anticipated such a display of emotional turmoil from Master Zhu. Observing his brother's heart-wrenching sobs, Jiang Ning felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to offer solace. After a considerable pause, he gathered his thoughts and gently reassured, "Brother Zhu, one must gaze into the distance. Upon traversing the mountains, one's perspective shall naturally broaden. We must hold on to our aspirations, ignite a light within. And as long as we harbor our dreams, hope shall always be present. Remember, what we persistently think upon shall surely resonate in return." Hearing these words, Master Zhu gradually lifted his head, wiped away his tears, and nodded earnestly, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your comfort. In this life, having a confidant like you is more than enough." Subsequently, the two brothers exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding and relief. Master Zhu, smiling, remarked, "You are indeed correct, Brother Jiang. Even though my circumstances are challenging, I am fortunate to have you by my side. Let us not forget the founding Emperor Hongwu of our Ming Dynasty, who, despite having no roof over his head and scant clothing, persevered as a monk in a temple. With sheer determination, he established the vast empire we now know. Who among us can claim to have faced trials more severe than his?" Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, earnestly affirming, "Indeed, Brother Zhu, your words ring true. In the grand narrative of history, the illustrious figure of Emperor Hongwu emerges from a tumultuous beginning. At the tender age of 16, he faced an upheaval in his family, teetering on the brink of starvation, nearly extinguishing his lineage. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he first sought refuge in a temple as a monk, subsequently embarking on a journey across the realm, enriching his knowledge and experiences, ultimately aligning himself with the Red Turban Army. Armed with a bowl in one hand and a dagger in the other, he valiantly traversed from the south to the north, culminating in the unification of the land and the reclamation of the Yin and Yun 16 prefectures, which had languished under foreign dominance for over 4 centuries. In the shattered expanse of the Celestial Empire, he established the resplendent Ming Dynasty. What an inspiring life, indeed, a true hero. Furthermore, given that both you and Hongwu share the surname Zhu, one might whimsically speculate that you could be a descendant of this venerable ancestor. Upon hearing this, Zhu the carpenter felt a rush of embarrassment, his face reddening as he chuckled and replied, "Brother Jiang, you might just be onto something. I shall gladly take your auspicious words." Jiang Ning offered a slight smile and responded, "There is no need for modesty, Brother Zhu. If you truly are a descendant of Emperor Hongwu, that would indeed elevate your status to that of royal kin." The two continued their light-hearted conversation until they realized that the hour had grown late. Zhu the carpenter, having indulged a bit too much, exhibited unsteady steps, while Jiang Ning, possessing a commendable tolerance, remained relatively composed. At that moment, Zhu, with a tipsy grin, remarked, "Brother Jiang, the night is upon us. I must return home. I shall visit again for a meal, so do keep the tavern open, lest I find myself without sustenance." With that, he staggered to his feet and began to make his way toward the exit. Observing this, Jiang Ning promptly rose and swiftly approached to assist him as they ventured outside together. The steward, Old Wei, hurried ahead to guide them, while Jiang Ning carefully supported Zhu the carpenter. Just then, a sharp clink resonated as a gold medal slipped from Zhu's bosom and tumbled to the ground. Jiang Ning, quick-witted and agile, retrieved the medal and instinctively weighed it in his hand. To his astonishment, the medal bore the embossed characters "As if I were present," rendered in gilded script. In that instant, Jiang Ning felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, plunging him into a state of utter bewilderment. He was acutely aware of the implications of those 4 words. Reflecting on Zhu's insistence that he be referred to as Zhu the carpenter, Coupled with the unassuming demeanor of the steward Old Wei beside him, a multitude of signs coalesced, leaving Jiang Ning in a dizzying whirl. As if the very fabric of reality had shifted in that moment. Zhu the carpenter, hearing the sound, turned to see Jiang Ning holding the gold medal, and was instantly frozen in shock, as if caught in a spell. Even the typically composed steward, Old Wei, stood motionless, his face a canvas of astonishment. As if time itself had suspended in this fleeting moment. The three remained in a state of stunned silence until, after a brief pause, Zhu the carpenter hastily spoke. "Brother Jiang, allow me to clarify. No, permit me to explain." Gazing at the gold medal in his hand, and hearing Zhu's unexpected utterance of "I," Jiang Ning could not help but comprehend the gravity of the situation. Instantly, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, and he cautiously returned the medal to Zhu the carpenter's possession. Zhu, his expression tinged with embarrassment, softly inquired, "Brother Jiang, do you discern what this signifies?" Jiang Ning felt his limbs grow weak and hastily said, "Your Majesty, I cannot read. I truly do not recognize you." Upon hearing this, Zhu the carpenter sighed in relief. "That is good. I can rest easy." At that moment, Jiang Ning's mind was racing like a high-speed machine, his thoughts in disarray. He could hardly fathom that the man before him, who often jested with him like a brother and embodied the demeanor of a carefree master, was none other than the current emperor. It is essential to understand that in this feudal era, imperial power reigned supreme. The emperor wielding the fate of all under heaven with a mere thought. Jiang Ning dared not entertain the notion of equality espoused by future generations, nor challenge the formidable authority of the emperor, which was as unyielding as the heavens themselves. In this moment, imperial power was the absolute ruler, and defiance was unthinkable. Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to the steward, Old Wei, standing at the entrance, scrutinizing him closely. He noted the absence of an Adam's apple and the lack of facial hair, distinct characteristics of a eunuch. Coupled with his surname, Wei, the infamous name of Wei Zhongxian swiftly surfaced in Jiang Ning's mind, prompting him to ponder, who else could it be? Subsequently, the three men found themselves in an awkward silence, exchanging glances. Zhu the carpenter inwardly lamented, "This is disastrous. Brother Jiang has uncovered my identity. He will no longer converse with me as freely as before. This sole friend I have painstakingly cultivated may soon depart from my life." However, at that moment, Wei Zhongxian, disregarding the gravity of the situation, dropped to his knees with a thud, loudly proclaiming, "Old servant Wei Zhongxian pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor." With Wei Zhongxian's declaration, Jiang Ning was left utterly stunned, as if frozen in place. Zhu the carpenter stood dumbfounded, a look of helplessness and frustration etched across his face. Some matters, when unweighed, seem light, yet once placed on the scale, they become unfathomably burdensome. This predicament was indeed excruciatingly complex. Wei Zhongxian, always astute, had clearly grasped the emperor's earlier intentions to cultivate a bond with Jiang Ning. Recognizing the current situation as a splendid opportunity, he resolved to take a bold step. He raised his head to Jiang Ning, earnestly stating, "Young Master Jiang, you are absolutely correct. Standing before you is none other than the Son of Heaven, the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. His Majesty has always regarded you as a brother. In these trying times, the affairs of the nation weigh heavily upon him, with the 2 capitals and 13 provinces resting solely on his shoulders. On one hand, as a subject of the Ming, it is your duty to lend your strength. On the other, as a brother to His Majesty, you cannot turn a blind eye. Jiang Daren, you must assist the emperor. I implore you." With that, he bowed deeply 3 times, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt utterly numb. The events that had transpired in such a brief span felt akin to a tumultuous roller coaster ride, leaving him no time to react. Zhu the carpenter looked at Jiang Ning with a pitiful gaze. Jiang Ning, on the verge of tears, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He took 2 steps back, muttering, "I must have drunk too much. It's surely a hallucination." Just then, as he turned his head, he collided with a pillar with a loud bang, falling to the ground with a wince, the pain causing him to grimace. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu the carpenter hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, anxiously inquiring, "Brother Jiang, are you all right?" Jiang Ning, rubbing his painfully bruised forehead, mumbled, I'm fine. I merely indulged a bit too much." Zhu, adopting a serious demeanor, replied earnestly, "Brother Jiang, it is not you who has overindulged. It is I who has partaken too liberally. Realizing that he could no longer evade the situation, Jiang Ning simply plopped down on the ground and addressed Wei Zhongxian. Old Wei, you are the chief of the Eastern Depot, the illustrious Wei Zhongxian, are you not? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian, kneeling at the entrance, felt his head spin as if the very heavens had collapsed. He thought to himself, young Master Jiang is leading me toward my demise. In a flurry, he began to kowtow to the emperor, the speed akin to that of a pestle pounding garlic, repeatedly exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am wronged. The emperor, hearing this, looked perplexed and asked, 9,000 years? What does that mean? It was then that Jiang Ning realized he had misspoken. It is essential to note that Wei Zhongxian had not yet ascended to the heights of power where he would be referred to as 9,000 years in the annals of history. To address him thus in the presence of the emperor was tantamount to pushing him towards certain doom. His face flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Ning hastily attempted to explain, Your Majesty, I was merely jesting with Lord Wei. I trust you do not mind? Upon hearing this, Zhu chuckled lightly and said, No harm done, no harm done. Old Wei, you need not bow. Brother Jiang was merely teasing. Relieved, Wei Zhongxian quickly responded, Thank you for your leniency, young master. At this moment, Jiang Ning was in a state of frantic anxiety, regretting his hasty words. He thought to himself that he had escalated matters unnecessarily. Initially, he could have feigned ignorance due to intoxication, but his momentary lapse had now severely offended Wei Zhongxian. Even if the emperor were magnanimous enough to overlook the incident, how could Wei Zhongxian easily forgive him? Perhaps this man would find some pretext to have him silenced, leading to a fate more unjust than that of Dou Yi, leaving him to cry out to an unresponsive heaven and earth. Swiftly, Jiang Ning's mind raced like a finely tuned engine, devising a strategy. Recalling his past interactions with the emperor and his knowledge of historical events, he knew that the emperor was notably generous and valued loyalty. He then turned his gaze to the kneeling Wei Zhongxian, resolutely deciding that entering officialdom was now an inevitable course, one that must be embarked upon without delay. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would allow Wei Zhongxian to pave the way while he rode on his coattails, with the bond he shared with the emperor. As long as he proceeded with caution and did not act recklessly, a graceful exit might not be an insurmountable task. Subsequently, Jiang Ning forced a smile that was more painful than tears and asked, Your Majesty, is managing affairs at home proving to be exceedingly difficult? Upon hearing this, the emperor's visage fell, and he sighed heavily. Brother Jiang, it is not merely challenging, it is extraordinarily arduous. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ning cautiously suggested, If I may, Your Majesty, perhaps I could visit and lend a hand, provide some assistance? Upon hearing these words, the Emperor of the Apocalypse was momentarily taken aback, quickly left speechless. After a brief pause, his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Jiang, have you truly agreed? You have finally come to your senses. With that, he hastily rose to his feet, his chest thumping with fervor, and declared with utmost conviction, Brother Jiang, you need not worry. I shall ensure that you lack for nothing in terms of wealth and high office. You will not suffer even the slightest grievance. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian flashed a congenial smile towards Jiang Ning, yet Jiang Ning couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with that smile. Recalling his own words, a chill ran down his spine, and he hurriedly clarified, Your Majesty, what I meant was to serve as an official, not to enter the palace as a eunuch. Please, do not misunderstand. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized his mistake, his face lighting up with joy, his eyes glistening with emotion. He said, Brother Jiang, I have heard you clearly. I understand you wish to serve in the palace as a eunuch. I have long hoped for your assistance in alleviating my burdens and contributing to the glory of the Ming Dynasty. How could I possibly misinterpret your intentions? Henceforth, all matters of the court will rely heavily on you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Ning was so startled that he jumped up as if propelled by a spring, instinctively clutching his legs and shouting, Your Majesty, I meant to serve as an official. I would never become a eunuch. Who would willingly take on such a role? Only then did the emperor awaken to the reality of his blunder, smacking his forehead in realization. He quickly corrected himself. Brother Jiang, I spoke in haste. I meant to express my desire for you to serve as an official, not to enter the palace as a eunuch. Please, do not be alarmed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's taut nerves relaxed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, silently thankful to have preserved his dignity. At that moment, the emperor returned to his seat with a smile, sincerely stating, Brother Jiang, I am immensely grateful that you have agreed to assist me in my endeavors. Rest assured, as long as I am here to protect you, no one shall bring you harm. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. If they are within my power, I shall fulfill them. Jiang Ning tentatively inquired, Your Majesty, what position do you intend to assign me? The emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation, then turned to Wei Zhongxian, asking, Wei Zhongxian, what position do you believe would suit Brother Jiang? Wei Zhongxian pondered for a moment before responding, Your Majesty, if we were to appoint young Master Jiang as a civil servant, he lacks the requisite degrees, which could render him vulnerable to criticism and exclusion from the court. I propose that we assign him the position of commander of the Jinyue. The Jinyue is the emperor's personal guard, and the commander can be appointed directly by Your Majesty without the need for courtier consent. Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's suggestion, the emperor nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Jiang Ning. Brother Jiang, what do you think of this arrangement? Are you satisfied with the position of commander of the Jinyue? Jiang Ning, upon learning of the proposal to make him the commander of the Jinyue, realized that he would become the head of a historically renowned intelligence agency, instantly transforming into a figure of significant authority. He silently marveled at the generosity of Brother Zhu, who had bestowed upon him the esteemed position of a departmental head right from the outset. Subsequently, he hastily responded with a smile, Of course, of course. Upon witnessing Jiang Ning's nod of agreement, Emperor Tianqi's smile deepened as he remarked, Brother Jiang, from now on, let us interact with the decorum befitting ruler and subject in the court. Yet, in private, you shall remain my dear brother. You previously stated that my possessions are yours, and the realm of the Ming is, to me, also yours. Henceforth, I trust you will assist us in safeguarding it, ensuring it does not fall into ruin. Jiang Ning's expression turned serious as he solemnly nodded and declared, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to protecting the Ming Dynasty, and I will not permit any nefarious individuals to wreak havoc. At this moment, Emperor Tianqi playfully teased, Brother Jiang, you just mentioned that the officials of the Zhu family wouldn't even serve as dogs. Now, in the blink of an eye, how have you changed your tune? If you only agreed to serve in the court due to my identity, I shall not press you, for I have always regarded you as a brother akin to my own flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly smiled and explained, Your Majesty, that was merely a casual chat with Brother Zhu, contemplating how to assist him with family matters. However, now that I have learned of the difficulties facing our Ming Dynasty, how could I, as a brother, stand idly by? I must surely offer my support. With these words, the two exchanged smiles. A myriad of unspoken sentiments conveyed in that single moment. True brothers require no excessive words. Just a shared glance suffices to convey mutual understanding. And their bond deepened in the silence. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in salute, and respectfully stated, Here, we must congratulate Lord Jiang. From now on, we shall work together to alleviate His Majesty's burdens, and I hope for your guidance in the days to come. Jiang Ning, upon seeing this, quickly reciprocated with a smile and replied courteously, Wherefore this, Lord Wei? In the future, I shall rely on your insights and support. Faced with this historically renowned and powerful figure, Jiang Ning dared not relax his vigilance, maintaining an acute awareness, for Wei Zhongxian's reputation was as thunderous as it was formidable, and he could not afford to be complacent within the court. Then, Emperor Tianqi inquired, Brother Jiang, what is your perspective on the current state of the Ming? Is it truly beyond redemption? As an emperor, Tianqi possessed a greater understanding of circumstances and insights into court dynamics than most. Yet he sought Jiang Ning's perspective to corroborate his own judgments about the situation, hoping to discern any glimmer of opportunity or hope. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning slowly began, The affairs of the state are indeed arduous. In this precarious situation, every step forward must be taken with utmost caution and deliberation. Even the slightest misstep could plunge the Ming Dynasty into irretrievable ruin. With a resigned sigh, he continued, If anyone can be credited with having salvaged the Ming Dynasty in its most desperate hour, it would be Zhang Zhujiang, the chief minister of the Wanli era. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the Emperor of Tianqi immediately became intrigued, his gaze intense as he inquired, Brother Jiang, pray tell me, what is the situation with Zhang Zhujiang? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Since the Jiajing era, the national treasury has suffered severe deficits, leading to a precarious state for the court. Fortunately, Zhang Zhujiang emerged later on, During the Wanli period, Zhang Zhujiang served as the chief minister and vigorously implemented reforms, alleviating the court's dire circumstances. His reforms were monumental, enlisting the participation of everyone in the court. Many individuals, through personal effort or fortune, found themselves at the forefront of this tide. Atop this wave, there was boundless splendor and temptation, yet equally limitless risk, contingent upon how the officials navigated it. As we gaze into the future, it is far less clear than when we reflect on the past. Passion and confusion intertwine, lingering in the hearts of us all. Beside him, the Emperor of Tianqi listened, his face flushed with enthusiasm, unable to contain his applause, eagerly asking, "And then what, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Ning, with a warm smile, continued, "Only through reform can the Ming Dynasty rejuvenate. It is the sole path forward for our empire." The Emperor, deeply in agreement, nodded emphatically. Observing this, Jiang Ning's smile remained, and he added, "Your Majesty, reform is a delicate endeavor, akin to the careful cooking of a fine dish. Each subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution. Any misstep could trigger a chain reaction, jeopardizing the entire reform process." Chapter 4. Wei Zhongxian's maneuvering for offices subsequently. The Emperor of Tianqi and Jiang Ning conversed for quite some time, with the Emperor inquiring about various court affairs. Jiang Ning consistently offered unique insights and strategies, leaving the Emperor profoundly astonished, privately reflecting, "Truly, divine providence has favored the Ming, allowing me to meet such a remarkable talent in Brother Jiang. I must ensure he is well utilized in the future, with high office and abundant riches, lacking nothing." Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to these thoughts. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, standing nearby, quietly reminded, "Your Majesty, it is getting late." The Emperor, as if awakening from a dream, hastily addressed Jiang Ning, "Brother Jiang, it is indeed late. I must return to the palace. I shall dispatch someone in the coming days to finalize your appointment. You need only await your official duties." Jiang Ning, with a faint smile, replied nonchalantly, "I leave it to your Majesty's discretion." With that, the Emperor of Tianqi rose, accompanied by Wei Zhongxian, to take their leave. In the vast hall of the tavern, Jiang Ning remained seated alone, lost in thought as he reflected on the recent events. Feeling as if he were in a fleeting dream, his brother Zhu had unexpectedly transformed into the reigning emperor, and Wei, the steward, was none other than the legendary Wei Zhongxian, while he himself was on the verge of assuming the role of the commander of the Jinhui. Everything had transpired so suddenly that it felt almost surreal. Soon after, two attendants emerged from the kitchen, noticing Jiang Ning sitting in a daze at the table, and approached him with puzzled expressions, asking, "Master, has that gentleman departed?" The two attendants had been in the kitchen moments before and were entirely unaware of what had transpired. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, his expression somewhat dazed as he spoke. "They have all left." He gazed vacantly at the two attendants standing beside him. These two men, one named Hu and the other Wei, were robust young men in their 20s, originally refugees who had fled to the capital only to find themselves destitute on the streets. At that time, Jiang Ning was in need of staff for his tavern and took them in. Both were diligent and clever, able to endure hardship and obedient, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to their work in the establishment. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ning felt a warm surge in his heart and contemplated how he might secure their futures as his own circumstances changed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "Hu, Wei, please take a seat. I wish to ask you both, what would you do if one day I no longer ran the tavern?" Hu and Wei's faces were filled with surprise and confusion upon hearing this. Hu scratched his head and chuckled innocently. "Boss, why do you ask such a sudden question? We never considered that you might stop running the tavern. We have no other skills, just our strength. We only know how to follow your orders and work diligently. If you were to stop, I wouldn't know what to do." Wei nodded fervently from the side, anxiously adding, "Indeed, boss. Ever since you took us in, we have had a stable life. If you were to close the tavern, we would lose our anchor. As long as you don't mind, we wish to stay by your side, doing whatever you ask." At this moment, Jiang Ning pondered deeply. As he was about to step into the court, it was essential to have trustworthy individuals by his side. The seasoned bureaucrats were certainly unreliable. Hu and Wei, however, could be nurtured and utilized. He smiled and proposed, Wei, would you be willing to accompany me to the court if I were to become an official?" Upon hearing this, Hu and Wei exchanged silent glances, their expressions contemplative and nonverbal. Jiang Ning then chuckled, But do not worry. Even if I leave, the tavern will continue to operate. If you are not inclined to follow me into the bureaucracy, you may stay and help me oversee the tavern." Upon hearing this, Da Hu and Da Wei's expressions shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of hesitation and inner turmoil. After a lengthy pause, Da Hu suddenly knelt before Jiang Ning and said, "Boss, we are deeply grateful for your kindness over the years, providing us with food and shelter, allowing us to survive until now. Otherwise, we would have perished on the streets. However, we have wronged you by keeping a secret." Jiang Ning offered a gentle smile, remaining silent. Da Hu continued, "In truth, we are not Han Chinese, but Mongolians who escaped from beyond the borders. Our families perished in the tribal conflicts of the grasslands, and we fled to the Ming Dynasty, seeking a place to settle. Ever since that first visit from young Master Zhu, I noticed that his guards were exceptional warriors, and his background must be extraordinary. I suspect your forthcoming appointment in the court is related to young Master Zhu's visit today. If you do not mind our origins as Mongolians, we wish to follow you." Da Wei knelt down and nodded earnestly, his expression resolute as he declared, "As long as you, the esteemed shopkeeper, do not disdain us brothers, we pledge to follow you to the death." A smile of satisfaction appeared on Jiang Ning's face. He had long suspected that Da Hu and Da Wei were not of Han descent. However, everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden, so he had refrained from exposing them. Today, their candidness made them seem trustworthy and sincere. Jiang Ning then stepped forward briskly, lifting both men to their feet, and said, "Da Hu, Da Wei, in just a few days, I shall be entering the court to serve as an official. Your Mongolian identities are of little consequence to me. If you work diligently alongside me, together we shall strive for a future of wealth and honor." In unison, Da Hu and Da Wei proclaimed, "We vow to follow you, esteemed shopkeeper, to the death." Jiang Ning nodded and then inquired, "Are Da Hu and Da Wei your true names?" The two shook their heads, with Da Hu replying, "These are merely temporary names we devised in Han. We know little of Ming culture, so we randomly chose the names Da Hu and Da Wei." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning rose with a smile and said, "From now on, as I serve in the court, you both shall need names of distinction. Da Hu, you shall henceforth be known as Meng Ru Hu. Da Wei, you shall be called Hu Da Wei." Meng Ru Hu and Hu Da Wei were instantly overjoyed, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads, exclaiming, "Thank you for bestowing us with names, esteemed shopkeeper. From this moment forward, we, Meng Ru Hu and Hu Da Wei, vow to follow you to the death." Subsequently, Jiang Ning briefed Meng Ru Hu and Hu Da Wei on a few matters, and they began to pack their belongings. With little business at the inn, Jiang Ning decided to close the doors for the day. He remained at the tavern, quietly waiting. However, unbeknownst to him, the next day the court erupted in turmoil. Under the covert directive of Wei Zhongxian, the chief of the Eastern Depot, several junior censors initiated an impeachment against Luo Sigong, the commander of the Jinyui, seizing upon trivial matters from his tenure to make a grand spectacle. Surprisingly, a significant number of civil officials rallied to support Luo Sigong. It is important to note that past commanders of the Jinyui had always been appointed directly by the emperor, with no one else having the authority to intervene. However, following the outbreak of the Yigong incident, the influence of the civil officials had once again been elevated. In their eyes, an emperor who remains indifferent and inactive is the ideal ruler. Now, with the young emperor freshly ascended to the throne, his desire to replace the commander of the Jinyui was seen as a harbinger of ill fortune, prompting the civil officials to resist fiercely. Both sides remained at an impasse, and even the Tianqi emperor faced several rebukes from the officials. Left with no choice, the emperor announced the dispersal of the court. Once back in the Dongguan pavilion, he erupted in fury, dismissing his attendants. Wei Zhongxian, clad in a purple dragon robe, fell to his knees, terrified to even breathe. The Tianqi emperor angrily chastised, "I merely sought to replace a commander of the Jinyui, a position traditionally appointed directly by the emperor. How dare these civil officials openly oppose me? And you, old fool, how do you conduct your affairs? If this gets out and reaches Brother Jiang, where shall I hide my face?" At this moment, Wei Zhongxian knelt upon the ground, his head bowed so low that it nearly grazed the floor, daring not to utter a single sound. The emperor of Tianqi sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze as frigid as ice, coldly fixating on Wei Zhongxian, and sternly declared, "I grant you one final opportunity. Should you fail to execute this task adequately, do not return. Instead, go serve as a mere assistant at Brother Jiang's tavern." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's complexion turned ashen, and hastily, he bowed his head repeatedly, trembling as he pledged, "Your Majesty, rest assured, this humble servant shall ensure the matter is handled flawlessly this time, and will not bring disappointment upon your Majesty." Having spoken, he slowly rose, bending low as he cautiously took his leave. Once outside the Grand Hall, Wei Zhongxian raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat that had emerged from his tension-ridden brow, not from dust. He instinctively retrieved 2 ornamental walnuts from his robe, beginning to manipulate them absent-mindedly. Without pausing, he continued to walk while fidgeting with the walnuts, until he unknowingly arrived at the palace gates. The guards, upon sighting him, promptly stood in unison to pay their respects. Wei Zhongxian, lost in thought, waved them off distractedly and directly boarded his official sedan chair, instructing the bearers to head towards the East Factory's main hall. Before long, the sedan chair came to a steady halt before the East Factory's Grand Hall. Wei Zhongxian lifted the curtain and stepped out, entering the hall. Inside the East Factory's main hall, a multitude of his subordinates had gathered. Among them were his nephew Wei Lianqing and his godson Sun Yunhe. With a somber expression, Wei Zhongxian sat at the head of the table, forcefully slamming the ornamental walnut down onto the surface, producing a sharp crack that startled everyone present. "Listen well." Wei Zhongxian's voice, sharp and piercing, cut through the air. "This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. The emperor wishes to replace the commander of the Jinyui, yet those bureaucrats are obstructing him at every turn. You must devise a plan, employing any means necessary to ensure this matter is resolved." Wei Lianqing stepped forward, ingratiatingly asserting, "Uncle, you can rest assured. Your nephew shall spare no effort. Those bureaucrats lack discernment, daring to oppose you and the emperor. Let me show them the consequences of their folly." Sun Yunhe, equally audacious, declared, "Foster father, I have a band of brothers who fear not death. At your command, we shall show those bureaucrats the might of the East Factory." Upon hearing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Wei Zhongxian's face, though it swiftly transformed into sternness. "Remember, proceed with caution, leave no evidence behind. Should you fail, none of you can expect to fare well." The others nodded in agreement, and a palpable air of malevolence permeated the hall. The following day, a trove of incriminating evidence against the bureaucrats who had defended Luo Sigong was laid bare within the East Factory's Grand Hall. Wei Zhongxian, upon gazing at these damning materials, was instantly elated, hastily gathering the evidence and sprinting towards the imperial palace. Before Emperor Zhu Youjiao, Wei Zhongxian triumphantly waved the evidence, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, these documents are the very evidence against the bureaucrats who defended Luo Sigong yesterday." Emperor Tianqi casually perused the documents and then coldly remarked, "This simplifies matters considerably." With that, he produced a golden token and tossed it towards Wei Zhongxian. The latter swiftly caught the token and secured it within his robes. Zhu Youjiao then coldly commanded, "Hurry and act. Brother Zhang awaits." Wei Zhongxian promptly bowed with utmost respect and then rose to take his leave. Upon exiting the palace, he immediately summoned the personnel of the Eastern Depot and had all the civil officials who openly opposed Emperor Tianqi arrested and thrown into the imperial prison. Subsequently, he ordered the public disclosure of incriminating evidence against these officials. At this point, the officials felt as if they were being choked, unable to voice their grievances. Nevertheless, a few censors and secretaries, undaunted by threats, stood up to impeach Wei Zhongxian, vehemently denouncing his treachery and calling for Emperor Tianqi to bring him to justice. However, Emperor Tianqi dismissed these impeachment motions without a word, as if he had not seen them at all. Following this, Wei Zhongxian took the initiative to visit the home of Luo Sigong. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, he engaged in a lengthy and private conversation with Luo Sigong. During their discussion, through both coercion and enticement, Wei meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of the situation, making Luo Sigong acutely aware that there was no room for maneuver. The next day, citing his advanced age and declining health, Luo Sigong proactively submitted a request to Emperor Tianqi to resign from his position as the commander of the Jinyui. Upon reading the memorial, Emperor Tianqi was greatly pleased and immediately approved his request, even bestowing an additional 500 taels of silver as a token of imperial favor. As the servants in Luo Sigong's household began to pack their belongings, Luo Sigong appeared to age several decades, sitting in the hall with a heavy heart. His son, Luo Yangxing, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Father, Why do you so willingly succumb to Wei Zhongxian's threats and resign from your position? You must understand that your matters are hardly significant. Moreover, with the civil officials supporting you, as long as you do not submit a resignation, Wei Zhongxian can find ways to undermine the officials, but what could he possibly do to you? Hearing his son's words, Luo Sigong looked at him as if he were a fool, sighed helplessly, and replied solemnly, "Is the position of Jinyue commander something our Luo family can claim as ancestral heritage? From the founding Emperor Han Wu to now, how many have ended well in this role? Not everyone can end up like Liu Bing. The situation is already clear. The emperor has made up his mind to change personnel. By voluntarily resigning now, I can avoid escalating the situation. The emperor may still remember our Luo family's merits and grant me some dignity. If I were to cling to my position, once the matter erupts, our family would be the first to face the axe. Do you really think those civil officials would support our family? They would likely be the first to strike us down. His Majesty has already decreed to retain you as a 1,000-house commander in the Jinyue, which is quite sufficient to uphold our family's reputation." Subsequently, Luo Yangxing received a series of admonitions from Luo Sigong, who, with heartfelt sincerity, imparted his experiences and concerns regarding interpersonal relations and the rise and fall of their family. Although Luo Yangxing still harbored resentment in his heart, seeing his father's weary and weathered face, he could only nod in silent acquiescence. At the break of dawn the following day, with the sky still shrouded in mist and the crisp morning breeze blowing, Luo Sigong hurriedly departed from the residence with his family. Just as Luo Sigong left the capital, Wei Zhongxian recommended Jiang Ning to take over as the commander of the Jinyue in the court. This unfamiliar name caused an uproar among the officials, who immediately voiced their opposition. Meanwhile, the nobles maintained neutrality, refraining from taking sides. This scene greatly infuriated Emperor Tianqi. In response, Lord Wei had long been prepared. He appeared unperturbed and soon summoned the documents pertaining to Jiang Ning, subsequently recounting their contents before the assembly. It was revealed that the Jiang family had been covert agents of the Jinyue since the Yongle period, with a lineage of impeccable integrity. Chapter 5. Carpenter Zhu brings good news. Following this, Lord Wei elaborated on the Jiang family's contributions throughout the dynasties. From assisting the founding Emperor Zhu Di in consolidating power to aiding Emperor Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji in stabilizing the court, articulating his points with remarkable clarity. Observing this spectacle, Emperor Tianqi felt elated, while the court officials seethed with indignation, as it was evident to any discerning eye that this narrative was a fabrication concocted by Wei Zhongxian. The military officials, initially drawn by the spectacle, deemed it unnecessary to intervene further and remained silent. However, the civil officials, particularly Zhao Nanxing of the Donglin faction, remained relentless, vehemently disputing Wei Zhongxian's assertions and firmly opposing Jiang Ning's appointment. Ultimately, seeing the impasse, Wei Zhongxian proposed a compromise. The position of the Jinyue commander would remain vacant temporarily, with Jiang Ning appointed as the deputy commander instead. Zhao Nanxing, recognizing the futility of resistance, begrudgingly accepted this reality despite his deep-seated resentment. Subsequently, Emperor Tianqi announced the adjournment of the court and returned to the Dongnuange. He donned the attire of a commoner and discreetly exited the palace with Wei Zhongxian, intending to visit Jiang Ning's tavern. Along the way, the emperor, visibly discontented, remarked, "Wei, I had initially promised brother Jiang the position of Jinyue commander, yet it has now been reduced to that of deputy commander. Will brother Jiang be displeased?" Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian recalibrated his assessment of Jiang Ning's significance in Emperor Tianqi's eyes. He quickly donned a conciliatory expression and replied, "Your Majesty, given the current challenges facing the nation, your situation is undeniably difficult. Young Master Jiang, or rather, Lord Jiang, will surely understand your predicament. After all, it is evident to all that the commander's position is reserved for him. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, I would be the first to deal with them." Emperor Zhu Youjiao approached the tavern with a heavy heart, burdened by trepidation. The entrance was firmly shut, exuding an enigmatic aura that was hard to decipher. Wei Zhongxian hastened forward and respectfully knocked on the door, calling out, "Young Master Jiang, are you in there?" "It is I, Steward Wei." Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a lively scene within. Jiang Ning, fierce as a tiger, along with Hu Dawei and another companion, were gathered around a wooden table, indulging in a sumptuous feast. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, with the freshly sliced beef and lamb particularly prominent. exuding an enticing aroma. The trio reveled in their meal, laughter and merriment filling the air as they clearly savored this rare moment of bliss. Witnessing this, Wei Zhongxian felt a pang in his heart. His nose tinged with a sudden bitterness, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly spilling over. His heart was heavy with resentment, and he could not help but silently grumble. "Ah, young Master Jiang, in order to secure your iron rice bowl, I, old Wei, have tirelessly run to and fro, employing both soft persuasion and hard threats, expending great effort just to barely get this matter resolved. Yet here you are, leisurely dining by the warm stove in this tavern." Before Wei Zhongxian could utter a word, the Tianqi emperor abruptly pushed him aside and strode into the room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the Tianqi emperor could not help but laugh. "Brother Jiang, your life is truly comfortable," shutting the door to enjoy the warmth and food. Jiang Ning, with a smile adorning his face, replied, "Brother Zhu, since I have the leisure, why not indulge a little? You are fortunate today. Come and sit quickly. We have only just begun." Hearing this, the Tianqi emperor joyfully approached. Meanwhile, Meng Ruhu and Hudo Wei hastily set the table for him. At that moment, Jiang Ning noticed Wei Zhongxian standing behind the Tianqi emperor, his face etched with resentment. Jiang Ning felt puzzled, thinking to himself, "I have not offended this esteemed Wei Gonggong. Why does he regard me with such disdain?" However, he dismissed the thought and arranged for Meng Ruhu and Hudo Wei to prepare another table of delicacies for Wei Zhongxian to join in the meal. With a warm smile still on his face, Jiang Ning inquired, "Brother Zhu, has the matter been resolved?" Upon hearing this, the expression of Zhu Youjiao, the Tianqi emperor, shifted to one of discomfort, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. He raised his cup, chuckling awkwardly, and said, "It can be considered as having been resolved, albeit with difficulty." Jiang Ning, puzzled, pressed on, "Brother Zhu, why the reluctance in your words? An achievement is an achievement, a failure is a failure. How can there be such a notion as barely?" At this moment, Zhu Youjiao's countenance grew increasingly awkward. He leaned closer to Jiang Ning and, lowering his voice, confessed, "Brother Jiang, I must sincerely apologize. I had originally intended to appoint you directly as the commander of the Jinui, but the officials in the court have opposed me at every turn. After much effort, I was finally able to secure the position of deputy commander of the Jinui for you. But rest assured, my brother, I will not go back on my word. The position of commander is currently vacant, reserved specifically for you. After some time, once you have achieved some results, I will immediately promote you to commander. What do you think?" Upon finishing, Zhu Youjiao looked at Jiang Ning with the eager anticipation of a child seeking forgiveness after a misdeed. Jiang Ning, smiling slightly, responded, "Brother Zhu, as long as you have done your best, that is enough. Do not worry about merely being the deputy commander. Even if you were to ask me to guard the gate, I would not complain." Zhu Youjiao chuckled and teased, "Brother Jiang, would you truly be willing to guard the gate? If so, I might just assign you to that task." Jiang Ning retorted playfully, "I was merely being polite. Must you persist? If you truly assign me to guard the gate, I will pack my things and leave immediately." Zhu Youjiao laughed. "In all the world, there is no land that does not belong to the king. On every shore, there are no subjects but those of the king. Brother Jiang, where could you possibly run to?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face blossomed with a hint of pride as he remarked, "If it comes to that, I shall set sail for the eastern lands. I have heard that the women there bathe in the daylight, shedding their garments alongside men. I am quite eager to witness this for myself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Jiang Ning's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you must take me with you. I, too, wish to see." Observing Zhu Youjiao's earnest expression, Jiang Ning could not help but ponder. Could this fellow truly be the foolish monarch depicted in history? With this thought in mind, he hastily replied, "Brother Zhu, I was merely jesting. Why do you take it so seriously?" Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile and said, "Brother Jiang, I, too, was jesting with you. Now, let us return to matters of importance. I have already issued a royal decree. You shall receive it tomorrow and can assume your post immediately. What are your plans henceforth?" Jiang Ning contemplated for a moment before responding. "At present, I find myself somewhat at a loss. I can only proceed step by step." At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao interjected, "Brother Jiang, as you enter the court, you must lend your assistance to me. My circumstances have become exceedingly difficult." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, could not resist teasing, Brother Zhu, one must be practical. Consider your conscience. As the emperor of the Ming Dynasty, the most esteemed individual in the realm, what troubles could possibly plague you? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's eyes grew misty, and he replied, Brother Jiang, my late father left me a veritable mess. Vast territories in Liaodong have fallen into the hands of bandits. The national treasury is depleted, and the court is rife with factional strife. Not a single matter brings me peace. Jiang Ning, after a moment of contemplation, said, Brother Zhu, you are merely confronted with two pressing dilemmas. One is a lack of funds, and the other is a scarcity of capable individuals. Zhu Youjiao squinted thoughtfully for a moment, and then eagerly nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang, you truly hit the nail on the head. These are indeed my two major conundrums. Jiang Ning continued, to address the financial shortfall, we can seek ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditures. For instance, we could enhance commercial efforts, rectify the tax system, and ensure that all due taxes are collected while cutting unnecessary expenses. Regarding the lack of personnel, we must prioritize the selection of talent. We cannot solely consider one's background or faction, but must earnestly seek out those with genuine ability and capacity for action. Zhu Youjiao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, Brother Jiang, what specific steps should we take? Please elaborate. Jiang Ning, sipping his tea, responded at a measured pace. In terms of taxation, many wealthy merchants are evading their dues. We could strengthen oversight to ensure they comply with the law. Furthermore, for industries pertinent to the livelihood of the people, such as textiles and ceramics, we might offer appropriate support to expand production. This would not only create jobs, but also increase tax revenue. As for talent selection, why not consider conducting special examinations? Beyond traditional literary assessments, we should evaluate practical problem-solving abilities to uncover those with true talent. Zhu Youjiao nodded repeatedly, hope illuminating his countenance. Brother Jiang, your ideas are truly remarkable. With your assistance, I finally feel reassured. Zhu Youjiao gazed at Jiang Ning with a pitiful intensity, eagerly anticipating his continuation. However, Jiang Ning, engrossed in his meal, seemed oblivious. After a considerable pause, Zhu Youjiao could no longer contain himself and urgently inquired, Brother Jiang, why have you ceased speaking? Jiang Ning, while savoring his dish, replied, Brother Zhu, I have already shared everything I intended. What more do you wish for me to say? Zhu Youjiao, taken aback, responded, though your suggestions are insightful, how exactly should they be implemented? I find myself utterly at a loss. You must provide a concrete plan. Jiang Ning waved his hand with a flourish, declaring, I have not yet formally assumed my position. Once I am officially appointed and familiarized with the circumstances, a plan will naturally emerge. Please, do not rush me. Allow me to devise a thoughtful strategy in due course. Zhu Youjiao, hearing this, nodded in agreement, stating, very well. Let us reconvene for a thorough discussion after your official appointment. At that moment, Jiang Ning smiled in acknowledgement and added, Brother Zhu, hurry and eat. This is my newly developed hot pot base. It will surely delight your palate. As he spoke, Jiang Ning picked up his chopsticks, dipped several slices of beef and lamb into the pot, and placed them in Zhu Youjiao's bowl. Zhu Youjiao accepted the chopsticks, took a bite, and immediately shivered, his face flushing crimson. This startled Wei Zhongxian, who anxiously asked, Young master, what is the matter? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao finally exclaimed, Delicious. Wei Zhongxian released a sigh of relief. Eagerly, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Brother Jiang, how did you create this hot pot? The flavor is vastly different from what I have experienced before. Jiang Ning explained with a smile, previously, the chili peppers were not sufficiently spicy. Later, I procured a different variety from the Franks, resulting in a richer and more robust flavor. The two then indulged heartily in their meal. Before long, Zhu Youjiao's face was flushed from the spiciness, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his hands continued to work without pause. Observing this, Jiang Ning quickly poured him a cup of tea. Zhu Youjiao drank the cold tea in one gulp and, taken aback, asked, Brother Jiang, this tea possesses a unique flavor. Is there a particular significance to it? Jiang Ning replied with a grin, This is the century-old brand Wang Xiaoji. It is the perfect accompaniment to hot pot. Zhu Youjiao drained his cup and gave Jiang Ning a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, my admiration for you grows ever deeper. You not only strategize in the court, but also excel in the kitchen and possess acumen in commerce. I am truly puzzled. What is there in this world that you cannot do? Jiang Ning chuckled softly, replying, Brother Zhu, I merely possess a superficial understanding. There are still many things I do not know. As for the extent of my assistance, I can only promise to exert my utmost effort. I cannot boast beyond my capabilities." Zhu Youjiao, hearing this, smiled in turn and said, "Brother Jiang, your willingness to lend a hand fills me with immense gratitude. You are dedicated and diligent, thus our bond of brotherhood is not in vain." Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao relished a delightful hot pot meal while engaging in lively conversation. Through their exchange, Jiang Ning gradually gained a clearer understanding of the affairs of the court. He summarized the following points. Within the current court, many officials merely utter empty slogans, with few genuinely committed to practical matters. The majority are embroiled in struggles for power and petty infighting. The national treasury is severely depleted, akin to a scenario where robbing Peter to pay Paul leaves every wall riddled with holes. His good brother, Zhu Youjiao, has only recently ascended the throne, and his foundation remains unsteady, with very few officials capable of acting under his command. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in the diminished power of the imperial authority. Moreover, Jiang Ning is about to assume the role of deputy commander of the Jinyue, directly accountable to the emperor without an intermediary commander. Upon taking office, he will face a multitude of responsibilities, yet these can be distilled into two primary objectives. First, to devise means to replenish the national treasury for his brother Zhu Youjiao, and second, to seek out and recruit talented individuals for Zhu Youjiao's service. As for other domains, such as history and military affairs, Jiang Ning humbly acknowledges his limited knowledge and refrains from overstepping his bounds. After all, should he falter, even if Zhu Youjiao spared his life out of friendship, the collective scorn of the court would be sufficient to drown him in disgrace. Chapter 6. The new official's fiery inauguration. Thereafter, the two continued their conversation over the hot pot. Once their meal concluded, Zhu Youjiao rose to take his leave, instructing Jiang Ning to await good news regarding the imperial edict the following day. After escorting him to the door, Jiang Ning turned and called for Meng Hu and Hu De Wei, exclaiming, "De Wei, De Hu, we shall commence our duties tomorrow." Upon hearing this, both men were instantly filled with excitement. Early the next morning, Jiang Ning prepared himself and patiently awaited at the doorstep. Before long, a contingent of Jinyue, mounted on splendid steeds and adorned in vibrant attire, approached the tavern with an imposing presence. At the forefront rode Wei Zhongxian, clad in a resplendent purple robe, exuding authority. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the tavern. Wei Zhongxian dismounted and bellowed, "Jiang Ning, receive the edict." Jiang Ning hurriedly knelt with Meng Hu and Hu De Wei at the entrance, respectfully proclaiming, "I, Jiang Ning, humbly accept the edict." Thereafter, Wei Zhongxian unfurled the imperial edict and proclaimed, "By the providence of heaven, the emperor decrees, Jiang Ning of the Jinyue, loyal to the throne and devoted to the nation, shrewd and capable, possessed of both talent and virtue, is commended by all. You are hereby appointed as deputy commander of the Jinyue. Henceforth, may you remain wholeheartedly devoted to state affairs and fulfill your duties diligently." Thus decreed. Subsequently, Jiang Ning prostrated himself on the ground, uttering, "I, Jiang Ning, gratefully accept this decree." Following this, Wei Zhongxian stowed away the edict and hurriedly approached Jiang Ning, assisting him to his feet while smiling. "Master Jiang, from now on, we shall serve the emperor together. I hope you will extend your guidance and support." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of surprise, pondering, "Shouldn't I be the one to utter such words? Why did Wei Zhongxian preempt me? How should I respond?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled awkwardly and remarked, "Sir Wei, you are being too modest. From now on, as we serve in the same court, we shall undoubtedly support one another and work hand in hand to fulfill the emperor's entrusted duties." Wei Zhongxian promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You speak wisely, Lord Jiang." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian gestured, and two young eunuchs hurried forward, carrying two redwood trays. Upon these trays lay a pristine set of flying fish attire and an embroidered spring knife. With a slight smile, Wei Zhongxian proclaimed, "Lord Jiang, these are the flying fish garments and the embroidered spring knife bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Originally, the Emperor intended to grant you a dragon robe directly. However, considering your recent appointment, it is deemed more prudent to first present you with the flying fish attire, reserving the dragon robe for a later occasion." Jiang Ning gazed at the flying fish attire and respectfully replied, "I am grateful for your kind words, Lord Wei. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repay the emperor's immense grace." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian hastily produced 2 silver notes from his bosom, extending them towards Jiang Ning with a beaming smile. "As you commence your new official duties, we do not possess any particularly splendid gifts, so we have simply converted them into cash. This 50,000 taels is our humble congratulatory gift for you, Lord Jiang. Additionally, the upper 10,000 taels is a special reward from His Majesty, who has also granted you a residence." Receiving the silver notes, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. His brother Zhu truly handled matters with great reliability, having just assumed his role. His living arrangements were already settled, along with generous rewards. This was far more practical than modern benefits. With a smile, he carefully tucked the notes into his bosom and respectfully exclaimed, "Such immense imperial grace." Wei Zhongxian echoed with a cheerful grin, "Indeed, such immense imperial grace." Finally, Wei Zhongxian suggested with a smile, "Lord Jiang, you might consider bathing and changing your attire first. Afterward, I shall personally accompany you to your post, and I can share some insights along the way." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement and returned indoors. With the assistance of Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei, Jiang Ning enjoyed a refreshing bath and then donned his attire. Standing before the bronze mirror, he noted that his reflection appeared increasingly dashing and distinguished. The vibrant red flying fish attire, tailored to perfection, exuded authority. The embroidered spring knife at his waist glimmered menacingly, further enhancing his gallant demeanor. Unable to resist a moment of vanity, Jiang Ning asked, "Meng Ru, Hu Wei, do you think I look handsome?" Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei quickly chimed in unison, "Indeed, you look remarkably handsome, my lord. This flying fish attire seems as if it were custom-made just for you." Hearing this, Jiang Ning responded with pride, "Rest assured, I shall arrange suitable positions for both of you as well, and you shall not be without your own flying fish attire." Upon hearing this, they promptly bowed and said in unison, "Thank you for your promotion, my lord." At last, Jiang Ning led Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei out of the tavern, proceeding alongside Wei Zhongxian to the headquarters of the Jinui. Along the way, Wei Zhongxian began to enlighten Jiang Ning about the current state of the Jinui, Lord Jiang. Ever since His Majesty, the Wanli Emperor, ceased attending court, this bureau, as the Imperial Guard, has nearly fallen into disarray. Currently, more than half of the Jinui personnel are elderly, weak, or infirm. Among the remaining, there are numerous scions of noble families who merely hold titles to receive their stipends without any actual contribution. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning, who was originally in high spirits, couldn't help but furrow his brow and said, "Master Wei, you understand the intricacies of this matter better than I do. I would like to inquire if it is feasible for me to implement sweeping reforms." Wei Zhongxian promptly replied, "Lord Jiang, do not hesitate to take bold action. The Jinui, once the Imperial Guard, has fallen into such disarray, which brings shame upon the emperor. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I will certainly provide my utmost support." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning began to ponder deeply. Now that the Jinui was entrusted to his care, if he failed to achieve tangible results, not only would he find it hard to explain himself to Zhu Youjiao, but he would also feel utterly ashamed to face anyone. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinui's town protector's office. The office appeared dilapidated and antiquated, devoid of the former grandeur befitting the emperor's personal guard. At the entrance, 2 guards who were supposed to stand watch were instead lying on the ground, engrossed in entertaining crickets. Seeing this, Wei Zhongxian immediately bellowed, "What are you 2 doing? The newly appointed Commander Jiang is here. Why aren't you rushing to notify the others to come out and greet him?" The 2 Jinui guards, startled by the shout, quickly stood up, glanced around, and hastily bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to Master Wei and to the commander." Jiang Ning waved his hand and said, "You 2 remain here kneeling. I shall go inside to take a look." With that, he proceeded into the office alongside Wei Zhongxian. Upon entering, the office appeared desolate, with hardly a soul in sight. From the inner offices, there occasionally emanated raucous laughter, interspersed with the sounds of women giggling. Jiang Ning's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening as he approached one of the doors and kicked it open forcefully. To his dismay, he found 2 middle-aged men clad in Jinui attire, surrounded by several brightly dressed women, merrily indulging in wine. Clearly intoxicated, one of the men slammed the table and cursed, "Which son of a dog dares to ruin my fun? Get the hell out of here." or I shall break your legs." Furious, Jiang Ning's face turned ashen, and he turned to his aides, Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei, saying, "Take these two rascals outside and bind them up. Let them sober up properly." Following his orders, Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei swiftly subdued the two men and tied them up securely. This commotion attracted the attention of others in the surrounding rooms. Jiang Ning, witnessing the scene, felt his anger surge. He saw individuals drinking and playing games, others gambling, and even some leisurely embroidering. Jiang Ning, infuriated, scoffed, "What on earth is this? This is no longer the emperor's Jinyu. One might think this is a retirement home." Finally, a relatively young man dressed in the attire of a Jinyu, Qianhu, stepped forward to pay his respects, bowing his head and saying, "I am Su Xianchuan, Qianhu of the Jinyu, greeting the commander and master Wei." Wei Zhongxian nodded slightly, clearly recognizing Su Xianchuan. Before long, another man adorned in the garments of the Jinyu hurried over, promptly bowing and stating, "I am Tian Ergang, the deputy commissioner of the Jinyu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Sir Tongji and to Lord Wei." Wei Zhongxian nodded calmly, appearing equally familiar with Tian Ergang. Jiang Ning stepped forward, scrutinizing the two men closely, and detected neither the scent of alcohol nor the whiff of cosmetics, indicating that they were relatively disciplined. He then cast a stern gaze upon the assembly of individuals nearby, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Tian Ergang, Su Xianchuan, summon all officials above the rank of 100 households in the Jinyu. I have an important matter to announce." The two exchanged glances and swiftly complied, responding, "Yes, sir." Shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals rushed in, numbering around several dozen. However, the sight that met Jiang Ning's eyes ignited a furious blaze within him. Most appeared inebriated, some clutching silver coins they had not yet set down, while a few elderly men, their hair as white as snow, trembled as they walked. Jiang Ning turned, his gaze piercing as he addressed Su Xianchuan and Tian Ergang, coldly inquiring, "Are all the Jinyu officials above the rank of 100 households present?" The two bowed deeply, replying, "Reporting to you, sir, there are still a dozen who have yet to arrive." Jiang Ning's countenance darkened further as he pressed, "Why have they not come?" Tian Ergang, trembling with fear, stammered, "Reporting to you, sir, those dozen colleagues have requested leave to recuperate at home." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, demanded, "How long have they been on leave?" Tian Ergang, increasingly anxious, replied hesitantly, "Some have been away for as long as 5 years, while others for at least 6 months. With that, Jiang Ning strode purposefully into the main hall and seated himself firmly. Wei Zhongxian took a nearby seat, lowering his gaze slightly, seemingly lost in thought. His demeanor detached as if he were in a distant realm, pondering matters unknown. Jiang Ning surveyed the group of so-called subordinates standing before him, his face a stormy shade of fury, his chest heaving with indignation. He suppressed his rage and spoke coldly, "The Jinyu, originally the emperor's personal guard entrusted with safeguarding imperial authority and supervising the officials, has now fallen into such a lamentable state. It is indeed tragic. However, from this day forth, as I have arrived, your days of idly consuming resources without purpose are over." He then turned to Tian Ergang and Su Xianchuan, issuing a chilling directive, "Listen closely. For every individual I point out, you shall strike their name from the Jinyu roster, marking them as permanently ineligible for service." The two, visibly alarmed, clutched the roster tightly to their chests. Jiang Ning first pointed to the 2 Jinyu officers who had indulged in revelry, sternly declaring, "Let us begin with these 2. Strip them of their uniforms, reclaim their sabers, expel them from the Jinyu, and mark them as permanently unfit for service." At his command, Su Xianchuan gestured, and several Jinyu officers stepped forward, unceremoniously stripping the still drunken men of their uniforms and hefting them aloft as if they were mere chickens, casting them out. This display sent a wave of shock through the remaining assembly. At that moment, a few elder statesmen stepped forward, one of them boldly stating, "Sir Tongji, I must express my discontent with your actions." Jiang Ning smirked coldly, his gaze sharp as he pointed at the speaker, demanding, "What is your name?" The elder held his head high, responding with a proud demeanor, "I am Li Bin, the commanding supervisor of the Jinyu Wei." Jiang Ning coldly replied, "Congratulations. You have been dismissed." Su Xianchuan, understanding the implication, exchanged a glance, prompting 2 Jinyu Wei guards to step forward and force Li Bin to the ground. Beginning to strip him of his embroidered robe, Li Bin immediately cried out, I am the hereditary commanding supervisor appointed by His Majesty. You have no authority to remove me." Jiang Ning remained indifferent, merely waving his hand. Before long, the old man was unceremoniously thrown out of the great hall. Subsequently, Jiang Ning leisurely paced around the remaining individuals in the hall. Those who were older and attempted to leverage their age, as well as those reeking of alcohol and cosmetics, were all universally dismissed. In an instant, some shook their heads in lamentation, while others vociferously protested, yet Jiang Ning paid them no heed, resolutely ordering their expulsion. Before long, the once crowded hall was left with only Tian Ergong, Su Xianshan, and 4 other seemingly composed Jin Yiwei guards. Jiang Ning then cast a cold gaze upon the 4 individuals and said, "Please state your names and positions." The 4 hastily bowed, one of them speaking first. "I am Yu Wenfeng, a Qianhu of the Jin Yiwei. Greetings to the esteemed commanding supervisor." Following suit, the others quickly introduced themselves. "I am Li Jun, a Qianhu of the Jin Yiwei. Greetings to the esteemed commanding supervisor." "I am Su Long, a Qianhu of the Jin Yiwei. Greetings to the esteemed commanding supervisor." "I am Chao Gang, a Qianhu of the Jin Yiwei. Greetings to the esteemed commanding supervisor." Jiang Ning coldly declared, "All of you are demoted to Deputy Qianhu, to atone for your misdeeds." Upon hearing this, the 4 were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting shock and resentment, yet they ultimately dared not utter a word, fearing that a single additional syllable might lead to their merciless dismissal. Jiang Ning's piercing gaze scrutinized the quartet. "Do not feel wronged. I have shown mercy by not expelling you like the others. Reflect honestly. Are you truly superior to those whom I have just dismissed?" The 4, trembling with fear, replied in unison, "We dare not." Jiang Ning then turned to the silent Wei Zhongxian, asking, "Lord Wei, do I hold the authority to appoint all officials within the Jin Yiwei?" Wei Zhongxian nodded, stating, "His Majesty has decreed that the Jin Yiwei is entrusted to you, Lord Jiang. All decisions are at your discretion. You merely need to compile the list of appointments and dismissals for submission to His Majesty, who will then grant his approval." After hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded, then called out, "Fierce as a tiger, where lies your might?" With a serious expression, he continued, "From this day forth, you too shall be Qianhu of the Jin Yiwei. I hope you will henceforth serve your country loyally and diligently." The 2, upon hearing this, hastily bowed and exclaimed in unison, "Thank you for the promotion, my lord. We shall diligently fulfill our duties and live up to your expectations." Jiang Ning then turned to Tian Ergong and Su Xianshan standing nearby, causing them to break into a cold sweat. They were internally anxious, pondering, "Surely, this commanding supervisor will not next turn his blade upon us." The 2 men were inwardly lamenting their fate. As the saying goes, a new official brings 3 fires upon assuming office. However, on his very first day, this commanding official nearly set the Jinyui ablaze with his fervor, leaving them feeling as though they were on the brink of disaster. Jiang Ning's expression was severe as he coldly declared, "Tian urging, you shall continue to serve as the deputy commander of the Jinyui. Su Xianshan, you are promoted to the position of commander. I expect both of you to diligently uphold your responsibilities and execute your duties with utmost sincerity." Upon hearing this, the 2 men could scarcely believe their ears. This commanding official had not only refrained from holding them accountable, but had also entrusted them with significant responsibilities. They hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed official. We shall certainly uphold the law and commit ourselves wholeheartedly to our tasks." Chapter 7. An incident at the tavern. Jiang Ning then spoke, Tian urging, "Enlighten me regarding the personnel structure of the Jinyui. How many members are currently active, and who among them merely draws a salary without fulfilling their roles? Please provide a comprehensive report." Tian urging promptly responded, "Esteemed official, the highest commander of the Jinyui is the Jinyui commander, a position currently vacant. Below that are 2 deputy commanders, of which you are the sole incumbent. Next are the 4 commanders, but only I and Commander Su are presently active, while the remaining commanders merely hold nominal positions, drawing salaries without performing any duties. Following them are the 4 pacification commissioners, of which only one from the Southern Pacification Office remains, as the others have been dismissed by you. Below them are 12 captains, most of whom have also been let go by you. Each captain is supposed to oversee 120 personnel, but it is fortunate if half of that number is genuinely active, with many being the old, infirm, or simply idle. Besides the 2 newly appointed captains, there is also Captain Luo Yangxing, son of the former commander Luo Sigong, who is currently resting at home and not present at the office. Tian urging continued. Below them are the deputy captains, 100 captains, trial 100 captains, and several flags. Originally, there were dozens of deputy captains, but after your recent reforms, few remain. The number of 100 captains was once in the hundreds, but many of them, who were merely passing time, have been significantly reduced under your scrutiny. The trial 100 captains are numerous, but their quality varies greatly. The flags are abundant, scattered across various locations. With a complex situation where some are diligent while others slack off alongside those who are idle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's countenance hardened, and he spoke with gravity. Su Xianshun, Tian urging, I am assigning you a task. From today onwards, set aside all other matters and conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel below the rank of captain in the Jinui. Those who demonstrate diligence will be rewarded and promoted. Those who merely occupy positions and contribute nothing will be dismissed without exception. Should you find anyone using the banner of the Jinui to deceive the populace or extort the common people, they shall face severe legal consequences. Tian urging and Su Xianshun bowed respectfully, accepting their orders. Yes, esteemed official, we shall not fail in our mission. Subsequently, Jiang Ning turned his icy gaze towards the 4 captains still kneeling in the hall, his tone stern. Upon your return, ensure that you thoroughly investigate the personnel under your command. If there are individuals capable of performing tasks and proving useful, let them remain. If not, they shall be dismissed without exception. At worst, I shall recruit anew. Upon hearing this, the 4 captains felt as though they had been pricked by thorns, and promptly responded with respect. We shall obey your orders. Subsequently, Jiang Ning swiftly contemplated individuals from the late Ming Dynasty's Jinui who would be of significant use. After considerable thought, a name suddenly came to mind, Li Ruoyan. He quickly turned to Wei Zhongxian beside him and said, Lord Wei, I kindly request your assistance in locating a martial scholar named Li Ruoyan. He should be registered with the Ministry of Personnel. This individual will be of great importance to me. Wei Zhongxian, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, replying, Sir Jiang, you are too courteous. This is but a trifling matter. I shall ensure he is sent to you shortly. Jiang Ning then glanced at the sky and remarked, It is getting late. Let us conclude our meeting for today. Lord Wei, how about we share a meal at noon? What do you think? Wei Zhongxian chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Sir Jiang, I am burdened with imperial duties and must return to serve. However, on another day, I shall host a feast to properly entertain you. Jiang Ning nodded in response. In that case, I appreciate your efforts, Lord Wei. Following this, Wei Zhongxian rose to take his leave. Jiang Ning surveyed the vast yet desolate Jinui headquarters and addressed the remaining individuals. Let us proceed together henceforth, working side by side and dining together as if I were hosting a banquet in your honor. Tian urging, and Su Xianshun hurriedly replied with respect, Sir, it should be we who treat you to a feast today. We cannot allow you to bear the expense. Jiang Ning gazed at the two of them, inwardly appreciating that at least they understood etiquette, though he wondered about their actual capabilities. Nonetheless, they were certainly preferable to those who squandered their days on drinking and gambling. With this thought, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of Su Xianshun and Tian urging, the group made their way to a restaurant named Yiping Lu. Accompanying them were 4 Jinui captains, as well as Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei. Upon their arrival, the innkeeper, with keen eyes, promptly greeted them. It is the esteemed Lords Su and Tian of the Jinui. Please, allow me to escort you to a private room upstairs. Su Xianshun quickly produced 2 silver ingots from his pocket and tossed them over, saying, Innkeeper, prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes without delay. Today marks the inauguration of our commanding officer, so do not be negligent. The innkeeper caught the silver, a broad smile gracing his face as he responded, Rest assured. Lord Su, I shall see to it. Following this, Jiang Ning was led by Su Xianshun and Tian urging to a refined private room on the 2nd floor. Adorned with elegance and imbued with an ancient charm, the two warmly invited Jiang Ning to take the seat of honor, while they positioned themselves on either side. Shortly thereafter, Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei took their seats, and the remaining 4 captains sat down, their expressions tinged with a hint of nervousness. At this moment, a young waiter swiftly approached, serving tea to the guests. Su Xianshun dismissed the waiter, casually offering him a silver ingot as a tip. Subsequently, he personally poured tea for Jiang Ning, his face radiating reverence as he spoke. Esteemed Commandant, Your decisive actions today have truly opened my eyes. To be candid, I have served in the Jinyui for many years, yet I previously harbored no desire to visit the Jinyui office, as it was rife with chaos. However, from this day forth, under your leadership, I firmly believe that the Jinyui shall once again bask in the brilliance reminiscent of the times of our illustrious founders. Beside him, Tian urging promptly echoed, "Esteemed Commandant, every word from Su Qianshi is indeed true. The decline of the Jinyui is not a matter of mere days. If we were to identify the last period of its true glory, it would surely be during the Jiajing era when Liu Bing served as commandant. At that time, the Jinyui was unmatched. Even the powerful Yen Song and his son dared not challenge its authority." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Today, your ability to articulate such sentiments demonstrates your ambition. While I cannot guarantee much, I assure you that as long as you diligently follow my lead, a bright future awaits you." Following this, Tian Urging and Su Xianshun eagerly raised their teacups, exclaiming in unison, "A toast to the esteemed commandant." The other four Qianhu, along with Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, also lifted their cups in unison. Jiang Ning took a gentle sip from his cup, causing Tian Urging and Su Xianshun to breathe a sigh of relief, their tension visibly dissipating. Later, as Jiang Ning listened to Tian Urging and Su Xianshun recount the current happenings within the court, the information largely aligned with what he had previously gleaned from Brother Zhu. After waiting for an extended period, the dishes had yet to arrive. At this juncture, Su Xianshun grew anxious and declared, "Esteemed Commandant, I shall go and urge them to hasten the service." Before he could reach the door, the innkeeper hastily pushed it open, a troubled expression on his face, and said, "Esteemed officials, I sincerely apologize. Earlier, you both requested meals to be prepared for the esteemed lords, but unfortunately, Lord Qian from the Ministry of Rites arrived with his men and took away the meals designated for the Jinyui. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a new batch. I kindly ask for your patience." Upon hearing this, Su Xianshun erupted with fury. "Damn it! That scoundrel Qian Qianni dares to seize our meals." Hearing the name Qian Qianni, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled that this individual was reputedly the infamous Qian Muzhai, known for his disreputable actions during the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ning contemplated the unexpected encounter with such a notorious figure, whose conflict with the Jinyui piqued his interest. Finally, Jiang Ning waved his hand, smiling as he said, "No need to rush. Our meals can be served a little later." At this moment, Su Xianshun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Esteemed Commandant," Yu Jiang Ning interjected, "Gentlemen, let us go and pay a visit to this Lord Qian." Witnessing this exchange, the innkeeper was struck with fear, hastily kneeling and repeatedly bowing as he pleaded, "Oh dear, esteemed officials of the Jinyui, please do not be angered. I have already arranged for the meals to be prepared anew." Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly at the innkeeper, saying, "Rest assured, my good sir, I am not here to cause any disturbance. You need not worry." The innkeeper, hearing this, incredulously asked, "Is that truly the case, my lord?" Meanwhile, Su Xianshuan's expression darkened, and he scolded, "You are remarkably oblivious. We have the command of the deputy commander, and you think we would deceive an innkeeper? Quickly, lead us to our destination." Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a private chamber nearby. Laughter and joyful chatter could be heard from within, where one person remarked, "Master Qian, it is quite extravagant of you to host us today." Master Qian responded with a smile, "Minister, there is no need for such formality. However, I have heard that the emperor previously intended to appoint Jiang Ning, the former innkeeper, as the commander of the Jinyui. Thankfully, the ministers argued persuasively, resulting in his appointment as the deputy commander instead. Alas, it is a great regret that I have yet to visit his establishment and indulge in its offerings." Another person chimed in with a smile, "Master Qian, do not speak so. Perhaps Jiang, the deputy commanderess, is still in operation. After all, he has roots in that trade, and even with power in hand, he would be reluctant to abandon his original vocation." Laughter erupted among the group. Just then, the door was abruptly pushed open. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman, followed by several Jinyui clad in flying fish attire. Leading a youthful figure, none other than Jiang Ning, accompanied by Su Xianshun and Tian Urging. The elderly gentleman, upon seeing them, was overtaken by disdain and exclaimed, "Su Xianshun, Tian Urging, what brings you here? I am hosting my colleagues today. How dare you, these uncouth individuals, intrude uninvited, fearing not to tarnish this elegant gathering?" Depart at once. Tian Urging and Su Xianshun were evidently incensed, their faces pale with anger, but they restrained themselves from speaking. Jiang Ning, however, remained composed, smiling as he clasped his hands together and said, I am Jiang Ning, the deputy commander of the Jinyue, the very innkeeper you just mentioned. What a delightful coincidence that I should encounter you gentlemen while dining with my colleagues today. He then turned to Tian Urging and Su Xianshun, smiling, and said, Will you not introduce these esteemed gentlemen to me? Thus, Tian Urging stepped forward to introduce. This esteemed individual seated at the head is Minister Zhao Nanxing of the Ministry of Personnel. To his left is Master Qian Qianqi, the right Vice Minister of Rights. To his right is Master Li Sankai, the Minister of Revenue, and the other is Master Yang Lian, the right Censor of the Censorate. Li Sankai and Qian Qianqi immediately frowned, with Li Sankai coldly stating, What business does Deputy Commander Zhang have with us? We, the appointed officials of the court, are here to discuss matters of state, issues of governance, the hardships of the populace, and the fluctuations of grain and wages, affording you no time to attend to you. Qian Qianqi echoed his sentiment, his gaze tinged with disdain. Zhao Nanxing and Yang Lian remained silent, merely observing with curiosity this remarkably youthful new deputy commander of the Jinyue, far exceeding their expectations. In their minds, those who could occupy such a position were not merely cunning strategists, but seasoned individuals well-versed in the ways of the world. The young man before them was utterly inscrutable, prompting speculation about what capabilities he possessed that warranted such a significant responsibility. Jiang Ning smiled, unperturbed, and inquired, Have esteemed gentlemen devised any suitable plans? Li Sankai immediately retorted coldly, What business is it of yours, you mere lackey, regarding our discussions? Depart at once. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression changed momentarily, yet he quickly resumed his smile, replying, It appears that esteemed gentlemen have yet to reach a conclusion. In that case, I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Qian Qianqi spat in disdain as he watched Jiang Ning's receding figure, exclaiming, A group of sycophants who only know how to betray loyal subjects dares to boast in the presence of true patriots. Should I find an opportunity, I shall certainly bring them to account. Li Sankai nodded in agreement, asserting, I too shall seek to impeach them. At this moment, Zhao Nanxing also spoke up. If given the chance, I shall not hesitate to hold them accountable as well. Yang Lian, seated nearby, furrowed his brow but remained silent. Soon after, the group returned to their private chamber. Tian Urging and Su Xianshun were evidently infuriated, while the other four captains appeared despondent, like withered eggplants, their heads bowed in silence. Clearly accustomed to the disdain shown by the civil officials, Jiang Ning chuckled, saying, All right, everyone take a seat. It's not a matter of great consequence. Who among you has some silver on hand? I could use a loan. Subsequently, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging produced several taels of silver from their pockets, followed by the other captains who also contributed a few taels. In no time, they had pooled nearly 100 taels. The group remained puzzled, secretly wondering if the deputy commander was in need of their financial assistance. Jiang Ning leaned over and whispered a few instructions to Meng Ruhua. Soon after, Meng Ruhua's expression grew peculiar, but he said nothing further, merely signaling to Hu Dali, and the two hastily departed with the silver. Observing this, the others refrained from asking any more questions. Before long, the tavern owner arrived with his staff to serve the group. Jiang Ning cheerfully urged, Everyone, please eat quickly. There's no need to wait for the two of them. They'll return shortly. With that, he began to eat independently. The others followed suit. Yet they were wary of speaking. From Jiang Ning's demeanor throughout the day, they recognized that this deputy commander was not to be trifled with. The more composed he appeared, the more formidable he became. After a brief interval, the sound of drums and gongs suddenly echoed from outside. The group exchanged puzzled glances, and Su Xianshun stepped forward to open the window. Below, they beheld a throng of extravagantly dressed women accompanied by flamboyantly attired men arriving at the tavern's entrance. A voice boisterously announced, Gentlemen Zhao Nanxing, Li Sankai, and Qian Qianqi, the esteemed courtesans from Yihong Courtyard have come to entertain you. Chapter 8. The master dies from a flurry of fists at this moment. Li Sankai, Qian Qianqi, and Zhao Nanxing were merrily chatting in their private room, utterly oblivious to the commotion unfolding downstairs. Only the deputy censor Yang Lian suddenly furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Before long, a boisterous crowd burst into the tavern, arriving at the entrance of the elegant room. As the door swung open, several leading ladies, with a coy demeanor, playfully exclaimed, "Esteemed gentlemen, we have arrived." Li Sankai and Zhao Nanxing were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a portrait of astonishment. Li Sankai immediately darkened his face and bellowed, "What are you ladies of the brothel doing here? Be gone at once, lest you tarnish our reputations." However, the leading lady showed no sign of fear, her smile unyielding as she responded, "Esteemed gentlemen, were you not the ones who sent for us from the Yihong courtyard? Why, upon our arrival, do you wish to send us away? Is this not a case of turning your backs on us?" At this moment, both Li Sankai and Zhao Nanxing turned their gazes towards Tianqi. A wave of dread washed over Tianqi as he felt his scalp tingle. He quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, I assure you, it was not I who arranged this." In that instant, Tianqi was engulfed in a tempest of frustration, akin to 1,000 wild beasts stampeding through his mind. Though he often indulged in revelry with the ladies of the brothel, he understood the decorum of propriety, knowing full well that such antics were unthinkable in broad daylight. The courtesans, witnessing their reaction, did not retreat, but rather approached with radiant smiles, confidently drawing closer. They swayed their figures, leaning against the gentlemen while pouring wine for each of them. Amidst this chaos, only Yang Lian maintained his composure, his brow knitted in disapproval. He silently stepped back several paces, observing the scene with a cold and stern demeanor. Meanwhile, the onlookers, a group of lecherous men, roared with laughter, shouting lewd remarks that further spiraled the situation into disarray. As a result, the trio of Zhao Nanxing, Li Sankai, and Tianqi found themselves ensnared by the throng of flirtatious women, their dignity and decorum evaporating, leaving them utterly flustered. Meanwhile, in another private room, Jiang Ning held a wine cup, gazing lazily at the growing crowd below. A faint smile began to play at the corners of his mouth as he observed the spectacle. He then turned to Tian Urging and Su Xianshun, his expression brightening, and said, "Stick with me, and you shall never suffer loss or indignity." Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized that the farce they had just witnessed was a meticulous orchestration by the commanding official before them. With newfound understanding, they hurriedly bowed, their demeanor respectful, and vowed, "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, sir." Jiang Ning, pleased with their response, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Very well, let us join the festivities." With that, he stepped forward, leading the way out of the private room. Soon after, they pushed open the door to the room where Li Sankai and the others were, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos within. Jiang Ning forcefully kicked open the door, exclaiming loudly, "The Jinyui are here to sweep away vice. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down. Do not move recklessly. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you utter from now on will be considered as evidence in court." Instantly, behind him, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging drew their embroidered spring blades, their gleaming edges startling several women in the private room. Li Sankai, Zhao Nanxing, and Tianqi appeared utterly disheveled at that moment. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's abrupt entrance, Li Sankai erupted in fury. "You, Jiang, get out of here this instant." He then pointed at the women and the turtle vendor standing nearby, declaring, "You all better leave at once, or I'll ensure you're all handed over to the Shuntian prefecture for prosecution." At this, the women, seeing the situation, reluctantly stood up and said, "Since you gentlemen no longer wish to continue, please settle the payment." Li Sankai was taken aback. "Payment? What payment?" One of the women smiled sweetly and responded, 500 taels of silver for each beauty, totaling 2,500 taels for the 5 of us. We kindly ask for the payment, and we will leave immediately." Li Sansai's face flushed crimson with anger as he retorted, "I am innocent. I will not pay a single tael. Now leave at once." Deep down, Li Sankai knew he could not possibly part with the silver. His family was well off, and he was not in need of such a small sum. However, if he were to pay, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, potentially jeopardizing his career. Meanwhile, Zhao Nanxing stood pale with rage, his hands trembling slightly, clearly infuriated by the sudden chaos and the inexplicable extortion. Tianqi was equally bewildered, his eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness as he surveyed the scene, struggling to comprehend how events had spiraled into such disarray. Only Yang Lian, standing aside, maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze steady upon Jiang Ning, deep in contemplation. At that moment, the women hurried to Jiang Ning, kneeling before him, bowing repeatedly as they implored. Esteemed officials of the Jinyui, please advocate for us. Today, a servant from Lord Qian's household came to the Yihong courtyard, claiming that Lord Qian summoned us sisters to drink with him. We traveled a long way to entertain, yet they refused to pay us. Though we are women of the world, we earn our living through hard work. Listening to this, Jiang Ning's chest swelled with resolve. His face adorned with a warm smile as he replied, "Rest assured, dear sisters, I shall ensure you receive justice. However, it is unwise to linger here. Why not accompany me to the Jinyui office, where we can discuss the details of the matter?" The women nodded in agreement. Without allowing Zhao Nanxing, Tianqi, or Li Sankai a chance to respond, Jiang Ning turned and led the women downstairs. Outside the tavern, a growing crowd of onlookers had gathered. Beggars, refugees, and ruffians formed a tightly packed throng. Jiang Ning exchanged a glance with Su Xianshun and Tian Urging, who understood his silent cue, and shouted, "What are you staring at? Disperse at once. Go on, scatter." It is none other than the esteemed Minister of Revenue, Li Sankai, the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Nanxing, and the Vice Minister of Rights, Qianqi, who brazenly summoned a courtesan in broad daylight, only to shirk their financial responsibilities. This is a matter that our diligent Jiang, the newly appointed Deputy Commander of the Jinyui, will surely address on behalf of the young ladies involved. The surrounding populace erupted into a cacophony of indignation, their voices buzzing like a swarm of bees, whispering and debating heatedly. Many citizens, faces flushed with righteous anger, exclaimed, "None of these officials are virtuous. They toy with young women, yet refuse to compensate them. Truly heartless. It is our noble Jinyui who possess a sense of justice, willing to champion the cause of the common folk." At that moment, Jiang Ning stepped forward, raising his hand to beckon for silence. With a gentle smile gracing his features, he spoke in a soothing tone. "Esteemed citizens, rest assured, I am Jiang Ning, the newly appointed Deputy Commander of the Jinyui. Henceforth, as long as I am here, no innocent soul shall be wronged, nor shall any evildoer escape justice. Regardless of status, be it prince or commoner, all are equal before the law." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted once more into fervent cheers, their enthusiasm nearly overwhelming. Jiang Ning then led several courtesans, accompanied by a contingent of Jinyui, striding confidently towards the local magistrate's office. The eyes of the citizens followed them closely, filled with anticipation and trust. Meanwhile, within a private chamber of the tavern, Qianqi, Li Sankai, and Zhao Nanxing turned as pale as ghosts. Li Sankai, his legs giving way, slumped into his chair, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. My reputation is ruined, and my career is surely at an end." In a fit of anger and embarrassment, he turned to Qianqi, who sat nearby in a daze, seemingly devoid of spirit, and berated him. "Curse you, Qian Muzhai. This time, you have led to my downfall." After hurling his insult, he snorted disdainfully and stormed out of the chamber. Zhao Nanxing, equally incensed, flushed with rage, followed suit in silence, hastily departing. Meanwhile, Yang Lian, who had been quietly observing the entire scene, remained contemplative and said nothing further, before turning and leaving as well. At this moment, within the winter warmth pavilion of the Forbidden City, Wei Zhongxian was reporting to Zhu Youjiao. He spoke vividly, detailing Jiang Ning's swift and decisive actions at the Jinyui headquarters that day. Zhu Youjiao listened, his expression animated, and with excitement declared, "Indeed, I did not misjudge him. Brother Jiang is truly earnest in his service to me. On his very first day, he has reduced the ranks of officials above the 1,000 household level to a mere handful. Wei Banban, you must fully cooperate with him moving forward." Wei Zhongxian promptly bowed and replied, "This humble servant shall obey, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I will fully support Master Jiang." Pleased, Zhu Youjiao nodded in approval. "I surmise that Brother Jiang has been quite occupied these past few days and has not had the opportunity to enter the palace. Since I find myself with some leisure, let us visit the Jinyui headquarters." With that, Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian donned plain clothing and, under the covert protection of royal guards, departed the palace. On the way to the Jinyui Town Pacification Office, a hurried agent from the Eastern Depot sought out Wei Zhongxian and quietly reported the events that transpired today in Jiangning, involving Li Sankai, Zhao Nanxing, and Qianqi at a tavern. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across Wei Zhongxian's face as he nodded gently. He then hastily approached Zhu Youjiao, smiling as he remarked, Your Majesty, Minister Zhang's actions are indeed inscrutable. I have just received word that, not long ago, while dining at the tavern, Minister Zhang fortuitously encountered the Minister of Revenue, Tianqi, the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Nanxing, and the Vice Minister of Rights, Tianqi. Unexpectedly, after these gentlemen summoned courtesans to indulge in wine and merriment, they hesitated to settle their bills, only to be confronted by Minister Jiang, who then stood up for the courtesans. Zhu Youjiao raised his eyebrows in delight, exclaiming, "How amusing! We must hurry to witness this. If we delay, we shall miss the spectacle." At that moment, within the Jinui town pacification office, Meng Ru and Hu Dai had already returned. Several courtesans, trailing behind Jiang Ning, suddenly knelt on the ground. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, producing 3 banknotes of 1,000 taels each and handed them over, saying, "Here is some silver for you, serving as my advance on your behalf. You may return now. I will inform you of any further developments." The women, their faces alight with surprise, cautiously accepted the silver, repeatedly expressing their gratitude before rising to take their leave. Meanwhile, Tian Ergang and Su Xianshun, looking perplexed, inquired, "My lord, why have you provided silver for Li Sankai and Zhao Nanxing? Surely, such expenses should not fall upon you." Jiang Ning chuckled and clarified, "Who said I was treating them? This silver is merely a temporary advance. They must repay it later. You are both witnesses, and you must attest to this." Tian Ergang and Su Xianshun nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. This silver is an advance on your part, and Li Sankai and Zhao Nanxing must repay it, or else we shall be at odds." Just then, a Jinui soldier rushed in, urgently reporting, "My lord, the Eastern Depot Superintendent Wei Gonggong has arrived, accompanied by a distinguished guest, and requests your presence for a welcome." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning pondered to himself that the only individual whom Wei Zhongxian would refer to as a distinguished guest could only be the current emperor. Realizing this, he wasted no time and hurried towards the entrance. As he reached the doorway, he spotted Zhu Youjiao and Wei Zhongxian, dressed in plain clothes, flanked by a number of guards who vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Seeing this, Jiang Ning promptly bowed. The surrounding Jinui members followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Zhu Youjiao, beaming with delight, waved his hand, saying, "Rise, rise." Afterward, he affectionately took Jiang Ning by the arm and led him into the inner chamber. Soon, only Zhu Youjiao, Wei Zhongxian, and Jiang Ning remained in the room, while the guards stood watch at the entrance, creating an impenetrable barrier. Zhu Youjiao leaned on the table, laughing heartily without restraint. Jiang Ning, with a face full of bewilderment, found himself utterly perplexed and could not help but turn to Wei Zhongxian. He noticed Wei Zhongxian smiling slightly, nodding in response, which only deepened Jiang Ning's confusion. He inwardly pondered, what on earth is happening? Have they both taken some wrong medicine? Or perhaps consumed counterfeit wine? After a brief moment, Zhu Youjiao, clutching his belly in laughter, turned to Jiang Ning with a beaming expression and said, "Brother Jiang, you have truly rendered me a great service. Those old fellows have long been an eyesore to me. Thanks to your commotion today, I now possess a fitting justification to dismiss them from their posts and expel them from the court." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart quivered slightly, but he quickly donned a righteous demeanor and replied, "Your Majesty, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, how can you unjustly tarnish another's reputation? Today, I merely dined at a tavern and did nothing extraordinary. If you continue in this vein, I shall have no choice but to lodge a formal complaint. For how can the current emperor slander his ministers?" Zhu Youjiao erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Once he regained his composure, he nodded and said, "I was mistaken. I did indeed speak in error. Brother Jiang, please do not take offense." Observing this, Jiang Ning hastily bowed and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, recognizing one's faults and amending them is the greatest virtue. Your actions truly reflect the wisdom of a sagacious ruler." Chapter 9. The imperial city guards of Ming nearby. Wei Zhongxian could not help but feel envious. He privately reflected that the emperor had actually acknowledged his mistake to Jiang Ning. Though it was in jest, it was still the current sovereign who seldom stooped to admit an error. A pang of bitterness surged within Wei Zhongxian, and he secretly resolved to seek Jiang Ning's guidance in the future. Soon after, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Brother Jiang, tomorrow I shall have Wei Banban convey a message to the censors to commence impeachment proceedings against those individuals, and I will relieve them of their positions. However, I am yet to ascertain suitable replacements. Could you offer me some advice?" Jiang Ning, taken aback, displayed an awkward expression and replied, "Your Majesty, my knowledge is quite limited. And as today marks my very first day in office, I possess little understanding of the court officials. I dare say I cannot rashly recommend anyone to you." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian's eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly gestured to Jiang Ning. Since assuming the role of the head of the Eastern Depot and the supervisory office, he had gathered many sycophants around him and was keen to seize this opportunity to position his trusted allies. However, Jiang Ning was unaware of this group and, noticing the meaningful glance from Wei Zhongxian, felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering, could this eunuch have some peculiar inclinations? Thinking this, he quickly stepped back a couple of paces. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing these words, furrowed his brow and sighed. "My father passed away too suddenly, leaving me with hardly any capable individuals at hand. Most of the court officials are merely paying lip service to me." With that, he sighed deeply once more. Jiang Ning hastily rummaged through his scant historical knowledge and then asked, "Your Majesty, who currently comprises the cabinet? Who are the individuals currently overseeing the 6 ministries?" Upon hearing this question, Zhu Youjiao replied, "At present, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet is Feng Songjia, followed by Han Luan and Huang Liji. As for the ministers of the 6 ministries, the Minister of Personnel is Zhao Nanxing, the Minister of Revenue is Li Sankai, the Minister of Works is Zhou Jiamei, the Minister of Rights is Yi Xianggao, the Minister of Justice is Qiao Yunsheng, and I intend to appoint my teacher, Sun Qingzong, to the Ministry of War." Subsequently, Jiang Ning inquired, "Your Majesty, which individuals do you specifically plan to replace?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao slowly responded, "Currently, the 3 grand scholars in the cabinet were all appointed by my father. They recently submitted their resignations to me. Additionally, the number of petitions to impeach them and the memorials from the censors has been increasing. It seems they cannot remain in their positions, and I must make new arrangements. As for the ministers of the 6 ministries, aside from my teacher, Sun Qingzong, I plan to replace all the others." After pondering for a while, Jiang Ning remarked, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance and requires careful deliberation and resolution. Once I complete my duties at the office, I shall return to the palace to discuss this matter in detail with your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded with delight, saying, "Very well. I shall await your good news in the palace, Brother Jiang." The conversation continued briefly, shifting to the current state of the Jinui. Jiang Ning confidently declared, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will reorganize the Jinui and restore it to its former glory." Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, standing nearby, chuckled softly, "Your Majesty, it is getting late. We must return to the palace, as there will be a court assembly tomorrow that requires your leadership." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao appeared deflated, like a wilting eggplant, and helplessly replied, "Brother Jiang, I shall return first. I will await your good news in the palace. So please do not keep me waiting too long." Jiang Ning smiled and reassured, "Your Majesty, in just a few days, I will have matters concerning the Jinui well in hand and will come to see you in the palace." Following this, Zhu Youjiao rose to depart. Observing this, Wei Zhongxian quickly approached, beaming with a smile, "Master Jiang, allow me to extend my congratulations to you. To gain such favor from His Majesty upon entering the court, your future is undoubtedly bright." Jiang Ning smiled modestly, replying, "Not at all, Wei Gonggong, you flatter me." Wei Zhongxian continued warmly, "Master Jiang, in private, you may simply call me Lao Wei. There is no need for formality between us." Jiang Ning was taken aback, speechless for a moment. It was indeed unexpected that the legendary Wei Zhongxian would seek to befriend him. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Wei Gonggong, you hold the position of director of the Imperial Ceremonial Office and oversee the Eastern Depot, while I am merely the deputy commander of the Jinui. We ought to maintain a certain distance. If we grow too close, it may provide others with the opportunity to exploit our relationship and attack us, which would lead to trouble." Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement. "Master Jiang makes a valid point. In that case, I shall not insist. However, in my heart, I have always considered you a brother." Jiang Ning gazed at Zhu Youjiao, who was gradually moving away, feeling a twinge of sorrow welling up within him. Historically, this brother Zhu reigned for a mere 7 years, ultimately meeting an inexplicable demise by drowning, succumbing to illness. To assert that there was no intrigue involved would be an affront to common sense. Subsequently, he turned to the side and addressed Wei Zhongxian, stating, "The emperor's safety is of paramount importance. You must pay extra attention. With a grave expression, Wei Zhongxian replied, Rest assured, Lord Jiang, as long as I am here, no one shall harm a single hair on His Majesty. Jiang Ning internally scoffed, thinking, It is precisely because of you, old Wei, that Zhu Youjiao found himself in such a predicament, ultimately meeting an unclear fate. Clearly, this old Wei cannot be relied upon. I must find a trustworthy bodyguard for my brother Zhu. Moments later, a figure suddenly emerged in Jiang Ning's mind, prompting him to ask, Wei Gonggong, have you heard of a person named Fang Zhenghua within the palace? Wei Zhongxian, with a puzzled expression, replied, I must admit, I have no recollection of him. But I can instruct my subordinates to inquire further. Has this Fang Zhenghua offended you, Lord Jiang? If you wish, I shall personally take care of him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was instantly filled with exasperation, mentally cursing, What on earth is wrong with you, old Wei? Fang Zhenghua is a figure akin to the invincible Dongfang Bubi, a master among eunuchs, possessing profound martial prowess. If you were to eliminate him, I would suffer a significant loss, as such expertise is exceedingly rare. Thus, Jiang Ning hurriedly clarified, Wei Gonggong, you misunderstand. I have heard that this individual possesses extraordinary martial skills. It would be most fitting to have him by the emperor's side for protection. Wei Zhongxian, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, With both myself and Lord Jiang present beside the emperor, is there truly a need for Fang Zhenghua? Observing this, Jiang Ning quickly reassured him, My dear Wei Gonggong, we must all serve the emperor, and it is impossible for us to be at His Majesty's side at all times. However, Fang Zhenghua is different. Aside from his exceptional skills, he harbors no ulterior motives. Having him safeguard the emperor allows us to serve him with greater peace of mind, does it not? After pondering for a moment, Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, stating, Lord Jiang makes a valid point. I shall return and arrange for someone to seek him out. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian hastily took his leave, rushing off to pursue Zhu Youjiao. Jiang Ning could not help but sigh, muttering quietly, This so-called 9,000 years, I initially thought him to be a ruthless figure, one who kills without a second thought. Yet, he appears rather foolish, quick to resort to lethal measures. His thought process seems rather unconventional. Thereafter, Jiang Ning summoned all his colleagues from the Jinui and convened a meeting. In the grand hall, Jiang Ning sat prominently, with Su Xianshun and Tianqi standing respectfully to either side, flanked by a host of officials clad in flying fish robes. Observing the scene, Jiang Ning smiled and said, There is no need for everyone to be anxious. Please, take your seats. He then turned to Su Xianshun and inquired, Su Qianshi, what methods do we typically employ to recruit individuals into the Jinui? Su Xianshun pondered for a moment before responding. Typically, robust young men are selected from the military to join the Jinui, alongside reputable sons from well-regarded families. And a portion of individuals are granted hereditary positions due to the merits of their ancestors. However, among these hereditary officers, one could scarcely find a single individual of true utility. At this juncture, Tianqi rose respectfully, bowing slightly with an expression of awkwardness, and stated, I must candidly inform you, esteemed commander, that our Jinui has indeed faced considerable hardships in recent years. Although we are ostensibly the imperial troops, living in apparent grandeur, the reality has been quite austere. Since the Emperor South's prolonged absence from court, we have been rendered largely ineffective, with the entire court disregarding our significance and our salaries often delayed. Thus, for nearly 2 decades, we have scarcely recruited new members. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired further, Where, then, shall we seek to obtain the salaries of the Jinui? Tianqi, appearing quite embarrassed, replied helplessly, Originally, our salaries were disbursed by the Ministry of War, but they have since evaded their responsibilities with various excuses. The inner treasury was responsible for a portion, yet following the emperor's prolonged absence, they too have ceased this financial support. Occasionally, the military governor's office provides us with assistance. Jiang Ning then grasped the situation. It seemed the crux of the matter lay in the absence of funds. He subsequently stood, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the crowd, and declared, I have comprehended all that was conveyed by Su and Tian. However, those matters belong to the past. Now that I am here, it is time for the rules to be amended. Henceforth, you need not worry. As long as I have a morsel of meat to eat, so shall you. Even if there is only a bowl of soup, there will certainly be a portion for you as well. As his words resonated, The assembled Jinui officials chorused in unison. "We are willing to follow you through fire and water, pledging our lives in loyalty." Witnessing this, Jiang Ning's face illuminated with a satisfied expression as he nodded in approval. He then turned to Tian Urging and said, "From this moment forth, the regulations regarding the recruitment of personnel into the Jinui must be revised, whether they be wandering heroes or individuals from all walks of life. As long as they possess a skill, they may be accepted. Even those condemned prisoners, provided they are not heinous offenders and can serve the court, should be considered for recruitment, with their crimes pardoned at discretion. Furthermore, we shall also recruit a portion from reputable families. Currently, our Jinui is to maintain a strength of 8,000 individuals, and they must be genuine members. None shall be allowed to draw a salary without merit." Jiang Ning added, "Even the guard dogs at the gate, sustained by the imperial rations, must receive a tangible salary. There shall be no further instances of withheld provisions." Upon hearing this, the spirits of the crowd were instantly lifted. At that moment, Tian Urging appeared troubled and murmured, "Commander, the emperor has only recently ascended, and there are numerous expenditures to consider. The military rations are already insufficient. Is it not excessive to recruit 8,000 individuals at once?" Jiang Ning smiled serenely and replied, 8,000 is merely a starting point. It does not yet meet my anticipated standard. Regarding the matter of silver, we shall neither solicit it from the Ministry of War nor rely on the imperial treasury. We will devise our own means." At this moment, the assembly gazed at Jiang Ning with expressions of bewilderment. With a smile, Jiang Ning elucidated, "Henceforth, we, the Jinui, shall double as the municipal guardians of the capital of the Ming Dynasty, tasked with restoring order in the city. Anyone who carelessly spits, relieves themselves inappropriately, flouts prohibitions, or sets up stalls unlawfully shall be dealt with accordingly. Furthermore, the campaign against organized crime must not be neglected. All ruffians and thugs shall be apprehended." In summary, when addressing the common folk, our approach shall be educational, minimizing fines wherever possible. However, for the affluent gentry, wealthy merchants, and officials' offspring, we shall impose the maximum penalties. Should the heavens collapse, I shall bear the burden. Swiftly, Jiang Ning commenced the allocation of duties. "Su Xianshun, you are primarily responsible for the eradication of crime and the maintenance of order in the capital. Tian Urging, I entrust you with the recruitment of personnel. Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, you will assist both Su and Tian in their endeavors. As for the remaining 4 Qianes, you shall take your subordinates and execute the fines according to protocol." After assigning the tasks, Jiang Ning, acutely aware of the importance of discipline within the ranks, initiated a pre-deployment training for all Jinui personnel. He emphasized, "We must conduct ourselves with utmost propriety, and there shall be no tolerance for graft, embezzlement, or extortion. I hereby issue a stern decree. Any individual daring to embezzle even a copper coin will be expelled from the Jinui without mercy and will face a 100-fold penalty. Do you all comprehend?" In unison, the crowd responded, their voices resonating throughout the hall. In an instant, over 1,000 Jinui surged forth from the Jinui Zenifu office like a battalion of spirited roosters, proudly marching into the streets and alleys to commence the campaign for rectifying the capital's demeanor and combating ruffians. Shortly thereafter, the once bustling Jinui office was left with only Jiang Ning, Tian Urging, and a few guards at the entrance. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Why are you still here?" Tian Urging, with reddened eyes, replied, "My lord, in this day and age, without tangible silver, it is impossible to recruit personnel. I must await the return of funds to proceed with hiring." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded and said, "In that case, let us conduct an undercover investigation." Tian Urging, perplexed, asked, "What does undercover investigation entail, my lord?" Jiang Ning explained, "The personnel dispatched earlier are engaged in overt law enforcement. We shall now covertly investigate." With that, he took Tian Urging out of the office, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of a silk shop. There, the shopkeeper, a plump man in his 40s clad in finery, was berating several Jinui guards at the door as if they were his subordinates. Jiang Ning let out a cold snort. Fixing his piercing gaze on the shopkeeper, he intoned, "Under the emperor's very feet, you dare to be so brazen, openly resisting the law and insulting the Jinui? Do you comprehend your transgressions?" The rotund shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ning, disdainfully retorting, "Who do you think you are? How dare you assume authority before me? This shop belongs to Ministerly. What can you lapdogs possibly do to me? Tian Ergong, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and muttered to Jiang Ning, "My lord. That Li Sankai has always been arrogant and dismissive, and his subordinates are accustomed to wielding power recklessly." Jiang Ning nodded slightly, signaling Tian Ergong to remain calm, and then turned his gaze back to the shopkeeper, articulating each word with precision. "Regardless of whose business it is, transgressions must be met with consequences. If you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being unyielding." The portly shopkeeper bellowed, "Humph, unyielding? What can you do? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you that Lord Li will ensure you and your cohort of Genie Wei will face dire repercussions." Jiang Ning sneered coldly and turned to the chief officer, stating, "Since he refuses to cooperate, we shall impose the prescribed penalties and seal the shop. Take him to the imperial prison and let him go to the Genie Wei headquarters to retrieve his people." The chief officer complied immediately, directing his subordinates to prepare for the shop's closure. The shopkeeper's face paled at this turn of events, suddenly realizing that he was not dealing with mere amateurs. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "You dare. If you lay a finger on me, Lord Li will not spare you." Jiang Ning stepped forward, closing the distance to the shopkeeper. His gaze frosty. "I would relish the opportunity to see how Li Sankai will not spare me. Today, even the king himself could not alter the established order." With that, he signaled his men to proceed. Chapter 10. The strong serve the weak. Jiang Ning reached for a piece of paper and a pen from a Genie Wei officer, and while speaking, he swiftly began to write. Illegal occupation of public space, coupled with insults directed at the Genie Wei, resistance to enforcement, and a contemptuous attitude. These offenses compound to warrant a fine of 2,000 taels. Upon completing the document, he tore off the fine ticket and flung it at the shopkeeper's face, then turned and commanded, "Bring in the reinforcements." The Genie Wei officer immediately whistled several times. Before long, a multitude of Genie Wei officers could be seen rushing from a distance, at least 70 to 80 strong. At this sight, the shopkeeper's bravado evaporated. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and the earlier arrogance faded away. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Take him back to the Genie Wei headquarters for a thorough reflection, and seal the shop." The pack of Genie Wei officers, fierce as wolves and tigers, surged forward, pinning the shopkeeper to the ground before commencing the shop's closure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the shopkeeper quickly capitulated, shouting, "Gentlemen, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will pay the fine immediately." Jiang Ning replied coldly, "It is too late to plead guilty now. An additional fine of 2,000 taels is imposed, totaling 4,000 taels." The shopkeeper gasped in shock. Jiang Ning, still smiling, added, "Your attitude remains so contemptible. Hence, I shall levy an extra 1,000 taels, bringing the total to 5,000 taels." The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded, "I accept the fine. I accept the fine." Jiang Ning gestured, and 2 Genie Wei officers released the shopkeeper. He scrambled to his feet and rushed back to the shop, shortly returning with several banknotes and a pouch of silver, presenting them with, "My lord, here are 5,000 taels, please acknowledge." Jiang Ning waved his hand, and several Genie Wei officers stepped forward to meticulously count the money before reporting, "My lord, the 5,000 taels in fines have been confirmed." Jiang Ning nodded, smiling. "Considering this is your first offense, we shall settle for a fine of 5,000 taels. Should there be a next time, the penalty will be doubled." After finishing his words, he turned to Tian Ergang beside him and asked, "How much silver did I just issue as a fine to the shopkeeper?" He instructed, "Complete the remaining fines to total 5,000 taels, neither a coin more nor less, for that is true justice in law enforcement, without any corruption or extortion." Tian Ergang promptly took out paper and pen to finalize the remaining fines, then handed them over. At that moment, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. He smiled in a manner more sorrowful than cheerful, trembling as he received the fines. He hurriedly instructed the shop assistants to bring the silk displayed at the entrance back inside, and had the entrance cleaned thoroughly. Jiang Ning observed this with satisfaction, nodding as he remarked, "To uphold civility, to understand courtesy, to foster new customs. This is the hallmark of a good citizen in the Ming Dynasty. Do well in the future. I have faith in you." With that, he turned and departed with an elegant flourish. The group of Jinyui nearby witnessed the commanding officer's resolute actions, compelling the shops under the Ministry of Revenue's Minister Li Sankai to comply with the fines. Energized, they began to enforce the law diligently. They continued their rounds until dusk, during which instances of uncivilized law enforcement were noted. As the highest commander of the Jinyui, Jiang Ning personally apologized to the people, refunded the fines, and promised that should they encounter further instances of uncivilized enforcement, they could seek him at the Jinyui headquarters for justice. He would ensure fairness. Subsequently, he left amidst the praises of the surrounding citizens, leaving Tian Ergang astonished with wide eyes. A rough calculation showed that after following the commanding officer for half a day, he had personally issued several fines, all amounting to thousands of taels, totaling several tens of thousands of taels of silver, a sum previously unimaginable. Upon returning to the Jinyui headquarters, he began to receive reports from his subordinates. Su Xianshun, brimming with excitement, announced, "Sir, we have fined a total of 80,000 taels today." Jiang Ning nodded calmly. Then Hu Ru and Hu Dawei stepped forward to bow, stating, "Sir, we have collectively fined 30,000 taels today." The remaining captains reported varying amounts in the thousands, and the atmosphere was one of exhilaration. Observing his subordinates' enthusiasm, Jiang Ning sighed softly and stood to address them. "Today is merely the beginning. The harvest will naturally be abundant. However, as merchants in the capital adapt to our policies, the fines will inevitably decrease. I also discovered several cases of uncivilized law enforcement, which I trust you are aware of." Then, glancing at the collected silver, he turned to Tian Ergang and instructed, "Tian Qianshi, count the silver and ensure that all the brothers receive their full salaries without any deductions. If there is a shortfall, we will make it up once further fines are collected." Tian Ergang, staring at the large boxes of silver and the pile of banknotes on the table, exclaimed, "Sir, this is more than sufficient. We won't need this much at all." He then took the payroll and began distributing salaries to everyone. Upon receiving their silver, the Jinyui were instantly filled with joy, their spirits lifted. Subsequently, Tian Ergang meticulously recorded the remaining silver and began preparations to recruit additional personnel, planning to expand the Jinyui's ranks. In the days to come, the reform storm in the capital continued unabated, and the campaign against crime remained relentless. For many years, the ruffians who have run rampant in the capital, committing all manner of misdeeds, have been apprehended and imprisoned. Consequently, the prisons of the Jinyui are now overcrowded and bursting at the seams. Within the capital, all affairs are progressing in an orderly and methodical manner. The fines imposed by the Jinyui continue to soar, remaining exorbitantly high. A cursory tally reveals that nearly 100,000 taels of silver are being collected daily. On this particular day, Jiang Ning sat idly in his office, languishing in boredom. Suddenly, Wei Zhongxian burst in, seized Jiang Ning, and hastily dragged him outside. Before Jiang Ning could comprehend the unfolding situation, he found himself pulled onto a carriage. The carriage sped directly to the gates of the imperial palace. Gazing at the towering and imposing forbidden city before him, Jiang Ning was filled with a multitude of emotions. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian urged, "Lord Jiang, stop dawdling and come with me into the palace. The emperor has been awaiting you for quite some time." Jiang Ning responded with an "oh," and followed Wei Zhongxian into the palace. Under Wei Zhongxian's guidance, they arrived at the Donghuan Pavilion. There, Emperor Tianqi, Zhu Youjiao, was seated regally upon the dragon throne, flanked by several officials clad in bright red robes. Jiang Ning took a careful glance around and recognized one of them as Yang Lian, the right minister of the court, whom he had encountered not long ago. The others were strangers to him. He chose to disregard this and promptly paid his respects. The emperor smiled and waved his hand, instructing, "Rise." Jiang Ning quickly stood up. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian stood attentively beside Zhu Youjiao. With a warm smile, Zhu Youjiao began, "Minister Jiang, I have summoned you today to discuss an important matter. Allow me to introduce you." He gestured toward an elderly official in a red robe, approximately 60 years of age, saying, "This is my esteemed teacher, the current Minister of War, Lord Sun Qingzong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly bowed in greeting. Zhu Youjiao then pointed to another official, introducing, "This is Yuan Kelly. He is also a rare talent within the court." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao introduced several others, including Luo Guangdou, Yang Lian, and unexpectedly, Su Guanqi, a historically renowned figure. Although Jiang Ning was not deeply versed in Ming Dynasty history, he was well aware of Su Guangqi's illustrious name, which resonated like thunder. At this moment, the individuals beside him scrutinized Jiang Ning. Observing this youth, who had barely reached adulthood, now serving as a prominent figure in the Jinyui, they were filled with curiosity and intrigue about the accomplishments that had made him such a notable character. Jiang Ning, in turn, acknowledged each person with a respectful bow before stepping aside to stand at attention. Breaking the silence, Zhu Youjiao addressed the assembly, stating, "Presently, the ministers of the cabinet have collectively submitted their resignations. After careful consideration, I have decided to approve their petitions. It is now imperative to select new officials, and a reshuffle among the ministers of the 6 departments is warranted." Upon uttering these words, the individuals present were immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some individuals harbor secret hopes of emerging during this personnel change, seizing opportunities for promotion. Others display visible concern, pondering the potential impacts this upheaval may have on their futures, while still others remain inscrutable, quietly speculating about the emperor's true intentions. The purpose of today's gathering is to deliberate on candidates for these positions, starting with the chief minister of the cabinet. Esteemed ministers, whom do you believe is fit to assume this critical responsibility? At this moment, Yang Lian, standing nearby, was the first to rise. Reporting, "I recommend Minister of Rights Yi Xianggao. The venerable elder has demonstrated wisdom and gravitas over his many years of service, making him well qualified for the role of chief minister." Following this, several other officials voiced their opinions, recommending candidates such as Gu Bingxian, Shi Fenglai, and Zhu Guozhen. Amidst this cacophony of suggestions, Su Guangqi, Sun Qingzong, and Yuan Kelly remained silent, standing quietly to the side, their expressions tranquil, lost in contemplation. As the officials continued to propose candidates, Emperor Tianqi furrowed his brow. Casually glancing at Jiang Ning, who appeared detached, he suddenly formed a resolution and inquired, "Jiang Iqing, do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Startled from his reverie by the emperor's call, Jiang Ning hurriedly bowed. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, given the current tumultuous times, I believe the chief minister must be both scholarly and martial to adequately shoulder this weighty duty. Therefore, I recommend Lord Sun Qingzong." This statement took even Sun Qingzong by surprise. He pondered, considering the lack of any significant connection between himself and the young man who had just nominated him. It was noteworthy that he had only recently been appointed Minister of War. Following this, Zhu Youjiao paused momentarily, a smile emerging upon his face as he turned to Yuan Kelly and Su Guangqi, asking, "What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers?" Both nodded in unison, expressing their agreement. Then, Zhu Youjiao inquired of Right Vice Minister Yang Lian and Left Vice Minister Zhuo Guangdou, "What say you, gentlemen?" After a brief silence, they bowed and responded, "We believe Lord Sun is quite suitable." Upon this, the gazes of those present, whether intentional or not, converged upon Sun Qingzong, as this nomination could herald new developments in the court's dynamics. Jiang Ning's endorsement of Sun Qingzong also sparked further speculation about this young commander of the Jinyue. Consequently, Zhu Youjiao promptly decided on the matter, instructing these ministers to officially recommend Sun Qingzong for the position of chief minister during tomorrow's court assembly. The ministers accepted the command, each contemplating the ripples this decision would create within the court. Zhu Youjiao then continued, "Next, let us discuss candidates for the 6 ministries. With Sun Qingzong now serving as Minister of War and the recent events surrounding Minister of Revenue Li Sankai being well known, I believe this individual's character is fundamentally flawed and he is unworthy of holding office any longer. Moreover, the Minister of Personnel Zhao Nanxing and the Left Deputy Minister of Rights Qian Jini also require re-evaluation." At this moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou hurried forward, bowing as they spoke, "Your Majesty, the matter concerning Minister of Revenue Li Sankai remains unresolved. We must not act rashly. Furthermore, Minister of Personnel Zhao Daren has served loyally for many years. If there is to be any action, it would be more prudent to address the Deputy Minister Qian Jini instead." Upon hearing their words, a displeased expression immediately crossed Zhu Youjiao's face. Even Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly, standing nearby, furrowed their brows slightly. Jiang Ning, with a quick mind, soon discerned the crux of the matter. The 3 individuals Zhu Youjiao had intended to dismiss were all members of the Donglin faction, and Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were also affiliated with this party. Naturally, they would not wish for their comrades to be removed. However, Jiang Ning found himself perplexed. According to historical records, the reputations of these 2 were commendable, and he had not anticipated their involvement in such factional disputes. Nevertheless, the intricacies of court politics are often entangled with self-interest. Perhaps they too were compelled to act out of desperation. Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened as he coldly declared, Recently, the disgraceful deeds of those three have become the talk of the capital. What is there left to deliberate? My decision is final. Unexpectedly, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou retorted defiantly. Your Majesty, you cannot exercise such autocratic authority. This is not the conduct of a wise ruler. Their words cut like a sharp blade, incensing Zhu Youjiao, whose countenance darkened immediately. Even Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly could not help but show their discontent. Jiang Ning realized that these two were indeed fearless, boldly confronting the emperor as if to accuse him of being a tyrant. At that juncture, Wei Zhongxian emerged, questioning, Ministers Zhua and Yang, what do you mean by this? Are you doubting His Majesty's decision? To his surprise, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou regarded Wei Zhongxian with disdain, retorting, You are but a eunuch. How dare you meddle in state affairs? This is a matter of national importance that does not concern someone of your ilk. They then exchanged glances and suddenly bowed their heads to the ground, exclaiming in unison, Wei Zhongxian has disrupted the court. I implore your Majesty to have him executed to restore order. This infuriated Wei Zhongxian, his face flushed with rage. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhu Youjiao's countenance turned ashen, and he slammed his palm on the dragon table, bellowing, Today's meeting is adjourned. All of you may leave. Subsequently, everyone bowed and departed, and Jiang Ning too rose to take his leave. However, just as he took a few steps, he was halted by a young eunuch who said, Minister Jiang, please wait. The emperor summons you. Reluctantly, Jiang Ning followed the little eunuch to the imperial garden. There, he found Emperor Zhu Youjiao seated alone in a pavilion, his face etched with anger, clearly still brooding. Wei Zhongxian paced anxiously outside the pavilion, and upon seeing Jiang Ning approach, he rushed over, grasping Jiang Ning's arm and urgently imploring, Minister Jiang, you have finally arrived. Please, persuade His Majesty. If he becomes too agitated, it could jeopardize his health. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ning helplessly shrugged and gestured an okay sign to him. Wei Zhongxian appeared bewildered, entirely at a loss. Subsequently, Jiang Ning stepped forward, bowing in respect. Before he could utter a word, Zhu Youjiao spoke first. Please, take a seat. You have seen the spectacle in the court today. Jiang Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I have indeed seen it, and I have seen it clearly. Chapter 11. The unyielding Dongfang booby Zhu Youjiao let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with resignation as he said, Brother Jiang, you too have witnessed my plight as emperor. It is truly constraining. Those scholars oppose me at every turn. According to them, only by following their dictates can I be considered a wise ruler. Should I deviate from their desires, I am immediately branded a tyrant. I long for the days of being a prince, when I could indulge in carpentry to pass the time. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly and replied, These scholars all fancy themselves paragons of virtue, standing tall while preaching morality, yet they are nothing but hypocrites. I find their demeanor quite distasteful. Zhu Youjiao raised his head, looking puzzled, and inquired, Brother Jiang, what do you mean by hypocrite? Jiang Ning pondered briefly before answering. It refers to those who wish to uphold a facade of virtue while engaging in unsavory deeds. Zhu Youjiao instantly grasped the meaning, then waved his hand, inviting Jiang Ning to sit. He turned slightly, directing his gaze towards Jiang Ning. There, Jiang Ning's handsome visage radiated calmness, his lips curled into a subtle smile. In his profound eyes lay an aura of boundless wisdom that incited a yearning to delve deeper. Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, asked, Your Majesty, what is it that you find so captivating? Zhu Youjiao snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in decorum. Although somewhat embarrassed, he sincerely praised, Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkably handsome. Jiang Ning, with a broad grin, responded, Your Majesty's countenance and demeanor far surpass mine. You are indeed more handsome. As soon as the words left his lips, their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, leading to a hearty shared laughter. This scene was witnessed in full by Wei Zhongxian, who stood outside the pavilion, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, the emperor had been in a fit of rage. Yet Jiang Ning's arrival had elicited such genuine mirth from him. After a brief pause, Zhu Youjiao spoke again. Currently, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet is my esteemed teacher, Mr. Sun Qingzong. That matter is settled. However, there are 3 grand scholars in the cabinet, and I seek your counsel on the other 2 candidates. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he stated, I believe that the venerable Yuan Kelly possesses exceptional abilities and is renowned among the people as Yuan the Just. He is more than qualified to join the cabinet and bolster the stability of the court. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, saying, Yuan Kelly is indeed a commendable choice. He then inquired, as for the remaining position, I would appreciate your recommendation. Jiang Ning, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled softly and replied, Your Majesty, selecting officials is a matter of great importance. Allow me a few days to ponder, and I shall certainly provide you with a suitable candidate in due time. Moreover, even if I do recommend someone, it does not guarantee their acceptance. The court officials may not necessarily agree. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhu Youjiao could not help but reveal a profound concern in his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh as he remarked, Alas, indeed. The current court is rife with factions, each attacking the other. And the issue of party strife has become deeply entrenched. The Donglin Party, the Qi Party, and the Zhujiang Party are all consumed by their lust for power, utterly disregarding the broader interests of the court, which truly troubles me. Then, turning to Jiang Ning with a sly smile, Zhu Youjiao said, That is precisely why I summoned you to assist me. In the entire court, you alone genuinely consider my interests, regard me as a friend, and possess no factional ties. Only you can provide me with tangible help. Jiang Ning, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, replied with a hint of irritation, Oh, Brother Zhu, I must sincerely thank you then. Are you not merely enlisting me to stir up trouble, hoping to create ripples in this stagnant court for your own gain? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhu Youjiao chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Ning rose, thumping his chest as he declared, A true brother values loyalty. Fear not. Since I have promised to help you, I shall take on this role of stirring the pot with utmost dedication, turning this stagnant court upside down. As for the selection of officials, I shall provide you with a definitive answer in a couple of days. After I return, I will diligently investigate who is suitable and who should be approached with caution. Zhu Youjiao, moved to the point of tears, exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you truly are my staunch ally. Jiang Ning cupped his hands respectfully and said, Your Majesty, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Zhu Youjiao hurriedly urged him to stay. Brother Jiang, there is still ample time. Please accompany me a while longer. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes playfully and asked, Will there be a meal provided? Without hesitation, Zhu Youjiao nodded eagerly. Of course. Brother Jiang, what would you like to eat? I shall arrange it immediately. A mischievous smile crossed Jiang Ning's face as he replied, I would like to sample the palace chef's finest dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao promptly summoned Wei Zhongxian and whispered a few instructions. Wei Zhongxian, upon receiving his orders, hurried off to arrange the meal. Subsequently, the two settled in a pavilion and engaged in casual conversation. Before long, Wei Zhongxian returned briskly, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, the meal will be ready shortly. Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, Let us dine here in the pavilion. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, replying, I shall defer to Your Majesty's arrangements. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, with a smile on his face, interjected, Lord Jiang, regarding the person you asked us to find a few days ago, we have news. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, Who is it? Wei Zhongxian promptly responded, Fang Zhenghua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning leaped up in excitement, startling Zhu Youjiao beside him. He quickly stepped forward, saying eagerly, Master Wei, please bring him here at once. Zhu Youjiao, confused, asked, What are you two discussing? Who is Fang Zhenghua? Jiang Ning, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Your Majesty, this individual is a martial arts expert. I specifically selected him as your bodyguard. At this, Zhu Youjiao's interest was piqued. Wei Zhongxian, noticing his eagerness, waved his hand. Before long, a eunuch in his 30s was brought forth. He was slender yet stood with remarkable poise, exuding a vigor uncharacteristic of his kind. Instead, he radiated an aura of masculinity. The newcomer promptly knelt with a thud, bowing his head in reverence. This humble servant, Fang Zhenghua, greets Your Majesty. Zhu Youjiao regarded him with an air of indifference and slowly replied, Rise and speak. Fang Zhenghua hastily stood up, lowering his head and awaiting further instruction with utmost respect. Zhu Youjiao continued, Fang Zhenghua, I have heard of your exceptional martial prowess, and someone has specifically recommended you to serve by my side. Would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he trembled. This humble servant vows to serve Your Majesty with unwavering loyalty. A smile graced Zhu Youjiao's face as he remarked, However, you must demonstrate your skills so I may witness your true capabilities. Fang Zhenghua immediately bowed again, saying, Then this old servant shall reveal his modest abilities." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Wei Zhongxian clapped his hands, and shortly thereafter, 20 guards appeared in formation. Wei Zhongxian turned to Fang Zhenghua with a smile and asked, "Fang Gonggong, do you feel confident in facing these 20 guards alone?" Fang Zhenghua nodded steadily. With a grand gesture, Wei Zhongxian signaled, and the guards quickly assumed their stances. Fang Zhenghua swiftly gathered the hem of his robe at his waist and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He resembled a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains, exuding an imposing presence. The 20 guards, all skilled soldiers, immediately closed in from all directions, to everyone's astonishment. As the first clash occurred, 2 guards were sent flying by Fang Zhenghua as precise strikes. Following that, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent 4 guards sprawling. Each of his movements flowed seamlessly, executed with grace and precision, leaving no room for hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all 20 guards lay defeated on the ground, unable to rise again. Fang Zhenghua calmly adjusted his attire and returned to Zhu Youjiao, respectfully stating, "This old servant's humble skills may have amused your majesty." Zhu Youjiao clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Fang Zhenghua, I had no idea you were so formidable." At that moment, Jiang Ning, with a glint of sharp insight in his eyes and a smile on his face, inquired, "Fang Gonggong, if I may say, it seems you have not yet exerted your full strength. How many could you handle at your utmost?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Zhenghua replied, "In answer to your esteemed question, if I were to go all out, dealing with 50 would pose no challenge." Upon hearing such bold words, Zhu Youjiao's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even Wei Zhongxian, well-versed in the ways of the court, was visibly taken aback, silently reflecting on the presence of such a hidden powerhouse within the palace, of whom he had been entirely unaware. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly donned a broad smile and remarked, "Fang Gonggong, your skills are indeed remarkable. This prowess far surpasses what I possessed in my youth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning turned his head, gazing at Wei Zhongxian with a face full of perplexity. Pondering inwardly, could it be that the legendary Jiuqian Sui is also a concealed martial arts master? At that moment, Zhu Youjiao curiously inquired with a smile, "Wei Dabin, you actually possess martial arts skills? How is it that I have never known of this?" A fleeting expression of pride crossed Wei Zhongxian's face as he replied, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but in my youth, I could hold my own against 5 opponents in a brawl in Hejin Prefecture." Zhu Youjiao, intrigued, smiled and asked, "Then how did you end up in the palace as a eunuch?" Wei Zhongxian's expression darkened instantaneously, akin to having a hand grasping his throat. And with an awkward demeanor, he stammered, "In response to your Majesty, there were 6 of them." Listening to this response, Zhu Youjiao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, joined by Jiang Ning's light chuckle. Wei Zhongxian's face turned crimson, and he could only awkwardly chuckle along. Meanwhile, Fang Zhenghua, kneeling on the ground, maintained an impassive expression, as though the farce unfolding before him was of no concern. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ning spoke up, "Your Majesty, you have just witnessed Fang Gonggong's remarkable skills. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to have him remain by your side, dedicated to ensuring your safety, thus providing you with additional security." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze toward Fang Zhenghua, solemnly stating, "Fang Zhenghua, today you have been jointly recommended by the esteemed Jiang Daren of the Jinui and the supervisor Wei Zhongxian. Your skills, I have truly witnessed. I hereby appoint you as the palace eunuch in charge of ceremonial duties, to accompany me and safeguard my well-being. Are you willing to accept this grave responsibility?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua was overcome with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears as he bowed repeatedly, his body trembling uncontrollably, and with a voice tinged with emotion. He replied, "I humbly thank your Majesty for your grace. From this day forth, I shall dedicate my life to serve you faithfully. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards your Majesty, I shall be the first to charge forward, leaving no trace behind and exterminating their entire family." Zhu Youjiao, satisfied, nodded approvingly. Observing this, Wei Zhongxian hastily stepped forward to assist Fang Zhenghua to his feet, gently brushing off the dust from his garments. His face adorned with a smile as he said, "Fang Gonggong, from now on, we shall serve the emperor together, so you must be diligent. Should you encounter any difficulties or uncertainties, do not hesitate to come to me." Fang Zhenghua, Hearing this, respectfully clasped his hands and humbly replied, "Thank you, Wei Gonggong. For your kind recommendation, I will rely on your guidance in the future." He then swiftly turned to Jiang Ning, bowing in gratitude, earnestly saying, "I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Jiang Darren for your generous recommendation. Your kindness is something I shall never forget." Observing Fang Zhenghua's demeanor and stature, Jiang Ning couldn't help but draw a comparison to Dongfang Bubi, and he silently reflected. However, considering that this skilled protector would be at Zhu's side, he felt a sense of relief knowing that Zhu's safety was now bolstered. Before long, a group of palace maids entered in succession, bringing forth a table laden with exquisite imperial delicacies. Gazing upon the sumptuous feast laid before him, Zhu Youjiao cheerfully beckoned, "Jiang Qing, do indulge. For although this is the culinary artistry of the imperial kitchen, I cannot help but feel that it pales in comparison to the delectable dishes you prepare." Jiang Ning, unreserved, took up his chopsticks with ease. However, after a few bites, he discerned that while the dishes appeared to be a feast for the senses, their taste was rather mediocre. After sampling a bit longer, Jiang Ning set down his chopsticks, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he smiled at Zhu Youjiao and remarked, "Your Majesty speaks truly. This imperial banquet indeed falls short of the meals prepared by my own hands." Zhu Youjiao erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Should the opportunity arise, I would implore you, Jiang Qing, to personally grace us with your culinary skills. I have long cherished the memory of your exquisite cooking, for while the imperial cuisine is undoubtedly refined, it lacks that unique flavor found in your dishes." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao bestowed the remaining delicacies upon Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua. The two immediately knelt in reverence, expressing their gratitude with no trace of discontent, for receiving such imperial favor was an unparalleled honor. Afterwards, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao engaged in casual conversation for a while. As the evening drew near, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave. Zhu Youjiao specifically instructed Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua to escort Jiang Ning from the palace. During their departure, Jiang Ning walked ahead, flanked by Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua on either side. Wei Zhongxian, his face adorned with a broad smile, remarked, "Indeed, Master Jiang is exceptional. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have known that such a master as Lord Fang resided within the palace." Jiang Ning chuckled lightly in response, saying, "I too happened upon this information by chance." Observing this, Wei Zhongxian refrained from further inquiry. At that moment, Jiang Ning halted abruptly, his expression turning serious as he addressed Wei Zhongxian, saying, "Lord Wei, as the emperor has just ascended the throne, his foundation remains precarious. The court is rife with schemers, each more adept at manipulation than the last, and few possess genuine intentions. The safety of the emperor is of paramount importance. I urge you to be vigilant and to thoroughly scrutinize the palace." Having dwelled in the palace for many years, Wei Zhongxian was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. He nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, Master Jiang, I shall arrange for this matter to be addressed immediately." At this juncture, Fang Zhenghua interjected, "Master Jiang, what tasks must I undertake?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Lord Fang, please refrain from referring to yourself as an old servant in my presence. Like Lord Wei, you serve the emperor. Moving forward, you must ensure the emperor's safety at all times. Whether he is traveling, enjoying leisure activities, or partaking in meals, you must exercise utmost caution should any unidentified individuals approach him." Fang Zhenghua nodded solemnly, affirming, "Rest assured, Master Jiang, I understand." Chapter 12. Old Shui yearns for advancement. Upon exiting the palace gates, Jiang Ning bid farewell to Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua. Not far off, Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei awaited with their horses, having stood by for some time. Jiang Ning approached them, exchanged greetings, and then boarded the carriage to return to the yamen, contemplating the end of his workday. However, upon his return to the town office, he was met by a member of the Jinyui, who reported that an invitation had been delivered, though the sender's name had been omitted, merely requesting Jiang Ning's attendance at a banquet. Gazing at the invitation, Jiang Ning was filled with perplexity. The number of acquaintances he possessed was scant. With Wei Zhongxian and Fang Zhenghua occupied in the palace alongside the emperor, while his subordinates were all stationed at the yamen. Who, then, could be inviting him to dinner? He pondered little further, changed into a fresh attire, and led Hu Dawei and Meng Ruhu to the banquet. As dusk descended, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Zui Xian Lu, as inscribed on the invitation. A servant had long awaited their arrival and, upon seeing them, hurried forward to inquire, "Might I ask, is this Jiang Ning, the esteemed deputy commander of the Jinhui?" Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed, I am he." The servant then said, "My master requests the honor of your presence. Sir Jiang, please follow me." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ning, accompanied by Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, arrived at the door of a private room on the second floor. The servant respectfully invited Jiang Ning inside, yet barred Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei from entering. The two immediately displayed their displeasure. The servant quickly offered an apologetic smile and explained, "My master has only invited Sir Jiang. The two of you have other arrangements. I hope you both can understand." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning nodded and said, Dawei, you should heed this young man's guidance. Do not worry. I shall be fine." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The servant silently closed the door behind him. Inside, the room was tastefully adorned, exuding an antique charm, with a table already laden with an exquisite array of dishes. Soon after, an elderly gentleman clad in a black robe emerged from behind a screen. It was none other than Sun Qingzong, the Minister of War, whom Jiang Ning had encountered earlier that day. Jiang Ning, taken aback, swiftly performed the customary salute and said, "Ah, it is Minister Sunday. I am grateful for your invitation to this banquet." Sun Qingzong smiled gently, gesturing for Jiang Ning to take a seat, and continued, "Sir Jiang, your youthful prowess and forthrightness in the court have left a profound impression on me. Thus, I wish to invite you for an open discussion." Jiang Ning merely smiled in response, refraining from further comment. Noticing his silence, Sun Qingzong sighed lightly and continued, "I hope you can understand my predicament. Being in the court and serving as the emperor's mentor, I have been unjustly labeled as a member of the Donglin faction due to my frequent interactions with them." He paused before adding, "And since you are a close associate of the emperor, I felt compelled to act in this manner. I kindly ask for your understanding." Jiang Ning maintained a pleasant smile, replying, "No offense taken, Minister Sun, you are too kind." Subsequently, Sun Qingzong poured a cup of wine for Jiang Ning, then filled his own cup and slowly spoke, "Sir Jiang, I have heard much about your recent actions in the capital. Initially, I suspected you might resemble Jiang Bin and Qian Ning from the Zhongde era, a scheming minister. However, upon learning of your vigorous efforts to reform the capital's conduct and your campaign against crime, coupled with your respectful apologies to the populace, I have come to regard you as an upright individual, truly worthy of friendship." Hearing such commendation from Sun Qingzong, Jiang Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing a deep red. After all, the intention behind the self-rectification of the capital's appearance and the campaign against organized crime was merely to improve the financial situation of the Jinhui. Far from the lofty ideals described by Sun Qingzong, Jiang Ning, with a hint of embarrassment, smiled and said, "Lord Sun is excessively courteous. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." However, in Sun Qingzong's eyes, Jiang Ning's actions bore deeper significance. This young man, having just ventured into the court, held a prominent position and was favored by the emperor, with his every word capable of influencing the political landscape. Yet, he displayed no arrogance or haughtiness, but rather humility and courtesy. Observing this, Sun Qingzong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had long feared that another treacherous figure like Jiang Bin or Qian Ning would emerge in the court, creating turmoil. It seemed that Jiang Ning was not of that ilk. At that moment, Sun Qingzong inquired about Jiang Ning's views on the current court situation. Aware that this elder statesman was a loyal and dutiful minister, Jiang Ning did not withhold his thoughts and candidly replied, "To speak frankly, anyone with a modicum of insight can see the current state of affairs in the court. The civil officials form cliques, engaging in mutual slander and intrigue, all for the sake of personal gain. The military officials, on the other hand, find their status increasingly diminished, with many adopting a lethargic attitude, devoid of ambition. As for the noble families, they neglect their duties while indulging in mischief. The emperor has just ascended the throne, inheriting a veritable mess." Sun Qingzong, his face lined with concern, nodded in agreement, saying, "Thus, His Majesty intends to replace the cabinet and the 6 ministries to cleanse the court. However, the Donglin faction wields significant power, as you have observed today, Lord Jiang. Even if they are not appointed as the chief minister, they will certainly demand a seat within the cabinet. Otherwise, they will not relent." At this juncture, Jiang Ning remarked, "Lord Sun, after your departure, the emperor kept me behind. I recommended Elder Yuan Kelly to His Majesty. What do you think of him? Sun Qingzong responded, Your recommendation of Yuan Kelly indeed surprises me. However, he is a man of integrity and well-versed in military matters, making him a rare talent. If he were to join the cabinet, it would be most fitting. Jiang Ning then inquired about the factions within the court, and Sun Qingzong provided detailed answers. Upon hearing the explanations, Jiang Ning was taken aback. A sudden urge to flee welling up within him. The chaos within the Ming court had reached an alarming state. Emperor Wanli had not attended court for decades, and the Taichung Emperor had passed away merely a month after his ascension, resulting in numerous vacant official positions, creating utter disarray. At this moment, officials from various factions resembled agitated roosters, fixated on the vacancies that had arisen. Subsequently, Sun Qingzong sought Jiang Ning's opinion on potential candidates for the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers. As a newcomer to the court, Jiang Ning was indeed unfamiliar with these matters, and he understood that the officials in the court were not to be underestimated. Being a novice himself, he needed to tread carefully, avoiding any opinions that might provoke trouble, and thus he sought an excuse to defer the question. Seeing that Jiang Ning had no intention of expressing his opinion, Sun Qingzong refrained from pressing further. The two exchanged a few casual remarks before Jiang Ning rose to take his leave. Upon exiting the room, he found that Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei were already waiting for him at the entrance of the tavern. The trio then mounted their horses and hastily made their way back to the headquarters of the Jinyui. After Jiang Ning departed, 2 elderly gentlemen emerged from the adjacent private room. Had Jiang Ning been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized them as Yuan Kelly and Su Guangqi. The pair proceeded to enter the room where Sun Qingzong was situated. Yuan Kelly spoke first, inquiring, Brother Sun, what is your impression of that Jiang Ning? Sun Qingzong nodded initially, then shook his head. Su Guangqi, stroking his beard, asked, Brother Sun, your nodding and shaking of the head, what does it signify? Sun Qingzong replied, This young man is exceedingly cautious. He is not as arrogant and oblivious to worldly affairs as I had previously imagined. Just now, when I inquired about his views on court appointments, he deftly evaded the question, clearly wary of attracting trouble. However, he has recommended you, Brother Yuan, for a cabinet position, which I presume the emperor has already consented to. Yuan Kelly was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, He actually endorsed me for the cabinet? This is quite unexpected. Sun Qingzong chuckled softly and added, One thing is certain. This lad is at least not a calamity like Jiang Bin or Qian Ning from the Zhengde era. We can maintain a cordial relationship with him. He will not become our adversary. Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, while Su Guangqi fell into deep contemplation, lost in thought. Jiang Ning, furrowing his brow, hastened back to the headquarters of the Jinyui. Upon arrival, he promptly instructed Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei to retrieve the archives, bringing forth all the records of court officials from recent years. He understood that since the emperor had sought his opinion on appointments and Grand Scholar Sun Qingzong had consulted him, he must diligently study the matter. A wrong recommendation would be a grave disservice to Emperor Tianqi and his esteemed brother Zhu. With the assistance of Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, Jiang Ning toiled through the night, poring over the lists and records of senior officials, uncovering even their most obscure secrets. The following day, just as noon approached, Jiang Ning was deeply engrossed in slumber at his desk when a sudden knock reverberated through the door. Groggy, he opened his eyes to find Meng Ruhu standing outside, bowing respectfully and announcing, Sir, an invitation has arrived for you to attend a banquet. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed at this news, and he inquired, Did the visitor leave a name? Meng Ruhu quickly responded, It is from Lord Shueguoguan, the minor minister of the grand rituals. Hearing this name, Jiang Ning's curiosity was piqued. He recalled from his earlier research that Shueguoguan was indeed a man of some ability, yet he harbored an insatiable thirst for power and wealth. Notably, he refrained from extorting the impoverished, showing them a degree of care. But he was merciless towards the wealthy and corrupt officials, ruthlessly amassing riches. Jiang Ning pondered, why would such a person seek him out? However, he did not dwell on it for long. After a brief wash-up, he set out with Hu Dawei to attend the banquet. Upon arriving at the venue, Jiang Ning looked up and was pleasantly surprised to find it was once again the drunken immortal tower, leading him to marvel at the serendipity of fate. Following the lead of the waiter, he ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor. As he entered, a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine awaited him. Shueguoguan, a man in his 50s, appeared remarkably spirited and radiant. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, He hurriedly approached, almost running, to usher him into the room. Such fervent hospitality made Jiang Ning feel somewhat embarrassed. Curiosity piqued. He could not help but inquire, "Lord Shui, may I ask the purpose of your kind invitation for this banquet?" With a beaming smile, Shui Guoguan replied, "Lord Jiang, I have spent many years in the court without achieving anything noteworthy, feeling rather unremarkable. With the ascension of the new emperor, I often find myself restless at night contemplating this matter. Hearing that Lord Jiang is a trusted confidant of His Majesty, I thought perhaps through your esteemed self, I could contribute more to the state. Rest assured, I shall be entirely at your service, following your lead." At that moment, Jiang Ning's thoughts became clear. It seemed that this old comrade Shui had been speaking at length simply to seek a position in the cabinet. Noticing Jiang Ning's silence, Shui Guoguan did not rush him. Instead, he filled Jiang Ning's glass and then poured himself a cup, his gaze filled with anticipation as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was calculating his options. Within the Ming court, the most powerful entities were the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the 9 ministers. The cabinet and the 6 ministries wielded significant influence over the court. To establish a foothold, he needed to have allies in place. Currently, Sun Qingzong served as the emperor's tutor and held the position of the chief minister in the cabinet. Yuan Kelly was known for his integrity and military expertise, making him a formidable presence. Thus, it became evident that he must also place a confidant within the 6 ministries. Shui Guoguan seemed to fit the bill. He was neither aligned with the Donglin faction nor the other parties, but rather a member of the Northern Party. The Northern Party officials were those who hailed from the north and lacked deep roots or substantial influence within the court, making them ideal candidates for Jiang Ning to cultivate alliances with. Jiang Ning had previously reviewed Shui Guoguan's background and recognized that although he had a penchant for power and a touch of greed, he did not possess any unforgivable faults. And he indeed had a modicum of capability. With this in mind, Jiang Ning formed a plan, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Lord Shui, your fervent loyalty and patriotism are truly commendable. Since you are determined to serve the nation, I shall certainly lend you my support. Have you considered entering the cabinet?" At the mention of the cabinet, Shui Guoguan was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat in disbelief. "The cabinet? You mean to recommend me for a position in the cabinet?" he asked, his face a canvas of incredulity as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Shui Guoguan hastily bowed deeply. Jiang Ning quickly extended a hand to assist him. Shui Guoguan, unwavering in his adherence to propriety, concluded with a voice tinged with emotion. "The gratitude I owe to Lord Jiang for his recognition is indelible. Initially, I was merely content to secure a position as a deputy minister within the 6 ministries. Little did I anticipate that Lord Jiang would hold me in such high esteem. Henceforth, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the nation, following Lord Jiang's lead, as a means of repaying the emperor's grace." Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, subsequently raising his cup in a toast with Shui Guoguan. Their conversation flowed with ease, and before long, Shui Guoguan's demeanor became increasingly warm towards Jiang Ning. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as if the two were long-lost friends, having forged a bond across the years. During their exchange, Jiang Ning became increasingly aware of Shui Guoguan's extraordinary qualities. Despite lacking any foundational support within the court, Shui had ascended to the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, a testament to his political acumen and adeptness that could not be underestimated. Jiang Ning then inquired about the abilities and backgrounds of other officials, to which Shui Guoguan responded candidly, providing detailed insights. Following their dialogue, Jiang Ning felt a greater clarity regarding the political landscape within the court. Having concluded their serious discussion, Jiang Ning, citing pressing official duties, prepared to take his leave. Just before stepping out, he wore a knowing smile and remarked, "Your Excellency, it seems I must now refer to you as Elder Shui." Upon hearing this, Shui Guoguan flushed with excitement, yet humbly replied, "Not at all. I shall rely heavily on your continued support, Lord Jiang." With that, their eyes met, sharing a silent understanding as they exchanged smiles. In dealings among the astute, many sentiments need not be overtly expressed. Subtlety often suffices. Jiang Ning then turned and strode away. Chapter 13. A roundabout strategy by Zhu Muji. After exiting the tavern, Jiang Ning and Hu Dawei leisurely ambled down the street on horseback. As they were en route back to the Jin Yi Wei's town protectorate office, they rounded a corner, and spotted a large group of Eastern Depot guards escorting an individual with great pomp. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, pondering, what is this spectacle? What has Old Wei up to today? Before long, a man clad in a flying fish robe, approximately 40 years of age, approached Jiang Ning and bowed respectfully, stating, I am Sun Yunhe, the chief of the Eastern Depot, sent by my adoptive father to deliver a person to you, Lord Jiang. Confusion etched on Jiang Ning's face. He inquired, deliver a person? What has Lord Wei instructed you to bring me? Sun Yunhe, with a sycophantic smile, explained, this individual is named Li Ruolian. My adoptive father said that this is the person specifically requested by Lord Jiang, so I apprehended him to present to you. However, capturing this fellow proved quite a challenge due to his formidable martial skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning smacked his forehead, recalling that he had previously asked Lord Wei to assist in locating a martial scholar named Li Ruolian. Observing the current situation, Jiang Ning felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He forced a smile and said, well then, since the individual has been delivered, I must trouble you, Chief Sun, to convey my gratitude to Lord Wei. After Sun Yunhe handed over the prisoner to the Jinhui, he took his leave. Jiang Ning immediately instructed his subordinates to remove all the handcuffs and leg shackles from Li Ruolian. Before them stood a robust young man in his 20s, sporting a resolute square face. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled at that moment, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Jiang Ning smiled and inquired, are you Li Ruolian? The young man nodded, responding with a tone neither subservient nor arrogant. Indeed, I am Li Ruolian. May I ask why you have apprehended me? Jiang Ning picked up some documents from the side, confirming that the person before him was indeed the one he sought. He quickly explained with a smile, a few days ago, I intended to invite you, but I was unsure of your whereabouts, so I asked Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot for assistance in locating you. Regrettably, there was a misunderstanding, and you have suffered as a result. After saying this, Jiang Ning respectfully bowed. This took Li Ruolian by surprise. He hurriedly stepped aside, saying, you are an official of the court, while I am merely a martial scholar. How can I accept such a great honor from you? Jiang Ning chuckled, inviting Li Ruolian into the town protectorate's office, and continued, to be candid, I seek your presence for a single purpose. I wish to invite you to join the Jinhui. Upon hearing this, Li Ruolian was momentarily taken aback, pondering, I am but a martial scholar. What merit do I possess to warrant such a personal invitation from an officer of the Jinhui? Finally, with sincere eyes and a gentle smile, Jiang Ning said, I earnestly extend this invitation to you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept? If you truly do not wish to, I assure you, I will not impose. He then gazed at Li Ruolian with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruolian made his decision, stepped forward, and promptly bowed, respectfully stating, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Seeing this, Jiang Ning smiled and extended his hand to assist him up. He then turned to Tian Ergang and instructed, Old Tian, from this day forth, Li Ruolian shall be our Qianhu in the Jinhui. Please take him below, ensure he is settled properly, and arrange for his waist badge and other necessary items. Tian Ergang acknowledged the command and led Li Ruolian toward the inner hall. Before long, Li Ruolian emerged clad in a brand new Feiyu uniform, with a beautifully embroidered spring knife at his waist, and he appeared even more gallant and impressive. Jiang Ning surveyed him from head to toe, clapping his hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, look at that tiger's back and slender waist, with limbs like a mantis. He is undoubtedly a natural fit for the Jinhui. Li Ruolian felt a flush of modesty at the praise and quickly knelt again, saying, I am deeply grateful for your promotion, my lord. From now on, I shall follow your lead and heed your every command. Jiang Ning, pleased, nodded approvingly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Tian Ergang to take Li Ruolian to familiarize himself with the various duties of the Jinhui. Once they departed, Jiang Ning remained alone in his office, picking up a brush to inscribe the names of court officials on paper. Just after writing a few characters, he glanced at his crooked script, resembling a dog's pawing, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Although he had been in the Ming Dynasty for 3 years and had devoted considerable effort to practicing his calligraphy, his handwriting remained far from commendable, a truly lamentable state. Fortunately, Jiang Ning could recognize the characters he had inscribed. As for whether others could decipher them, he had little concern. Just as Jiang Ning was about to lift the cup of tea from the table to soothe his throat, a resounding bang echoed as the office door was forcefully kicked open. Startled by the sudden commotion, Jiang Ning's hand trembled, causing the scalding tea to spill between his legs. He sprang from his chair, hastily fanning himself. Upon realizing that the intruder was none other than Wei Zhongxian, Jiang Ning had no time to express his anger before he was seized by the arm and dragged outside in a frenzy. Moments later, he found himself unceremoniously assisted onto a carriage. The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage sped away. At that moment, Jiang Ning's face flushed crimson as he glared at Wei Zhongxian, exclaiming in irritation, "Master Wei, why is it that every time you seek me out, it is in such a frenzied rush? Could you not articulate your matters more slowly? At least demonstrate a modicum of civility." Wei Zhongxian, embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and quickly apologized. "My Lord Jiang, please forgive me. The situation is urgent. The Emperor requests your presence." We were concerned about any delays along the way. Only then did he notice Jiang Ning's official robe was damp, casting a puzzled glance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Ning said, "Master Wei, could you assist me in finding a pair of trousers to change into? This one is wet." Wei Zhongxian instantly adopted an understanding expression, swiftly retrieving a brand new pair of trousers to hand over. Jiang Ning changed without delay. Before long, the two arrived at the palace gates. The guards, upon verifying Wei Zhongxian's and Jiang Ning's identification tokens, allowed them entry. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly led Jiang Ning to the Dongwan Pavilion. As they approached the pavilion, the sound of vigorous hammering echoed from within, prompting Jiang Ning to glance at Wei Zhongxian with confusion. Wei Zhongxian chuckled and explained, "The Emperor is currently engaged in carpentry. You will soon grow accustomed to it, my Lord Jiang." At that moment, Fang Zhenghua, stationed at the entrance, spotted the two and quickly turned to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, he ushered Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning into the main hall. There, they beheld Zhu Youjiao, sleeves rolled up, wielding an axe as he chopped wood. Jiang Ning frowned at the sight, reflecting, his brother Zhu truly lives up to his title. The moniker of Zhu the carpenter is no mere embellishment, for he is indeed engrossed in woodworking. If this obsession continues unchecked, the fame of the carpenter emperor shall surely spread far and wide. Noticing Jiang Ning's arrival, Zhu Youjiao smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, please take a seat. I shall be with you shortly, as I am nearly finished here." Jiang Ning jested, "Your Majesty, what is it that you are crafting?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhu Youjiao replied with a grin, "I am constructing a new cabinet." He then enthusiastically began to explain the process to Jiang Ning in great detail. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of wood, Jiang Ning only realized, thanks to Wei Zhongxian's discreet reminder, that the materials being used were exquisite rosewood. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ning chuckled and jested, "Your Majesty, could it be that the treasury is lacking in silver, prompting you to craft furniture for sale in order to replenish the royal coffers?" Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao abruptly set aside his tools, gazing at Jiang Ning in astonishment, and inquired, "Brother Jiang, how did you know that I am in need of silver?" Jiang Ning, with a thoughtful expression, replied, "In my heart, Your Majesty, you are the most sagacious sovereign throughout history. To see you personally engaged in the creation of furniture, could it be that you are embarking on an unconventional path to save the nation?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the unfinished furniture behind him, adding with a smirk, "Since ancient times, only tyrannical rulers have indulged in idle pursuits. I trust you are not one of them?" With that, he flashed a smile at the emperor of the Tianqi, revealing his pearly whites. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao promptly kicked his tools aside and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang truly understands me." This action left Wei Zhongxian, who was nearby, utterly bewildered. Typically, the emperor relished woodworking during his leisure time. So why had he so carelessly cast aside his cherished tools? Eventually, Zhu Youjiao, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Indeed, Brother Jiang comprehends my intentions. My purpose in crafting this furniture is to sell it outside the palace and thus bolster the treasury." His words were filled with fervor. Observing Zhu Youjiao's earnest yet nonsensical claims, Jiang Ning chuckled and then inquired, "Your Majesty, is it that the funds within the palace are insufficient? Or is it the treasury that is lacking?" Zhu Youjiao then gestured for Jiang Ning to take a seat. Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat awkward amidst the pile of timber, promptly sat down on the ground. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao retrieved a wooden horse from the nearby stack of wood and offered it to Jiang Ning, saying, "Minister Jiang, why not sit on this?" Jiang Ning was taken aback and quickly replied, "I am quite comfortable sitting on the ground. Your Majesty, please take a seat yourself." Zhu Youjiao, undeterred, mounted the wooden horse and began to rock back and forth, reflecting, since the 3 great campaigns of the Wanli era, the treasury has been severely depleted. Furthermore, Emperor Xinzong's decades of absence from court exacerbated the financial strain. My father reigned for merely a month before his untimely demise, and now, in my hands, the inner treasury holds only a few million taels, while the Ministry of Revenue possesses a mere 2 million. Upon ascending the throne, I am obliged to bestow rewards upon the nobility, yet I find myself unable to provide even this modest sum. Soon, I am to wed, which will require a substantial expenditure. The burden is indeed overwhelming. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wei Zhongxian, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and promptly knelt, stating, "Your Majesty, this old servant has a modest sum of silver and is willing to donate it all in gratitude for your benevolence." Zhu Youjiao turned to him and asked Wei, "How much silver can you offer?" Wei Zhongxian, with determination, replied, "This old servant can contribute 100,000 taels of silver, all of my possessions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback, thinking to himself how remarkable it was that Wei, having only recently assumed the role of head of the Eastern Depot, had amassed such wealth. Shortly thereafter, Fang Zhenghua also hurriedly knelt, stating, "I, too, am grateful for your Majesty's grace and am willing to offer all my possessions in return." The humble servant possesses merely 30,000 taels, far inferior to Lord Wei. "I implore your Majesty to impose a penalty upon me." Witnessing his subordinates express their loyalty one after another, Zhu Youjiao was deeply moved and repeatedly exclaimed, "You are indeed my loyal ministers." At that moment, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and declared, "Your Majesty, the Jinyui still has 500,000 taels of silver available for use. I am willing to offer it all to assist your Majesty in overcoming this crisis." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "Minister Jiang, how long have you been in office?" Previously, the Jinyui was so impoverished that it could not even pay salaries. Yet now there is suddenly an influx of 500,000 taels. How did you achieve this? Jiang Ning then succinctly recounted the efforts to reform the capital's appearance and the actions taken to combat criminal activities, firmly stating that these funds were derived solely from fines, and not from any personal corruption or bribery. After listening to Jiang Ning's account, Wei Zhongxian's gaze towards him transformed, shifting from disbelief to admiration. It is noteworthy that Wei had served as the director of the Eastern Depot for nearly half a year, and the 100,000 taels he had amassed were the result of his own arduous efforts, along with imperial rewards and gifts from subordinates. Yet Jiang Ning, having just assumed his position, had already far surpassed his achievements. Reflecting on this, Wei Zhongxian could not help but feel as though the past half-year had been in vain, secretly resolving to seek an opportunity to learn from Jiang Ning. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao graciously accepted the generous contributions of his ministers and calculated the necessary silver. Realizing a shortfall of 1 million taels, he then resolved to utilize the treasury's silver to bridge this gap. At this juncture, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe that Minister of Revenue Li Sankai has been merely occupying his position without contributing. Since assuming office, he has achieved nothing, and the national treasury has seen no increase in silver. He is truly a burden. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to dismiss and investigate him." This sudden proposal left the others momentarily perplexed. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, "Minister Jiang, whom do you believe is suitable to succeed the position of Minister of Revenue?" Jiang Ning quickly organized his thoughts and respectfully replied, "In response to your Majesty, I believe that Lord Gui Yunho is well suited for this role. Lord Gui is currently idle at home. Your Majesty could issue a decree summoning him to the capital to serve as Minister of Revenue. He is adept at financial management and has experience in local governance, possessing a deeper understanding of the people's livelihoods. I trust that under his stewardship, the financial situation of the Ming Dynasty will surely improve." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully. "I shall remember that." Then, with great interest, he added, "Minister Jiang, a couple of days ago, the cabinet was lacking a member, and you have yet to recommend anyone. Please do so today." Jiang Ning earnestly nodded and said, "I recommend Lord Xue Guoguan, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Lord Xue has served in office for many years and is mature and steady, making him suitable for a position in the cabinet." Zhu Youjiao smiled as he noted the name down. He then cheerfully asked, Minister of Personnel Zhao Nanxing belongs to the Donglin faction. I intend to replace him. Who do you think would be suitable for the position of Minister of Personnel? Jiang Ning found himself deep in contemplation when, at that moment, Wei Zhongxian hastily interjected, Your Majesty. This old servant believes that Zhou Yingxiao is a suitable candidate to assume the role of Minister of Personnel. Instantly, Jiang Ning turned to Wei Zhongxian, his brow furrowing in disapproval. He distinctly recalled that Zhou Yingxiao was a notorious corrupt official, his flagrant practices of selling positions and titles utterly shameless. Historical accounts refer to him as Zhou Ruin, signifying that his illicit daily earnings exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. Jiang Ning understood clearly that appointing such a person as Minister of Personnel would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Chapter 14. The storm is brewing. Zhu Youjiao turned to Wei Zhongxian, who was about to speak again, but Jiang Ning swiftly interrupted. Your Majesty, I recommend the Inspector General, Master Yang He. Master Yang is known for his mature and judicious governance, devoid of factionalism, and embodies integrity, an unparalleled choice for the Minister of Personnel. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian's expression soured. Yet Jiang Ning was unperturbed. Zhu Youjiao nodded, acknowledging, I am aware of Yang He. He is a man of few words, diligent in his work. Very well. I shall consider him. With that, he noted down Yang He's name. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quietly exhaled in relief. His recommendation of Yang He was not without ulterior motives. Historically, Yang He had been condemned to military service for his failure to provide adequate relief during a disaster in Tianqi. However, given the dire circumstances at that time, even a deity would have been of little help. After all, the court was bereft of funds, and what could Yang He have done? Furthermore, Yang He was the father of the formidable Yang Xizhimen, a prominent figure at the end of the Ming Dynasty, who proposed the strategy of 4 rectifications and 6 corners, nearly annihilating the peasant uprising. Unfortunately, his plans ultimately faltered due to insufficient provisions. Reflecting on Yang Xizhimen's life, it becomes evident that while he too was embroiled in factional disputes and engaged in attacks against dissenters, he consistently labored to salvage the crumbling Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ning was acutely aware that one must not employ an overly idealistic perspective to judge historical events. Within that intricate era, each individual clung to their own beliefs, often faced with insurmountable dilemmas. He could only make decisions based on the prevailing circumstances, deeming Yang He a reliable and diligent individual, which justified his recommendation. As for the Donglin party members, their reputations varied greatly, with some esteemed and others infamous, rendering the situation exceedingly complex. Jiang Ning understood that history is akin to a capricious maiden, where many truths are obscured or distorted. Thus, he was hesitant to employ members of the Donglin party, fearful that a misstep could ensnare him in the turbulent whirlpool of factional strife, bringing further complications to the court. At that juncture, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Jiang Aiqing, what are your thoughts on Su Guanqi? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ning replied, remarkable. Zhu Youjiao, taken aback, asked, what do you mean by that, Jiang Aiqing? Jiang Ning smiled and elaborated. Master Su is well versed in both Eastern and Western knowledge. He excels not only in the manufacture of firearms, but also possesses profound expertise in various fields such as astronomy and geography, truly a polymath. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, stating, I share the same sentiment. Therefore, I intend to appoint Su Guanqi as the Minister of Works. Jiang Aiqing, what are your thoughts on this? Jiang Ning immediately rose and respectfully knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily and promptly recorded Su Guanqi's name. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao stood up and began to pace back and forth, declaring, I plan to expand the cabinet by adding an additional position. Simultaneously, I shall transfer the powers of the 6 ministries directly to the cabinet, thus ensuring that my imperial edicts can be executed without hindrance. Otherwise, my decrees are perpetually rejected by these literati, unable even to reach the palace. How can I command the realm? Beside him, Wei Zhongxian's eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Jiang Ning instantly comprehended that the emperor was poised to engage his ministers in a struggle for power. He hastily interjected, I support your majesty. Without hesitation, Wei Zhongxian bowed several times, asserting, this old servant feels the same. Even Fang Zhenghua, who had remained silent until now, echoed, so do I. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao announced, I intend to replace the Minister of Punishments, Qiao Yunsheng, with Yuan Kelly, who shall also join the cabinet. Jiang Ning understood that the esteemed Qiao Yunxing must have close ties with the Donglin party, thus arousing the emperor's suspicion. Conversely, Yuan Kelly was renowned for his both literary and martial prowess, earning the moniker Yuan Qing Tian among the populace. Placing him in charge of the penal system would indeed be a boon for the common people. Therefore, Jiang Ning swiftly raised both hands and smiled, declaring, "I fully endorse this." Wei Zhongxian promptly concurred. This old servant feels the same. Even the usually taciturn Fang Zhenghua raised his hands in agreement. Zhu Youjiao nodded and continued. "According to our plan, Sun Qingzong shall serve as the Minister of War, Yang He as the Minister of Personnel, Su Guangqi as the Minister of Works, Gui Yunho as the Minister of Revenue, and Yuan Kelly as the Minister of Punishments. Now, we only need to address the position of Minister of Rights, Yi Xianggao." At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian quickly pledged his loyalty, saying, "Your Majesty need not worry. I will arrange for someone to impeach Yi Xianggao." Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhu Youjiao spoke again. "Jiang Aiqing, regarding your recommendation of Shui Guoguan, how about appointing him as Minister of Rights and including him in the cabinet? What do you think?" Jiang Ning hastily shook his head, replying, "Your Majesty, I believe it would be sufficient for Shui Guoguan to enter the cabinet. I kindly request that your Majesty select another candidate for the Minister of Rights." Jiang Ning was acutely aware that the emperor was primarily selecting individuals who were reliable and devoid of significant party affiliations. If he were to insist on placing Shui Guoguan in the role of Minister of Rights while also including him in the cabinet, it might not bode well for Shui Guoguan. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian interjected, "This old servant recommends Gu Bingxian. He is astute and eager to learn, well-versed in the court's statutes and regulations, making him suitable for the role of Minister of Rights." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao wrote down Gu Bingxian's name. Observing this, Wei Zhongxian quickly turned to Jiang Ning, casting a grateful glance. Jiang Ning responded with a faint smile, understanding that in the realm of politics, the principle of maintaining a harmonious relationship while navigating the intricacies of power is of utmost importance. If one monopolizes all benefits and promotion opportunities, it is inevitable that resentment will brew among others, much like the kneeling Wei Zhongxian beside him at this moment. To facilitate others is to secure one's own position within the intricate realm of court politics. Mutual benefit is indeed the path to longevity. Observing that the selections for the cabinet and the 6 ministries were nearly finalized, with positions allocated, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction and then smiled, saying, "At tomorrow's Grand Court Assembly, I shall confer with my ministers regarding the recommendation of these candidates." Wei Zhongxian immediately responded with a sycophantic smile, "This old servant comprehends, and I shall promptly arrange for it." Jiang Ning was acutely aware that old Wei intended to rally his subordinates to create momentum at court. However, he had no intention of involving himself in this matter. After all, he had already secured considerable advantages in this personnel arrangement and saw no need to be the one to take risks. Allowing Wei Zhongxian to charge ahead sufficed. Unexpectedly, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiang Ning and said, "Minister Jiang, you shall also attend the court tomorrow." Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Must I accompany you? Is there no way I could abstain?" Zhu Youjiao chuckled and shook his head. "Minister Jiang, as a member of the Jinyui, the emperor's personal guard, you must attend, whether for duty or for personal reasons." Sighing in resignation, Jiang Ning replied, "Very well. I shall be there punctually tomorrow." Subsequently, he exchanged a few more casual remarks with Zhu Youjiao before taking his leave. As customary, Wei Zhongxian accompanied Jiang Ning out of the palace. Initially, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of guilt regarding the selection of the Minister of Personnel, since he had recommended Yang He instead of supporting Wei Zhongxian's preference for Zhou Yingqiu. To his surprise, not far from the palace gates, Wei Zhongxian hastily grasped Jiang Ning's sleeve, his face adorned with a broad smile, and remarked, "Today, I may have offended you, esteemed Minister Jiang. Please do not take it to heart. Your kindness in recommending me for the Minister of Rights shall be etched in my memory." Wei Zhongxian's unexpected gesture left Jiang Ning feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and smiled as he replied, "Your Excellency, such words are unnecessary. We both share the burden of the emperor and should support one another." In response, Wei Zhongxian's eyes crinkled into slits as he nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, and declared, "Minister Jiang speaks wisely. Indeed, we should work in unison for the emperor's service. Yet, A frown soon crossed Wei Zhongxian's face as he expressed his difficulties. Minister Jiang, I seek your counsel on a pressing matter. I hope you will not hesitate to share your insights. Jiang Ning smiled in response. Please, Your Excellency, do share. Thus, Wei Zhongxian laid bare his concerns. Currently, the court was rife with factions, the Donglin party being the most formidable. The emperor's intention to replace cabinet members and officials in the 6 ministries with those he trusted would surely provoke strong opposition from the Donglin faction, who would undoubtedly seek to place their own loyalists in key positions. Although Wei Zhongxian had gathered many supporters, uncertainty lingered in his heart, prompting him to seek Minister Jiang's advice in hopes of devising a strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. To insult, one must first target the mother. Address the core leaders of the Donglin party first. Once their leader falls, the rest will pose little threat. Wei Zhongxian appeared contemplative, then nodded slightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Thank you, Lord Jiang. I understand now. The Eastern Depot holds numerous incriminating evidence against the leaders of the Donglin party. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for these matters to be exposed, and we shall see whether they value their lives or their positions. With that, he smiled ominously. Observing Wei Zhongxian's swift comprehension, Jiang Ning could not help but praise him. Indeed, Master Wei, you are a person of great ambition. Wei Zhongxian, slightly embarrassed, replied, I must thank Lord Jiang for your guidance. Otherwise, I would have only engaged in a futile confrontation with those bookish fellows of the Donglin party. Then, with a troubled expression, Wei Zhongxian continued, however, the left minister Yang Lian and the right minister Zhu Guangdou are formidable adversaries. They act with utmost caution, making it nearly impossible to find any incriminating evidence against them. Moreover, they are both stubbornly inflexible. Aside from resorting to extreme measures, I find myself at a loss. Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Master Wei. I shall handle these two. Instantly elated, Wei Zhongxian expressed his admiration. Lord Jiang, your noble willingness to assist is truly commendable. The two then conversed and laughed as they exited the palace gates, each returning to their respective offices to diligently prepare their strategies. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Jinyue, Jiang Ning wasted no time and promptly summoned his capable subordinates. In an instant, the grand hall of the Jinyue was filled with Tian Urging, Su Xianshun, Meng Ruhu, Hu Dawei, the newly arrived Li Ruoyan, and several other 1,000 households, all standing in orderly formation, their expressions solemn as they awaited Jiang Ning's orders. At this moment, Jiang Ning inquired, do we have any records of the illegal activities of Left Minister Yang Lian and Right Minister Zhu Guangdou? Tian Urging quickly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the files. After a thorough examination of the classified documents, he spread his hands in exasperation. I regret to inform you, my lord, that neither Yang Lian nor Zhu Guangdou has any illicit activities recorded, not even the slightest misdeed. They are as solid as iron, beyond reproach. Hearing this, Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. Even if they are as steadfast as iron, I shall create 2 openings for them today. Upon hearing this, Tian Urging and Su Xianshun hastily suggested, my lord, since there are no blackmail records, we might as well fabricate some. This is a specialty of the Jinyue. Jiang Ning frowned and admonished, such despicable tactics as framing are best avoided. At that moment, Li Ruoyan spoke up, my lord, how do you intend to deal with these 2? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ning replied, during tomorrow's morning court, we shall ensure they do not appear before the throne. Tian Urging immediately proposed, shall we directly send someone to arrest them in the imperial prison? Su Xianshun, with a more sinister suggestion, added, my lord, why not set a fire and end it all? Jiang Ning regarded the 2 as if they were fools. Just then, Li Ruoyan interjected, my lord, they surely have families, wives, and children. This is their vulnerability. Perhaps we could exploit this. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning could not help but let out a silent sigh. Goodness. Li Ruoyan has just begun her duties, and she is already seamlessly integrating into the role of the genie Wei. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Li Ruoyan into his office, where the 2 engaged in a hushed conversation, the content of which remained a mystery. Before long, Li Ruoyan, accompanied by the formidable Hu Dawei, hastily departed the government office, leaving no one aware of their intentions. Jiang Ning then turned his attention to Tian Urging and Su Xianshun, delivering a stern reprimand. His expression was grave, and his tone authoritative. We, the Genie Wei, are the Emperor's appointed officials, entrusted with the law in the name of the Son of Heaven. We are a bureau of civilized enforcement, and how can we engage in acts of framing, murder, and arson? Tell me, are we the Emperor's loyal forces, or mere bandits seizing control of the mountains? His words left Tian urging and Su Xianshun blushing with shame, their heads nearly bowing to the ground. After the admonishment, the others dispersed to return to their respective duties. Jiang Ning remained alone in the hall, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unyielding. He understood well that after tomorrow, the political landscape of the Ming Dynasty would undergo tumultuous changes. In this intricate political arena, he would emerge as a pivotal figure, stirring the winds of change. At this moment, Jiang Ning's gaze was resolute and profound, as if he had already foreseen the approaching storm. He clenched his fists, ready to embrace the impending contest of power and wits, determined to pursue his ambitions and mission with unwavering resolve. Chapter 15. The First Battle of Court Rivalry. Jiang Ning sat firmly in the grand hall of the Genie Wei, the government office bustling with activity as officers hurried in and out, continuously reporting various news to him. At this juncture, the entire court was fervently preparing for the grand assembly scheduled for the following day. This would be a struggle that could alter the dynamics of the Ming court, a reallocation and reshuffling of power. In this conflict, some would seize the opportunity to ascend to greatness, while others would be ruthlessly cast down into an abyss of despair. The Donglin faction was also busy, clandestinely gathering at the residences of Yi Xianggao, Li Sankai, and Qianjini, where they conspired in hushed tones to strategize for the upcoming assembly. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the Eastern Depot, Wei Zhongxian listened impassively to reports from his subordinates. Flanking him were his loyal henchmen, standing at attention. Wei Zhongxian's eyes were icy, reminiscent of a frigid pool, when suddenly, a faint, sinister smile crept across his lips as he coldly remarked, "The Emperor has already spoken. Do these scholars think they can overturn the heavens? Such delusions. Tomorrow, they shall come to understand the true might." With that, he glanced at the incriminating evidence against the high-ranking Donglin officials laid before him, his expression revealing an inscrutable smile. Meanwhile, officials from the Qi and Zhi factions were also convening in secret. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ning was fully aware of these clandestine meetings among the scholars. Since the reorganization of the Genie Wei, Jiang Ning had discreetly positioned his operatives to infiltrate the homes of the prominent Donglin leaders. His network of intelligence within the capital was so thorough that it was virtually impenetrable. Jiang Ning understood that only by knowing both himself and his adversaries could he maintain an unassailable position in the court's tumultuous struggles. Shortly thereafter, Tian Ergung rushed into the hall and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, hastily declaring, "Your Excellency, according to the latest intelligence from the Jinui spies, it has come to light that tomorrow, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou of the Donglin party intend to recommend Yi Xianggao for the position of Chief Minister to His Majesty. Furthermore, they are plotting to impeach Lord Sun Qingzong. Clearly, they seek to seize control of the Ministry of War." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a cold smile. He remarked, "No matter, let the bullets fly for a while." Tian Ergung, perplexed, dared not inquire further and fell silent. Not long after, Su Xianshun hurried into the hall, announcing, "Your Excellency, the letter to Lord Shui Guoguan has been delivered." Lord Shui replied that he will ensure everything is arranged properly. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Since Lord Shui wished to ally himself with Jiang Ning, it was only fitting that he take tangible action to contribute. Moments later, Li Ruoyan, Yu Mingru, and Hu Dawei arrived together in the hall. Li Ruoyan spoke first. "Your Excellency, I have arranged everything. Tomorrow, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, the key figures of the Donglin party, will be unable to attend the court." Jiang Ning nodded in approval, aware of Li Ruoyan's plan. Although the methods employed were somewhat unscrupulous, achieving the objective in the court's fierce struggle was commendable. At this moment, Tian Ergung and Su Xianshun exchanged glances, both perceiving a profound sense of crisis in each other's eyes. Li Ruoyan had only recently joined the Jinui and was already poised to assist Jiang Ning in dealing with such pivotal figures of the Donglin party. This young man's enthusiasm was remarkable. If they continued to lack noteworthy achievements, they might indeed be supplanted by newcomers. Subsequently, Jiang Ning waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. Once they departed, he sat alone in the hall, slowly closing his eyes to recuperate. That night, The residences of all officials in the capital were illuminated, with no one able to sleep. Various factions were making their final preparations for the impending Grand Court Assembly. The atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. As several hours passed and darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Ning awakened, his eyes sparkling with vitality and an exuberant spirit. He rose, meticulously adjusting his official robes, ensuring that every crease was smooth and in place. With steady and powerful strides, he stepped out of the yamen. Jiang Ning took his seat in the official sedan chair, accompanied by Su Xianshun and Tian Ergong, as they set off towards the palace, preparing for the grand assembly that would determine the court's fate. A contingent of Jinyue, adorned in resplendent brocade and mounted on majestic steeds, formed an impenetrable barrier around Jiang Ning. Soon, they arrived outside the palace's noon gate, where many officials had already gathered, waiting to attend the court. As Jiang Ning stepped out of the sedan chair, he noticed Wei Zhongxian from the Eastern Depot had also arrived. Their eyes met. An understanding passed between them as they proceeded together into the palace. However, behind them, the disdainful voices of the civil officials rose and fell like waves. "You harm the loyal, devious scoundrels." Such accusations echoed incessantly. Yet, Jiang Ning appeared oblivious, maintaining his composure and steady pace, as if those jarring sounds were nothing more than inconsequential whispers in the wind. With a sidelong glance, he caught sight of Wei Zhongxian beside him. The latter's face was ashen, reminiscent of the brooding sky before a tempest, his eyes swirling with malevolence, akin to a beast poised to pounce. In an instant, Jiang Ning realized that the vitriol directed at them was not aimed at himself, but rather at the old Wei. Just as he contemplated offering some words of comfort, Wei Zhongxian interjected with a cold smile, his laughter echoing like a ghostly wail from the depths of hell, chillingly declaring, "These civil officials spend their days embroiled in intrigue, accomplishing nothing of substance. Humph, after today, let us see how long they can maintain their arrogance." Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian walked with measured strides towards the imperial hall. As Jiang Ning was newly acquainted with the court's protocols, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Noticing this, Wei Zhongxian leaned in closer, whispering swiftly into Jiang Ning's ear, elucidating the nuances of stance and etiquette with meticulous detail. Before long, an increasing number of civil and military officials entered the grand hall, each taking their place according to rank on either side of the chamber. The civil officials donned robes embroidered with avian motifs, their expressions varying from solemn to exuberant, while the military officers stood tall and imposing. As the chief of the Eastern Depot, Wei Zhongxian occupied a position to the right of the dragon throne, a spot close to the emperor that underscored his esteemed status. Jiang Ning, as the deputy commander of the imperial guards, aligned with the military faction, found a suitable position behind the officials of the Five Armies Command. Standing within the hall, Jiang Ning's gaze inadvertently swept across the opposing line of officials, and he was surprised to recognize several familiar faces. Leading the line was Sun Qingzong, a venerable elder, esteemed and a pillar of the court. Yuan Kelly stood tall, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. Further along, he spotted his recently allied subordinate, Shui Guoguan, who at that moment was bowing his head, exuding an air of caution. Continuing his observation, Jiang Ning's eyes fell upon Li Sankai, which reminded him of the matter concerning the 3,000 taels of silver, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Zhao Nanxing and Qian Jini were also present, all of whom were influential figures within the court. Jiang Ning scanned the crowd repeatedly, yet he could not find the figures of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. He understood then that Li Ruoyan's plan had indeed succeeded. The two formidable vanguards of the Donglin party would likely be absent today. A whimsical thought crossed Jiang Ning's mind. Would the emperor deduct their salaries upon discovering their absence? Just as Jiang Ning's thoughts wandered, he suddenly heard Wei Zhongxian's sharp and resonant voice calling out beside the dragon throne. "The emperor has arrived. All officials kneel and welcome." The proclamation reverberated throughout the grand hall. Immediately thereafter, Zhu Youjiao, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, strode in with an imposing stature, confidently ascending the dragon throne. In an instant, all civil and military officials uniformly bowed in reverence, their voices resounding in unison, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! For 10,000 years." The cacophony echoed, seemingly threatening to breach the very dome of the grand hall. Jiang Ning promptly knelt alongside the others, his movements precise and earnest. Shortly thereafter, the distinct voice of Old Wei resonated once more, The emperor has decreed, all officials may rise. Upon hearing this, the officials gradually stood, adjusting their official robes, directing their respectful gazes towards His Majesty seated upon the throne. At that moment, Old Wei raised his voice again. The emperor has decreed, if there are matters to address, speak forth. No sooner had he finished than several officials surged forth from the ranks of civil officials. The leading official, with a grave countenance, proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty, I must impeach Minister of Revenue Li Sankai, Minister of Personnel Zhao Nanxing, and Right Deputy Minister of Rights Tianqi. Understanding the implication, Jiang Ning realized these individuals were indeed his allies. Zhu Youjiao on the throne nodded slightly, prompting Wei Zhongxian to immediately respond. Approved. The leading official then began to enumerate the alleged misdeeds of the accused with fervor. Jiang Ning listened intently, gradually grasping the situation. It appeared Old Wei was unearthing the unsavory secrets of the Donglin party's prominent figures. Just as the official concluded his statement, several others hastily interjected, urgently declaring, Your Majesty, Gu Bingqian is falsely accusing Minister Li, Minister Zhao, and Deputy Minister Qian. Thus, the two factions engaged in a heated exchange, each unwilling to yield. Observing the commotion, Jiang Ning felt a sense of ennui. He mused to himself that the grand court of the Ming Dynasty, which usually exuded solemnity, resembled a bustling marketplace when embroiled in conflict. As he listened to the back and forth, his brows furrowed deeper, pondering the fruitlessness of their discourse. Glancing towards Zhu Youjiao, he noticed the emperor's demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotional upheaval. After a moment, Zhu Youjiao subtly gestured to Wei Zhongxian. In an instant, Wei Zhongxian understood the cue and bellowed, Silence. Immediately, the hall fell silent, the cacophony dissipating into stillness. Zhu Youjiao then spoke slowly, inquiring, Gu Bingqian, do you possess irrefutable evidence against these ministers? Gu Bingqian hastily retrieved a memorial from his robes, raising it high above his head. Wei Zhongxian rushed forward to take the memorial, presenting it to Zhu Youjiao. At that moment, the expressions of the Donglin leaders turned grim, overshadowed by a cloud of dismay as they glared menacingly at Wei Zhongxian. It was evident to any keen observer that this scheme bore the fingerprints of Wei Zhongxian. Without his directive, his subordinates would scarcely dare to charge into the fray. Zhu Youjiao accepted the memorial, scrutinizing its contents. As he read, his countenance alternated between fury and ominous gloom. Upon reaching the conclusion, Zhu Youjiao abruptly slammed the memorial shut, unexpectedly breaking into laughter. This sudden reaction bewildered all present, leaving them exchanging perplexed glances, utterly confounded. Listening to Zhu Youjiao's laughter, he remarked, I never expected that the esteemed officials of the Ming Dynasty, including the minister and vice minister, would brazenly indulge in debauchery in broad daylight. Drinking in such establishments is one thing, but to do so without offering any silver is quite another. Ultimately, it was Jiang Ning, the deputy commander of the Jinyue, who stumbled upon this scandal. It was he who, out of his own pocket, settled the bill of 3,000 taels of silver. Following this, Zhu Youjiao was seized by fury as he demanded, What on earth is going on here? As his words fell, Li Sankai stepped forward, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the man standing behind him, Tianqi. As if he had resolved to take a certain course of action, he spoke, Your Majesty, it is true that I, along with several colleagues, went out for drinks and visited a brothel that day. However, this was all orchestrated without my knowledge by Lord Tianqi, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. Lord Zhao Nanxing can attest to my words. Zhao Nanxing promptly stepped forward, readily affirming, Your Majesty, indeed. All these actions were taken by Tianqi without our consent, and bear no relation to me or Lord Li Sankai. At this moment, Tianqi's face turned as pale as paper, his expression resembling that of a corpse. He understood all too well that he had been ruthlessly abandoned, becoming a scapegoat. Zhu Youjiao was incensed. He declared, You, as pillars of the court, have brought shame upon the officials of the Ming Dynasty. He commanded, Decree, remove Tianqi from his position as right vice minister of the Ministry of Rights. Upon hearing this, Tianqi collapsed to the ground. While the officials nearby rushed to assist him, a wave of desolation washed over him, as he realized his fate was irrevocably sealed. Meanwhile, amidst the assembly, the members of the Donglin party anxiously awaited the arrival of the prominent figures Yang Lian and Zhu Doguang, yet they remained conspicuously absent. A sense of foreboding began to permeate the hearts of the Donglin officials. In contrast, the officials from other factions, who had often been plagued by the relentless pursuits of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guang, felt an unexpected relief at their absence. Seeing that Tianqi had been apprehended, Gu Bingxian took the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, while Tianqi unquestionably deserves his fate, we must not overlook the transgressions of Li Sankai and Zhao Nanqing. Before the Donglin officials could voice their objections, Gu Bingxian produced a memorial and asserted, Your Majesty, here lies irrefutable evidence of their violations of court laws, and furthermore, their clan has been involved in the illicit minting of currency. Upon hearing the words illicit minting, a collective gasp arose among the officials, their faces etched with terror. Such an offense could lead to the ruin of entire families. While officials might sometimes receive leniency for minor acts of corruption, being implicated in counterfeiting currency was a calamity of the gravest order. Even Zhao Nanqing and Li Sankai were visibly shaken by this accusation. They exchanged alarmed glances. Their eyes filled with fear and confusion, and hastily cried out, Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. They were acutely aware that, although they had engaged in numerous illicit activities and amassed wealth through unscrupulous means, they were entirely ignorant of the crime of currency counterfeiting. Wei Zhongxian approached Zhu Youjiao with a malicious smile, hastily presenting the memorial with utmost reverence. After reading the document, Zhu Youjiao's countenance darkened with fury. He forcefully cast the memorial to the ground and coldly remarked, You too, take a good look. Trembling, the two men picked up the memorial and, after a brief glance, were struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the floor. Although they had not personally engaged in the minting of counterfeit coins, their relatives had exploited their names to partake in such illicit activities, which had recently been uncovered by the Eastern Depot. In their despair, they lamented, Your Majesty, I have failed to discipline my family, and I deserve the gravest punishment. Please, Your Majesty, administer justice. Yet, they refrained from mentioning the counterfeiting itself, only admitting to their negligence in family governance. Chapter 16. The dust settles, and a triumphant return at that moment. Shui Guoguan, a new subordinate from Jiangning, stepped forward, raising his voice to declare, I, Shui Guoguan, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, have matters to present. Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly, granting permission. Shui Guoguan cleared his throat and began his impassioned address, condemning Li Sankai and Zhao Nanqing for their lax family management, allowing their kin to engage in the minting of counterfeit coins. Such conduct must be met with severe punishment to uphold the integrity of the imperial law. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly in agreement, though a barely perceptible glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Li Sankai and Zhao Nanqing, witnessing this, were instantly seized by terror, their faces paling. Just then, several civil officials rushed forth from the ranks, kneeling to plead on behalf of the two men. Shui Guoguan's face flushed red as he engaged in a heated debate with them. Soon, more officials joined the fray, and the two factions were embroiled in a cacophony of voices. The Donglin party understood that Tianqi had been forsaken, should Li Sankai and Zhao Nanqing, two prominent leaders of the Donglin faction, be held accountable, it would spell disaster for their party. Thus, they desperately rallied to defend the two. Moments later, Zhu Youjiao's brow furrowed tightly, clearly irritated by the tumultuous scene. Wei Zhongxian, observing this, bellowed, Silence. Instantly, the court fell silent. Zhu Youjiao, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, Minister of Revenue Li Sankai and Minister of Personnel Zhao Nanqing, due to their lax family governance, I hereby dismiss both from their positions and initiate an investigation to serve as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, Li Sankai and Zhao Nanqing felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily expressing their gratitude. They recognized that they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Subsequently, Tianqi, Li Sankai, and Zhao Nanqing were forcibly removed from the court by the guards. The unfolding situation was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The court session had scarcely begun when the Donglin party suffered the loss of three pivotal figures. Just then, Jiangning suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I, Jiangning, Deputy Commander of the Jinyue, have matters to present. Zhu Youjiao, glancing at his good brother, could not help but smile faintly, saying, Proceed. With a serious demeanor, Jiangning stated, Your Majesty, some time ago, Li Sankai, Zhao Nanqing, and Tianqi defaulted on payments to a courtesan, and I covered their debt of 3,000 taels. Although they have now been dismissed, my funds cannot simply be disregarded. I beseech Your Majesty to grant me justice. As Jiangning's voice faded, The officials in the court were momentarily taken aback. The formidable reputation of Lord Jiang, the captain of the Jinui, had reached their ears long before. Yet they could hardly fathom that on this day of their first encounter, he would boldly request the emperor's assistance in collecting debts right before the court. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao, barely restraining a chuckle, nodded solemnly and remarked, "To take a life is to pay with one's own. To owe a debt is to repay it. This has been a fundamental principle since time immemorial." After speaking, he turned to Wei Zhongxian and instructed, "Later, you shall convey my decree for the three of them to send the silver to Jiangning." Wei Zhongxian promptly bowed, accepting the command. Upon witnessing this, Jiangning immediately exclaimed, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Zhu Youjiao smiled in response. After expressing his gratitude, Jiangning returned to his original position. Then, Zhu Youjiao continued, "Not long ago, 3 esteemed ministers from the cabinet submitted their resignations to me. Despite my repeated attempts to persuade them, I could not compel them to stay. And thus I graciously approved their resignations yesterday. With the affairs of the court being so intricate, the cabinet cannot afford to be without leadership. Today, let us deliberate on a suitable candidate for the position of chief minister." As soon as he finished speaking, an official from the Donglin faction hurriedly stood up, declaring, "Your Majesty, I, Sun Ruyo, left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, recommend Lord Yi Xianggao, the Minister of Rights. Lord Yi is known for his composure and acumen. Appointing him as Chief Minister would indeed reflect the will of the people." The officials behind him from the Donglin faction readily echoed their support. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian exchanged glances with his associates, and one of the officials stepped forward, stating, "I, Zhu Youjiao, an official from the Ministry of Revenue, have a matter to present." Zhu Youjiao nodded in acknowledgement, granting permission. Zhu Youjiao spoke clearly, "Your Majesty, while Yi Xianggao has previously held the position of chief minister during the Wanli reign, he lacked the necessary capabilities, leading to turmoil in the court, which ultimately resulted in his dismissal by Emperor Shenzong. This precedent is sufficient to demonstrate that Yi Xianggao is unfit for such an important role." Following this, Wei Zhongxian's faction began to voice their objections, each adding to the chorus of criticism against Yi Xianggao, who stood in the court growing increasingly disheartened. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao smiled gently and addressed Yi Xianggao. "Pray tell, what are your thoughts, dear minister?" Yi Xianggao understood that the emperor did not wish for him to join the cabinet. However, the prevailing circumstances compelled him to swallow his pride. With Li Sankai, Zhao Nanxing, and Qian Qianyi already subdued, and the 2 key figures of the inspectorate, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, mysteriously absent from court that day, the Donglin faction was undeniably at a disadvantage. With no other options, Yi Xianggao bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, I recognize my limited abilities and feel I am unworthy of the position of chief minister. Given my advanced age and declining health, I humbly request permission to retire and enjoy my remaining years in peace." At these words, the officials of the Donglin faction were rendered speechless, filled with confusion. What was Yi Xianggao attempting to accomplish? They had exerted immense effort to elevate him to the position of chief minister, only to find him renouncing his candidacy on the spot, which infuriated them, leading to silent rebukes of the situation. Finally, Zhu Youjiao, with a sincere expression, made an earnest plea for Yi Xianggao to reconsider. However, Yi Xianggao had firmly resolved to resign from his official position and return to his homeland. The 2 parties, sovereign and minister, engaged in a dramatic exchange of 3 requests and 3 refusals. Ultimately, Zhu Youjiao feigned tears and acquiesced to Yi Xianggao's wishes. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Xianggao departed the grand hall without looking back. As he exited, he inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Ning before hastily leaving. Once outside the hall, Yi Xianggao felt drenched in sweat, acutely aware that the events of the day were part of a grand conspiracy. Besides the all-powerful Wei Zhongxian at the emperor's side, the esteemed Zhang Daren of the Jinui likely played a significant role in this affair. Should he fail to discern the situation and act prudently, he risked imminent peril. At that moment, retreat was the wisest strategy. Observing the prominent Donglin party figure, Yi Xianggao abandoned his post. The officials of the Donglin party were momentarily at a loss, stunned into silence. It was then that Wei Zhongxian's affiliates began to vociferously advocate for the appointment of the imperial tutor Sun Qingzong as the prime minister of the cabinet. Even Xue Guoguan, a new recruit under Jiang Ning, rallied a group of officials to fervently speak in favor of Sun Qingzong. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao decisively confirmed this appointment, designating Sun Qingzong as a Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion and the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. The ensuing proceedings unfolded with greater ease, as Yuan Kelly was also nominated for the cabinet. Concurrently, Wei Zhongxian's subordinates submitted petitions vigorously endorsing Shui Guoguan, who, through collective efforts, successfully entered the cabinet as well. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao remarked, "Now, with Minister of Revenue Li Sankai, Minister of Rights Yi Xiangyao, and Minister of Personnel Zhao Nanxing all dismissed, I invite you, my esteemed ministers, to deliberate on the candidates for these positions. The Ministry of Personnel, responsible for the selection and appointment of officials throughout the realm, held one of the most powerful positions among the 6 ministries." Shui Guoguan hastily knelt to present his suggestion. "Your Majesty, I recommend Inspector Yang He. For many years, Yang has served with integrity and incorruptibility, never engaging in factionalism, and is indeed the most suitable candidate for the Ministry of Personnel." Following his statement, his subordinates echoed the recommendation for Yang He. Observing this, Wei Zhongxian's followers swiftly joined in the chorus of support for Yang He, resulting in a unanimous call for his nomination within the court. Yet, Yang He himself was utterly unprepared for this turn of events, standing there bewildered and perplexed. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao turned to his mentor, Sun Qingzong, and inquired, "Master Sun, what is your opinion?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Qingzong nodded and replied, "I believe Yang Darren is indeed the undisputed choice for the Ministry of Personnel." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao readily concurred. It was only with the prompt from the inspector that Yang He regained his composure and hurriedly expressed his gratitude for the honor. He found himself puzzled. Lacking influence or connections, he had diligently toiled for years. He had anticipated an ordinary day, only to be unexpectedly elevated in rank. To claim he was not thrilled would be a falsehood. Thereafter, Zhu Youjiao spoke once more. "The Ministry of Revenue governs the nation's finances, serving as the chief steward of the Ming Dynasty. All state expenditures and the welfare of the common people fall under its purview. Let us discuss the candidates for the Minister of Revenue." Upon hearing this, Shui Guoguan quickly stated, "Your Majesty, I recommend Lord Guo Yunhao. Lord Guo is an official of impeccable integrity, skilled in financial management, and possesses substantial experience in local governance, making him the ideal candidate for the Minister of Revenue." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose, affirming that Guo Yunhao was indeed a fitting choice. Thus, amidst the waves of consensus, the appointment of the Minister of Revenue was established. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao remarked, "The Minister of Rights, Yi Xiangyao, has resigned. Let us also deliberate on the selection of a new Minister of Rights." This announcement caused a stir among the officials of the Donglin Party, who were anxious as they observed their influence dwindling and the positions within the 6 ministries being rapidly claimed. Someone quickly stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I propose Lord Sun Ruyo, the left Assistant Minister of Rights. Lord Sun is well versed in the laws and regulations of the court and is a steady official, making him exceptionally qualified for the role of Minister of Rights." However, before he could finish, the supporters of Wei Zhongxian began to recommend Gu Biqing. Even Shui Guoguan aligned himself with Gu Biqing. With only a few senior cabinet members remaining uncommitted, the number of supporters for Gu Biqing overwhelmingly surpassed that of Sun Ruyo, ultimately leading to Gu Biqing's successful appointment as Minister of Rights. As Zhu Youjiao witnessed the majority of officials in the cabinet and 6 ministries being replaced with his allies, he candidly announced the personnel changes, appointing the former Minister of Works, Zhou Jiamao, to the position of Left Governor of Guangdong, and promoting Su Guangqi to Minister of Works. The Minister of Justice, Qiao Yunsheng, was reassigned to the Right Governor of Shaanxi, with Yuan Kelly concurrently serving as Minister of Justice. The Donglin Party officials were struck as if by lightning, left utterly bewildered, cursing inwardly, "What on earth is happening today?" Several prominent figures of the Donglin Party had either been dismissed or fled, and in the blink of an eye, their presence in the cabinet and 6 ministries had been eradicated. Even core members of the Donglin Party, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, were absent from court that day. Sensing the tide had turned against them, the Donglin officials, in a fit of despair, decided to take drastic measures. One official stood forth to impeach Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou for their unexcused absence. Zhu Youjiao, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight, yet he refrained from complete eradication. Despite being members of the Donglin Party, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou had maintained their integrity. Thus, Zhu Youjiao decreed that they be demoted to the positions of left and right censor, respectively. This action vacated the positions of the censors in the inspection court. At this moment, Jiang Ning, observing the tumultuous scene before him, couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly the landscape of the Ming court had transformed. He contemplated recommending a candidate for the position of left censor, but suddenly found himself at a loss for an appropriate name. Hastily, he signaled to Shui Guoguan, who understood immediately and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I recommend Lord Wentiren, the Right Assistant Minister of Revenue. He is an upright official, decisive in action, and I propose he assume the role of left censor." Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with this recommendation. Following suit, Gu Biqing also suggested Zhu Datian for the position of right censor, to which Zhu Youjiao likewise acquiesced. All matters have been settled, and soon the crowd joyfully shouted "Long life," marking the conclusion of this tumultuous court assembly. The officials dispersed as if clocking out from work. Subsequently, a multitude of civil and military officials exited the Grand Hall. The newly appointed Prime Minister Sun Qingzong and his deputy Yuan Kelly exchanged friendly smiles with Jiang Ning, who reciprocated each gesture with warmth. Even the officials under Wei Zhongxian approached with enthusiasm, greeting Jiang Ning with cordiality. By Jiang Ning's side stood his junior, Shui Guoguan, whose face was flushed with excitement as he whispered to Jiang Ning, "Today, thanks to your esteemed recommendation, I am deeply grateful." Shui Guoguan understood that both Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian firmly stood by the emperor's side, and he, too, was now aboard this ship. Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "What you say is far too humble, Elder Shui. Now that you are in the cabinet handling state affairs, you can truly realize your ambitions and serve the emperor to the best of your abilities." Shui Guoguan eagerly nodded, affirming, "You are absolutely right, Jiang Daren. I shall surely work diligently to repay the emperor's grace." At that moment, a middle-aged official in his 40s approached with a smile, respectfully stating, "I am Wentiren, honored to meet Jiang Daren and Elder Shui." Seeing this, Shui Guoguan promptly introduced Jiang Ning. As Jiang Ning regarded the somewhat handsome middle-aged man before him, memories swiftly surfaced in his mind. Wentiren was notorious in history as a treacherous minister, one of the most formidable among the infamous. It was known that during Emperor Chongzhen's reign, the prime minister was frequently changed, yet this individual managed to hold his position for several years without being dismissed, a testament to his remarkable capabilities. Jiang Ning responded to Wentiren with a smile and greeted him in return. Wentiren, with a respectful demeanor, remarked, "Today, I am fortunate to have been recommended by both Jiang Daren and Elder Shui, and in the future, I shall share both honor and disgrace with you too." His words candidly expressed his stance. Jiang Ning, with a serious expression, replied, "As officials of the court, it is our duty to alleviate the burdens of the emperor and provide solace to the common people. This is the true path of governance." His righteous words incited anger among passing officials from the Donglin faction, who viewed Wei Zhongxian as a villainous traitor and considered Jiang Ning nothing more than a disruptive element, stirring chaos within the court. After the assembly, officials returned to their respective offices, each harboring their own thoughts. Jiang Ning exited the court with Shui Guoguan and Wentiren, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently, his proud demeanor unmistakable. Nearby officials observed Jiang Ning's ostentatious display, unable to suppress their disdainful thoughts. What a rogue! Before long, outside the Meridian Gate, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging paced anxiously, and upon seeing Jiang Ning, brimming with confidence and followed by a group of officials, their previously elevated spirits plummeted. Jiang Ning, the chief of the Jinyue, understood that should he fall from grace, his two companions would undoubtedly share a similar fate. Observing Jiang Ning's demeanor, the two exhaled deeply in relief and hurriedly approached, saying, "My lord, please enter the sedan." Jiang Ning turned around, exchanged a brief greeting with Shui Guoguan and Wentiren, and then ascended into the sedan, directing it towards the office of the Jinyue's town protector. Su Xianshun and Tian Urging nimbly mounted their horses, flanking Jiang Ning's official sedan closely. The contingent of Jinyue marched with great pomp towards the town protector's office. Along the way, Tian Urging, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, "My lord, how fared the morning court session?" Jiang Ning raised the sedan curtain with a smile, responding with poise, "The situation is settled." Upon hearing this, Tian Urging and Su Xianshun could barely contain their joy. They understood that their esteemed leader was destined for great heights, and as his subordinates, they too would share in his fortune. Upon returning to the town protector's office, Jiang Ning proceeded directly to the main hall, taking his seat with authority. He promptly instructed his subordinates to summon Li Ruoyan. As Li Ruoyan hurriedly arrived, Jiang Ning stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Li Qianhu, today you have achieved great merit." Li Ruoyan, quick to respond, knelt before him, earnestly stating, "My lord, you flatter me. I merely acted to alleviate your burdens. It is my duty." His flattery flowed seamlessly, without any hint of insincerity. Observing this exchange, Tian Urging and Su Xianxun felt a surge of discomfort, a pang of envy rising within them. With a smile still gracing his face, Jiang Ning looked at Li Ruoyan and continued, "In due time, I shall personally commend you before His Majesty." At this, Li Ruoyan's heart swelled with excitement, and he hastily pledged, "I shall remain steadfast in my loyalty to you, my lord." Jiang Ning nodded slightly, still wearing a smile. At that moment, Su Xianxun, standing nearby, also smiled and inquired, "Might I ask how Li Qianhu managed to prevent Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou of the Donglin party from appearing in court today?" Li Ruoyan glanced at Jiang Ning, who nodded in encouragement, and then explained with a grin, "Last night, I had someone set fire in Yang Lian's kitchen, causing chaos that left them restless through the night. Subsequently, I arranged for individuals to masquerade as food vendors and peddle their wares at Yang Lian's doorstep. After a night of turmoil, Yang Lian, desperate, instructed his family to purchase food from our disguised vendors. Unfortunately, the food had been laced with laxatives from the very beginning. Thus, this so-called stalwart of the Donglin faction found himself utterly incapacitated." With a broader smile, Li Ruoyan continued, "I also had people disguise themselves as beggars, lying in wait at Zhuo Guangdou's doorstep. Early this morning, as Zhuo Guangdou exited to board his official sedan for court, he collided with one of these beggars, who fell, bloodied and battered. Instantly, a throng of beggars surrounded his sedan, lamenting loudly and creating a scene of utter disarray. Zhuo Guangdou, known for his integrity, found himself in a predicament as he witnessed an accident amidst a throng of onlookers. Without a hint of hesitation, he hurriedly offered soothing words of comfort. However, to his astonishment, the beggars demanded no compensation. They clung to the sedan chair, refusing to let it pass, engaging in a futile commotion. Consequently, Zhuo Guangdou, a prominent figure of the Donglin party, was firmly detained and failed to reach the morning court session in time. Upon hearing Li Ruoyan recount these insidious tactics, Su Xianxun felt a deep sense of inadequacy in comparison to the methods employed by Tian Urging. While he and Tian resorted to violence and arson, Li Ruoyan achieved mastery over the two core members of the Donglin party through mere cunning, devoid of bloodshed or deceitful schemes. At that moment, a smile graced Jiang Ning's face as he remarked, "The situation is now settled, and everyone has worked hard during this period." He continued, Tian Urging, "Withdraw 20,000 taels from the treasury and distribute bonuses to each brother involved in this matter according to their rank." After a brief pause, Jiang Ning cheerfully added, "Tian Urging, Su Xianxun, Li Ruoyan, you three have worked diligently and shall each receive 2,000 taels. Meng Ruhu and Gu Dawei, your contributions were commendable as well, so you shall each receive 1,000 taels." Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly knelt in unison, acknowledging the wisdom in Jiang Ning's philosophy. To ensure the horse runs well, one must provide it with fodder. He had always held disdain for empty promises and motivational speeches, believing that tangible rewards were far more effective in garnering loyalty from his subordinates. Thus, the distribution of rewards was straightforward and generous. With a beaming smile, Jiang Ning proclaimed, "From now on, my brothers shall follow me faithfully, and I guarantee that every meal will include meat, ensuring a prosperous life for all." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the East Factory, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. Wei Zhongxian, the head of the East Factory, sat confidently in his elevated position, flanked by rows of loyal subordinates. Sun Yunhe, a notorious sycophant, wore a beaming smile as he obsequiously congratulated, "Congratulations, factory chief. With the Donglin party nearly expelled from the court, you have rendered unparalleled service to His Majesty. Now, even the Minister of Rights and the Right Inspector of the Supervisory Court are our allies. No one will dare oppose you in the court henceforth." Yet, Wei Zhongxian displayed no trace of arrogance. Instead, His expression remained remarkably composed as he cautioned, "While we have firmly established ourselves in the court, remember this well, the esteemed Jiang Daoren of the Jinyui and his entourage must not be trifled with." At this moment, Wei Lianqing, standing nearby, wore a look of defiance as he muttered, "Uncle, though Jiang Daoren has been personally selected by the emperor, you are an old servant by his majesty's side, and your seniority speaks volumes. How could that Jiang dare to disrespect you?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Zhongxian delivered a sharp slap, causing his nephew to retreat several paces. His face was etched with frustration as he scolded, "You fool, what do you understand? The significance of Grand Master Jiang of the Jinyui in the emperor's eyes far surpasses our own. Setting aside the emperor's trust in him, when it comes to wisdom, cunning, and strategy, even a collective of you inept fools cannot compare to a mere finger of Grand Master Jiang. Fortunately, both Grand Master Jiang and our family are loyal to the emperor. Therefore, in the future, make every effort to avoid conflict with them. Do you comprehend?" Wei Lianqing was taken aback by the sudden slap, standing dazed in place, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. The others, witnessing the scene, were equally alarmed. Daring not to utter a word, they hurriedly nodded in agreement, fervently affirming, "Yes, yes, yes." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian fell into contemplation, and after a brief silence, spoke slowly, "Perhaps we should find a time for our family to personally visit Grand Master Jiang to seek his counsel. After all, his methods of acquiring wealth and managing people are truly remarkable. Just consider today's absence of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou from court. I could discern Grand Master Jiang's machinations behind it all. Initially, I suspected he would either imprison these two prominent Eastern Lin figures or handle them discreetly. To my surprise, both are still alive, albeit in somewhat disheveled states." At this juncture, Cui Qingxiu, standing nearby, interjected with feigned flattery, "Master, though it is true that Grand Master Jiang excels in his methods, your esteemed status does not necessitate a personal visit for guidance." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "What do you know? Just look at how many in the cabinet and the 6 ministries sing praises of Grand Master Jiang. And then observe our own reputation, which has become notorious. We both serve the emperor. Why does our name suffer so?" Upon hearing this, the gathered subordinates fell silent, refraining from further comment, fully aware of Wei Gongong's lack of formal education. Subsequently, with his mind made up, Wei Zhongxian turned to Sun Yunhe beside him and commanded, "Go prepare an invitation for our family, stating that we are hosting Grand Master Jiang of the Jinyui for a feast at the Donchong this afternoon. Remember, your demeanor must be exceedingly respectful. If you mess up this important matter, I shall have your skin." Sun Yunhe trembled with fear, nodding vigorously like a pestle, repeatedly affirming his understanding before hastily departing to make preparations. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained blissfully unaware of these developments, leisurely indulging in his work at his office. As Jiang Ning enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility, he was suddenly interrupted by Hu Dawei's loud announcement at the door, "Sir, the Donchong Captain Sun Yunhe has come with an invitation from Wei Gongong." Jiang Ning paused, perplexed, wondering what Wei was up to this time. Was he coming to see him again, perhaps under the influence of some peculiar whim? He then instructed Hu Dawei to enter. As Hu Dawei respectfully bowed upon entering, he placed the invitation neatly on the table. Jiang Ning opened the invitation and casually inquired, "Where's Sun Yunhe?" Hu Dawei hastily responded, "Master Sun is currently awaiting your reply in the main hall." Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. Considering that they would inevitably encounter one another in the future as colleagues serving the emperor, thus, it was prudent to maintain decorum. He then spoke, "Please inform Sun Yunhe that I shall attend the banquet punctually today." Hu Dawei acknowledged his command, bowing again before exiting the room. Jiang Ning rose and donned a suitable attire. Then, accompanied by Hu Dawei and Meng Ruhui, mounted his horse and proceeded towards the Eastern Depot. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Depot. Upon lifting his gaze, Jiang Ning was taken aback to see Wei Zhongxian leading a substantial group of followers, all standing orderly at the entrance. Jiang Ning felt perplexed, silently contemplating, what scheme is old Wei concocting today? As soon as Jiang Ning dismounted, Wei Zhongxian approached with a broad smile, warmly greeting him, "Master Jiang, your esteemed presence truly overwhelms us." Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat awkward, managed a smile and replied, "What are you saying, Lord Wei?" Subsequently, the two entered the Eastern Depot side by side. Jiang Ning curiously observed this establishment, which had been inherited since the Ming Qingzhou era, and noticed a statue of Yu Wumu prominently displayed in the main hall. A sense of confusion crossed his face. Noticing this, Wei Zhongxian chuckled and explained, "Here at the Eastern Depot, we have long revered Lord Yu, wishing to express our admiration for his unwavering loyalty to the nation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a shiver run down his spine. The statue of the loyal Yu Wumu had been venerated here for over 200 years, and at this moment, it emanated a chilling aura. Afterward, Jiang Ning approached the statue respectfully and offered incense before proceeding with Wei Zhongxian to the rear hall. At this juncture, the banquet had been set up in the rear hall. As they took their seats, Wei Zhongxian, Jiang Ning, Meng Ruhui, Hu Dawei, along with Wei Lianqing, Sun Yunhe, and Cui Qingxiu, were all present at the table. Jiang Ning found it difficult to fathom old Wei's intentions and could only engage in light conversation while dining. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Wei Zhongxian suddenly expressed, "Master Jiang, we truly envy you from the bottom of our hearts. You are young and accomplished, possessing remarkable skills, while we, in comparison, fall short. I have received little formal education and am but a simple man. Should I have offended you in any way, I hope you will show leniency." This unexpected statement left Jiang Ning momentarily at a loss for words, yet he responded with a smile. "What are you saying, Lord Wei? You are a person of great favor with the emperor." Wei Zhongxian chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Master Jiang, as it stands, most officials of the Donglin party have been expelled, and the major matters entrusted by the emperor have been resolved. However, countless tasks await us in the future." Jiang Ning did not fully grasp the depth of his words, but nodded in acknowledgement without speaking further. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian abruptly shifted the conversation, stating, "There is one matter I wish to consult you about, Master Jiang." Jiang Ning smiled in response. "Please do not hesitate to share, Lord Wei. It is merely a consultation." Wei Zhongxian finally spoke. "Now, among the entire court, both civil and military officials secretly label me as the most infamous traitor of the Ming Dynasty, a scourge to loyal subjects, committing every conceivable evil. The words spoken by those literati are as harsh as they come, though I have not received much formal education. I am a person who values dignity. How can I allow them to humiliate me in this manner?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning realized that Wei Gonggong was contemplating a rebranding of his public persona, wishing to shed the tarnished title of the most nefarious traitor. Jiang Ning was filled with confusion, for history portrayed the formidable Wei Zhongxian, renowned as the 9,000 years, as notoriously ruthless, mercilessly taking lives and employing extremely severe measures. Why, then, did this man suddenly seek to alter his image? This unexpected turn of events made Jiang Ning ponder whether the wheels of history were about to veer off the familiar path. Yet, as he observed Wei Zhongxian gazing at him with palpable anticipation, Jiang Ning steeled himself. After all, they were now in the same boat. He might as well lend a hand wherever possible. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning spoke. "Wei Gonggong, the strength of those civil officials lies merely in their eloquence, wielding a pen and possessing a silver tongue. However, it is evident that they will not support you." Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, clearly understanding the sentiment. Jiang Ning continued, "However, you could carve a new path by working diligently among the common folk, cultivating a positive reputation and garnering respect. This is akin to marketing strategies in business." Wei Zhongxian appeared bewildered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he scratched his head and said, "Lord Jiang, you know I have not been educated. Could you please be more straightforward and clear?" Then, Jiang Ning proposed several seemingly unorthodox, yet quite sensible ideas. "Wei Gonggong, in the future, you could engage in more charitable deeds. For instance, assist elderly ladies in crossing the street, establish private schools for impoverished children in the capital to facilitate their literacy. When encountering dilapidated bridges in villages, arrange for repairs, and ensure that uneven roads are paved smooth. Regularly visit the elderly and the lonely, providing them with essential supplies. Extend a helping hand to beggars as well." Wei Zhongxian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having come from a humble background, he empathized deeply with the struggles of the lower classes. In his heart, these ideas not only promised to enhance his image among the populace, but also provided tangible assistance to those in need, achieving a dual benefit. Chapter 18. Seeking a mentor in Shunshuzi with Jiang Ning's counsel, Wei Zhongxian was thoroughly convinced and promptly instructed Cui Qingxiu, who stood nearby, to meticulously record these suggestions. With a face full of gratitude, he addressed Jiang Ning. Lord Jiang, from this moment on, whoever you point out, I shall not hesitate. I will ensure that not a single member of their family is spared, not even their dog. Jiang Ning, taken aback by this declaration, found himself in a state of bemusement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hastily rose to take his leave. Upon exiting the eastern depot, Jiang Ning stood outside, gazing at the imposing gates for a prolonged moment in silence. At that moment, Hu Dawei, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, "My lord, what are you observing?" Jiang Ning turned his head, remaining silent for a considerable time before slowly responding. "After today, it appears that the Donchong may undergo significant changes." Hu Dawei, taken aback, exclaimed, "My lord, is not eunuch Wei highly esteemed by the emperor? Surely, the emperor would not easily replace him." Jiang Ning smiled faintly, explaining, "It is not the emperor who intends to replace eunuch Wei, but rather, eunuch Wei plans to establish a new persona for himself. In due time, you will come to understand." Subsequently, the three mounted their horses and returned to the Jinui headquarters. Upon arriving, Jiang Ning clocked out and left work, promptly heading to a tavern with Su Xianshun and Tian Urging, indulging in a carefree revelry. Within the tavern, the trio toasted one another, drinking to the point of inebriation. As the night deepened, they stumbled out into the street, leaning on each other for support as they made their way toward the headquarters. Regarding the residence bestowed upon Jiang Ning by Zhu Youjiao during the last audience, he had been too preoccupied with work to visit it. For the past few days, he had been residing entirely at the office. Fortunately, there was no notion of public resource appropriation at that time. Jiang Ning, dedicated to his official duties, had thus cultivated a commendable reputation. As the three of them stumbled into an alley, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Jiang Ning to furrow his brow, keenly sensing an unusual presence. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he focused his gaze and noticed several figures clad in black, wielding clubs, standing at either end of the alley. Alarmed, Jiang Ning's intoxication began to dissipate as he hurriedly lowered his voice and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you assault a court official?" "I am Jiang Ning, deputy commander of the Jinui." One of the assailants sneered, "We have come to settle accounts with you, Jiang Ning of the Jinui." Hearing this, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging shook off their stupor. Given that it was after work hours, the trio was not adorned in their official attire, nor did they carry their embroidered spring sabers, leaving them in a state of panic as they searched for anything to use as a weapon, yet found nothing but empty air. The leader, seeing their plight, chuckled with satisfaction, "Lord Jiang, do not waste your efforts. We tidied up this alley just for you. At this moment, you won't even find a chopstick." Jiang Ning's expression darkened instantly as he thought to himself, "It seems today, I am destined for calamity." Meanwhile, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging's eyes blazed with fury as they prepared to fight to the death. With a command from the leader, a dozen burly men charged forward brandishing clubs like ferocious beasts. Su Xianshun and Tian Urging shouted and rushed into the fray, engaging the adversaries with bare fists. Though they were indeed trained martial officials with commendable skills in combat, Jiang Ning, lacking any fighting prowess, panicked and leaped towards the wall, only to find he could not reach it due to his height. In desperation, he stomped his feet. Looking back, he saw Su Xianshun and Tian Urging had already taken several blows, yet managed to knock a few of their assailants to the ground. However, both individuals had indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. It was not long before they fell victim to their assailants and were quickly brought to the ground. The leader, brandishing a wooden club and sporting a sinister grin, advanced menacingly towards Jiang Ning. Terrified, Jiang Ning cried out in desperation, but the leader coldly retorted, "Lord Jiang, do not shout. There is no one around in this alley." At that critical moment, a beggar-like figure, swaying unsteadily with a wine gourd in hand, ambled into the alley. Observing this, Jiang Ning hastily called for help. "Please save me. I am a commander of the Jinui. Should you rescue me, you shall be generously rewarded." The beggar, with hair as white as snow and clad in tattered garments that seemed ready to disintegrate in the wind, drew the ridicule of the cloaked figures nearby. "Lord Jiang, do you truly expect this old fool to come to your aid? How naive you are. Once we deal with you, we shall dispose of this old beggar as well." The beggar, appearing somewhat inebriated, looked at the group with a smile and remarked, "Gentlemen, please continue. I have seen nothing." With that, he turned to leave. Jiang Ning's heart sank, feeling that his last glimmer of hope had begun to fade. The cloaked men exchanged glances, and 4 or 5 of them swiftly encircled the old beggar. The beggar stepped back a few paces, still maintaining a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Noble heroes, I am merely passing through and have seen nothing." One of the men scoffed, "Ah, so we have a wandering priest here. It seems you have crossed paths with my brothers. Unfortunate for you." With that, he swung his club at the old priest. Unexpectedly, the priest sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow with ease. Enraged by his failure, the burly man and his comrades attacked simultaneously, the sound of their clubs slicing through the air as they struck like shadows towards the old priest. Yet, the priest danced with agility, evading their attempts, leaving the men panting from exhaustion without even grazing his robes. At this juncture, the old priest, slightly irritated, exclaimed, "Why are you so unreasonable? I have already declared that I have seen nothing, yet you persist in your pursuit. Does my good-natured demeanor lead you to believe I am a frail cat?" With that, he raised his wine gourd and swiftly knocked one of the attackers to the ground. Then, like a specter, he weaved through the crowd, dispatching the remaining assailants with remarkable speed. The masked figures at either end of the alley were taken aback and rushed forward with their clubs. However, the old priest moved even faster, appearing before them in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent their leader flying several meters, leaving him incapacitated and groaning in pain. In mere moments, the old priest subdued the last few opponents with ease. Jiang Ning, astonished, could hardly believe that this seemingly beggar-like old priest possessed such formidable skills. He quickly approached, grasping the old priest's arm with gratitude etched upon his face, exclaiming, "Your timely assistance, revered priest, is a debt I shall never forget." The old priest extended his grimy hand with a grin, saying, "I just heard you claim to be a high-ranking official of the court. Why not part with a few hundred taels of silver as a token of gratitude for this humble priest?" Jiang Ning hurriedly rummaged through his belongings and, with an awkward smile, produced a handful of silver coins. "I sincerely apologize, Taoist. This is all I have on me," he said, extending the coins. No sooner had he spoken than the old Taoist made no move, and the silver in Jiang Ning's hand vanished without a trace. Witnessing the old Taoist's formidable prowess, Jiang Ning was struck by an idea and said with a grin, "I wish to become your disciple and learn martial arts. What do you think, master?" The old Taoist's eyes twinkled as he replied with a smile, "Very well, perform 3 deep bows, and that shall be your initiation." Without hesitation, Jiang Ning respectfully bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Master, your skills are truly remarkable. With just a flick of your hand, you vanquished that group of ruffians." The old Taoist, hands clasped behind his back and head held high, proudly proclaimed, "What is this? Even if a dozen more came, I would not bat an eye." At that moment, Jiang Ning quickly approached to assess the condition of Su Xianshun and Tian Urging, who were battered and bruised, looking quite wretched. He then earnestly requested his newly acquired mentor's assistance. Together, they supported Su Xianshun and Tian Urging towards the town hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, the guards of the Imperial Guards hastened forward to investigate the situation. Jiang Ning instructed his men to carry Su Xianshun and Tian Urging inside for proper care. Meanwhile, Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, who had been on duty at the hall, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Hu Dawei anxiously inquired, "Sir, are you unharmed?" Jiang Ning shook his head, saying, "I am fine. It is merely that old Su and old Tian have been quite badly beaten." He then turned to the old Taoist beside him, a look of gratitude on his face, and said, "Thank you, master, for your timely intervention. Without your aid, I fear my life would have been in jeopardy today." The old Taoist smiled gently and replied, "I see in you a promising disciple, destined to turn misfortune into fortune." Jiang Ning chuckled, "I appreciate your auspicious words." He then led the old Taoist into the main hall of the Imperial Guards. With great respect, Jiang Ning inquired, "May I know your esteemed Taoist name, master?" The old Taoist looked at the imposing hall with a hint of nervousness and said, "My Taoist name is Shen Shuzi." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow in confusion, repeating, "Shen Shuzi?" He quickly added, "Master, your Taoist name is indeed unique." Shen Shuzi chuckled and explained, "It reflects the principle of transcending the mundane." Jiang Ning joined in the laughter, agreeing, "Indeed, one who renounces the world may easily suffer from such ailments." He then instructed his men to arrange for Shen Shuzi to rest. At that moment, Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei approached, reporting, "Sir, I just inspected that alley and found signs of a struggle, but no one was present. It seems the assailants were rescued." Jiang Ning's brow furrowed in deep thought, pondering who in the capital would covertly conspire against him. After a thorough contemplation, he could not identify any suspects and instructed Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei. Conduct a discreet investigation. Do not raise any alarm. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to his office to rest. The following morning, Jiang Ning opened the door to his chamber, only to find a myriad of Jinyui bustling in and out, exceedingly busy. He summoned Hu Dawei and inquired, "Where is the old Taoist priest I brought back last night?" At this, Hu Dawei, with a somewhat awkward expression, replied, "Sir, the old Taoist you brought is currently setting up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance." Jiang Ning could hardly believe his ears and promptly asked, "You mean at the Jinyui's yamen?" Hu Dawei nodded, hastening outside to investigate. Jiang Ning was met with the sight of Shen Shuzi, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, indeed operating a stall at the entrance of the town's government office, offering fortune-telling services to passers-by. The scene was utterly bizarre. Ordinarily, even street vendors selling food would not dare to set up shop at the Jinyui's yamen. Yet today, someone had the audacity to establish a fortune-telling stall here. This was akin to a birthday celebrant consuming arsenic, yearning for longevity. Before him, Shen Shuzi was energetically engaging a government official delivering documents, exclaiming, "Upon observing your features, I perceive that you are destined for officialdom. No need for books to be consulted. You are blessed with great fortune. In the future, you shall attain immense wealth and rank among the highest echelons of the court." The official, upon hearing this, felt elated as if he had tasted honey, beaming with joy as he hurriedly retrieved a handful of silver coins to present to Shen Shuzi. Unfazed, Shen Shuzi discreetly accepted the coins, and the official departed with a smile. Jiang Ning swiftly approached Shen Shuzi, exclaiming, "Master, what is the meaning of this? This is utterly preposterous." His loud voice startled Shen Shuzi, who instinctively began to gather his belongings, preparing to flee. Upon turning to see Jiang Ning, he sighed in relief and said, "Disciple, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought someone had come to apprehend me." Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, "Master, what trouble have you found yourself in?" Shen Shuzi, with a look of resignation, replied, "What trouble could a monk possibly find? The truth is, I grow anxious in the presence of officials." Jiang Ning chuckled and remarked, "Master, as long as you haven't committed any offense, all is well." Shen Shuzi, looking bemused, responded, "Disciple, do you truly wish for your master to be in trouble?" Jiang Ning awkwardly smiled and explained, "Master, if you were to get into trouble as a court official, I would be in a difficult position, compelled by duty to bring you to justice." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi lamented, "What misfortune has befallen my sect to have taken in such a troublesome disciple?" At this juncture, Jiang Ning inquired, "Master, how is business today? Is it going well?" Shen Shuzi retorted, "It's fair enough, having earned less than 100 taels." Jiang Ning chuckled and extended his hand. Observing this, Shen Shuzi warily said, "What are you up to?" With a playful grin, Jiang Ning replied, "Master, since you are setting up shop on my territory, you ought to share a portion with me." Shen Shuzi quickly tightened his grip on the coins in his robe, asserting, "I have no money to spare, and my life is not for sale. Besides, which law have I violated by setting up a stall at the yamen? Is there a law in the Ming Dynasty prohibiting such a thing? Do not think to extract silver from me." Jiang Ning chuckled again, saying, "Master, your attitude is quite unjust. If you continue in this manner, I shall have no choice but to proceed with official business." As he spoke, Shen Shuzi sat down on the ground, resorting to petty tricks. Jiang Ning chuckled and waved his hand, prompting several members of the Jin Yi to approach. With a serious expression, Jiang Ning declared, "Esteemed Taoist, although you are my master, the law knows no compassion. Matters must be handled according to protocol. You are violating regulations by occupying the thoroughfare. Issue him a fine." At this moment, Shen Shuzi sprang up in agitation. "What fine are you imposing on me?" One of the Jin Yi replied sternly, "According to the rules set by Lord Jiang, occupying the road incurs a penalty based on the ill-gotten gains. Furthermore, Lord Jiang has already counseled you. Yet you disregarded his advice, which constitutes resistance against the law, warranting an additional charge. Your attitude remains exceedingly disrespectful, thus compounding the penalty. I have calculated that you have collected approximately 120 taels of silver since this morning. Under our regulations, the fine amounts to 60 taels." Upon completing his statement, he presented a written notice with a smile, saying, "Taoist, here is your citation. Kindly keep it safe. Subsequently, Jiang Ning turned his back on Shen Shuzi and stepped into the office. Shen Shuzi attempted to argue, but another Jin Wei chuckled, "Old Taoist. Your actions now constitute a second instance of resisting law enforcement, adding another charge, which results in an additional fine of 20 taels, bringing the total to 80 taels. Should you continue to resist, we shall have no choice but to detain you in the imperial prison." Hearing this, Shen Shuzi lamented, "Alas for my sect. I have taken in a calamity. Who dares to betray his master?" As Shen Shuzi prepared to further protest, the Jin Wei waved his hand, and over 20 of his colleagues emerged from the office, encircling Shen Shuzi. With no other option, he reluctantly surrendered the fine. One Jin Wei, noticing Shen Shuzi's lingering reluctance to produce the silver, remarked with a grin, "Old Taoist, you must take heed next time. Such infractions cannot be repeated. Should you err again, further fines will be imposed." With that, he took the silver and entered the office. At this juncture, Jiang Ning observed the exchange and asked with a smile, "How much was the fine?" The Jin Wei bowed and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, in accordance with the law, the total fine is 80 taels." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that my master would prove to be a bringer of fortune." Chapter 19. A standoff with the Ku clan. By noon, Jiang Ning invited Shen Shuzi inside and prepared a meal. With a welcoming smile, Jiang Ning said, "Master, it's time to eat. Please enjoy your meal." Shen Shuzi, looking despondent, gazed at Jiang Ning's playful demeanor and retorted, "You, calamity incarnate, have truly brought me to ruin. My silver." Jiang Ning, spreading his hands in mock innocence, replied with a grin, "Master, you must not speak carelessly. That was a fine, and I took not a single coin from you." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi sat down with a huff, declaring, "I will eat until you are destitute." He then devoured the meal voraciously. In no time, the entire spread was consumed, leaving him with a belly swollen like a balloon. Witnessing his master's astonishing appetite, Jiang Ning couldn't help but express his amazement, hastily suggesting, "Master, would you care for another drink?" Shen Shuzi, still forcing himself, exclaimed, "Drink? Why not? I have spent 80 taels." Subsequently, Jiang Ning ordered a jug of wine, and without hesitation, Shen Shuzi tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp. As Shen Shuzi had his fill, Jiang Ning rubbed his hands together and tentatively suggested, "Master, why not set up a stall at the entrance for a while longer? The day is still young." Shen Shuzi looked at him with palpable suspicion. "Do you truly have such goodwill, you rascal? You aren't plotting something against me, are you?" Jiang Ning wore a broad grin. "Master, you do me an injustice. I only drink pure water and consume only whole milk. I am of a sincere disposition and would never conspire against you." Hearing this, Shen Shuzi snorted dismissively. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were trouble incarnate." After a relentless barrage of coaxing and cajoling from Jiang Ning, Shen Shuzi finally acquiesced to the idea of continuing to set up his stall. Jiang Ning discreetly pulled a nearby Jing Wei officer aside and whispered a few instructions. From today onward, collect 20 taels from him daily for stall fees. And should he earn more one day, the fee must increase. Poor Shen Shuzi, blissfully unaware, became unwittingly ensnared in Jiang Ning's scheme. In the subsequent days, Jiang Ning continued to navigate the murky waters with ease. Meanwhile, the inner court and the 6 ministries operated in a remarkably orderly fashion, thanks to their concerted efforts. A significant portion of the long-accumulated governmental affairs had been swiftly resolved, resulting in a refreshing new atmosphere within the court. Among the most talked-about events in the capital were the recent actions of Wei Zhongxian, the head of the Eastern Depot. He had begun to frequently visit and offer comfort to the elderly and often personally assisted elderly women in crossing the street. Moreover, he initiated charitable acts such as establishing schools for underprivileged children and repairing bridges and roads. The officials of the court were taken aback by his unexpected transformation, pondering, "Is this truly the ruthless Wei Zhongxian of yore? Has he taken leave of his senses to change so dramatically?" However, having come from humble beginnings, Wei quickly endeared himself to the common folk, and his reputation soared like a rocket. The citizens regarded him as a living bodhisattva. Savoring his newfound popularity, Wei threw himself into his endeavors with even greater zeal. Thus, rumors began to circulate in the capital. If one encountered injustice, they should seek out Lord Jiang at the Jing Wei. If life presented difficulties, they should turn to Lord Wei at the Eastern Depot. It was widely believed that these two were utterly reliable. Jiang Ning, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, learned that today Wei Zhongxian had first ventured outside the city to visit the elderly and then proceeded to check on several widows raising children alone, even pledging financial support for the construction of schools. Not only that, but he also funded the digging of wells and the repair of bridges in several villages. Jiang Ning could hardly believe his ears. He had merely suggested these ideas to Wei Zhongxian in passing. Yet the man had taken them to heart and pursued them with such fervor and dedication. According to reports from his aides, the area outside the Eastern Depot was now teeming with people. Whenever citizens faced hardships, they flocked there in search of Wei Zhongxian. He, in turn, relished in his role, striving to meet their reasonable requests. Consequently, his sycophants were overwhelmed with work, nearly driven to exhaustion. Following a series of unexpected maneuvers by Wei Zhongxian, the once lively temples in the capital saw a significant decline in their incense offerings. The reason was simple. The populace believed that Wei Zhongxian, akin to a living bodhisattva, could genuinely alleviate their hardships, drawing their admiration and devotion towards the Eastern Depot. In the cabinet's duty room, Chief Minister Sun Qingzong set aside the memorial he was reviewing, lifted a cup of steaming tea, and turned to his companion Yuan Kelly with a smile. "Brother Yuan, have you heard about the recent events in the capital?" Yuan Kelly responded with a grin. "Are you referring to Wei Zhongxian or Jiang Ning?" Sun Qingzong smiled back. "Certainly, it is Wei Zhongxian. It appears he has been influenced by someone, as he suddenly began to engage in acts of great benevolence, which undoubtedly has much to do with that young rascal Jiang Ning." Yuan Kelly stroked his beard, chuckling. "Indeed, elder son, we share the same thoughts. Initially, I observed Wei Zhongxian as a ruthless character, prone to reckless and unscrupulous actions. I feared he would become a notorious power broker, rivaling the likes of Lu Jin and Wang Zhun from the past. I never expected Jiang Ning could persuade him." At this moment, Sun Qingzong remarked with a smile, "Yes. At first, I believed Jiang Ning only attained his high position due to his connection with the emperor. I did not anticipate that this young man, who typically remains unassuming, has quietly gathered a multitude of talents around him. What is even more remarkable is his understated demeanor, devoid of ostentation. It is indeed surprising. To achieve such success at a young age while maintaining composure is truly rare." Yuan Kelly could not help but express his admiration. "Absolutely. We are fortunate that Jiang Ning conducts himself with integrity. His strategies, diplomatic acumen, and cunning are all exemplary. Most importantly, he is wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the court. Otherwise, with just Wei Zhongxian alone, we would be filled with concern. If a scheming Jiang Ning were added to the mix, it could spell disaster for our Ming Dynasty." At this juncture, Shui Guoguan, who was nearby, chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Master Jiang serves with fairness and is wholly devoted to the country and its people. He is truly a pillar of the court." Initially, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly held a somewhat dismissive attitude towards Shui Guoguan, whom Jiang Ning had recommended for the cabinet. Their limited understanding of him led to an inevitable underestimation. However, after observing him over the past few days, they found that Shui Guoguan possessed remarkable capabilities. In handling state affairs, he exhibited considerable gravitas and offered unique insights on various matters, clearly not an ordinary individual. Gradually, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly's perception of Shui Guoguan transformed significantly. They no longer regarded him with disdain, but accepted him as one of their own. At this point, Yuan Kelly reflected. Previously, the Donglin Party engaged in factionalism, seeking only their own interests, treating national matters as trifles. The state's accumulated affairs had become a mountainous burden. Thanks to our relentless efforts over this period, the administration is now barely functioning normally. We are fortunate that the emperor is wise and chooses his officials well, expelling most of the Donglin Party from the court. Otherwise, if they had continued unchecked, the Ming Dynasty would likely face catastrophic ruin within a few years. At this moment, Sun Qingzong hastily advised, "Brother Yuan, tread carefully with your words." Yuan Kelly chuckled and replied, "Elder son, there is no need for concern. I serve with integrity, devoted to my country and its people. Those who are upright need not fear the shadows. I truly do not regard that faction of the Donglin Party with any seriousness." At this juncture, Shui Guoguan also chimed in. "Elder Yuan speaks the truth. Currently, the only remaining pillars of the Donglin Party within the court are Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Although they are core members of the Donglin faction, they maintain a fair approach to governance. albeit somewhat rigid and dogmatic. They have now been reduced to the roles of left and right censor, and their influence in the court has significantly waned. Following this, the three continued their leisurely conversation. Shui Guoguan grew more relaxed, occasionally interjecting with his insights. Through their dialogue, they discovered a remarkable alignment in their views on numerous political matters. After all three were pragmatic officials, devoted to enhancing the court's operations, and thus encountered minimal divergence in their thoughts. Meanwhile, our esteemed Lord Jiang was leisurely idling in his office. Suddenly, a messenger from the palace arrived with an imperial decree, summoning Jiang Ning to an immediate audience with the emperor. Jiang Ning, not daring to delay, swiftly donned his official robes and hurried to the palace. Upon arriving outside the woman gate, he spotted Wei Zhongxian, covered in dust and grime. A wave of curiosity washed over him. How had the powerful Grand Secretary ended up in such a state? Although Wei Zhongxian had recently modified his conduct to engage in benevolent acts, he was still a figure of considerable stature. Who would dare to confront him? With a puzzled expression, Jiang Ning inquired, "Master Wei, what has transpired?" Wei Zhongxian awkwardly chuckled and explained, "Today, I found myself with some free time and ventured to Zhao family village outside the city to assist the common folk in digging wells. Afterward, I found myself in this desolate area without a change of clothes and hurried here upon receiving the emperor's summons." Stunned into silence, Jiang Ning thought to himself, "Good heavens! The illustrious head of the Eastern Depot, a pivotal figure beside the emperor, has personally gone to aid the people in their labor." Observing Wei's soiled attire, it was evident that he was genuinely engaged in earnest work, rather than merely putting on a display. The two then proceeded together to the Donghuan Pavilion. There, they encountered Fang Zhenghua, who, upon spotting them, rushed over with an anxious demeanor and said, "Lord Jiang, Master Wei. Recently the Ku family has been making frequent trips to the emperor, flattering him and professing their loyalty. I am deeply concerned. If this continues, it may tarnish the emperor's reputation." Upon hearing the mention of the Ku family, Jiang Ning was instantly alarmed, silently exclaiming, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about her?" This was none other than the infamous Lady Fengsheng, the wet nurse of Emperor Tianqi, who wielded substantial influence within the palace. It was crucial not to offend her. Wei Zhongxian, looking perplexed, asked, "The Ku family has been visiting the emperor frequently?" Fang Zhenghua nodded repeatedly, his anxiety palpable. "Yes. The Ku family comes every few days to deliver food to the emperor and even encourages him to engage in carpentry." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian furrowed his brow and turned to Jiang Ning, asking, "Lord Jiang, what do you believe we should do about this situation?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning remarked, "Let us first enter and take a look." Subsequently, the two were guided by Fang Zhenghua into the grand hall. There, they beheld Emperor Tianqi seated at his desk, surrounded by an array of timber. A middle-aged woman, clad in splendid attire, stood nearby. Her beauty was striking, and her figure graceful. Upon noticing the arrival of Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, Emperor Zhu Youjiao promptly rose, smiling as he said, "My dear ministers, Wei Banban, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Jiang Ning, furrowing his brows at the scattered wood, inquired with palpable curiosity, "Your Majesty, have we found ourselves lacking in silver once more?" Zhu Youjiao, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "That is not the case." Jiang Ning, increasingly perplexed, continued, "If your Majesty is not in need of silver, then what is the purpose of this timber? Does your Majesty intend to craft furniture from it to sell in order to replenish the treasury? It is said that wise rulers prioritize state affairs, while foolish monarchs indulge in trivial pursuits. Surely, your Majesty is a sagacious sovereign and would not engage in such frivolous endeavors?" At this pointed questioning, Zhu Youjiao's face flushed crimson, clearly uncomfortable. At that moment, the woman, known as Ku, interjected, "What are you saying, my lord? The emperor merely seeks to engage in woodworking to pass the time. Yet here you are, accusing him of being a foolish ruler. Is that the behavior expected from a minister?" Jiang Ning, incensed by her remarks, thought to himself, "How dare this woman, who has merely nursed the emperor and knows nothing of the world, interrupt our conversation?" He feigned ignorance, asking, "Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed lady?" He continued, "As I recall, your Majesty has yet to wed, and there are no consorts in the palace, save for the Empress Dowager left by Emperor Wanli." With a proud demeanor, Ku responded, "I am the emperor's wet nurse, Ku, not a consort." Jiang Ning pretended to realize. "Ah, so you are Ku. Pray tell, what brings you here? Ku, still brimming with pride, answered, I have come to deliver some food. For the emperor has been accustomed to my cooking since childhood. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, stating, the emperor has summoned us today to discuss matters of state. If there is nothing else, perhaps you might take your leave. Upon hearing this, Ku's fury ignited. The emperor has not dismissed me, yet you, my lord, presume to send me away. How audacious of you! If you remain in power for much longer, you may very well disregard even the emperor. Seeing Jiang Ning stand his ground against Ku, Wei Zhongxian also weighed in. Ku, the emperor has called us to discuss state affairs. If you have no business here, it would be prudent for you to withdraw. This is not a place for you to linger. Faced with their united front, Ku's face turned ashen, her finger trembling as she pointed at them, stuttering, You. Suddenly, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you have grown up, and there is no longer a place for servants in this palace. The servant lamented that living was worse than dying. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Youjiao hurriedly offered words of comfort, Madame Ku. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao glanced at the ashen-faced Jiang Ning and the sullen Wei Zhongxian, and resolutely declared in a cold tone, Madame Ku, I have state affairs to attend to, you may take your leave. Seeing that the emperor did not show any inclination to favor her, Madame Ku was filled with disbelief. Yet, under Zhu Youjiao's unwavering gaze, she could only rise with tears in her eyes and bid farewell. After her departure, Zhu Youjiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I have been cared for by Madame Ku since childhood, so I cannot help but be a bit lenient. Jiang Iqing smiled gently and replied, Your Majesty is compassionate and loyal. How could I find fault? Seeing Jiang Ning's response, Zhu Youjiao smiled in return and continued, Jiang Iqing, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you and Wei Banban. I am contemplating bestowing the title of Fengxing Foreign upon Madame Ku, allowing her to remain in the palace. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning inwardly sighed, acknowledging that what was inevitable had finally arrived. He promptly expressed his stance, smiling as he said, Your Majesty's compassion for the elderly is commendable. However, Your Majesty must also consider your own reputation. Now that you have come of age and are soon to be married, retaining Madame Ku in the palace may invite much gossip. I have heard of the past issues between Emperor Xianzong and Consort Wan. Emperor Xianzong endured hardships from a young age, and Consort Wan stood by him, which is understandable. Yet, I believe Your Majesty is aware of Emperor Xianzong's legacy in the annals of history. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian quickly added, Your Majesty, what Minister Jiang says is absolutely correct. You have reached adulthood and are on the brink of marriage. Keeping Madame Ku in the palace may tarnish your reputation. If you sincerely wish to care for the elderly, it would be wiser to bestow her with generous gifts and send her out of the palace with dignity. This would be an act of true benevolence. In the original course of history, Wei Zhongxian had conspired with Madame Ku, wielding significant power in the court and plunging the Ming Dynasty's governance into turmoil. However, the present circumstances had shifted dramatically, with Jiang Ning's presence acting like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, altering the situation entirely. Through his wit and strategies, Jiang Ning subtly influenced Wei Zhongxian's decisions and actions. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian realized that aligning with Madame Ku might no longer be the optimal choice and could even lead to complications. Thus, under Jiang Ning's influence, he was unlikely to forge an alliance with Madame Ku, as he had in history, to seize control of the court. Seeing that both of his most trusted advisors had spoken thus, Zhu Youjiao fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and said, Allow me to ponder this further. I shall decide in a couple of days. Jiang Ning, sensing the moment, chose not to press any further and respectfully replied, I shall follow your command. Wei Zhongxian also quickly bowed in acquiescence. At this moment, Jiang Ning gazed at the timber beside him, and a sudden idea struck his mind. He boldly spoke, Your Majesty, I humbly wish to request a reward today, and I hope you will grant my request. Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, Minister Jiang, what reward do you desire? Speak freely. Whatever I possess, I shall give to you. Jiang Ning pointed to a pile of timber in the corner of the grand hall. Zhu Youjiao, puzzled, inquired, Minister Jiang, when did you develop an interest in carpentry? Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, I am not interested in carpentry, Your Majesty. Furthermore, this timber is not for my own use, but rather for eunuch Wei. Wei Zhongxian was instantly taken aback, thinking to himself, Minister Jiang requests timber from the emperor for me. What could this mean? Have I become a threat to him? prompting him to craft an exquisite coffin for my eventual departure? The thought sent a chill down his spine, causing his hands and feet to weaken. Zhu Youjiao and Jiang Ning, oblivious to Wei Zhongxian's inner turmoil, continued their exchange. Zhu Youjiao asked, "Minister Jiang, why do you wish to procure this timber for eunuch Wei?" Jiang Ning then began his eloquent explanation. "Your Majesty, in recent days, eunuch Wei has performed numerous charitable deeds for the citizens of the capital. He has repaired bridges and roads, established schools, visited the elderly, cared for orphans and widows, and even ventured outside the city to assist the people in digging wells and repairing channels. This timber, lying idle here, is a waste. Thus, I dare to request it as a reward, allowing eunuch Wei to put it to good use where it is truly needed." Upon hearing that Jiang Ning was not crafting a coffin for him, Wei Zhongxian breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could react further, Jiang Ning pulled Wei Zhongxian before Zhu Youjiao, pointing him out. "Your Majesty, look here. This is eunuch Wei, who today, in a hurry to assist the citizens outside the city, did not even have time to change out of his muddy clothes." Zhu Youjiao looked at the disheveled and muddy Wei Zhongxian, perplexed, and asked, "Eunuch Wei, what is the meaning of this? Even if you wish to help the people, you could simply instruct your subordinates to do so." At this juncture, Jiang Ning eagerly interjected, "Your Majesty, do you not see? Eunuch Wei's vigorous charitable acts are ultimately for your sake." Zhu Youjiao grew increasingly bewildered, stating, "For me? I have never issued such a decree." Jiang Ning smiled and elucidated, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but within the court, the reputation of palace eunuchs is generally quite poor, as is well known. Moreover, the greater the notoriety of a palace eunuch, the more it reflects poorly on the emperor's judgment in selecting officials. Thus, eunuch Wei devised this approach to cultivate a favorable reputation for you among the common folk. Now, throughout the capital, people are singing praises of the emperor's wisdom and benevolence." Finally, with great fervor, Jiang Ning declared, "Your Majesty, just look at eunuch Wei, of such advanced age, with hair already turned gray, yet he tirelessly strives for your reputation, exerting every effort. He is indeed a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. But, Your Majesty, what about you? Is it merely because of the presence of the Ku family that we must forsake the loyalty of us, your ministers? If Your Majesty insists on retaining the Ku family within the palace, I shall have no further words to offer." With that, Jiang Ning turned to Wei Zhongxian and said, "Lord Wei, you have worked tirelessly these past days. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of the citizens of the capital." After speaking, he bowed deeply in respect. Wei Zhongxian was genuinely taken aback. Jiang Ning's eloquent expression was far beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning was speaking on behalf of the citizens, tears streamed down Wei Zhongxian's face. He never anticipated that he would finally earn the recognition of Lord Jiang, and in that moment, he resembled a child of 60, weeping unabashedly. His cries were akin to those of a long-suffering child who finally finds a confidant, his emotions bursting forth like a dam that has broken. This sight left Zhu Youjiao feeling profoundly ashamed. He recalled how his most trusted minister was tirelessly laboring to enhance his reputation, while he himself engaged in actions that might tarnish it, which only deepened his guilt. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao rose with determination and declared, "Minister Jiang, Lord Wei, I have erred. I shall issue an edict to reward the Ku family with all due riches and then send her away from the palace, never to mention this matter again." Seeing Zhu Youjiao nod in agreement, Jiang Ning hurriedly grasped the still sobbing Wei Zhongxian, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise. We shall dedicate our lives to repaying your grace." Zhu Youjiao rushed forward to help them both to their feet, offering words of comfort to Wei Zhongxian. However, to his surprise, his attempts at consolation only intensified Wei Zhongxian's weeping, leaving Zhu Youjiao momentarily bewildered and at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Jiang Ning who stepped in to reassure him, saying, "Lord Wei, you have indeed endured much hardship over the years. Yet, all that you have done for the people has not gone unnoticed. As for those scholars, we are well aware of their true character. There is no need to concern ourselves with their words. Even if they depict you as a villain, in the hearts of the people, you shall always be regarded as a good man." With tears still in his eyes, Wei Zhongxian choked out, "Is what you say true, Lord Jiang?" Jiang Ning nodded earnestly and replied, "Lord Wei, you must continue to persevere. The path ahead is destined to be long and arduous, but the people need you now more than ever. I hope you will always stand alongside them." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian wiped his tears and nodded solemnly, stating, "Rest assured, Lord Jiang, we shall commit ourselves to benevolent deeds for the welfare of the people. Should anyone dare to oppress them, once I learn of it, I shall ensure their family faces dire consequences." As Wei Zhongxian finally ceased his lamentations, Zhu Youjiao exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face as he said, "The reason I have summoned you both today is to discuss a matter of great importance." Jiang Ning quickly inquired, "What is it that His Majesty wishes to discuss with us?" Zhu Youjiao's complexion flushed slightly, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "With my grand wedding approaching, I have selected several talented young ladies, and it is time to establish an empress. Yet, I find myself at a loss and would like your counsel." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss for words, inwardly reflecting, "You choose a bride, yet seek my guidance. Who exactly is selecting the bride here?" Jiang Ning was well aware that the historical choice for Zhu Youjiao's empress was the illustrious Empress Zhang. Then, a thought struck him. He envisioned his master, the humble diviner Xizhimen, toiling at the entrance of the Jinui office. He wondered if his master could earn enough to cover the 20 tael stall fee today, and decided to assist him in expanding his business. Thus, Jiang Ning addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I had the fortune of recently becoming a disciple of a revered Taoist master known as Xizhimen. Before I attended court today, my master performed a divination and has discerned a suitable candidate for your empress." Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and eagerly inquired, "Jiang Aiqing, you have indeed become a disciple of a Taoist master. Has your master revealed who my empress will be?" With a smile, Jiang Ning responded, "Might there be among the esteemed young ladies you have in mind a woman by the surname Zhang, hailing from Xiangfu, Henan?" Zhu Youjiao promptly retrieved the album of young ladies and, after a moment of thorough examination, his expression turned incredulous as he stammered, "There truly is one." Jiang Ning nodded respectfully and declared, "Your Majesty, it is indeed this lady. She is your destined match and worthy of being the empress." Zhu Youjiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Jiang Aiqing, is your master's prediction truly reliable? The establishment of an empress is a matter of great significance, and we must not be careless." Jiang Ning, with utmost sincerity, assured him, "Your Majesty, I guarantee its authenticity. Should there be any falsehood, let my master be struck by heavenly retribution and meet an untimely demise." Seeing Jiang Ning stake his master's life on the assurance, Zhu Youjiao resolved firmly in his choice. With the candidate for the empress now determined, Zhu Youjiao continued, "Currently, I have firmly grasped control over the 6 ministries of the court. Most officials are my loyal supporters, and a significant number of Eastern Lin faction officials have been ousted from the court. However, there are many vacant positions in the court that urgently require talented individuals." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, we could hold a special examination, allowing scholars from across the realm to come to the capital to take the test, thus selecting talents to replenish the ranks of court officials." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. "I share this sentiment. Just yesterday, the cabinet submitted a memorial, and several ministers similarly advised me to hold such an examination." Suddenly, Jiang Ning seemed to recall something and eagerly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have a word to share." Zhu Youjiao gestured for him to continue. "Jiang Aiqing, please speak." Jiang Ning composed himself and solemnly stated, "Your Majesty, a heavy emphasis on civil affairs while neglecting military prowess is inadvisable. The Song dynasty serves as a cautionary tale, flourishing in economy and culture, yet weakened militarily, ultimately succumbing to foreign aggression. Conversely, an overemphasis on military strength at the expense of civil affairs is equally perilous, as evidenced by the turmoil of the Tang dynasty's regional warlords, which led to national instability. Only through the harmonious integration of civil and military prowess can a nation be governed and secured effectively. I humbly advise Your Majesty to conduct martial examinations alongside the civil ones, allowing all martial practitioners and military leaders to participate, thereby embracing a multitude of talents. It is only through such measures that our dynasty's martial strength can flourish, ensuring national tranquility and showcasing the grandeur of our celestial empire. I, Jiang Ning, propose this with the understanding that although the Ming Dynasty has long maintained a system of martial examinations, it has regrettably been neglected over time. Nevertheless, this system has given rise to numerous formidable generals. For instance, during the Jiajing era, the commander of the Jinui, Liu Bing, emerged as a martial champion, attaining a distinguished position in the court commanding such respect that even the powerful Yin Song and his son would defer to him, offering him cigarettes in reverence. Jiang Ning contemplates that within the vastness of our realm, there must exist countless individuals of exceptional skill concealed among the populace. If we could unearth these hidden talents through the establishment of martial examinations, it would not only infuse our military with fresh vigor, but also significantly enhance its combat efficacy. Furthermore, this initiative could help rectify the current imbalance that favors civil over military endeavors, fostering a more equitable distribution of power. Such a development would hold immeasurable significance in solidifying the Ming Dynasty's foundation, repelling foreign invasions, and maintaining societal stability. Therefore, I sincerely urge Zhu Youjiao to earnestly promote the martial examinations, granting those overlooked individuals an opportunity to shine and serve the nation. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian quickly interjected, affirming, "Your Majesty, Jiang Darin speaks most wisely. A balance of civil and military cultivation is indeed the path to true governance." Presently, with the turmoil caused by the Japanese pirates in Liaodong, it is a critical time for the nation to utilize its talents. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Zhang Aiqing makes a valid point. Let us proceed with the examinations, conducting both civil and martial assessments simultaneously, and summon scholars from all corners of the realm to converge in the capital for the tests. I shall instruct the Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ning proposed a series of forward-thinking suggestions regarding the selection process for the martial examinations. "Your Majesty, I believe military leaders should also be included in the candidate pool for martial examinations. Their extensive combat experience would undoubtedly inject new vitality into the assessments. Furthermore, the examinations should not be confined solely to archery and martial arts contests. The strategies of warfare are equally crucial. After all, in military campaigns, mere valor cannot accomplish great deeds. Mastery of military strategy is essential for orchestrating victories from afar. This approach would also encourage military officers to enhance their cultural literacy, transforming the historically low educational standards among them and nurturing a greater number of courageous and astute military talents." Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, was struck by inspiration and repeatedly expressed his approval, promptly deciding to implement reforms to the martial examination selection process in accordance with Jiang Ning's recommendations. Subsequently, he meticulously recorded Jiang Ning's suggestions. However, a furrow creased his brow as he addressed Jiang Ning, saying, "The former Minister of Revenue, Tianqi, amassed a considerable fortune during his tenure. Upon his departure, he absconded with hundreds of thousands of taels from the ministry. Although he operated discreetly, the new Minister of Revenue, Gui Yunho, has uncovered his misdeeds. However, this matter is deeply entangled, and a public investigation could potentially undermine the very foundations of the court. What are your thoughts on this issue?" Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian exchanged glances, both recognizing the complexity and sensitivity surrounding this situation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning remarked, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed quite delicate. Should we choose to overlook it lightly, it may fail to satisfy the public and could embolden other officials. However, if we pursue it vigorously, it may incite turmoil within the court. I propose we conduct a discreet investigation, gradually unearthing those who are closely colluding with Tianqi, and deal with them quietly to avoid raising alarm and causing chaos in the court." Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, stating, "What Minister Jiang says is profoundly true. Your Majesty, I also believe that haste is unwise. We must proceed with caution. Let us first address those who truly deserve punishment, and we can manage the lesser offenders at a later time. Simultaneously, we should urge Gui Yunho to expedite the reformation of the Ministry of Revenue to prevent such occurrences in the future." Chapter 21. Rectification of commercial taxes. After conferring with Zhu Youjiao and observing the waning daylight, Jiang Ning took his leave, departing the grand hall alongside Wei Zhongxian. The two strolled leisurely towards the palace exit. To ensure that nothing was amiss, Jiang Ning remarked to Wei Zhongxian, "Master Wei, the Ku family has been rather audacious today. Although His Majesty has consented to send her out of the palace, we must remain vigilant. The Emperor has deep-seated affections for those who have served him for many years." Wei Zhongxian nodded in response, assuring him, "Minister Jiang, do not worry. If the Ku family departs the palace and chooses to live in peace and luxury, that would be satisfactory. However, should she prove to be ungrateful and unwilling to live a quiet life, we shall assist her in departing with dignity." Wei Zhongxian emphasized the word dignity, which put Jiang Ning's mind at ease. He thought to himself, while Master Wei has been wholeheartedly devoted to charitable endeavors of late, his inherent decisiveness remains undiminished. With Wei's involvement, it was certain that the Ku family would know how to make the right choice. Then, Wei Zhongxian inquired, Minister Jiang, regarding the substantial amount of timber granted by the emperor today, how shall we manage it? Leaving it idle is not a viable option. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile graced Jiang Ning's face as he replied, Master Wei, the emperor is profoundly caring towards the common people. His intention in bestowing this timber upon you is undoubtedly to encourage its use for the benefit of the populace. You might consider venturing beyond the capital to identify bridges in need of repair and homes that are in disrepair, thereby making good use of this timber. This way, the common folk will also feel the emperor's benevolence. Wei Zhongxian, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, Ah, Minister Jiang, your idea is remarkably astute. I understand now. Observing Wei's eagerness, Jiang Ning could not help but smile, thinking that Master Wei was becoming increasingly passionate and engaged in charitable work. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian seemed to have a sudden epiphany, a smile emerging on his face as he said, We should find some carpenters later to craft additional instruments of punishment. Those officials who have committed transgressions ought to truly experience the emperor's vast benevolence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt as though he had been choked, coughing abruptly. Internally, he mused, this old comrade Wei truly possesses the ability to draw connections between ideas. While preoccupied with charity, he is simultaneously intent on reforming those corrupt officials. The two individuals chatted and laughed as they approached the palace gates, preparing to bid farewell. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a bright red official robe hurriedly approached. Jiang Ning did not recognize this elder and thus paid him little mind. However, Wei Zhongxian promptly stepped forward with alacrity, a beaming smile adorning his face, and greeted him with utmost courtesy. Minister Gua, are you headed to the palace to meet the emperor? Allow me to introduce you to this distinguished gentleman, Jiang Ning, the deputy commander of the Jinyue. He then turned to Jiang Ning, enthusiastically introducing, Sir Jiang, this is the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, the esteemed Gua Yunho. At this juncture, Jiang Ning scrutinized Minister Gua. The latter bore a stern countenance, his brows furrowed, and his expression decidedly grim. Observing this, Jiang Ning still managed to greet him with a smile. Gua Yunho responded with a slight nod, acknowledging the salutation. Wei Zhongxian, noticing the tension, felt displeased and remarked, Hey, old Gua, we are merely trying to introduce you to someone, and you present such a sour face? I, Wei, owe you nothing. With that, he adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Minister Gua, what troubles you? Gua Yunho's expression darkened further as he sighed heavily, lamenting, alas, managing this household is truly no easy task. Without direct involvement, one cannot fathom the exorbitance of daily necessities. He then began to express his grievances to Wei Zhongxian. Upon my arrival at the Ministry of Revenue, I found the situation dire. It seems even the rats are preparing to leave with their families due to our poverty. Tax revenues are virtually non-existent. The northern provinces have suffered incessant calamities in recent years and can hardly contribute any taxes. Although the south is affluent, the populace continuously defaults on their tax obligations. The officials beneath me are slippery as eels, evading accountability at every turn. The former Minister of Revenue, Li Sankai, absconded with hundreds of thousands of taels, leaving the accounts impeccably tidy with no incriminating evidence. I am utterly at my wit's end, which is why I intended to seek the emperor's assistance. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's expression turned grave, and he replied with a serious tone, Minister Gua, do not place all your hopes upon the emperor. To be frank, the imperial treasury is also running low on silver. With the emperor's imminent wedding, funds are flowing out like water, leaving us woefully short. The military salaries for this year's garrison forces are still not fully accounted for. Gua Yunho, upon hearing this, was overcome with grief, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, What shall I do? How am I to manage this? At that moment, Wei Zhongxian promptly offered his counsel. As for those southern provinces that owe taxes, you should issue a decree mandating their immediate remittance of overdue payments to the Ministry of Revenue. Should they fail to comply by the deadline, hold the local officials accountable. For minor infractions, dismiss them. For severe ones, imprison them. I simply cannot believe they would dare to resist payment under such pressure. At this, Gua Yunho appeared troubled and replied helplessly, I have already dispatched the decrees. However, the journey is long, and the back and forth takes too much time. Moreover, pressing too hard will only lead those local officials to shift the burden onto the common people. If that occurs, life for the populace will become unbearably harsh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning finally comprehended the situation. After all the commotion, it turned out that the esteemed Minister of Revenue in the Ming Dynasty, responsible for the nation's finances, was utterly beleaguered by matters concerning silver. The Grand Treasurer of the Ming was, in truth, impoverished to the core. Wei Zhongxian, having emerged from humble beginnings, was acutely aware of the exploitative tactics employed by officials beneath him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for solutions. Suddenly, he remembered the astute Jiang Ning by his side, a true mentor and ally. He hastily exclaimed, "Master Jiang, please assist us in devising a plan, otherwise, it will ultimately be the common people who suffer the consequences." At that moment, Gui Yunho also scrutinized the young Jiang Ning standing before him. Although he had just assumed the role of Minister of Revenue, he was already well aware of Jiang's illustrious reputation. Jiang Ning had vigorously reformed the capital's landscape, eradicating corruption and penalizing numerous powerful figures, while also subduing the unruly elements of the city, resulting in a transformation of the capital. Furthermore, the swift expulsion of the Donglin faction from the court could likely be attributed to Jiang Ning's considerable efforts. With this in mind, Gui Yunho expressed a glimmer of hope, saying, "Master Jiang, I earnestly request your guidance. Should you help us navigate this predicament, I shall be profoundly grateful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. The tax burden in the Ming Dynasty was relatively low compared to previous dynasties. However, the gentry and officials amassed land and privileges, exacerbating the plight of the common folk. Presently, the tax burden fell almost entirely on ordinary citizens, while royal relatives and high-ranking officials contributed not a single coin. Although there were commercial taxes in the Ming, the rates were exceedingly low, with a tax rate of 1 out of 30, yet merchants consistently evaded taxes with ease. It was clear that offending the royal family and aristocracy was not an option. Thus, the immediate course of action would be to target the wealthy merchants. However, these merchants were backed by influential families, whose power in the court was intricately woven and complex. Jiang Ning gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. "Minister Gua, I propose we consider an approach focused on commercial taxation." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head in resignation. "Master Jiang, you may not be aware, but the commercial taxes in the Ming Dynasty yield very little revenue. For instance, in a southern province, the annual collection barely amounts to a few thousand taels. Merchants employ various means to evade taxes, often shielded by corrupt officials, leaving us with no recourse." Jiang Ning smiled knowingly and replied, "Minister Gua, let us adopt a different perspective and begin from the capital. With a population exceeding 1 million, merchants come and go in droves." At this point, Wei Zhongxian quickly interjected, "Master Jiang, we must proceed with caution. The capital is rife with powerful figures. Should we confront them directly, we may invite calamity upon ourselves." Gui Yunho also displayed a look of concern. Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "When did I ever suggest we target them directly? The laws of the Ming stipulate that commercial taxes are to be collected at a rate of 1 out of 30, and we shall adhere to this proportion. However, prior to that, all merchants operating in the capital must obtain business licenses." Upon hearing the term business licenses, both Wei Zhongxian and Gui Yunho were left momentarily speechless. Jiang Ning, with a smile, elucidated, "Lord Gua, let us consider a different approach. We shall commence from the capital. For those common folk and small merchants earning merely a few dozen taels of silver each month, the court shall grant a tax exemption. However, once their income reaches 100 taels, they are obliged to pay taxes as stipulated, after which the Ministry of Revenue will issue them a business license, thereby legitimizing their operations. Should they operate without such a license, it would be deemed illegal, incurring penalties." Gui Yunho pondered the feasibility of Jiang Ning's proposal, while Wei Zhongxian, as Jiang Ning's favored disciple, had evidently grasped his mentor's intent. He promptly praised, "Indeed, Lord Jiang is exceptionally astute. This plan is brilliant." At that moment, Gui Yunho expressed his concern, stating, "While a 30% tax is not particularly high, what if they remain unwilling to comply?" Jiang Ning's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as he replied coldly, 30% is the law of the court. Should anyone dare defy this and refuse payment, they shall face a tenfold penalty." Upon hearing of the tenfold penalty, Wei Zhongxian immediately began calculating with his fingers. Just then, Gui Yunho interjected. That would amount to 30% of their income. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively, his demeanor resolute. Let them choose between 30% or 10 out of 30. Even if they refuse to choose, they must comply. If they lack the sense to cooperate willingly, we shall assist them in understanding the rules. A fierce determination also surged within Wei Zhongxian, who nodded vigorously in agreement, asserting, indeed, we are merely acting in accordance with the court's regulations, 30%, and they would not dare to rebel. Yet, Gui Yunho remained troubled, inquiring, will this truly be effective? Jiang Ning reassured him with a smile, rest assured, Lord Gua. If anyone dares to evade taxes or resist enforcement, they may certainly seek out Lord Wei at the Eastern Depot. Biting his lip, Gui Yunho, realizing the gravity of the situation, resolved to take a gamble. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the two and swiftly returned to the Ministry of Revenue to prepare the issuance of business licenses for all merchants in the capital. At that moment, Jiang Ning turned to Wei Zhongxian, stating with a smile, Lord Wei, we must also intensify our efforts. Starting today, we shall deploy personnel at all 9 gates of the capital to rigorously inspect goods. Any goods entering the city valued over 50 taels shall be taxed at the 30% rate. Should anyone dare to resist taxation, their goods will be confiscated on the spot, along with substantial fines. Jiang Ning quickly added, moreover, whether it be tax collection or fines, it is imperative that receipts be issued to the merchants. Should any personnel fail to provide a receipt upon discovery, they too shall face additional fines. Wei Zhongxian nodded fervently, asserting, Lord Jiang, this is indeed a comprehensive and astute strategy, safeguarding against corruption while ensuring the tax collection and penalties are conducted transparently. I shall return to arrange this matter promptly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to the North Town Pacification Office of the Imperial Guards to initiate the necessary preparations. He then dispatched personnel to the palace to inform Zhu Youjiao of the developments. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Youjiao was filled with joy and immediately sent a verbal decree. The following day, before dawn, Jiang Ning arrived outside the Meridian Gate. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian had long been awaiting their arrival, accompanied by the Minister of Revenue, Gui Yunho. Upon seeing Jiang Ning approach, they both hurriedly greeted him with warmth. At that instant, their young associates, Shui Guoguan and Wen Tiren, also rushed forward to extend their salutations to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning inquired of Gui Yunho, Minister Gua, how are preparations progressing? Gui Yunho retrieved a memorial from his bosom, stating, last night, after careful contemplation and thorough examination of the ministry's records from recent years, I have inscribed all pertinent details within this memorial, ready to present it to His Majesty at the morning court. Wei Zhongxian interjected with a smile, saying, our people have also made the necessary arrangements. Once the sovereign gives his assent, we shall wholeheartedly cooperate with Minister Gua in the collection of commercial taxes. Upon hearing this, Shui Guoguan and Wen Tiren grasped the implications of Wei Zhongxian's intentions regarding the commercial tax initiative. They immediately thumped their chests with conviction, pledging their utmost support. Satisfied with their response, Jiang Ning nodded approvingly. As the time for the court assembly approached, Jiang Ning, accompanied by Wei Zhongxian, made their way into the palace, followed by a throng of young subordinates. This scene was not lost on the officials of the Donglin faction, who watched with ire. In their eyes, Wei Zhongxian resembled a rabid dog, while Jiang Ning was perceived as a troublemaker stirring discord. It was these two who had orchestrated the downfall of many prominent figures within the Donglin faction, such as the disgraceful exposure of Li Sankai, Zhao Nanxing, and Qian Jini, who had indulged in debauchery without paying. They were acutely aware that Jiang Ning was the puppet master behind these schemes. Not long ago, during the Grand Court Assembly, He Donglin members Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou had failed to arrive in time to support their cause, a misstep they knew Jiang Ning had covertly engineered. Now, this troublemaker swaggered in once more, leaving them anxious about what mischief he might conjure next. Oblivious to the thoughts of the Donglin officials, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, even if he were to become aware of their sentiments. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Fengtiang Hall, where civil and military officials stood arrayed on either side. Jiang Ning dutifully took his place behind the military dignitaries, only to suddenly notice the peculiar glances directed towards him by these noble figures. A sense of unease crept into his mind. He had not provoked them recently, so what could be the source of their strange demeanor? As he pondered these matters, Wei Zhongxian bellowed, "The emperor has arrived." Following this proclamation, all civil and military officials promptly knelt, collectively exclaiming, "Long live the emperor." Zhu Youjiao, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and adorned with a winged crown, strode confidently to the dragon throne, settling himself with poise, and discreetly cast a glance at Wei Zhongxian. Understanding the unspoken cue, Wei Zhongxian immediately raised his voice, declaring, "All rise." Jiang Ning, in unison with the other officials, stood upright and resoundingly called out, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then, Wei Zhongxian announced, "If there are matters to present, speak forth. If not, you may retire." No sooner had he spoken than Guo Yunho stepped forward briskly, kneeling with a thud, and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Zhu Youjiao, well aware of what would transpire next, maintained a tranquil demeanor, smiling faintly as he replied, "Minister Guo, please proceed." Guo Yunho began, "Your Majesty, the situation regarding the arrears in taxation is exceedingly grave. In the northern provinces, frequent natural disasters hinder the full remittance of taxes, while the southern provinces, devoid of such calamities, continue to default. I have issued an official edict instructing local officials to rectify the overdue taxes within a stipulated time frame." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, expressing his approval of this initiative. Subsequently, Guo Yunho continued, "However, time is of the essence, and it may prove challenging to meet the deadline. Therefore, I have devised a plan to reform the commercial tax system." Upon hearing this, the officials in the court were taken aback. Chapter 22. The commencement of commercial tax collection during the Ming Dynasty. Officials received meager salaries, prompting many to engage in various businesses privately. They also resorted to practices such as leasing land and accepting bribes in the form of coal and ice, thereby acquiring illicit income. These circumstances had long been an open secret, tacitly understood by all. Yet, Guo Yunho's public proposal to reform the commercial tax was akin to reaching into their pockets, threatening their long-established interests, which understandably elicited shock among the officials. Immediately, numerous officials rushed forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Guo Yunho's actions are a calamity for the nation and its people. Our dynasty has always treated merchants with leniency and light taxation. The reintroduction of commercial tax by Lord Guo undoubtedly undermines the foundation of our state. We beseech Your Majesty to exercise caution." The officials, as if mourning a great loss, fervently opposed Guo Yunho's tax reforms, citing ancestral precedents with fervor. Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow, keenly observing that the most vocal dissenters were Yang Lian, the Inspector General, and Zhuo Guangdou. Yang stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and stated gravely, "Your Majesty, the ancestral decree of light commercial taxation has endured through generations for good reason. To alter it hastily may invite unforeseen consequences and undermine the very foundation of our nation." Zhuo Guangdou echoed, "Indeed, Your Majesty. Any change in commercial tax could have far-reaching repercussions. We implore you to deliberate carefully." Seeing these two lead the charge, the other officials chimed in, voicing their opposition. Zhu Youjiao smiled lightly and calmly remarked, "Since Guo Aiqing has brought forth the proposal to reform commercial tax, let us first allow him to elaborate before we reach a conclusion." At this moment, Guo Yunho respectfully retrieved a memorial from his bosom and raised it high above his head. With composure, he stated, "Your Majesty, I do not intend to increase the commercial tax. Rather, I aim to adhere to the ancestral principles, collecting at the rate of 1/30. My intention is to issue business licenses to merchants in the capital, thereby establishing a framework for their regulation." Upon hearing that Guo Yunho did not seek to raise taxes, the officials in the court collectively sighed in relief. However, the mention of business licenses sparked confusion among them, leaving them uncertain about the nature of this new concept and its potential impact on their interests. At this juncture, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou spoke up in inquiry. "Might we ask, Lord Guo, what precisely is this business license? How will it serve to regulate the merchants?" In response, Guo Yunho began to elucidate his proposal with patience. He stated that after careful consideration, it was decided that merchants within the capital earning over 20 taels monthly would uniformly receive business licenses issued by the Ministry of Revenue. Once obtained, this license would be equivalent to receiving the court's endorsement, thus legitimizing them as merchants. Furthermore, for those whose monthly income exceeded 50 taels, a commercial tax at a rate of 30% would be imposed. Conversely, merchants earning below 50 taels would enjoy a tax exemption. Guo Yunho paused, surveying the assembly, and continued, this approach would, on one hand, standardize the management of merchants and render commercial activities more orderly. On the other hand, it would facilitate the reasonable collection of commercial taxes. Compared to the previous chaotic tax collection system, this proposal was indeed a significant improvement. The officials listened, some nodding slightly, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this measure, while others still bore expressions of doubt, evidently concerned about potential implications for their own interests. Listening to Gui Yunho's explanation, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou fell into silence. Though both were men of integrity, they were also obstinate and rigid in their beliefs, holding the ancestral laws as sacred and inviolable. Anyone daring to challenge these laws would face their relentless opposition, unwavering even in the face of death. Observing the two stalwarts of the Donglin faction remain silent, the other officials began to murmur among themselves. After a brief moment of silence, Emperor Zhu Youjiao turned to the leading civil officials, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly, and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a brief exchange of glances, Sun Qingzong stepped forward and responded, "Your Majesty, I believe Minister Guo's strategy for regulating commercial taxes is indeed viable. The court currently faces numerous challenges. This strategy not only standardizes commercial order, but also increases the treasury's revenue, making it a significant plan for the benefit of the nation and the people." Following this, Yuan Kelly concurred, "Your Majesty, I fully agree with Elder Sun's assessment." Shui Guoguan quickly added his support. "I second this. Minister Guo's proposal is worth attempting." With several prominent figures already in agreement, Zhu Youjiao turned to the 6 ministers, who all nodded in accord. It was evident to keen observers that the majority of the 6 ministries were loyal to the emperor, and this seemingly deliberative scene was merely a formality. Just as Emperor Tianqi was poised to finalize the decision, unexpectedly, a voice erupted from the ranks of the nobility, none other than Duke Cheng, Zhu Chunqing, who proclaimed, "I oppose." Instantly, all eyes fixated on him. Even Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow and asked, "Duke Cheng, could you explain your opposition?" However, Zhu Chunqing stammered, unable to articulate a single word. At that moment, the officials in the court stifled their laughter. This duke, being one of the highest-ranking nobles of the Ming Dynasty, was notoriously stingy, owning numerous shops, and even engaging in smuggling activities. The imposition of a 30% tax would undoubtedly threaten his livelihood. Thus it was no wonder he had risen in opposition. Seeing Duke Zhu Chunqing at a loss for words, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened considerably. The voice, cold and detached, spoke, "Lord Cheng, since you are so resolutely opposed, there must be a compelling reason to stand by. Otherwise, how can we gain the trust of the entire court?" Zhu Chunqing, having held back for a long while, finally managed to utter, "The laws of our ancestors must not be altered. What was collected before must be collected in the same manner now." Upon hearing Zhu Chunqing's thoughtless statement, the officials could not suppress their laughter. Even the usually composed Duke of England, Zhang Weixian, furrowed his brow, internally cursing, "Has Zhu Chunqing been struck with the intellect of a swine?" While the other officials remained silent, "You choose to take this ridiculous stand and act as if you were the only one with principles." Zhu Youjiao was equally taken aback by Zhu Chunqing's response. At that moment, Gui Yunho immediately rose, sharply questioning, "Lord Cheng, you have been favored by the emperor for generations, holding the esteemed title of a duke, one of the highest nobles in the Ming Dynasty. The proposal I have put forth regarding the regulation of commercial taxes has been deemed practical by all the ministers present, yet you alone openly oppose it. Are you suggesting that among all the officials here, only you are a loyal minister devoted to the nation and its people?" Gui Yunho's words placed Zhu Chunqing in a profoundly awkward position, as if he were being roasted over an open flame. After all, his outburst implied that he alone was a loyal minister, while the others were nothing but treacherous sycophants. Even the steadfast Yang Lian and the resolute Zhuo Guangdou from the Donglin faction stepped forward in unison, stating, "Lord Cheng, your remarks are indeed difficult to reconcile with the sentiments of the court. The proposal put forth by Lord Guo does not undermine the ancestral laws." At this moment, Lord Cheng Zhu Chunqing's countenance turned an alarming shade, as he inwardly scolded, "What are these two fools doing stirring up trouble?" Zhu Youjiao, witnessing the scene, smiled slightly and remarked, "Lord Cheng, you can see that even Lords Yang and Zhuo agree, yet you alone oppose. Furthermore, your reasoning for dissent is fundamentally flawed. You may step down now." Embarrassed, Zhu Chunqing had no choice but to retreat with his tail between his legs. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao announced his approval of Guo Yunho's proposal to reform commercial taxes, directing the cabinet to review it, followed by the ceremonial office for endorsement. It was decided to implement a trial run in the capital first, and if the results were favorable and feasible, it would then be promoted nationwide. This relatively cautious approach allowed the officials to reluctantly accept the proposal for the time being. Thereafter, the officials began to report on trivial matters in a half-hearted manner. Just as Jiang Ning felt himself drifting off to sleep, he suddenly heard Zhu Youjiao proclaim loudly, the deputy commander of the Jinyui, in Jiang Ning, who since his appointment has acted with integrity and loyalty to the throne, is indeed a rare loyal minister of our dynasty. Today, I hereby appoint him as the commander of the Jinyui. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning instantly awakened, hastily stepping forward to kneel on the ground, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long live 1,000 times! I humbly thank your majesty for your heavenly favor." His voice resonated throughout the Fengtian hall. The officials were well aware of the implications of Jiang Ning's promotion to commander of the Jinyui. Previously, he had served as the deputy commander, and the vacancy above was clearly reserved for him. However, everyone understood the intricacies of the situation, and no one stepped forward to voice opposition. As Zhu Youjiao announced the dismissal of court, the crowd dispersed, joyfully returning to their respective offices. At this moment, Jiang Ning leisurely strolled towards the palace exit. Behind him, Minister of Revenue Guo Yunho hurriedly caught up, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Lord Jiang, I must sincerely thank you. The policy for reforming commercial taxes has finally passed." Jiang Ning smiled, his lips curling upward as he replied, "You flatter me, Minister Guo. It is entirely due to the emperor's wisdom. And all the loyal ministers in court share a patriotic spirit. I am but a minor participant in this endeavor." Witnessing Jiang Ning's humility, Guo Yunho's admiration for him soared. Just then, Wei Zhongxian hurried over, a smile adorning his face as he said, "Minister Guo, our Eastern Depot personnel are fully prepared and ready to assist your ministry in the reform of commercial taxes." Guo Yunho promptly returned the gesture, for he was an upright and honest official, unconcerned with party divisions. He welcomed anyone dedicated to practical matters. He then spoke, "Lord Jiang, this strategy for tax reform was proposed by you. I am certain you have a detailed plan in mind. Please, do share your insights." Jiang Ning chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "You are too kind, Minister Guo. My Jinjui's Northern Pacification Office is also fully prepared to collaborate with the ministry on the tax reform." At that moment, Jiang Ning's newly recruited subordinate, Wen Tianqi, rushed over, greeting everyone with enthusiasm before proposing a strategy. "Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, Minister Guo, I believe we should first target Duke Cheng, Zhu Chunqing. Today, he dared to openly oppose us in the court, and this is the perfect opportunity to establish our authority. If he is unwilling to pay even the 30% tax, he must surely be involved in smuggling and other illegal activities. We must apprehend him first to set a clear example for all the ministers." Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, Jiang Ning was inwardly astonished. My subordinate is indeed formidable, a true force to be reckoned with. To consider targeting a current duke right from the outset. Even the seasoned Wei Zhongxian was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity as he glanced at Jiang Ning, pondering, "Lord Jiang, are all those you mentor this bold?" Guo Yunho, however, bore a look of concern and hesitantly inquired, "Will this approach truly succeed?" Yet, Wen Tianqi appeared supremely confident, asserting, "If Duke Cheng values the lives of his entire family and does not wish to drag them to meet the King of Hell, he will undoubtedly have to accept this matter." Observing his subordinate's unwavering certainty, Jiang Ning contemplated briefly before stating, "In that case, let us proceed with targeting Duke Cheng." Subsequently, the group, engaged in light-hearted conversation, exited the palace and returned to their respective offices, preparing to advance the matters related to tax reform. Upon returning to the Jinjui's Northern Pacification Office, Jiang Ning swiftly summoned his subordinates, meticulously briefing them on the tasks at hand. Soon after, the entire force of the Jinjui mobilized, surging towards the Ministry of Revenue like a tide. The scene left the common folk on the streets utterly astonished. The simultaneous mobilization of so many imperial guards sparked speculation of an impending monumental case. Meanwhile, the Eastern Depot was not idle, as all their forces rushed toward the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, had already led his officials to meticulously prepare for the forthcoming operation. At this moment, an action orchestrated by the Ministry of Revenue, in collaboration with the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot, officially commenced. They set out to conduct a comprehensive audit of all merchants within the capital, granting business licenses to those who met the criteria. The 9 gates of the capital were swiftly taken over by both the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot, with each side vigilantly overseeing the other as they began a stringent examination of goods entering the city. Within the capital, under the leadership of Minister Gui Yinho, the Imperial Guards, the Eastern Depot, and the officials of the Ministry of Revenue targeted the Duke of Changhua, Zhu Youjiao, as their first subject. In an instant, Zhu Youjiao's shops were encircled by layers of personnel from the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot. Subsequently, officials from the Ministry of Revenue entered the establishment, meticulously verifying accounts and scrutinizing compliance with the new policies. Initially, the shopkeeper of the Duke's establishment attempted to resist the enforcement, displaying a defiant attitude. However, the Imperial Guards officials, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging, were relentless, engaging in a dialogue filled with persuasive admonitions. These two were formidable. Their every utterance seemed to revolve around fines, leaving the shopkeeper utterly bewildered. As the conversation progressed, it appeared that with each additional word, not only would he incur fines, but he could also risk losing his shop and potentially face financial ruin. Ultimately, the shopkeeper, overwhelmed with fear, was brought to tears and had no choice but to comply with the fines. Upon hearing the situation at his shops, Zhu Youjiao was consumed with rage, storming toward the establishment with an air of retribution. Unexpectedly, he encountered Wei Zhongxian, a man revered by the populace as a living bodhisattva, yet viewed by court officials and nobility as a veritable incarnation of death. Influenced by Jiangning, Wei Zhongxian displayed a benevolent demeanor toward the common people, yet showed no kindness toward officials and nobles. He pointed a finger at Zhu Youjiao and vociferously admonished, "Duke of Changhua, with me here today. Dare you to stir up trouble? I assure you, you shall reap the consequences." Witnessing Wei Zhongxian's fierce proclamation in the public square, the surrounding populace erupted in applause. Recently, the public perception of Wei Zhongxian had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once perceived as ruthless, he had now become the beloved bodhisattva in the eyes of the people. Nowadays, should Wei Zhongxian designate anyone as a villain, the public would unreservedly believe such a person to be thoroughly wicked. Zhu Youjiao dared not confront Wei Zhongxian directly. He understood that Wei's temperament was far from amiable, and provoking him could indeed lead to dire consequences. With this realization, Zhu Youjiao could only retreat, dejectedly leading his entourage back to his residence. Chapter 23. The Fall of Li Sankai. Returning home, Zhu Youjiao was filled with indignation, vehemently cursing Wei Zhongxian as an unreasonable mad dog, while simultaneously denouncing Jiangning as a troublemaker, blaming him for instigating discord everywhere. With Zhu Youjiao's capitulation, all the nobles and officials in the capital were compelled to comply with the new regulations and dutifully pay the commercial taxes. However, a number of individuals still harbored hopes of evading their obligations, with some even brazenly resisting tax payment. Yet, none were able to escape the stringent scrutiny of the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards, as they were swiftly apprehended. Jiangning, known for his meticulous approach, had previously trained his subordinates in the Imperial Guards, bestowing upon them the keen ability to discern various tax evasion tactics. Upon discovering any merchants engaging in fraudulent accounting, their establishments were immediately sealed, and the proprietors faced imprisonment along with substantial fines. Those who dared to defy tax payments also found their shops shuttered. While this crackdown resulted in numerous arrests, it did not significantly disrupt the lives of the common folk. After all, the ordinary citizens toiled daily for meager earnings. And under the new regulations, they received business licenses issued by the Ministry of Revenue, allowing them to operate legally. Should they encounter extortion, they could seek justice from the benevolent Wei Zhongxian at the Eastern Depot or appeal to the incorruptible Jiang Durin of the Northern Pacification Office of the Imperial Guards. In the ensuing period, the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot collaborated wholeheartedly with the Ministry of Revenue to rectify the commercial tax system and distribute business licenses, with the initiative progressing vigorously. Although many affluent merchants in the capital were discontented, they could only resign themselves to this reality. One day, as Jiangning languidly passed the time in his office, his thoughts drifted to the old rogue Li Sankai. Just the thought of him ignited a fury within Jiangning. This audacious Li Sankai had absconded with hundreds of thousands of taels from the ministry's accounts upon his departure, a brazen act indeed. Moreover, he had yet to repay the 3,000 taels Jiang Ning had previously advanced for indulgent pursuits. Jiang Ning was well aware that the emperor had issued a directive regarding this matter. Whether it was to investigate the embezzlement for the public good or to reclaim his personal debts, he had no choice but to confront Li Sankai. At this moment, Li Sankai, stripped of his official title, was sequestered within his home, having shut his doors to visitors. Jiang Ning donned a dignified official uniform and, accompanied by his imposing subordinates, arrived at Li Sansai's doorstep with an air of authority. He knocked on the door with apparent courtesy, but soon a servant responded from within, stating that their master had been receiving no guests. Jiang Ning smirked and replied, "Open the door, for I come bearing warmth for your master." The servant, skeptical, hesitantly opened a small gap in the door, only to be met with a frightful sight. Jiang Ning, clad in his ceremonial attire, stood before him, flanked by a cadre of imperial guards on magnificent steeds, their vibrant uniforms exuding an intimidating presence. Without waiting for the servant's reaction, Jiang Ning forcefully pushed the door open and strode inside, calling out loudly, "Li Sankai, you old scoundrel, where are you? Come out at once. I am here to collect a debt." At that moment, Li Sankai, lounging in the backyard and enjoying a massage from his maidservant, furrowed his brow upon hearing Jiang Ning's voice. As he was about to voice his inquiry, a flustered servant rushed in to report, "My lord, dire news. The Jinui have completely surrounded our residence, and leading them is the newly appointed Commander Jiang Ning, claiming to come to collect a debt from you." Upon hearing the name Jiang Ning, Li Sansai's fury ignited. He had long conducted clandestine investigations and knew all too well that this very individual had previously orchestrated a scheme to ensnare him at a tavern. Consumed by rage, he abruptly rose and stormed outside, only to collide head-on with Jiang Ning. Li Sankai, with a scowl, retorted, "What wind blows you, Lord Jiang, to my humble abode? What brings you here?" Jiang Ning, a sly smile adorning his face, replied, "Well, Li Daren, I must correct you. You have been stripped of your office, after all. You see, the 3,000 taels you squandered at the tavern were covered by me, and I have come specifically to reclaim that sum." As a prominent figure in the Donglin party, Li Sankai was unaccustomed to such humiliation. Now, being toyed with by this youth, he trembled with indignation and barked, "Jiang Ning, do not slander me. When have I ever owed you money? Do not think I am unaware. That incident with the courtesan was clearly your elaborate scheme." Jiang Ning, unabashed, openly admitted, "Indeed, it was my design. However, the money was indeed advanced by me, and I did not lay a finger on those courtesans. Therefore, you shall pay, whether you wish to or not." Li Sansai's face flushed crimson, resembling an enraged bull as he vehemently cursed, "You despicable, treacherous scoundrel. I shall not pay you a single coin today. I wish to see what you intend to do about it." Jiang Ning maintained his infuriatingly smug smile and leisurely responded, "I have always favored accommodating others, but since you, Li Sankai, are so ungrateful, I shall not be so courteous." With that, he gestured, commanding, "Search." The Jinui sprang into action like wolves, rummaging through Li Sansai's residence, creating chaos. Li Sankai, witnessing this, felt his fury nearly combust. He hastily summoned his household servants to resist. However, upon the glint of the embroidered spring blades from the Jinui, the servants, having never encountered such a scene, hesitated. Contemplating their meager monthly earnings, they deemed it unworthy to risk their lives for this matter, and one by one, they fell to their knees in fear. At that moment, a breathless messenger rushed in, exclaiming, "The eunuch Wei Zhongxian from the Eastern Depot has arrived with his men." Jiang Ning, perplexed, turned to Li Sankai, teasingly inquired, "Li Sankai, did you engage in such antics that even Wei Zhongxian had to lend you silver?" After a moment of feigned realization, he continued, "No need for explanations. I comprehend everything." Li Sansai's face grew even redder with rage as he shouted, "Jiang Ning, you and Wei Zhongxian are both wretched beings. One brings calamity to the nation. The other stirs up trouble everywhere. May you both meet a fitting end." Just as his words fell, a chilling voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Who dares to wish us ill? We are curious to see." Wei Zhongxian, clad in a resplendent purple python robe, strode deliberately into the courtyard, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixated coldly on Li Sankai. This sight filled Li Sankai with trepidation. While Jiang Ning was often perceived as shameless in his methods, he typically refrained from direct confrontation. However, Wei Zhongxian was different. His actions were ruthless and devoid of mercy. Li Sankai instinctively retreated several steps in fear. Wei Zhongxian advanced, a semblance of a smile forcing its way onto his face as he greeted Jiang Ning. Without further ado, he waved his hand, commanding the subordinates of the Eastern Depot to commence a thorough search for valuables. Before long, dozens of chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels were amassed in the courtyard. Li Sankai, drenched in sweat and desperation, bellowed, "How dare you both arbitrarily search my residence? This is sheer treason. Do you not regard the laws of the court?" Yet Jiang Ning merely smiled with ease, responding, "Li Sankai, cease your cries of injustice. I am merely reclaiming the 3,000 taels of silver I once advanced on your behalf." With that, he instructed his men to extract 3,000 taels from the chests. Moreover, Jiang Ning took it upon himself to draft a receipt with great formality. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian let out a cold laugh, addressing Li Sankai. "After so many years in office, do you truly believe your meager salary could accumulate such wealth? This must undoubtedly be ill-gotten gains from your corruption and bribery." Li Sankai quickly retorted, "I have substantial assets, having engaged in commerce for generations. How could I not possess such wealth?" Unperturbed, Wei Zhongxian scoffed, "Men, conduct a thorough search of everything here. I shall proceed to the palace to seek the emperor's decree." Suddenly, Jiang Ning's eyes fell upon a golden plate among the heap of treasures, intricately engraved with dragon motifs. He swiftly retrieved it, examining it closely. After a brief moment, his expression hardened as he proclaimed, "Bring forth this traitor, Li Sankai." Li Sankai was rendered speechless, bewildered at how he had suddenly escalated from corruption to the grave offense of treason. Wei Zhongxian, too, was taken aback. While he had come prepared to deal with Li Sankai and had fabricated considerable evidence, he had not anticipated Jiang Ning would directly accuse him of treason. Inwardly, Wei Zhongxian reflected on how much he still had to learn from Jiang Ning. With an impassive demeanor, Jiang Ning approached, still holding the golden plate, and coldly interrogated Li Sankai. "Do you see the pattern engraved upon this plate? According to the court's laws, this constitutes a grave crime of treason." Li Sankai, gazing at the dragon and phoenix design, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, and he hastily protested, "You are framing me. This item does not belong to me." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Nonsense. When I and Lord Wei arrived, we came empty-handed, devoid of anything. Where could I possibly have concealed such a large plate?" Turning to Hu Dawei, Jiang Ning inquired, "From where was this golden plate confiscated?" Hu Dawei quickly recollected and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. It was seized from the room of Li Sansai's son." Moments later, a young gentleman was brought forth. Jiang Ning wore a smile laden with significance as he inquired, "Young Master Li, do you still recognize this golden plate?" Li Sankai's son, Li Pingsheng, gazed at the plate in Jiang Ning's hand, unfazed and brazenly declared, "Indeed. This golden plate belongs to me. I have prepared it as a birthday gift for my father, who turns 60 next month." He then shouted with even greater arrogance, "You dogs of the Jinyui and the Eastern Factory, get out of my house at once. Return everything to me, untouched." Although my father no longer holds an official position, his influence in the court is immense. Be careful, or I shall have him impeach you both. Observing this foolish scion of a wealthy family, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Li Sankai was nearly overcome with rage, for he had spoiled this only son throughout his life, never imagining that today his beloved child would bring such disgrace upon him. Subsequently, Jiang Ning handed the golden plate to Wei Zhongxian, who was elated, radiating excitement as he hurriedly departed with the plate in hand. At that moment, Li Sankai, staring at his foolish son, trembled with fury, and after a brief moment, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing this, Li Pingsheng scrambled to his father's side, frantically exclaiming, "Father, what has happened? You haven't even arranged a marriage for me yet. You cannot leave me like this." Witnessing this farcical scene of paternal affection turned tragicomedy, Jiang Ning laughed heartily, joined by the Jinyui who were in fits of mirth. Before long, Wei Zhongxian, clutching the golden plate, sprinted into the imperial palace, presenting it before Zhu Youjiao while embellishing the tale of Li Sankai with vivid details. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Youjiao's countenance darkened with fury. He pondered, while corruption and nepotism might be tolerated, daring to use a royal dragon-patterned gold plate is tantamount to courting death. he promptly issued a decree, ordering the imprisonment of Li Sankai and instructing Jiang Ning, the Jinhui commander, to oversee the investigation into Li Sankai's treason, with Wei Zhongxian assisting. With the imperial decree in hand, Wei Zhongxian was elated and swiftly exited the palace, hastening to Li Sankai's residence. Upon arrival, he found Li Sankai sprawled on the ground, bloodied, while his foolish son wept inconsolably beside him. Wei Zhongxian, perplexed, asked, "Lord Jiang, what is the situation here?" Jiang Ning shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "This young Master Li has just personally caused his father to faint from anger. However, I had someone check, and his father is still alive, albeit barely." Wei Zhongxian nodded with a smile, then solemnly produced the imperial decree. Jiang Ning and the assembled Jinhui, along with the Eastern Factory officials, immediately knelt in unison. Wei Zhongxian cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "By the decree of the heaven-favored emperor, it has come to our attention that Li Sankai has harbored treasonous intentions, unlawfully possessing royal property, engaging in corruption and bribery, forming cliques, and extorting from the populace. His crimes are unforgivable. Therefore, his entire family is to be imprisoned, with Jinhui commander Jiang Ning responsible for overseeing this matter, and Eastern Factory Superintendent Wei Zhongxian assisting." Thus decreed. Subsequently, Jiang Ning raised his hands high in reverence to receive the imperial edict, declaring, "I, Jiang Ning, commander of the Jinhui, accept the decree." Immediately, Wei Zhongxian hastily assisted Jiang Ning to his feet, his face adorned with a broad smile as he inquired, "Master Jiang, how do you propose we proceed from here? After all, it was you who orchestrated the downfall of Li Sankai." Jiang Ning, adopting a serious demeanor, retorted, "Wei Gonggong, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak frivolously. Today, I merely seek the repayment of the 3,000 taels that Li Sankai owes me. As for uncovering his nefarious schemes, that is certainly your merit, Wei Gonggong." Jiang Ning was far too prudent to claim such a monumental achievement for himself. Wei Zhongxian, being astute, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Jiang Ning's magnanimity in attributing such a significant accomplishment to him, and thus he said, "I misspoke, Master Jiang. Please do not take offense. However, for what lies ahead, I beseech you to provide guidance." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning proposed, "Let us first detain everyone in Li Sankai's residence and meticulously account for all his assets, sealing them in the process. Thereafter, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian sat back leisurely within Li Sankai's abode, observing with keen interest as their subordinates busied themselves with the thorough inspection of the entire Li estate. Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on whether he was indeed a harbinger of calamity or simply favored by fortune. In the mere pursuit of collecting a debt, he had managed to bring down the formidable East Lin faction leader, Li Sankai. It appeared that this time, Li Sankai was truly ensnared in an inescapable predicament, facing utter ruin. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian's admiration for Jiang Ning flowed ceaselessly like a mighty river, as he mused, "Master Jiang is undeniably a strategist of extraordinary caliber, akin to Zhuge Liang Redivivus." In just a few exchanges, Jiang Ning had rendered the East Lin party chieftain, Li Sankai, utterly disgraced, his skillful maneuvering leaving all in awe. As dusk descended, the raid on the Li estate concluded. Li Sankai and his devoted son had long been escorted to the imperial prison upon Jiang Ning's orders. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian reviewed the results of the raid, and to their astonishment, they discovered a veritable treasure trove. Piles of gold, silver, jewels, and antiques adorned the premises, alongside deeds and contracts for properties and businesses, collectively estimated to be worth an astounding 180,000 taels. Even the well-versed Jiang Ning could not help but exclaim, "Li Sankai is indeed fabulously wealthy." Wei Zhongxian interjected at an opportune moment, "Master Jiang, this is merely the wealth and property Li Sankai possesses in the capital. Having served in the court for many years, he relocated his entire family to Tongzhou in the North Zhili, amassing considerable wealth over decades." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning decisively instructed, "If that is the case, let us dispatch a team to Tongzhou to seize Li Sankai's assets there as well." After a brief discussion, Jiang Ning took his leave, returning to the Jinhui's Jinfu office with his entourage. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Ning dismounted and was surprised to find his master, Shuzi, absent from his usual stall. He promptly summoned a Jinhui officer and inquired, "Why is my master not manning his stall today?" The eunuch promptly bowed and replied, "Your Excellency, The old immortal closed his stall early today, claiming he went out to indulge in pleasures. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment and then inquired, "Did he collect the 20 taels of stall fees today?" The eunuch's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he responded. The old immortal said he only set up for half the day and only collected 10 taels. He firmly refused to give the remaining 10. Jiang Ning was instantly filled with righteous indignation, asserting, as a relative of a court official, how can one flout the law? He then solemnly commanded, "When my master returns, ensure he compensates the remaining 10 taels. As a relative of this official, such behavior is utterly unacceptable and must be eradicated henceforth." Seeing Jiang Ning's resolute stance, the eunuch quickly acknowledged, "I understand, Your Excellency." Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to the yamen and immediately summoned Tianqi and Xu Xianshan. He then began to assign tasks, directing Tianqi to proceed to Tongzhou to seize the assets of Li Sankai. With a serious expression, Jiang Ning sternly warned, all assets must be meticulously registered. No one is permitted to test the law. Tianqi promptly pounded his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall oversee this diligently and firmly eliminate any corruption among my subordinates. Anyone who dares to reach for ill-gotten gains shall face my wrath." Finally, Jiang Ning signed the official document and affixed his seal. Tianqi took the document and immediately gathered a group of eunuchs to accompany him to Tongzhou to confiscate Li Sansai's estate. Before long, the head of the Eastern Depot, Cui Qingxiu, also arrived with his men to join forces. The two then set forth with a grand entourage towards Tongzhou. Observing Cui Qingxiu's retreating figure, Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on the unpredictability of life, likening it to a sausage enveloping another, replete with unforeseen surprises. Historically, Cui Qingxiu had ascended to the esteemed position of Minister of War under Wei Zhongxian's recommendation. Little did he expect that due to Jiang Ning's emergence, he would pivot to becoming the head of the Eastern Depot. Nonetheless, this could still signify a promising future. For Cui Qingxiu's notorious reputation was likely to improve by working alongside Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. Jiang Ning then turned to Xu Xianshan, instructing, "You shall personally interrogate Li Sankai, ensuring that all his family assets are disclosed to me." A cruel smile flickered across Xu Xianshan's face as he thumped his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will extract every last detail of Li Sansai's ancestral treasures." With that, he bowed and departed to the prison to summon Li Sankai for questioning. Watching Xu Xianshan's sinister grin, Jiang Ning felt a shiver run down his spine. Silently mourning for Li Sankai, it dawned on him that he had merely intended to collect debts today, never envisioning the complete ruin of Li Sankai. Jiang Ning glanced around, seeking a divine presence to offer prayers for solace. However, he discovered that in the grand hall of the eunuchs, apart from the tablet honoring the first commander of the eunuchs, Mao Chong, there were no other altars. Thus, he lit 3 incense sticks, reverently kneeling on the ground, murmuring, "May the ancestral master bless me. Today, I merely seek to collect what is owed, and it is not my intention to bring ruin upon Li Sankai." With the decree to confiscate the entire family of Li Sankai issued, the capital erupted into a frenzy. Officials from all ranks began to take action, with members of the Donglin party fervently submitting memorials. On one hand, they decried the injustice faced by Li Sankai. On the other, they accused Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning of framing him. Although Li Sankai currently held no official position, he was a prominent figure within the Donglin party, and his execution would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their faction. Meanwhile, officials from other parties, as well as those who had maintained a neutral stance, mostly adopted a spectator's attitude. Once the news spread through the 6 ministries, many lamented that if Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning joined forces, they would be unstoppable. According to reports, Jiang Ning had first approached Li Sansai's residence to demand repayment of a debt of 3,000 taels of silver, shortly followed by Wei Zhongxian. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian uncovered evidence of Li Sansai's treason, and upon learning this, the emperor was incensed, leading to the decree for the confiscation of Li Sansai's entire family. In the cabinet's duty room, Sun Qingzong expressed his astonishment, stating he never expected Li Sankai to commit such treasonous acts. At that moment, Shui Guoguan interjected with a smile, affirming, "Your Excellency's words are indeed profound. It is astonishing that Li Sankai, having risen to the leadership of the Donglin, harbored such malevolence and dared to conspire against the state. He truly deserves his fate." Yuan Kelly added with a grin, "But tell me, Your Excellency. Do you believe Li Sankai genuinely plotted treason, or is it merely the machinations of Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning? Sun Qingzong promptly cautioned, Brother Yuan. Tread carefully with your words. Yuan Kelly chuckled. Fear not. We are merely engaging in private discourse. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Qingzong remarked, As for Jiang Ning, we have interacted with him. Though his methods may sometimes be less than honorable, I doubt he would resort to framing someone. However, the character of Wei Zhongxian is quite another matter. At this juncture, Shui Guoguan, sensing his colleague's doubts towards his ally, hastily asserted, Elders Sun and Yuan, I have received credible intelligence that Li Sankai indeed conspired against the emperor. He unlawfully employed imperial utensils within his household, committing an act of usurpation. And they have confiscated a staggering sum of 180,000 taels. Upon hearing Shui Guoguan mention the confiscation of such an enormous fortune, both Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly gasped in shock. They understood that there was no escape for Li Sankai. He was doomed. Having committed the grave offenses of usurpation and treason, coupled with the dubious origins of his vast wealth, he was undeniably facing death. At that moment, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and remarked with a smile, 180,000 taels is indeed a substantial sum. Although Minister Guo's recent reforms on commercial taxes have yielded some silver for the treasury, it remains but a drop in the bucket. With Li Sansai's 180,000 taels, it may provide temporary relief to the court's financial woes, ensuring the soldiers at the 9 borders will finally receive their wages. At this, Shui Guoguan added with a grin, in fact, the recent reforms in the Ministry of Revenue were largely orchestrated by Lord Jiang. Upon hearing these words, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly were immediately taken aback and hastily inquired, Elder Shui, is this truly the case? Shui Guoguan, stroking his beard, chuckled and replied, Indeed. It is absolutely true. On that day, Minister Guo of the Ministry of Revenue found himself at a loss regarding taxation matters, and thus sought the Emperor's counsel. To his surprise, he encountered Lord Jiang of the Jinyue and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot. Subsequently, under Lord Jiang's guidance, it was decided to reform the commercial tax system. The specifics of its implementation were entirely directed by Lord Jiang. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, during the rollout, the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot provided full support, compelling even the Duke of Chenghua to acquiesce. Lord Jiang exerted tremendous effort in this matter. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Soon after, Sun Qingzong could not contain his laughter and exclaimed, This truly is a blessing from the heavens for our Ming Dynasty. Initially, I merely considered Lord Jiang to be devoted to the nation, possessing a modicum of talent. Yet I never anticipated that he would possess such extraordinary abilities. He has ingeniously devised a new approach to reform the commercial tax, significantly augmenting the treasury's revenue. Furthermore, he has toppled Li Sankai, bringing an impressive 180,000 taels of silver to the court. He truly is the pillar of our nation. Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, his smile reflecting his deep admiration. Listening to their praises of Jiang Ning, Shui Guoguan's heart swelled with joy. After all, Jiang Ning was akin to an elder brother to him. With such capability in his elder brother, he felt a sense of pride as a younger sibling. He mused to himself that if he diligently applied himself, perhaps one day he too could ascend to the position of prime minister. At that moment, Yuan Kelly suddenly sighed. Sun Qingzong and Shui Guoguan were taken aback and inquired, Brother Yuan, what troubles you? Yuan Kelly slowly articulated, It is indeed a pity. With such remarkable talents, Jiang Ning has devoted himself to the Jinyue. Were he to enter the court as an official, given his abilities, he would be well suited for the position of minister. And even a place within the cabinet would not be beyond reach. However, as the commander of the Jinyue, while he can influence the emperor's decisions to some extent, he ultimately belongs to the military ranks rather than the civil officials. Upon hearing this, Shui Guoguan hastily reassured, There is no need for such concerns, Elder Yuan. In the past, during the Jiajing era, Commander Liu Bing of the Jinyue was the only individual to hold the titles of Sangu and Sanshi simultaneously. His power was immense, and even the formidable Yin Song and his son dared not confront him lightly. Now that Jiang Ning serves as the commander of the Jinyue, if wielded wisely, he may indeed achieve great feats in this position, contributing significantly to the court. After listening, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly nodded, agreeing. Elder Shui makes a valid point. We must cultivate a closer relationship with Lord Jiang in the future. After all, His governance strategies are exceptionally innovative, refreshing to the mind. And perhaps we could derive more beneficial policies for the nation and its people from him. At this moment, our esteemed commander of the Jinyui, Lord Jiang, sat upright in the grand hall. As I gazed upon a group of subordinates bearing the inebriated and heavily perfumed figure of the esteemed Shunshuzi, Lord Jiang's face instantly betrayed a sense of embarrassment, prompting him to inquire, "What is the meaning of this?" One of the Jin Wei hastily bowed and reported, "My lord, while on patrol, I chanced upon a couple of street vendors, only to find the old immortal indulging in frivolous pursuits, resulting in his expulsion from the establishment. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was your esteemed master, so I brought him back." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. It was truly unbecoming for his rather irresponsible master to be caught partaking in such revelry and subsequently thrown out. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. At that moment, Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon Shunshuzi, who lay in the main hall, soundly asleep. A frown creased his brow as he gently attempted to rouse Shunshuzi, yet despite his calls, the old man remained unresponsive, snoring thunderously. An impish grin spread across Jiang Ning's face as he concocted a mischievous plan. Suddenly, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Jin Wei are conducting an operation, raiding for illicit activities." Instantly, all present crouched down, shielding their heads. The thunderous shout startled Shunshuzi awake, causing him to leap nimbly like an agile monkey. Propelling himself towards the beam overhead, where he clung tightly, Jiang Ning stared, dumbfounded. The beam was a staggering 6 to 7 meters above the ground, and yet his master had ascended with such ease. As Shunshuzi blinked his bleary eyes, he surveyed the scene, spotting Jiang Ning below, and queried, "My good disciple, where are we? Did you not mention something about a Jin Wei raid?" With a playful smile, Jiang Ning replied, "Master, we are in the Jin Wei hall. I was merely jesting with you." Upon realizing he had been the subject of a prank, Shunshuzi's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "You ungrateful disciple. How dare you jest at my expense?" Jiang Ning chuckled and urged, "Master, do come down." Just as Shunshuzi opened his mouth to respond, his footing faltered, and he plummeted towards the ground. Jiang Ning's countenance changed dramatically as he shouted, "Master!" But it was too late. Shunshuzi landed with a thud. Moments later, groaning, Shunshuzi rose, blood trickling from his nose, his face a deep shade of indignation as he muttered, "By the heavens, today I have truly encountered a calamity." Jiang Ning, realizing the chaos he had instigated, offered an awkward smile and cautiously inquired, "Master, did you not go out for indulgence? How is it that you were cast out?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, Shunshuzi confessed, "I had summoned a few young ladies for companionship, but when the time came to settle the bill, I found myself lacking the necessary funds. I thought to offer them a fortune-telling in lieu of payment, but they were incensed and promptly expelled me." Jiang Ning, intrigued, pressed further, "Master, what fortune did you proffer to those young ladies of the brothel?" At this moment, the frail Master Shinsu awkwardly smiled and remarked, "I told that young lady she bore ominous signs and was destined for misfortune." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's complexion darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. As he awkwardly replied, "Master, I cannot ascertain whether that young lady is truly destined for calamity, but you, my dear master, have undeniably encountered misfortune today." Master Shinsu, his face clouded with discontent, could not help but lament, "Alas, who would have thought that this misfortune would manifest upon myself? Where shall I seek recourse for this?" Afterward, Jiang Ning offered a few words of consolation before turning to return to his office, intending to resume his leisurely pursuits. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he seemed to recall something of utmost importance and hurriedly turned back to say, "Master, do remember to set up your stall tomorrow. You still owe 10 taels for the stall fee." Upon hearing this, Master Shinsu was immediately filled with confusion and inquired, "What? Did I not pay that 10-tael stall fee already?" Jiang Ning, with a serious expression, replied, "It is actually 20 taels. You have only paid half." Master Shinsu, upon realizing this, became frantic, exclaiming, "But I only operated for half a day today. How can they charge me 20 taels?" Jiang Ning chuckled and explained, "Master, the stall fee is charged by the day. Half a day counts as a full day. We conduct our affairs with utmost propriety and shall not impose any additional penalties on you. Just remember to settle the outstanding 10 taels by tomorrow." With that, he swiftly returned to his office, leisurely resuming his idleness. Meanwhile, Master Shinsu sat despondently in the hall, muttering incessantly, "What a calamity! What a calamity!" Chapter 25. Increasing Jiang Ning's burden in the following days, Jiang Ning indulged in a life of leisure once more. However, during his moments of respite, he recalled that the imperial examination was soon to be held, and he began to meticulously document the historical figures he had previously studied, thinking he might encounter a few of them. 5 days later, a swift horseman sent by Tian Ergang arrived with news that the Jinhui and Dongchang were in Tongzhou to seize the assets of Li Sankai. The local gentry had gathered to obstruct this, and even the officials were instigating from behind the scenes, causing quite a commotion. Tian Ergang, hesitant to act unilaterally, dispatched someone to report to Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the gentry's influence to be so formidable that they would dare to rally against the Jinhui and Dongchang while executing official duties. Before he could respond, Wei Zhongxian rushed to the Jinhui Town Defense Office to seek out Jiang Ning. Wei Zhongxian expressed that this minor affair could be handled by him personally, sparing Lord Jiang any inconvenience. Seeing Wei Zhongxian volunteer, Jiang Ning welcomed the reprieve and consented to let him handle the matter. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian hastily led his men towards Tongzhou. Just as Wei Zhongxian departed, a eunuch from the palace arrived to convey an imperial edict, summoning Jiang Ning to the palace for an audience with the emperor. Jiang Ning promptly followed the eunuch to the imperial palace. As the saying goes, the king of hell may be easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are troublesome. In the course of establishing rapport with the eunuch, Jiang Ning discovered that he was none other than the renowned Chao Huachan, a famous figure from the late Ming Dynasty. Subsequently, Jiang Ning engaged in casual conversation with Chao Huachan, from which he learned that this esteemed eunuch served under Prince Xizhimen, Zhu Youjiao. Today, Prince Xizhimen had entered the palace to pay his respects to the emperor, and Zhu Youjiao had casually summoned Chao Huachan to convey a decree. Speaking of Prince Xizhimen, who later became Emperor Chongzhen, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Before long, Jiang Ning followed Chao Huachan to the entrance of the Donghuan Pavilion in the imperial palace. Fang Zhenghua, as usual, stood guard outside, wearing an expression that conveyed a desire for solitude. However, upon seeing Jiang Ning approach, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Lord Jiang, you have finally arrived. His Majesty has been waiting for you for quite some time." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded at Fang Zhenghua, then proceeded to enter the grand hall with him. Inside, Zhu Youjiao sat majestically upon the dragon throne, while a boy of about 11 or 12, clad in a dragon robe, was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the emperor. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Ning promptly knelt before the throne and declared aloud, "I, Jiang Ning, commander of the Jinhui, have come to pay my respects." "As commanded by your Majesty." Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, "Rise, Minister Jiang." He then quickly instructed, "Fang Dabin, provide a seat for Lord Jiang." Fang Zhenghua hastily brought over a stool, and Jiang Ning, without hesitation, took his seat. He then inquired with a smile, "May I ask, your Majesty, what is the purpose of your summons today?" Zhu Youjiao responded with a smile, "Ah, Minister Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This is Prince Xizhimen, my fifth brother." Immediately, Jiang Ning stood up, bowing respectfully. "I, Jiang Ning, pay my respects to His Royal Highness, Prince Xizhimen." Zhu Youjiao replied in a calm tone, "There is no need for such formalities, Lord Jiang." He then curiously observed Jiang Ning, who was favored by the emperor, while Jiang Ning took the opportunity to scrutinize the boy who would one day ascend as Emperor Chongzhen. Thus, their gazes met. Jiang Ning noted the youthful innocence of Prince Xizhimen, who still bore the semblance of a child, while Zhu Youjiao discreetly assessed Jiang Ning. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's gaze, he quickly turned his head away. In response, Jiang Ning offered a faint smile and remarked, "Your Royal Highness, you possess remarkable charm, truly befitting the emperor's brother." Zhu Youjiao burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Minister Jiang, your words are indeed eloquent." He then turned to Prince Xizhimen, adding, "Fifth brother, as you have entered the palace today to pay your respects, you fortuitously encountered Lord Jiang. You should cultivate a closer relationship with him henceforth." Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "I shall certainly engage more with His Royal Highness in the future." At that moment, Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on the evident affection Zhu Youjiao held for his brother. As the commander of the Jinhui, overseeing secretive affairs, it was quite unprecedented for an emperor to encourage his brother to forge a closer bond with someone in such a position, under different circumstances. No other emperor would dare to do so. Just then, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "What progress has been made regarding the confiscation of Li Sancai's assets in Tongzhou?" Jiang Ning's expression darkened slightly, and he responded with a hint of concern, "Your Majesty, I have dispatched Jinyui Deputy Officer Tian Urging and Eastern Depot Captain Chui Qingxiu to Tongzhou to investigate Li Sancai's estate. However, I regret to inform you that I have just received word that Li Sancai's family has united with several local gentry to incite unrest, and even the local authorities are stoking the flames from behind." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "Li Sancai has already been imprisoned, yet his family remains so audacious, daring to openly rally the local gentry against the court. And those officials in Tongzhou, not only do they neglect their duties, but they also conspire to hinder our efforts. Such treachery deserves the harshest punishment." Observing the situation, Jiang Ning swiftly interjected with a reassuring smile, "Your Majesty need not be troubled by this matter. Lord Wei from the Eastern Depot has personally gone to Tongzhou to address the situation." At that moment, Zhu Youjian stood up respectfully and said, "Your Imperial Highness, while you and Lord Jiang deliberate on state affairs, I shall take my leave." Zhu Youjiao waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Fifth brother, there is no need for such formality. Lord Jiang is a capable ally of mine. You need not feel constrained here. Simply listen." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian once again spoke with utmost respect. "Your Imperial Highness, I wonder if there might be some misunderstanding in this affair. Li Sancai is a luminary in the literary world, renowned among the populace. Could it be that some miscommunication has led to this predicament? Furthermore, his family's assembly may have deeper implications. Could it not be a misunderstanding?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure, replying, "Fifth brother, do not underestimate these literati. They may often engage in lofty discussions and pontificate on governance, but behind the scenes, they indulge in unsavory dealings, activities that are far from honorable. If you wish to learn from the literati, focus solely on their writings and be wary of their misleading rhetoric." Jiang Ning, observing the situation, realized that the Prince of Xizhimen had evidently been ensnared by the literati's enchantments. He promptly stood and declared, "Your Highness, there is absolutely no misunderstanding in this matter. Li Sancai's family possesses contraband items reserved solely for imperial use, and his son has audaciously claimed that these were prepared for Li Sancai's 60th birthday celebration next month. I have also discovered that their family amassed a fortune of 180,000 taels of silver, most of which was obtained through corruption and extortion. Furthermore, to my knowledge, Li Sancai's estate in Tongzhou is roughly estimated to be worth no less than 300,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing the figure of 300,000 taels, Zhu Youjian was struck with disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. How can this be possible? Even Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, was taken aback, inquiring, "Lord Jiang, is what you say truly accurate?" Jiang Ning solemnly nodded and reported, "Your Majesty, this is merely the preliminary estimate. Once all investigations are completed, 300,000 taels may well be a conservative figure." Subsequently, Jiang Ning meticulously enumerated the various illegal activities committed by the Li Sancai family in Tongzhou, detailing each transgression. Li Sancai's family, emboldened by their influence, colluded with local authorities, tyrannizing the countryside and committing heinous acts without fear of reprisal. From extorting local markets to seizing farmland, from coercing individuals into prostitution to committing acts of violence, their transgressions were utterly appalling. This revelation thoroughly shattered the young prince's previously favorable impression of the literati. Zhu Youjian, with disbelief etched across his face, exclaimed, "How could Li Sancai, a distinguished figure in the literary realm and a pillar of the court, be capable of such deeds?" At this moment, Jiang Ning smiled and remarked, "Your Highness may be unaware, but even the esteemed gentlemen who educated you have committed numerous illicit acts. Should you be interested, I can promptly dispatch evidence to the Prince of Xizhimen's residence, allowing you to peruse it thoroughly before sending someone to verify it. If I utter even a single falsehood, I shall willingly bear the consequences." Zhu Youjian sat in a daze upon his chair, disbelief etched across his face, murmuring, "How can this be possible? The gentlemen have always instructed me to care for the populace. How could they engage in such deeds?" At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, hurriedly intervened. "Minister Jiang, my fifth brother has been influenced by the teachings of the civil officials, and their rhetoric has misled him. He then earnestly advised Zhu Youjiao, "Dear brother, while it is acceptable to employ these civil officials for their services, one must not place complete trust in them." With a dazed expression, Zhu Youjiao rose to take his leave, stating in a bewildered tone that he would return to inquire of his mentors regarding this troubling matter. Observing his state, Jiang Ning thoughtfully indicated that he would immediately instruct the Jianyi to deliver the incriminating evidence against Zhu Youjian's mentors to the Prince of Xizhimen's residence for his personal examination. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded faintly and vacated the Dongyuan pavilion with unsteady steps. Zhu Youjiao, witnessing his brother's distraught demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "My brother has been under the tutelage of civil officials for far too long, cultivating a favorable impression of them. It will undoubtedly be difficult for him to accept this news." At that moment, Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Precisely for this reason. It is essential for His Highness to discern the true nature of these officials, lest he continue to be deceived by them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang's wisdom. Now, only the two of them remained in the grand hall. Zhu Youjiao smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, with no outsiders present, there is no need for such formalities. I must sincerely thank you. Once the assets of Tianqi are confiscated, it will amount to several million taels, which will significantly alleviate the court's pressing needs. Moreover, your assistance to Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho in strategizing the tax reforms has resulted in the preliminary implementation of commercial taxes, yielding tens of thousands of taels monthly. This is merely the beginning. I plan to fully enforce this policy across the entire northern Zhili after the new year, and the revenue from commercial taxes will only continue to grow." Jiang Ning responded with a smile. "This is entirely due to your Majesty's sagacity and the collective efforts of the esteemed officials. I dare not claim undue credit." Noticing Jiang Ning's modesty, Zhu Youjiao burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Brother Jiang, you remain as laid-back and unassuming as ever, refusing to take credit for your accomplishments." Jiang Ning chuckled in return. "Your Majesty, I am inherently carefree. My role at the office primarily involves steering the general direction, while the remaining affairs are delegated to my subordinates." Zhu Youjiao, amused, replied, "If that is the case, I shall have to burden you with additional responsibilities." With a puzzled expression, Jiang Ning inquired, "What new task does your Majesty intend for me?" Zhu Youjiao smiled and declared, "Next month, I shall be marrying, and I plan to appoint you as the chief officiant for the wedding." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this meant he would be tasked as the master of ceremonies. He hastily declined, saying, "Your Majesty, I possess scant knowledge of court etiquette. Your wedding is a momentous occasion, and I am genuinely concerned that I may not execute my duties adequately. Should I falter, it would be a disservice to your Majesty's trust. I kindly request that you select a more suitable candidate." Zhu Youjiao smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I appoint you as the chief officiant for the wedding, with Gu Bingxian, the Minister of Rights, as your deputy. With his guidance, you need only follow the established procedures." Faced with his good friend's enthusiastic insistence, Jiang Ning found it difficult to refuse and replied, "Since your Majesty has spoken so, I shall accept this responsibility." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao added with a smile, "Ah, Jiang, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. I have another task I wish to entrust to you." Jiang Ning's expression turned despondent as he responded, "Your Majesty, one cannot shear a single sheep to the bone. If this continues, I shall abandon all duties and flee." Zhu Youjiao laughed and urged, "Come now, my friend, do not decline. Regarding the martial examination you previously proposed, I have discussed it with several ministers in the cabinet, and they are all in favor. I intend for you to serve as the chief examiner for the martial examination." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a wave of anxiety and quickly shook his head in refusal. "I cannot undertake such a task." Zhu Youjiao replied with a smile, "My friend, I pay you a monthly stipend. You cannot simply hide away in the office forever. Speak freely of any rewards you desire, and as long as it is within my power, I shall grant it." Jiang Ning's mind raced, and with a serious expression, he said, "Your Majesty, you speak with sincerity. Can this truly be so?" Zhu Youjiao nodded earnestly. "Speak. What is it that you wish?" Jiang Ning, with a grave demeanor, declared, "I feel I am of an age where I humbly request your Majesty's permission to retire to my hometown." Zhu Youjiao was taken aback by Jiang Ning's request to retire, exclaiming in surprise, then gazing at him with a look of disappointment, "Jiang, consider my countenance. Observe this handsome face before you. Jiang Ning quickly responded. Your Majesty remains as dashing as ever. Zhu Youjiao retorted playfully. Do I appear foolish? Jiang, you are not yet 20, and you cite age as a reason to retire. If everyone were to do so, the court would be devoid of officials. Jiang Ning awkwardly chuckled. Your Majesty, you are wise and talented, certainly not foolish. I was merely jesting. Zhu Youjiao reassured him. Fear not, my friend. Work diligently, and I shall not neglect you. After my wedding, I will ensure suitable arrangements are made for you. Jiang Ning eagerly inquired. Is that truly the case? Zhu Youjiao replied earnestly. A sovereign does not jest. Would I deceive you? Jiang Ning's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, I desire a fair-skinned and beautiful maiden, with ample bosoms and an alluring figure, pleasing to the eyes. Zhu Youjiao chuckled. Rest assured, I will also appoint 2 deputy examiners to share this weighty responsibility with you. Hearing this, Jiang Ning sighed in relief, muttering softly, Now that sounds more reasonable. Immediately, he hastily spoke. Your Majesty, just now you graciously proclaimed that any reward I desire shall be granted. Does that promise still hold true? Zhu Youjiao promptly replied. Of course it does. Do tell, what is it you seek? At this moment, Jiang Ning contemplated for a moment before articulating. Your Majesty, in the recent confiscation of Li Sansai's assets, there are numerous shops and parcels of land. I wish to acquire some of those. Zhu Youjiao, perplexed, inquired. Brother Jiang, are you intending to establish a household? You have finally awakened to the notion of ambition. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao looked at Jiang Ning with a sense of gratification and remarked, I shall have someone organize the confiscated shops and fields for you. Take your pick, as much as you desire. Hearing this, Jiang Ning appeared bewildered. Your Majesty, I have always been industrious. How can you say such a thing? Zhu Youjiao retorted with annoyance. Is that what you call industrious? You spend your days idling in the yamen, merely biding your time, with an air of indifference. The mansion I bestowed upon you remains unoccupied, as you linger in the yamen. Now you seek shops and land, indicating that your intellect has finally ignited. Chapter 26. A visit to Su Guangqi. Subsequently, buoyed by the emperor's hearty encouragement and words of wisdom, Jiang Ning, filled with joy, rose to take his leave, striding briskly towards the palace exit. The reason Jiang Ning sought shops and land was rooted in his profound considerations. In recent days, although he appeared to be idling in the yamen, he was, in fact, reflecting on the frequent calamities and misfortunes that beset the late Ming Dynasty, concluding that the root of the dynasty's demise lay fundamentally in its lack of finances. The court was impoverished, the populace lacked grain, and when the common folk faced starvation, they would inevitably rise in revolt. Likewise, a court devoid of resources could only face defeat against insurrection, ultimately witnessing the fall of the Ming Empire. As for the gentry, their interests were deeply intertwined, and any disturbance to one would reverberate throughout. Thus, a gradual approach must be adopted, akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Never to act with harshness. Reflecting on history, the tragic fate of Wei Zhongxian, who ultimately met a dismal end, was directly linked to his encroachment upon the interests of the gentry. After leaving the palace, Jiang Ning did not return directly to the town pacification office, but instead turned towards the Ministry of Works. The imposing figures of Meng Ru and Hu Dawei followed closely behind, their faces marked with confusion as they could not help but inquire, My lord, why do you not return to the yamen, but head to the Ministry of Works instead? Jiang Ning smiled and replied, I am, of course, seeking an extraordinary individual. With that, he offered no further explanation. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Ministry of Works, astonishing the officials within. For it was the first time that Jiang Ning, the commander of the Jinyui, had personally visited the ministry. Everyone was aware that the prominent Donglin figure, Li Sansai, had fallen prey to this gentleman and the benevolent Wei Gonggong from the Eastern Depot. Thus, Jiang Ning's sudden appearance today raised concerns that someone might be in jeopardy. Jiang Ning smiled at the guard at the door and said, Would you kindly inform them that Commander Jiang Ning of the Jinyui has come to pay his respects to Minister Su Guangqi? The doorman, not daring to delay, hurriedly dashed inside to relay the message. In a short while, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, clad in a bright red official robe, hurriedly approached. It was none other than Su Guangqi. Upon encountering Jiang Ning, he smiled and remarked, Lord Jiang, it is an honor to have you grace us with your presence. I regret that I could not extend a proper welcome. Please do not take offense. Jiang Ning promptly replied, Today's unannounced visit is indeed my oversight. I must ask for Lord Su's understanding." With that, the two proceeded, exchanging jovial banter as they made their way to the Ministry of Works Grand Hall. Su Guangqi quickly instructed his attendants to serve tea and asked with a smile, "Lord Jiang, what brings you here today?" Jiang Ning performed a respectful bow and said, "I have come to seek your assistance, Lord Su." He then inquired, "Are you familiar with sweet potatoes and corn?" He watched Su Guangqi with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Guangqi responded, "I am well acquainted with these two crops and have even cultivated them myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was nearly overcome with excitement and hastily asked, "Lord Su, you have personally grown them? What was the yield like?" Su Guangqi replied with a smile, "These crops are remarkably drought-resistant and yield abundantly. A few years ago, I submitted a proposal to the court advocating for their widespread cultivation, but to my dismay, I faced a barrage of objections from officials, and the matter was shelved." Jiang Ning, perplexed, queried, "These crops could save countless lives. Why would they be met with such opposition?" Su Guangqi sighed with a sense of lamentation. The land is predominantly controlled by wealthy families and officials. If the common people could secure enough food, who would labor for them? Jiang Ning felt as though struck by lightning. For every word Su Guangqi uttered rang true, leaving him speechless. Su Guangqi continued with a heavy heart. "The most vehement opponents to my proposal were the officials of the Donglan party. They possess vast tracts of land and naturally do not wish for such high-yield crops to proliferate." Jiang Ning interjected, "Now that most officials of the Donglan party have been ousted from the court, why do you not petition the emperor again, Lord Su?" Su Guangqi sighed deeply. "If you had not brought this matter to my attention today, I fear I might have forgotten it altogether." Promptly, Jiang Ning inquired, "Lord Su, could you assist me in acquiring sweet potatoes and corn?" Su Guangqi nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I recall a student of mine, Shen Zilong, who is quite knowledgeable about agriculture. He has extensive experience growing sweet potatoes and corn." Jiang Ning immediately expressed his intention to inform the emperor about promoting these crops and to recommend Shen Zilong for an official position. After contemplating for a while, Su Guangqi recalled his student's address and relayed it. Jiang Ning listened attentively, diligently noting it down, fearful that the elderly Su might one day forget, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Just then, a rather awkward voice called from outside, "Lord Su, what are you busy with?" "The development of the new artillery is nearing success." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning rose promptly. A foreign gentleman, clad in a blue robe with golden hair and blue eyes, entered the room. The foreigner, upon seeing Jiang Ning, immediately bowed respectfully. Su Guangqi smiled as he introduced, "This is Father Matteo Ricci, a missionary from the West, and a dear friend of mine. I have recommended him for the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, responsible for the development of artillery." At this moment, Su Guangqi turned to Matteo and said, "Father Matteo, this is Lord Jiang, the commander of the Jianqi, who is currently quite favored by His Majesty." Matteo Ricci promptly responded, "I have the honor of meeting Lord Jiang." After making the sign of the cross, he earnestly exclaimed, "May the Lord bless you, Lord Jiang." Jiang Ning greeted him with a smile and inquired, "Father Matteo, if I recall correctly, you are not the only missionary in our Ming Dynasty. What of figures like Ricci and Shaw?" Matteo was taken aback and asked, "Lord Jiang, how do you know of them?" Jiang Ning replied with a slight smile, "As the commander of the Jianqi, I oversee various intelligence throughout the Ming, hence I am well informed." Matteo explained, "They traveled across oceans to spread the faith in our land. Ricci and Shaw are preaching in northern territories, while I, owing to the recommendation of Lord Su, have taken a position in court, focusing on the research and manufacture of firearms." Jiang Ning then asked, "I couldn't help but feel curious about the firearms you discussed with Lord Su. Might I have the opportunity to witness them?" Su Guangqi quickly replied, "Of course." He then led Jiang Ning to the workshop of the Bureau of Arms, where artisans were diligently at work and several cannons had already been cast. Su Guangqi meticulously examined the newly forged artillery, while Matteo patiently provided explanations. Jiang Ning squinted, assessing the cannons, and inwardly criticized, "These foreign devils dare to withhold their best." The artillery before him was evidently outdated. The advancement of firearms in the West far surpassed that of the Ming, yet they presented these antiquities as if they were novelties. Su Guangqi, oblivious to this, continued to nod in approval. Jiang Ning then inquired about the progress of the matchlock firearms. Su Guangqi had some brought forth, and upon inspection, Jiang Ning noted that they were merely primitive matchlocks, possessing limited range and power. He then shared his insights on rapid-fire weaponry. Su Guanqi was greatly astonished and exclaimed, "I had no idea Lord Jiang was so knowledgeable about firearms." Jiang Ning smiled. "I learned of this from a friend in the West named Father Shaw. He mentioned that the latest artillery from the West is far superior to what we see here. I wonder if Father Mateo is intentionally withholding knowledge or simply lacks it." Mateo interjected, "Having crossed oceans to arrive in the Ming, I indeed am not well acquainted with the current developments in Western firearms." Jiang Ning then cheerfully suggested, "In that case, I shall introduce my friend, Father Shaw, to Lord Su. As for you, Father Mateo, perhaps it is best for you to return whence you came." Tang Ruowang stood frozen for a moment before finally speaking. "Lord Jiang, my assistance in developing artillery for the court is, in truth, also a means of spreading the faith." Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. "Yet my friend Marx is a staunch atheist. I fear that when he arrives, your mission will falter. Who knows? He might achieve significant results and report to the emperor, prohibiting your teachings in the Ming Dynasty. At that point, you may find yourselves returning home in disgrace." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruowang was instantly taken aback. They had ventured across oceans with the Pope's mandate to spread the faith. To return empty-handed would render their years of hardship meaningless. In a state of urgency, Tang Ruowang began to sweat profusely and then resolutely declared, "Lord Jiang, Lord Su, I have recently conceived some new ideas regarding artillery. Upon returning, I can attempt to forge a new type that will undoubtedly possess greater power than the current designs." Su Guangqi was immediately elated. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "How long do you require, Tang?" "My friend Marx is currently in southern Jili. I can send him a letter, and he will reach the capital in no time." Faced with the prospect of losing his position, Tang Ruowang gritted his teeth and replied, 10 days. In that time, I shall complete the design for the new artillery, and we may begin forging it." Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, secretly contemplating, "You, foreign devil, dare to play tricks before me. I shall have the Jinui seal off your churches." While Jiang Ning was not well versed in artillery production, he generously shared his knowledge with Su Guanqi. Su Guanqi promptly instructed his subordinates to meticulously record Jiang Ning's insights, indicating that they would explore these methods moving forward. Afterward, Jiang Ning observed the ragged craftsman and, after a prolonged contemplation, remarked, "Lord Su, these laborers endure great hardship. If possible, please consider improving their conditions. As far as I know, the fire guns produced by the Bureau of Military Supplies are sent to the borders. Yet the soldiers dare not use them due to their high malfunction rate. The root of the problem lies in the fact that the craftsmen are underfed, inadequately clothed, and their wages are often withheld, leaving them disheartened and unmotivated. Furthermore, corrupt officials pilfer materials, forcing the craftsmen to substitute inferior goods." Su Guanqi was taken aback upon hearing this. He had been so engrossed in artillery development that he had overlooked these dire circumstances. It is understandable that Su Guanqi failed to notice, as he belonged to the bureaucratic elite as a minister of the 6 ministries. In that era, how could one easily attend to the plight of the lower-class craftsmen? This reflects the constraints of the times, rather than a fault of Su Guanqi himself. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's remarks, the officials present in the workshop turned pale with fear. Even the craftsmen prostrated themselves in terror, fearing that the commander of the Jinui might unleash his wrath upon them. After all, to these high-ranking officials, the hereditary craftsmen appeared as insignificant as ants. At that moment, Jiang Ning approached one of the craftsmen, gently assisting him to his feet, and with a smile asked, "Good sir, how old are you this year?" The craftsman stammered in response, replying, "To your excellency, I am 63 this year." Jiang Ning continued to inquire, "Elder, please do not fear. How is life treating you these days? What is your monthly stipend? Who else resides in your household?" The old man, his countenance laden with sorrow, replied slowly, "I am now all alone. My son succumbed to illness a few years ago, and my daughter-in-law returned to her family with the grandchildren. Even my dear companion passed away last year due to illness. We lack the means for medicine. Now, my health is deteriorating day by day, and it is uncertain when my time will come." Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a pang of compassion and asked, "What is your name, elder?" The old man answered. In response, "My name is Su Dakai." Jiang Ning nodded and said, "I am well aware of your hardships and circumstances. I shall report to His Majesty and seek ways to ameliorate your situation." With that, Jiang Ning rose and turned to Su Guanqi, remarking, Look at how your own kin live in such misery. I need not elaborate on the plight of other craftsmen. Su Guangqi, overwhelmed with shame, realized that as the Minister of Works, he had been oblivious to the suffering of his subordinates, and this negligence was indeed inexcusable. He hastily declared, I shall submit a memorial to His Majesty to confess my failings and will certainly devise measures to improve the conditions of these craftsmen. Jiang Ning's expression grew stern as he said, Before that, we must first conduct a thorough cleansing of the officials in the Ministry of Works. After speaking, Jiang Ning acknowledged Su Guangqi with a nod and departed. Upon returning to the Imperial Guard's office, Jiang Ning promptly instructed his aides to draft an official document, which he solemnly sealed with his grand seal. He then summoned Meng Ru who, handing him the document and gravely instructing, deliver this to a man named Chen Zilong, informing him that I await him in the capital. Remember, your demeanor must be impeccable. Show him the utmost respect, for he is of great significance to me. The address is inscribed in the document. Meng Ru who took the document, nodding earnestly before swiftly departing. At that moment, Jiang Ning called for Li Ruolian. Moments later, Li Ruolian entered the hall and respectfully bowed, asking, What business do you have with me, my lord? Jiang Ning recounted in detail the observations he had made at the Armament Bureau and the treatment of the craftsmen. He then stated, Li Qianhu, I entrust you with the investigation into the corrupt officials at the Armament Bureau. Conduct a thorough inquiry, and even if the sky were to fall, I will stand with you. Upon hearing this, Li Ruolian was invigorated by the significant task and promptly knelt, proclaiming, Rest assured, my lord. I shall uncover the truth without wronging the innocent or sparing the guilty. With that, he eagerly accepted the mission to investigate the case. Chapter 27. Dividing the Spoils. Acknowledgements. Thanks to Lei Hai, who loves Snowflower Dew, for their support. Thanks to Qing Lian, who loves Yam Tea, for their flowers. Thanks to Yan Wu Shengsheng for their support. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, Wei Zhongxian returned from Tongzhou with his entourage. Jiang Ning had long been aware of the news and couldn't help but privately marvel at Wei Gonggong's resolute and formidable character. As soon as old Wei arrived in Tongzhou, he wasted no time in employing iron-fisted measures, swiftly apprehending all the gentry involved in the public disturbances. He promptly branded them as conspirators allied with Li Sankai, executing a complete sweep that resulted in the confiscation of their properties and punishment. Even the Tongzhou governor, Ho Tianming, who had sheltered Li Sansai's family, was captured. It is said that this governor vehemently condemned Wei Zhongxian for bringing calamity to the nation and harming the gentry. As a result, he was soundly reprimanded by Wei Gonggong, leaving him incapacitated and later escorted to the capital. According to the information Jiang Ning had at his disposal, raiding Li Sansai's family could yield at least 3 million taels of silver, along with numerous shops and plots of land. To his astonishment, after Wei Zhongxian's arrival, the results soared to 450 million taels. The governor, Ho Tianming, was found to possess over 300,000 taels in assets, and all the gentry involved in the disturbances also had their fortunes confiscated. Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaimed that these officials were incredibly wealthy. Following Wei Zhongxian's extensive investigation, the entire economy of Tongzhou would likely regress by 20 years. Once a powerful figure, the Donglin party leader Li Sankai had now faced utter ruin. Su Xianshun relentlessly pursued a series of interrogations against him, and initially, Li Sankai attempted to endure, hoping to hold out. However, under Su Xianshun's coercion and inducements, his beloved son quickly broke down, revealing all the family's secrets without reservation. Jiang Ning merely smiled faintly, his expression imbued with indifference, as if wholly unconcerned. In his view, the struggles of the court were inherently brutal. It was a matter of survival, allowing no room for compassion. He felt no pity for Li Sankai, for he knew that had the roles been reversed, he would likely meet with an even more tragic fate. Taking advantage of his time, Jiang Ning also compiled evidence of wrongdoing against several officials who had been mentoring Prince Xizhimen, Zhu Youjiao, and delivered it to the prince's residence for him to review. Upon receiving the evidence, Zhu Youjiao initially harbored a glimmer of hope, believing there might be a misunderstanding. However, after dispatching someone to verify the claims, he discovered the proof was irrefutable, causing his mental defenses to shatter. As per the news Jiang Ning received, Prince Xizhimen, in a fit of rage, berated his instructors on the spot and, in a display of righteousness, escalated the matter to Emperor Zhu Youjiao. Subsequently, Emperor Zhu Youjiao, infuriated, promptly ordered the dismissal and investigation of these officials. While languishing in boredom, Jiang Ning strolled to the entrance of the yamen, where he found his somewhat negligent teacher. Shen Shuzi sprawled on the ground, snoring thunderously, with none of his usual fortune-telling paraphernalia in sight. Jiang Ning, upon seeing this, wore an expression of exasperation, shaking Shen Shuzi awake with a mixture of annoyance and concern. Roused from sleep, Shen Shuzi, bleary-eyed and confused, looked at Jiang Ning and grumbled unhappily, "My good disciple, what madness has possessed you this time?" Jiang Ning, with a look of resignation, earnestly replied, "Master, you must understand that one must love their craft wholeheartedly. In the broad daylight, how could you sleep so soundly here instead of diligently setting up your fortune-telling stall?" Shen Shuzi waved his hand nonchalantly, yawning as he replied, "Business has been non-existent these past few days. Rather than sitting here idly, I might as well take a nap." Witnessing his master's lack of ambition, Jiang Ning decided it was time to instill a sense of urgency in him. He said earnestly, "Master, if you continue in this despondent manner, you may soon find it difficult to make a living. Do you know? Recently, a group of Westerners has arrived, spreading the word of Catholicism throughout the region. Those missionaries are quite industrious, often providing relief to the people and even assisting in healing the sick. And look at you, spending your days in such a languid fashion. It's no wonder our sect is dwindling. There are simply too many disciples like you." Seeing Shen Shuzi remain indifferent, Jiang Ning feigned a deep sense of lamentation and sighed, "Alas, had I known earlier, I should have gone to Tianhua Temple outside the city to seek a master. Just look at those monks, each adorned in gold and silver, living lives of luxury, enjoying fine food and drink, having everything they desire. And here I am, following you. What a stark contrast. It's as if comparing humans to humans is a death sentence, and comparing goods leads to discarding them. The disparity between you and your peers is enough to drive anyone to despair." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi abruptly sat up, eyes wide with anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! I haven't had a single business opportunity these past few days, and those bald-headed monks are thriving. This is intolerable. I shall set their dilapidated temple ablaze." Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward, grabbing Shen Shuzi and advising, "Master, we are loyal subjects of the Ming Dynasty. We must never engage in illegal acts like arson. Moreover, you are now a relative of an official. If you were to commit a crime, the consequences would be severe." Realizing the gravity of his words, Shen Shuzi nodded in agreement, stating, "You speak wisely, my disciple. Engaging in unlawful activities is absolutely out of the question. I shall venture outside the city to gather information and return to discuss strategies with you. Our sect must not continue to decline. It must flourish once more under our stewardship." With that, he set off with a serious expression towards the city outskirts. As Jiang Ning watched his master's retreating figure, he mused anxiously to himself, "What if he truly goes to cause trouble and ends up besieged by those monks? Should I send a few people to protect him discreetly?" After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that even if Shen Shuzi were to encounter difficulty, with his elusive skills, escaping should not pose a problem, as he had witnessed firsthand. At that moment, a retinue of guards suddenly arrived, escorting a young eunuch to the entrance of the local magistrate's office. The eunuch called out in a high-pitched voice, "Lord Jiang, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace immediately." Jiang Ning promptly received the imperial edict with respect and followed the guards to the palace. Upon arriving at Dongguan Pavilion, he found Wei Zhongxian waiting there, a familiar face he hadn't seen in days. Before Jiang Ning could speak, Wei Zhongxian greeted him with a broad smile, saying, "Lord Jiang, it has been several days. You appear even more spirited." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Not at all. It is all thanks to your kindness, eunuch Wei. During this excursion to Tongzhou, how smoothly did Lord Wei fare?" Wei Zhongxian replied with a triumphant smile, They are merely ignorant of their fate. Everything has been thoroughly handled." At that moment, Fang Zhenghua pushed open the door and cheerfully announced, "Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, the Emperor summons you both inside." Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian exchanged greetings with Fang Zhenghua before hastily entering the room. Once inside, they found the cabinet members Sun Xingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Shui Guoguan present, along with the 6 ministers. Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian promptly knelt before them. Emperor Zhu Youjiao waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Minister Jiang, companion Wei, rise. You have both worked hard these days." He continued with a grin, "Today, we are gathered with the cabinet and the 6 ministers to discuss the matter of Li Sankai." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning understood that they were about to divide the spoils. As the chief commander responsible for the confiscation of Li Sansai's assets, Jiang Ning quickly stood up and reported, "Your Majesty, I have been commanded to seize Li Sansai's properties and have completed the confiscation of his estate in the capital. It amounts to a total of 1.8 million taels of silver, along with 28 shops and 2,000 hectares of land." Following suit, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, I traveled to Tongzhou to confiscate Li Sansai's assets. To my surprise, many local gentry were involved in Li Sansai's treasonous plot, and I promptly apprehended them all. Even the governor of Tongzhou, Ho Tianming, was implicated. I seized 4.5 million taels of silver, along with antiques and paintings worth an additional 800,000 taels, and a total of 188 shops, as well as confiscating 500 hectares of land." Hearing the figures announced by Wei Zhongxian, the officials of the cabinet and the 6 ministries were left in utter astonishment. Even Emperor Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, was taken aback by the staggering amounts. It is worth noting that the total annual tax revenue of the Ming Dynasty barely reached 20 million taels, and this sum included not only silver but also physical goods such as cotton and silk. Yet now, from the confiscation of merely Li Sansai's family, the wealth obtained nearly equaled half of the annual revenue of the national treasury, if not more. Zhu Youjiao quickly gathered his composure, suppressing his shock, and inquired, "Esteemed ministers, how do you suggest we handle this illicit wealth?" At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Gui Yunho, promptly stood up and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I humbly request that this sum be entrusted entirely to the Ministry of Revenue. With the Emperor's grand wedding approaching, the expenditures required are substantial. Yet the treasury is currently depleted, resulting in a significant deficit. Furthermore, the soldiers at the 9 borders and in Liaodong have had their salaries in arrears for 6 months and urgently require payment. After my calculations, the total for these 2 matters amounts to approximately 4.5 million taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao shook his head vigorously in disagreement. Seeing the emperor's reluctance, Gui Yunho, looking troubled, said, "Then I beseech your Majesty to allocate 4.5 million taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue to alleviate our pressing needs." Hearing Gui Yunho's audacious request for such a large sum, one could only be taken aback. Zhu Youjiao hastily shook his head and remarked, "Minister Gua, since the Ministry of Revenue has already commenced the collection of commercial taxes, we anticipate an influx of over 100,000 taels of silver each month. Furthermore, the taxes owed by the southern provinces are gradually being settled. It is improbable that the Ministry of Revenue is in such dire need of silver." Zhu Youjiao's stance was unequivocal. It was simply out of the question to allocate all of this silver to the Ministry of Revenue. At that moment, Gui Yunho intended to argue further. However, Wei Zhongxian interjected swiftly, saying, "Minister Gua, while it is true that the Ministry of Revenue is short on silver, the imperial treasury is equally strained. The ministry still has the commercial taxes and the levied dues from the south to rely upon, whereas every coin spent from the imperial treasury diminishes its reserves. Since ascending the throne, the emperor has adhered to principles of frugality. With the impending grand wedding, it is only fitting that arrangements be made with some decorum. I propose that the silver required for the royal wedding be drawn directly from these ill-gotten gains. As for the ministry's shortfall of 4 million taels, I believe we can manage with just 2 million taels from this sum." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho was instantly flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this juncture, the chancellor's son Chengzong stepped forward, clasping his hands, and said, "Your Majesty, in these tumultuous times, with national affairs so precarious, I implore you to consider the difficulties faced by the Ministry of Revenue." Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan remained silent, while Yang He, the Minister of Personnel, and Su Guangqi, the Minister of Works, echoed the plea, urging the emperor to understand the ministry's plight. Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow tightly, and Jiang Ning, observing this, discerned the underlying tension. It was evidently a matter of ministers vying for a larger share of the spoils. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning spoke up, "Your Majesty, I propose that we allocate 450,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue. As for the remaining illicit gains, including the shops, land, and the ancient artifacts valued at 800,000 taels, let them all be deposited into the imperial treasury." The moment Jiang Ning suggested such a substantial allocation to the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Youjiao's frown deepened. Even Wei Zhongxian was perplexed. silently questioning Jiang Ning's motives for siding with the ministers against the emperor regarding the distribution of silver. Observing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor and earnest expression, Zhu Youjiao deliberated briefly, and out of trust in Jiang Ning, ultimately nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, let us allocate 450,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue, with the remainder deposited into the imperial treasury." Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the officials present. Gui Yunho was overjoyed, as he had initially anticipated that the emperor would allocate no more than 300,000 taels to the ministry, which prompted him to audaciously request 450,000 taels. He had not expected Jiang Ning to advocate for such a generous sum. His request for additional silver was not born of greed, but rather from a broader perspective. The Ministry of Revenue required a sufficient reserve to address unforeseen circumstances, for he, Gua, certainly lacked the ability to turn stone into gold. With the distribution of the ill-gotten gains settled, Su Guangqi promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands and stating, "Your Majesty, I recently inspected the Military Staff Bureau and discovered that the craftsmen are living in dire hardship. I respectfully request that Your Majesty issue a decree to appropriately increase their salaries." Upon hearing the request for money, Zhu Youjiao's mood soured instantaneously, and with a frown, he curtly replied, "You should consult the Minister of Revenue regarding this matter." Su Guangqi, slightly embarrassed, offered a gentle smile and explained, "This issue is indeed of great significance. It necessitates the emperor's discussion alongside esteemed colleagues." At that moment, Jiang Ning subtly exchanged glances with Zhu Youjiao, who understood the unspoken message. Though still maintaining a stern expression, he acquiesced, saying, "I agree. As for the specific implementation, you shall confer with the cabinet and the Ministry of Revenue to devise a feasible plan at your earliest convenience." The ministers bowed in compliance, after which Zhu Youjiao declared the meeting adjourned, and everyone returned to their respective offices to resume their duties. Only Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning, who intended to discreetly slip away, were retained. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao, visibly displeased, remarked, "Minister Jiang, am I not aware of Gui Yunho's miserly nature? 300,000 taels would suffice. Why did you consent to 450,000? He insisted, you must provide a satisfactory explanation today, otherwise, you shall personally make up the difference of 450,000 taels." Jiang Ning, with a smile, elucidated, "Your Majesty, Minister Gua oversees the Ministry of Revenue. He is the steward of the Great Ming. Even common households understand the necessity of maintaining a reserve of provisions, how much more so for our expansive Ming Dynasty, which requires a substantial foundation. Minister Gua is known for his integrity and financial acumen. He would not misappropriate the funds. Ultimately, this money will serve the affairs of the Ming, akin to meat simmering in a pot." Seeing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, Zhu Youjiao lamented, "But that amounts to 450,000 taels." Even Wei Zhongxian chimed in, "Indeed, Minister Jiang, that is 450,000 taels. After granting this to the ministry, the emperor will have barely 300,000 taels remaining. Moreover, liquidating shops and land can be quite troublesome, and even if one were to sell antiquities and paintings, the returns would hardly reach 100,000 taels." Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "Your Majesty, there will be ample opportunities to earn silver in the future. Thus, 450,000 taels is truly insignificant." Recognizing Jiang Ning's unwavering confidence, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Minister Jiang, I know you are resourceful and must have a plan in mind. I have always placed my trust in you. Should you require my support, feel free to voice it." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Your Majesty, do you recall the rewards previously promised to me?" Zhu Youjiao smiled and responded, "I certainly have not forgotten. You may select freely from the confiscated shops and land. If you desire, I shall grant them all to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I do not require so much. I only wish for the 2,000 acres of land in the capital, and as for the shops, there are over 30 in the capital. I only need 30 of them." Originally, Zhu Youjiao had anticipated that handling these lands and shops would be quite cumbersome. A large-scale sale of land would inevitably depress prices, and swiftly disposing of shops would not be easy either. Hence, he had considered bestowing the entirety upon Jiang Ning. Seeing that Jiang Ning had only selected 2,000 acres of farmland and 30 shops, Zhu Youjiao felt he had slightly shortchanged his capable ally. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Minister Jiang, I shall bestow upon you a dragon robe as well." Upon hearing that the emperor intended to bestow upon him a dragon robe, Jiang Ning glanced at his fish-patterned attire and chuckled. Your Majesty, I believe this fish robe is quite satisfactory. There is no need for you to grant me a dragon robe. Zhu Youjiao, visibly displeased, retorted, what I bestow upon you must be accepted without further refusal. I owe you this, and I shall find another opportunity to compensate you properly. Jiang Ning feigned resignation and respectfully acknowledged, I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity. Zhu Youjiao smiled and replied, now that is more like it. As my brother, receiving a dragon robe from me is hardly a significant matter. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired, Your Majesty, what are your plans for the remaining shops? Zhu Youjiao pondered briefly before responding. I initially intended to grant them all to you. But since you only desire 30, the rest shall be managed by the eunuchs in the imperial estate. Jiang Ning understood that the emperor possessed personal properties, with the imperial estate being one such asset, typically overseen by palace eunuchs, albeit yielding modest returns. He then added with a smile, Your Majesty, if you are not in haste, I could assist in managing these shops after some time. Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily. I am aware of your capabilities. But we are talking about over 100 shops, not just a few dozen. Jiang Ning responded with a grin, Your Majesty, what is over 100 shops? Even if it were several hundred, I could manage them. However, I am currently overwhelmed with other matters, so it may take some time. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. In that case, let the eunuchs of the imperial estate handle them for now. Once you have organized your affairs, I shall entrust them to you entirely. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao not only granted Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian each 50,000 taels of silver as a reward, but also issued a decree regarding the disposition of Li Sankai. Li Sankai has committed the grave offense of treason, and his entire household shall be executed, with his clan exiled to Yunnan for punishment. Thus, a prominent figure of the Donglin party was utterly extinguished. Zhu Youjiao then reminded them of matters concerning the imperial examinations and the grand wedding, specifically urging Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian to pay close attention. Afterward, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave, walking out of the palace with Wei Zhongxian, engaged in cheerful conversation. Wei Zhongxian jovially asked, Lord Jiang, do you require assistance in finding hands to cultivate the fields? Jiang Ning contemplated for a moment before replying, Thank you for your kindness, Eunuch Wei. However, the 2,000 acres of land I have acquired serve a different purpose, and the crops will be quite unique, so assistance is not needed at this time. Seeing Wei Zhongxian's enthusiastic disposition, Jiang Ning privately reflected on how the eunuch's commitment to philanthropy seemed to grow ever more fervent, bordering on fervor. Finally, the two reached the palace gates, bid each other farewell, and Jiang Ning returned to the Jinui headquarters. He immediately summoned his subordinates, distributing the 50,000 taels of silver awarded by Zhu Youjiao among all involved in the Li Sankai case. The allocation ensured that core members like Su Xianshun and Tian Urging each received at least several thousand taels, while even the ordinary Jinui lieutenants secured a minimum of a dozen taels each. For everyone, this represented a substantial income. Finally, with a smile, Jiang Ning sincerely remarked, Everyone has worked exceedingly hard this time. Later, I shall meticulously compile the contributions of each individual and submit them to the emperor, ensuring that everyone receives their rightful rewards. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly invigorated, their excitement palpable as cheers resonated throughout the room. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to his office and summoned Tian Ergang and Su Xianshun. Upon their arrival, he inquired, Gentlemen, I seek your assistance in locating individuals adept in managing commercial establishments. Tian Ergang and Su Xianshun exchanged puzzled glances and asked, My lord, are you venturing into business? Jiang Ning chuckled and clarified, It is not I who will engage in commerce. We have executed the case of Li Sankai with remarkable success, and the emperor, in his delight, has rewarded me with 30 shops. Thus, I am in search of trustworthy individuals to oversee them. The two men then comprehended his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xianshun promptly replied, I humbly report, my lord, that I have thought of an individual who may be of assistance. His name is Qian Sanwan, a prominent figure among the Huizhou merchants in the capital. He is highly regarded and is known for his generosity. Shortly after the emperor ascended the throne, he donated 200,000 taels of silver. At this revelation, Jiang Ning's interest piqued, and he declared, In that case, please send an invitation. I wish to host a banquet for Qian Sanwan. Su Xianshun hurried off to make the arrangements. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly recalled something and turned to Tian Ergang, saying, Old Tian, take some personnel and seal all the churches where the Franks are preaching in the North Zhili region, and bring all those Franks back. I have use for them. Tian Ergang, bewildered, asked, My lord, have they committed some grave offense? Jiang Ning replied with a smile, Indeed, they have committed a serious crime. So it is imperative that you carry out this task diligently. Tian Ergang bowed respectfully, affirming that he would personally lead the operation. Once these matters were arranged, Jiang Ning was about to steal a moment of respite when a subordinate hurried in, reporting that there was a decree from the palace to be conveyed. Jiang Ning quickly adjusted his attire and proceeded to receive the edict. To his surprise, the messenger was none other than his old acquaintance, Fang Zhenghua. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Fang Zhenghua immediately smiled and said, Allow me to extend my congratulations to you, Lord Jiang. Jiang Ning understood that his rewards had arrived and responded with a smile. Your Excellency Fang is too kind. I merely serve the emperor diligently and share the burden of state affairs. Fang Zhenghua then stated, Lord Jiang, let us proceed with the proclamation. Jiang Ning promptly knelt down respectfully. Fang Zhenghua, with great reverence, presented the imperial edict and read aloud with a booming voice. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Jiang Ning, the commander of the Jinhui, has diligently fulfilled his duties, displaying loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. His remarkable achievements in uncovering the conspiracy of Li Sankai are noteworthy. Thus, I hereby bestow upon Jiang Ning a ceremonial robe, a jade belt, a treasured sword, 2,000 acres of land, and 30 shops as a reward. It is hoped that the minister will devote himself to state affairs. Thus decreed, Jiang Ning, kneeling, fervently proclaimed, I, Jiang Ning, receive the decree. Long live the emperor. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua smiled as he assisted Jiang Ning to his feet and handed him the edict, while gesturing for the young eunuch behind him to present the land deeds, property contracts, and a brand new ceremonial robe. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua turned to receive an intricately designed brocade box. Upon opening it, he revealed a sword of exceptional craftsmanship. With a smile, he extended it toward Jiang Ning, saying, Lord Jiang, this is a gift from His Majesty. May it bring you unparalleled success in your future endeavors. Jiang Ning accepted the sword, examining it closely. True to its royal lineage, it bore the assurance of 9 generations. The blade shimmered with a cold light, its edge remarkably sharp, adorned with exquisite carvings and intricate patterns. Clearly a rare treasure that exuded the nobility and grandeur of the imperial house. Finally, with a beaming smile, Fang Zhenghua presented a dragon robe to Jiang Ning, stating, Lord Jiang, since the emperor's ascension, he has privately bestowed several dragon robes, yet this particular one is unique to you. Even the esteemed Wei Gonggong of the Eastern Depot has only received a lesser ceremonial robe. This clearly illustrates the emperor's high regard for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning realized that the dragon robe he had been granted surpassed that of Wei Zhongxian in prestige. Gratefully, he clasped his hands in thanks, expressing, The emperor's grace is profound, and the favor bestowed upon me is overwhelming, leaving us humble ministers deeply appreciative. After handing over the property deed and other items to Jiang Ning, Fang Zhenghua prepared to take his leave. Not wishing to be remiss, Jiang Ning promptly instructed his attendants to bring forth 2 bags of silver, presenting them with a smile. Fang Gonggong, your journey to convey the emperor's decree has been arduous. Please accept this modest sum to enjoy a cup of tea, as a token of my appreciation. Fang Zhenghua, smiling, waved his hands in refusal, earnestly replying, Lord Jiang, had it not been for your strong recommendation, I might still be nameless within the palace. To serve by the emperor's side is entirely due to your kindness. I simply cannot accept this silver. However, Jiang Ning insisted, and Fang Zhenghua, unable to refuse, chuckled in resignation, saying, Lord Jiang, if you truly wish to bestow something upon me, perhaps you could assist in procuring some martial arts manuals. I have little interest in silver, but I am utterly devoted to the practice of martial arts. Observing this, Jiang Ning ceased his insistence and responded with a smile, Very well, Fang Gonggong. Rest assured, should I come across any martial arts manuals, you shall be the first to receive them. Fang Zhenghua expressed his gratitude, clasped his hands in farewell, and departed with his companions. As Jiang Ning gazed at the generous gifts bestowed upon him by Zhu Youjiao, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Before he could reflect further, Su Xianshun hurriedly arrived to reporting to you, my lord, I have sent the invitation to Qian Sanwan with the promised sum of 30,000. He has assured that he will attend as scheduled. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and then returned to his office, changing into plain clothes before setting out with Su Xianshun and several guards for the appointment. Upon his arrival at the tavern, Jiang Ning immediately spotted a robust middle-aged man, resembling the Buddha of joy, waiting at the entrance, accompanied by a young gentleman. The young man donned a long robe, devoid of the typical mercantile demeanor, instead embodying the essence of a well-read scholar. Dismounting his horse, Jiang Ning was approached swiftly by the portly middle-aged man, who respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "I am Qian Sanwan. Honored to meet you, Lord Jiang." Following suit, the young gentleman promptly knelt in greeting. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ning wore a broad smile and promptly assisted Qian Sanwan to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Master Qian." Subsequently, Qian Sanwan hastily rose, his demeanor one of utmost respect as he replied, "Lord Jiang, please." The two then entered the restaurant, making their way directly to a private chamber. Su Xianshun stood respectfully by Jiang Ning's side. At this moment, Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon the young gentleman standing behind Qian Sanwan, and he inquired, "May I ask who this young master is?" Qian Sanwan swiftly responded, "This is my son, Qian Jingxiu." The young man, Qian Jingxiu, bowed respectfully and said, "I am Qian Jingxiu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed commander of the Jinyue, Lord Jiang." Jiang Ning, smiling, remarked, "Ah, it seems your son has achieved academic distinction." Qian Sanwan clasped his hands together and replied with a smile, "My son is still in his formative years. I merely enrolled him in the Xizhimen, where he currently studies while assisting me with my business in his spare time." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile and transitioned to the main topic, asking, "Master Qian, I have heard that you hail from the Huizhou merchants?" Qian Sanwan promptly and respectfully answered, in response to Lord Jiang, "I indeed come from a lineage of Huizhou merchants, and it is only in recent years that I have managed to establish a foothold in the capital. Alas, I must lament that this city is a veritable den of hidden talents. To secure a stable position here is incredibly challenging. Without the right opportunities, it is nearly impossible to rise above the common fray." Jiang Ning, still smiling, further inquired, "Might I ask what kind of business Master Qian typically engages in?" Qian Sanwan replied, maintaining his respectful tone, "I primarily deal in the wholesale of medicinal herbs, as well as silk, tea, grains, and brewing." Jiang Ning chuckled, saying, "Master Qian, your ventures are indeed diverse, spanning nearly every trade." Upon hearing this, Qian Sanwan quickly expressed his humility, "Your Excellency, you overstate my endeavors. They are merely small-scale operations yielding modest profits." Jiang Ning discerned that Qian Sanwan was wary of him, concerned that he might have ulterior motives. Thus he refrained from speaking in circles and directly stated, "Master Qian, the purpose of my invitation today is to inquire whether you would be interested in collaborating with me or with the court." At this proclamation, Qian Sanwan was taken aback. Jiang Ning, renowned in the capital as the commander of the Jinyue and a favored confidant of the emperor, proposing to engage in business with him was akin to a miraculous event. He instinctively pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming and then, with a troubled expression, replied, "Your Excellency, my foundations in the capital are quite fragile. My ventures are trivial and insignificant. I fear they may not meet your esteemed expectations." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, smiled reassuringly, "No matter. As long as I am involved, your business will undoubtedly flourish. In fact, I happen to have a batch of shops that I would like you to manage. As for profit distribution, we can discuss it amicably." Qian Sanwan, upon hearing this, found himself in a state of profound indecision. The opportunity for collaboration that Jiang Ning presented was incredibly enticing. Aligning himself with such an influential figure could lead to rapid success. Yet, simultaneously, his heart was heavy with concern. In the Ming Dynasty, merchants held a lowly status. Should the authorities in Jiangning decide to sever ties, it would result in the complete depletion of one's hard-earned wealth amassed over decades. As Qian Sanwan grappled with these thoughts, Qian Jingxiu, standing behind him, suddenly inquired, "May I ask how you intend to collaborate with my father?" Jiang Ning smiled at the young man and replied, "I possess a comprehensive strategy for operation, along with specific management methods. You are to manage the 30 shops according to my directives. As for the profits, what percentage would you desire?" Qian Sanwan quickly interjected, "That is unacceptable. How dare you be so presumptuous before Lord Jiang?" He hastily rose to apologize to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "No need for concern. If you have any worries or reservations, feel free to express them. I will address each one." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Jingqiu responded, "Managing the 30 shops for you is certainly agreeable. However, might we request a 20% profit share?" Jiang Ning pondered for a while before stating, "For these 30 shops, I can offer you a maximum of 10%. Do not dismiss this as insufficient. These shops are merely the beginning, and there will be more entrusted to you in the future. Furthermore, your family's business in the capital, northern Jili, and throughout the entire Ming territory, as long as it is conducted legally, will be protected by the Jinyui. Should you face oppression, the Jinyui will undoubtedly assist you." At that moment, Qian Sanwan and Qian Jingqiu exchanged glances, and Jingqiu subtly signaled to his father. Gritting his teeth, Qian Sanwan turned to Jiang Ning and respectfully stated, "Lord Jiang, I accept this collaboration. We will rely on your continued support." Jiang Ning, with a smile, responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Qian, you will not regret this decision made today. To facilitate unified management, I intend to establish a commercial association to be named the Ming Commercial Association." Qian Sanwan, taken aback, stammered, "Lord Jiang, while I have no objections to forming an association, using the name Ming is beyond my humble courage." Jiang Ning explained with a smile, "Fear not. The name Ming Commercial Association has been bestowed by the Emperor. It is indeed a prestigious title." Realizing the significance of this imperial endorsement, Qian Sanwan quickly nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Ning took his leave. Chapter 29. The anti-corruption storm shakes the Ministry of Works. After Jiang Ning departed, Qian Jingqiu, brimming with excitement, turned to Qian Sanwan and exclaimed, "Father, our family is about to thrive." However, Qian Sanwan's face was clouded with concern as he replied, "Jingqiu, while you have contributed significantly to our family's stability in the capital over the years, you must also recognize the immense risks involved in dealings with high-ranking officials. Should they turn against us, merchants like us could be left with nothing." Qian Jingqiu's expression remained calm as he replied with a smile, "Father, this Lord Jiang is a favored figure by the current emperor, holding considerable power and possessing a good reputation in the capital. It is worth our Qian family taking a gamble. Furthermore, the Ming Merchants Association is a prestigious title bestowed by the Son of Heaven, indicating his vested interest in it. I had merely sought a 20% share from Lord Jiang as a test, yet he only agreed to 1%. Had he readily consented, it would have posed a danger to us. Thus, it is evident that he genuinely wishes to collaborate with our Qian family." Qian Wansen intended to say more, but Qian Jingqiu, with utmost seriousness, continued, "Father, you must understand, such an opportunity, once missed, will never present itself again in this lifetime. Although our Hu merchants have businesses spread across the world, we still fall short in comparison to the Zhujiang and Shaanxi merchants. We must seek a strong ally." Observing Qian Jingqiu's unwavering determination to stake their entire fortune on Jiang Ning, Qian Wansen gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "Jingqiu, your reasoning is sound. We must seize this opportunity and firmly align ourselves with Lord Jiang." Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to this discussion. As he rode back to the town protector's office, Su Xianshun followed behind and inquired, "My lord, can we truly rely on the Qian father and son?" Jiang Ning smiled faintly and explained, "Old Su, as court officials, if we were to directly engage in business, it would surely draw criticism. The Qian father and son, though they have some reputation in the capital as Hu merchants, are not top-tier wealthy merchants, which aligns perfectly with our needs. Collaborating with the top-tier merchants would be imprudent, as it could lead to a monopolistic situation, placing us in a passive position." Su Xianshun, though somewhat unclear, lavishly praised, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Observing his subordinate, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of sentimentality, realizing that few individuals under his command were truly dependable. Shortly thereafter, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Su Xianshun, witnessing this, shivered involuntarily. Having worked alongside Jiang Ning for some time, he was well acquainted with his superior's habits. Whenever Jiang Ning displayed such a smile, it invariably signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. As expected, Jiang Ning spoke up, "Old Su, I find that Qian Jingqiu possesses far greater ambition than his father. It seems that most of the Qian family's business in the capital is managed by him. Please investigate this young man thoroughly. If there are no issues, I shall bring him into our Jinyui." Su Xianshun nodded eagerly. "Understood. I will attend to this matter immediately." Upon their return to the town protector's office, Li Ruoyan hurriedly approached to report. Jiang Ning, regarding his capable subordinate, smiled and asked, "Old Li, how fared the affairs of the Armament Bureau?" Li Ruoyan respectfully produced a list from his sleeve and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. I have thoroughly investigated the Ministry of Works and the Armament Bureau over these past days. It appears that every official is mired in corruption, amassing vast fortunes. None are clean. As for the most destitute artisans, their lives are marked by poverty and hunger, with the selling of their children becoming an all-too-common occurrence, leading many to perish from illness and starvation." Upon examining the list, Jiang Ning's eyes ignited with fury. These artisans were invaluable talents of the Ming Dynasty. Yet they were oppressed and persecuted by a band of corrupt officials, reduced to such a dire state. With a sudden slam of his palm onto the table, Jiang Ning declared, "Old Li, gather our men. We shall make another visit." Li Ruoyan promptly took his leave to assemble a force. Dressed in a resplendent crimson robe and adorned with the emperor's bestowed sword, Jiang Ning, accompanied by his entourage, made a grand entrance to the Armory Bureau. With a single command, they encircled the bureau in layers. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Li Ruoyan to apprehend individuals according to the list. The officials of the Ministry of Works, stricken with fear, fell to their knees, while the artisans trembled, terrified that they might be the next victims of the Jin Wei. Before long, officials were dragged out one by one, some pleading for mercy while others shouted in outrage, yet Jiang Ning remained indifferent to their cries. In a brief span, all the managing officials of the Armory Bureau were captured. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired, "Have we apprehended everyone on the list?" Li Ruoyan surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, we have finished with the Armory Bureau. Only the Ministry of Works remains." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked towards the Ministry of Works and said, "Perfect. I shall pay a visit to Lord Su and ensure that these corrupt officials face justice." He then commanded his subordinates to escort the captured officials to the Jin Wei prison before heading to the Ministry of Works with Li Ruoyan. At that moment, Su Guanqi was at his desk when he learned that Jiang Ning was approaching with a squad of Jin Wei. He began to feel uneasy, as he believed there was no enmity between them and could not fathom Jiang Ning's intentions for this visit. Thus, Su Guanqi rose and led the ministry officials to greet him. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld Jiang Ning, clad in a striking crimson robe and wielding a long sword. Jiang Ning, spotting Su Guanqi, immediately smiled and clasped his fists in greeting, saying warmly, "Lord Su, I have come uninvited today. I hope for your understanding." Su Guanqi smiled in return and replied, "You flatter me, Lord Jiang. I am curious, what brings you to the Ministry of Works with such fanfare?" Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "I happen to have some free time today and thought to assist Minister Su in tidying up the ministry." Upon hearing this, Su Guanqi's brow furrowed with concern. Just then, Jiang Ning issued a command, and the Jin Wei surged forward, swiftly capturing dozens of officials, even binding the dogs at the entrance of the ministry. Chaos erupted within the Ministry of Works, as officials and dogs alike were apprehended in a frenzy. Su Guanqi, witnessing this scene, nearly lost his composure. He strode forward, grasped Jiang Ning, and with a furrowed brow, demanded, "What do you mean by this, Lord Jiang? How dare you storm the Ministry of Works and apprehend court officials, even the dogs, in my presence? Do you not respect the law?" Jiang Ning quickly sought to calm the elderly official, smiling as he said, "Lord Su, please do not be agitated. My actions are, in fact, for your benefit." Su Guanqi, perceiving Jiang Ning's demeanor to be somewhat agreeable, sternly remarked, "Lord Jiang, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation regarding today's matter. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to report you to the emperor." With a smile, Jiang Ning pulled Su Guanqi aside and promptly presented him with the overwhelming evidence he had gathered. Su Guanqi meticulously examined the list, each offense meticulously documented, and upon completion, he was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that if this matter were to become public, the repercussions for his governance would be severe, potentially implicating him as well. Overcome with emotion, Su Guanqi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Jiang, for your timely assistance. Had this matter circulated, I would have faced the loss of my position, or worse, criminal charges." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Your dedication to the state is commendable, Lord Su. I merely lent a helping hand." Subsequently, under the joint efforts of Su Guanqi and Jiang Ning, all corrupt officials were apprehended, including the deputy ministers of the Ministry of Works, with even the dogs of the ministry being captured for fraudulently claiming imperial salaries. Thereafter, Jiang Ning instructed Li Ruoyan to escort nearly 100 corrupt officials and the bound dogs back to the Jinyui's prison. He then hastily bid farewell to Su Guangqi and proceeded to the palace. Upon presenting his waist token, Jiang Ning rushed to the Dongyuan pavilion. Fang Zhenghua, noticing Jiang Ning's urgency, hurried to inform the emperor. Before long, he guided Jiang Ning into the grand hall, where Zhu Youjiao was seated upon the dragon throne, surrounded by towering piles of memorials. Observing this, Jiang Ning promptly knelt and urgently inquired, "Your Majesty, would you care for some silver? Just give the nod, and I shall have it delivered to you immediately." Zhu Youjiao, having been drowsily perusing the memorials, was instantly roused by this proposition, leaping from his seat and exclaiming, "Where is the silver? Where is it?" Realizing that Jiang Ning was kneeling before him, alongside Fang Zhenghua, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and explained, I was merely contemplating state affairs and inadvertently dozed off, much to your amusement, Lord Jiang." Jiang Ning chuckled lightly, remarking, "Your Majesty's concern for state matters is indeed a blessing for our Ming Dynasty." Zhu Youjiao promptly instructed Jiang Ning to rise, while also directing Fang Zhenghua to bring a chair and serve hot tea, jesting, "Brother Jiang, why are you not enjoying leisure at the yamen today? What brings you to the palace?" Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "I have come to alleviate your burdens, Your Majesty." He continued, "I bring both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao replied earnestly, "Let us hear the good news first, to brighten my spirits." With a smile, Jiang Ning announced, "Your Majesty, I have just apprehended a significant number of corrupt officials. Should their properties be seized, we are likely to recover a considerable amount of silver." Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Brother Jiang, you are indeed my right-hand man and a pillar of our court." He then cautiously inquired, "And what, pray tell, is the bad news?" Jiang Ning, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled softly and replied, "I must inform Your Majesty that it is imperative to appoint officials for the Ministry of Works post-haste." Zhu Youjiao wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "Isn't Su Guangqi stationed at the Ministry of Works? Why send other officials?" Jiang Ning awkwardly explained that he had just apprehended a multitude of corrupt officials from the ministry, leaving only Su Guangqi and a few frail remnants behind. Even the dogs of the ministry had been rounded up. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning had nearly captured all the officials and even the dogs, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Noticing his silence, Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly and said, "Your Majesty, do say something." Zhu Youjiao, with a mournful countenance, sighed helplessly and replied, "Brother Jiang, if you plan such grand actions again, could you kindly inform me in advance? Do you realize the magnitude of the chaos you have stirred? This is tantamount to declaring war on the civil officials. With so many officials from the Ministry of Works apprehended, where shall I find replacements in such haste? I could manage to replace the captured dogs, however." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning suddenly had an epiphany and eagerly suggested, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Personnel maintains records of numerous candidates and unappointed graduates. Perhaps we could select some to fill the vacancies in the Ministry of Works?" Zhu Youjiao rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat fatigued, and remarked, "I shall summon the 3 cabinet elders for a discussion." He then turned to Fang Zhenghua and instructed, "Fang Dabin, please fetch the 3 cabinet elders and inform them that I have matters of great importance to discuss." Fang Zhenghua bowed and slowly exited the hall. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao abruptly leaped from the dragon throne and hurried to Jiang Ning's side, eagerly asking, "Brother Jiang, how much illicit money do you believe we can recover this time?" Jiang Ning stood there momentarily stunned, contemplating. Just a moment ago, he was deeply worried, and now he seems entirely preoccupied with the amount of silver to be seized. "My brother Zhu appears quite the foolish monarch." After a brief reflection, Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, the current silver should not be less than 150,000 taels. And there are also lands and ancient artifacts yet to be accounted for." Upon receiving Jiang Ning's report, Zhu Youjiao's face brightened with joy. After a moment, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Brother Jiang, you truly are a good brother to me. This is splendid news. At least 150,000 taels of silver will be added to our coffers." Jiang Ning then inquired, "Your Majesty, what about the selection of officials for the Ministry of Works?" Zhu Youjiao, with a serious demeanor, responded, "This matter shall be entrusted to the cabinet, as I do not pay them merely to eat without working. As for the dogs of the Ministry of Works, I shall take responsibility for their replenishment. It just so happens that the palace's dogs have recently whelped several litters." Jiang Ning further questioned, "Your Majesty, what shall we do if the censors and officials flood us with memorials of impeachment regarding this matter?" Zhu Youjiao chuckled and replied, "What is there to fear? You are not Zhang Bin or Qian Ning from the Zhengde era. After all, you are the commander of the Jinyui appointed by me. You have braved the winds and rains, undertaking imperial missions while honing your skills in the world and navigating the court. Remember, on your very first day in office, you dismissed 99% of the Jinyui officials without flinching. Why should you fear the censors' memorials drowning you? In recent days, numerous officials have sought to impeach you, with Inspector Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou being the most zealous, submitting their petitions daily. Behold this pile of memorials on the table, all aimed at impeaching you. I, however, choose to ignore them entirely, not even glancing at a single one, nor responding in any fashion, leaving them all unaddressed," Jiang Ning observed, noting there were at least several dozens of these petitions, and thus spoke, "Your Majesty, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing during this period." Zhu Youjiao erupted in laughter, responding, "Brother Jiang, I sincerely hope you would engage in more substantial work rather than lazing about in the office. With my support behind you, what do these impeachments matter? The petitions against Wei Zhongxian exceed yours tenfold, and I have ordered them to be burned." Jiang Ning hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated the Ministry of Works and achieved significant merit. Shouldn't some of this credit be shared with Lord Wei? After all, I never seek to monopolize accolades." Zhu Youjiao, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Brother Jiang, it seems you harbor quite the scheming mind. You clearly wish for Wei Zhongxian to take the blame for you." Jiang Ning, adopting a serious demeanor, replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, my intentions are purely for the public good. There is absolutely no ulterior motive. Lord Wei, being warm-hearted and helpful, would surely be willing to take on this task." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao agreed, "Very well, if that is the case. Let us allow Wei Zhongxian to shoulder this responsibility." Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian was outside the capital, busily aiding the displaced and beggars. In the midst of his fervent efforts, he suddenly sneezed without warning. Pausing in confusion, he muttered, "Who could be in need, speaking of us?" However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that there were still many matters to attend to, and thus returned to the joyful task of distributing food and porridge to the needy. Chapter 30. The Royal Academy of Sciences of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to request the insignia of the Ming Merchants Association from Zhu Youjiao. With a puzzled expression, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "Brother Jiang, I can grant you the insignia of the Ming Merchants Association, but you must explain your intentions for obtaining it." Jiang Ning succinctly outlined his collaboration with the Qian family, mentioning the emperor's share in the venture. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Since you have expressed your intentions and are willing to offer me a 50% stake, I shall certainly support you." With that, Zhu Youjiao approached the imperial desk, inscribing the 4 characters of the Ming Merchants Association, affixing his seal, and handing it to Jiang Ning. Upon receiving the calligraphy, Jiang Ning could not contain his joy, contemplating that with his capabilities, the Ming Merchants Association would undoubtedly flourish across the realm in just a few years. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the association could amass substantial wealth daily. With a 50% stake allocated to his good brother Zhu Youjiao, the Qian family receiving 10% and himself retaining 40%, it was indeed a considerable fortune. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Brother Jiang, I feel that merely inscribing 4 characters for a 50% stake seems rather inappropriate. I shall have Fong Dabin fetch 100,000 taels of silver from the treasury for you, as my investment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback that the notoriously frugal Zhu Xiong was willing to part with his silver. He quickly responded with a smile, "In that case, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to your Majesty." Zhu Youjiao, with a pained expression, cautioned him, "Brother Jiang, the silver I offer has been painstakingly saved, each coin gathered through frugality. You must be judicious in your spending." Jiang Ning promptly assured him, "Rest assured, your Majesty, I shall allocate the funds wisely." At that moment, Fang Zhenghua entered to report, "The 3 cabinet elders are waiting outside the hall." Zhu Youjiao nodded, and Fang Zhenghua invited the 3 elders into the chamber. Leading the group was Sun Qingzong, followed by Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan. As the three entered, they immediately knelt on the ground. Zhu Youjiao motioned for Fang Zhenghua to offer them seats and serve tea. Sun Qingzong clasped his hands and inquired, "Your Majesty summoned us for what purpose?" Zhu Youjiao then addressed them. "Not long ago, I was informed of corruption among the officials of the Ministry of Works, resulting in the inferior quality of the weapons produced by the Bureau of Military Equipment, rendering most of them mere decorative objects. The court has been expending substantial sums annually due to this issue. Therefore, I entrusted Jiang Ning, the commander of the Jinyue, to investigate this matter thoroughly. To my astonishment, it appears that 90% of the officials in the ministry are implicated, with significant sums embezzled, including substantial amounts taken by the deputy ministers. Jiang Aiqing has already acted on my decree, incarcerating all these officials in the imperial prison. I summon the three of you to discuss the matter of replenishing the ministry's officials." Upon hearing this, Sun Qingzong stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, and quickly asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean to say that 90% of the ministry's officials have been apprehended?" Zhu Youjiao nodded calmly. Sun Qingzong's expression darkened considerably, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty, this matter is exceedingly grave. The Ministry of Works is one of the 6 ministries. The arrest of such a large percentage of its officials constitutes a monumental scandal." Zhu Youjiao maintained his composed demeanor and spoke with steady resolve. "Indeed, it is a scandal of monumental proportions, but the evidence is irrefutable." He then handed over the compiled charges against the officials gathered by Jiang Ning to Sun Qingzong. As Sun Qingzong reviewed the charges, his hands began to tremble slightly. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh and sighed, "Your Majesty, you summoned us to discuss the selection of new officials for the ministry, I presume." Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "You are correct. Although 90% of the ministry's officials have been apprehended, the office must continue to function normally. Hence, I am seeking your counsel on candidates to replenish the ministry's ranks." He added, "There are many Jinshi yet to be appointed in the Ministry of Personnel. You may select a portion of them to fill the vacancies in the Ministry of Works." After a moment of reflection, Sun Qingzong assured, "Your Majesty, we shall promptly confer with Lord Yang He, the Minister of Personnel, to select the most qualified candidates from past Jinshi to bolster the Ministry of Works." Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, "I dare to ask, Your Majesty, what measures do you plan to take regarding the corruption case of the Ministry of Works, and who shall be entrusted with its handling?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao declared, "Given the irrefutable evidence, we shall proceed according to the established protocols. Those who deserve confiscation shall be confiscated, and those who warrant execution shall meet their fate. Initially, I intended to entrust this case to the Eastern Depot's Wei Zhongxian and the commander of the Jinyue, Jiang Ning." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly interjected, "Your Majesty, if entrusted to Lord Wei and Sir Jiang, it may incite discontent among the court officials. Sir Jiang has already drawn ire by apprehending all officials of the Ministry of Works without prior consultation. I propose that the Ministry of Justice take the lead, while the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot assist in the investigation. This way, even if the officials harbor grievances, they will be compelled to accept the incontrovertible evidence." Zhu Youjiao fell into silence upon hearing these words. Observing this, Yuan Kelly quickly reassured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I uphold justice in all my endeavors, with no room for favoritism or corruption." Zhu Youjiao promptly comforted him, "My dear Yuan, my concerns do not stem from doubts regarding your integrity in law enforcement." He then sighed, continuing, "At present, most officials affiliated with the Donglin party have been expelled from the court. I have long feared that entangling these matters too deeply with the cabinet and the 6 ministries would provide an opportunity for the Donglin faction to regain influence. My apprehension lies in the possibility that your oversight of this case may attract malicious attacks and slanders from Donglin members and censors. After all, sometimes the intentions of the speaker are benign, yet the interpretations of the listener may diverge." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, "Your Majesty, it is precisely for this reason that I suggested the assistance of the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot to alleviate some of the burden." Zhu Youjiao had initially worried that Wei Zhongxian might mishandle the situation and implicate Jiang Ning. However, with Yuan Kelly stepping forward to shoulder the responsibility, Zhu Youjiao's concerns were considerably mitigated, and he nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall entrust you with the oversight of this investigation, with the Jinyui providing support." At that moment, Yuan Kelly suddenly turned to Jiang Ning, asking, "Why did you suddenly target the Ministry of Works?" Jiang Ning clasped his hands and replied with a smile, "I am merely carrying out the Emperor's orders." Yuan Kelly chuckled, "Ah, Sir Jiang, if the Emperor issues an edict, the cabinet will have records, and the ceremonial office will archive it, yet there are no relevant records from the cabinet." Jiang Ning hurriedly defended, "I am acting upon the Emperor's verbal command, which is a confidential order." Yuan Kelly laughed, "Sir Jiang, those words will not easily convince the censors." Zhu Youjiao quickly interjected, "I shall issue a new edict forthwith." "Master Sun, I must trouble you to ensure this matter is handled properly." Sun Qingzong stroked his beard and nodded, assuring, "Your Majesty, you need not worry." However, regarding the ceremonial office, Zhu Youjiao cast a knowing glance at Fang Zhenghua, who immediately understood and knelt, stating, "This humble servant comprehends. I shall attend to it at once." Finally, Sun Qingzong, with curiosity, turned to Jiang Ning, inquiring, "Sir Jiang, I too am puzzled as to why you have suddenly taken action against the Ministry of Works." Realizing that feigning ignorance was futile, Jiang Ning recounted the plight of the craftsmen in the Ministry of Works, who had faced oppression to the extent of selling their children. The ministers present could not help but sigh in response. Zhu Youjiao was infuriated, his eyes ablaze with anger. After all, woodworking was his passion, making him a semi-skilled artisan, and the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works were, in essence, his peers. At this moment, Shui Guoguan promptly stepped forward, his face brimming with admiration, exclaiming, "Minister Jiang truly empathizes with the arduous plight of the craftsmen. Such a magnanimous heart is indeed commendable." He then turned to Zhu Youjiao, respectfully bowing, and continued, "Your Majesty's wisdom in ordering the apprehension of these corrupt officials will surely earn the gratitude of the populace. This measure is, in fact, a boon for the realm and a pursuit of justice for the common people. The citizens will undoubtedly remember your immense benevolence and further support our great Ming Dynasty." Observing Shui Guoguan's support, Jiang Ning smiled faintly. However, Sun Qingzong, with a serious and complex expression, remarked, "Minister Jiang, while you may alleviate the craftsmen's immediate troubles, it is impossible to secure their long-term welfare." Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired, "Elder Sun, what do you mean by that?" Sun Qingzong elaborated slowly. "Since the establishment of our dynasty's founding emperor, the distinction among the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes has been sharply defined. Craftsmen are bound by hereditary lineage, barred from participating in the imperial examinations or engaging in commerce, a system that has persisted through generations. Although you have punished these corrupt officials, what will follow?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Sun Qingzong's words rang true. He was acutely aware that he existed within a rigidly hierarchical, feudal society where systemic flaws were deeply entrenched, and change could not be achieved overnight. He then solemnly declared, "The status of the craftsmen is indeed too lowly. Many among them are exceptionally skilled artisans, not only creating essential items for the populace, but also aiding the Ming in developing firearms to fend off external threats. If they were to receive fair treatment and be allowed to devote themselves fully to their craft, the resulting weaponry would undoubtedly be more formidable. Consequently, our soldiers would shed less blood and vanquish more enemies." Zhu Youjiao could not help but nod slightly, and even Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Shui Guoguan found themselves nodding in agreement. What Jiang Ning proposed was undeniably a matter of fact. Yet, the ancestral customs that loomed before them appeared as an insurmountable chasm, leaving them feeling momentarily powerless. Zhu Youjiao gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall issue an edict to abolish the hereditary system of the craftsmen, transitioning to a recruitment-based system henceforth." At this juncture, Sun Qingzong hastily intervened, "Your Majesty, the time is not yet ripe. If you hastily issue such a decree, it will surely incite the court officials to flood the petitioning boards with accusations." Zhu Youjiao fell silent upon hearing this. Then, Jiang Ning suddenly had an epiphany and suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we could consider a different approach. You might establish a Royal Academy of Technology for the Ming Dynasty, gathering those skilled artisans to focus solely on developing firearms. Should they achieve results, they would be granted appropriate positions, thus elevating their status and treatment. Furthermore, the Ministry of Works could also adopt a recruitment system. In this manner, the existing craftsmen would see their status enhanced and would be more dedicated to serving the court, Newly recruited artisans who feel unfairly treated could leave at any time. Would this not be a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded repeatedly and then turned to inquire. Master Sun, what are the cabinet's thoughts on this matter? Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Shui Guoguan huddled together and whispered for a moment. Subsequently, Sun Qingzong spoke on behalf of the others. Your Majesty, I believe this proposal is viable. Shui Guoguan and Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, affirming, we too find this proposal feasible. Ultimately, Zhu Youjiao made a resolute decision, declaring, then I shall issue an edict to establish the Royal Academy of Science of the Ming Dynasty. Following this, Jiang Ning elaborated on some specific details, prompting nods of approval from all present, including the Ming Emperor Zhu Youjiao. Subsequently, the three ministers of the cabinet rose to take their leave, preparing to arrange the relevant matters. At that moment, just as Jiang Ning intended to slip away quietly, he was called back by Zhu Youjiao. Minister Jiang, do not depart just yet. I have further matters to discuss with you. In a few days, you and Minister of Rights Gu Bingqian shall assist me in the marriage negotiations. You must be thoroughly prepared. Jiang Ning understood that this meant he would be aiding the emperor in arranging a betrothal gift, and he promptly assured, Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Zhu Youjiao then inquired, how are preparations for the martial examination's benevolent category progressing? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Having completely forgotten about this matter, Zhu Youjiao, somewhat perplexed, remarked, I issued an edict appointing Duke Zhang Weixian and Duke Su Shi as vice-examiners for the benevolent category. Have they not reached out to you? With a look of confusion, Jiang Ning replied, Your Majesty, I am entirely unaware of this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's anger flared. I issued the edict days ago, and they have yet to contact you? They dare treat my imperial decree as a trifling matter. It seems they do not wish to lead a proper life. Jiang Ning, puzzled, pondered why the two esteemed dukes would dare act so presumptuously in light of the emperor's decree. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a tentative hypothesis. Considering that his own reputation had soared, second only to that of Grand Minister Wei, which might have led to misunderstandings on their part. However, the pressing matter was to ensure the affairs at hand were attended to, prompting him to say, Your Majesty, since the two dukes have not approached me, I shall take the initiative to seek them out and discuss the relevant details of the martial examination. Zhu Youjiao, however, was displeased and slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, If they do not wish to participate, then let them not. I shall revoke their duties entirely and allow them to enjoy their retirement at home. I will select 2 capable deputies for you. Jiang Ning shrugged in resignation, indifferent to the situation, and then took his leave with a bow. Subsequently, he ambled toward the palace exit, reflecting that his days of leisure were now at an end. He would soon be busy. Meanwhile, in the cabinet's duty room, the 3 grand scholars were astounded by Jiang Ning's actions that day. Sun Qingzong was the first to speak. I had thought Minister Jiang conducted himself with composure. Yet he has shown the impulsiveness of youth, directly appending one of the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works. Those censors and officials will surely find ways to vehemently impeach him. Yuan Kelly remarked, yet we cannot deny that the minister's intentions are noble. Moreover, his proposal to enhance the treatment of craftsmen today is indeed ingenious. No matter how hard we racked our brains, we could not conceive of such a comprehensive strategy. This Master Jiang is truly a genius. At this moment, Shui Guoguan, a loyal subordinate of Jiang Ning, promptly interjected, Your Excellency, this assertion is not entirely accurate. Master Jiang's investigations are backed by irrefutable evidence. No matter how formidable those censors and officials may be, could they possibly distort truth and turn black into white? Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement. Elder Shui is indeed correct. In the past, we have been overly bound by convention, often hampered by various regulations. However, this Master Jiang clearly operates outside the realm of ordinary practices, far surpassing that infamous Wei Zhongxian of the Eastern Depot. The mention of Wei Zhongxian elicited a wave of reflections among the 3. Sun Qingzong spoke up. Initially, I regarded Wei Zhongxian as a ruthless individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his ends, and I was concerned about the emperor's unyielding indulgence towards him, fearing it would lead to chaos in the court. To my surprise, this Wei Zhongxian has recently begun to employ his intellect, understanding the importance of cultivating a positive reputation. Yuan Kelly smiled and remarked, There is much speculation surrounding this matter, and it undoubtedly relates to Master Jiang. However, This development is not without merit. Wei Zhongxian's accumulation of a favorable reputation may serve to highlight the emperor's wisdom. Chapter 31. The arrival of Qin Zilong and Song Yingxing, wishing everyone a happy new year, and may all your endeavors be fruitful. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning was exceedingly busy. He has always adhered to the principle of sharing both fortune and adversity. Thus, he approached Wei Zhongxian, instructing him to seize the assets of those corrupt officials. This would allow eunuch Wei to attain some accomplishments in the fight against corruption and the punishment of greedy officials. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, alongside Wei Zhongxian, collaborated with Yuan Kelly to address the case of collective embezzlement among officials. As the Minister of Justice, Yuan Kelly was undoubtedly more meticulous and comprehensive in handling matters than Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the implicated officials had no choice but to confess their crimes. Yuan Kelly, eager to resolve the case promptly, acted decisively and concluded the proceedings within just 3 days. Following this, he, along with Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, entered the palace to report to Zhu Youjiao. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, Yuan Kelly immediately knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, I have faithfully executed your command regarding the investigation into the embezzlement case involving the officials of the Ministry of Works. The case has now been resolved, and I am here to present my findings." Zhu Youjiao took the memorial, and upon seeing it filled with the names of implicated officials, his head began to throb, and his expression darkened considerably. These were all officials under his command. Such a scandal left him with no face as the emperor. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and with a resounding clap, he flung the memorial onto the desk, coldly declaring, "Execute them all, leave not a single one alive." Yuan Kelly, upon hearing this, hastily replied, "Your Majesty, if all are executed, it may incite unrest within the court. In my humble opinion, those guilty of significant embezzlement should be publicly executed to serve as a deterrent, while those with lesser offenses might receive lighter penalties. This approach would both uphold your Majesty's authority and reflect your magnanimity." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youjiao's anger surged even more intensely, yet he restrained himself and patiently replied, "Minister Yuan, I comprehend your sentiments. However, the deeds perpetrated by these corrupt officials are such that not executing them would leave my heart filled with unresolved rage." At this moment, Jiang Ning stepped forward and spoke, "Your Majesty, I believe that even if it incites turmoil within the court, we must execute all these corrupt officials." Upon hearing that Jiang Ning intended to have all implicated officials executed, Yuan Kelly was momentarily stunned. He pondered in disbelief. This Minister Jiang usually appears quite astute. How could he utter such reckless words now? Is he unaware of the grave repercussions this could entail? Just as Yuan Kelly was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Ning continued, "Your Majesty, you have bestowed upon these officials titles, salaries, and privileges. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude and considering how to serve you, they have shamelessly abused their power for rampant embezzlement. If your Majesty were to let them off easily this time, I fear other officials would lose their reverence for you, and their actions would become increasingly audacious, leading to an even more rampant culture of corruption." At this juncture, even Wei Zhongxian, who was kneeling nearby, hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe Minister Jiang speaks the absolute truth. Recently, I have heard from the common people a saying, without thunderous methods, one cannot possess a compassionate heart. I may lack formal education, but I understand the magnitude of the grace your Majesty has shown them by providing sustenance and positions. Yet they dare to conspire in secrecy, colluding at all levels to embezzle collectively. If they are let off lightly this time, who knows what further troubles may arise in the future. Therefore, I also propose that not only should these corrupt officials be executed, but their entire clans should be implicated as a warning to others." Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's suggestion of implicating entire clans, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning were equally astonished, rooted to the spot. Jiang Ning could not help but internally scoff. Goodness, this Wei Gonggong truly lives up to the historical reputation of being a formidable character. He had only considered executing the corrupt officials and confiscating their assets. Yet Wei Gonggong had directly proposed implicating their entire families. It seemed that even without his assistance, Old Wei could handle the anti-corruption campaign with great fervor. Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly felt utterly speechless. He had thought Jiang Ning's proposal was already far-fetched, only to find Wei Zhongxian's suggestion even more outrageous. At this moment, Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke. Implicating entire clans may not be appropriate. Think of how many people that would involve. Jiang Ning, observing this, promptly added, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Should the repercussions be widespread, it could lead to numerous complications. I fully comprehend Wei Zhongxian's disdain for corrupt officials. However, if the scope of the implicating becomes too broad, many innocent individuals may suffer unwarranted calamities. Following suit, Yuan Kelly quickly interjected, Indeed, Your Majesty. Executing those corrupt officials publicly to uphold national law would suffice to serve as a deterrent. One must never recklessly implicate the three clans. Observing that the emperor opposed the execution of the three clans, both Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly also withheld their support. Wei Zhongxian, swiftly sensing the shift in the atmosphere, spoke up. In that case, let us execute all the corrupt officials publicly and confiscate their properties. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao wasted no time and promptly issued an edict, fearing that Wei Zhongxian might devise more radical proposals. As soon as the decree was proclaimed, Yuan Kelly did not dare to delay and hurried to announce it. Jiang Ning initially intended to accompany him, but was abruptly halted by Wei Zhongxian's firm grip. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to inquire, Wei Zhongxian, with a mysterious smile, remarked, Master Jiang, how did you find our little performance just now? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, but, with a quick mental shift, comprehended the situation. It turned out that Wei Zhongxian had anticipated that Zhu Youjiao might show leniency towards these corrupt officials, merely putting on a facade of punishment. Thus, he deliberately proposed the extreme measure of implicating the three clans to ensure the emperor was resolute in executing all corrupt officials and seizing their assets. Jiang Ning could not help but reassess Wei Zhongxian before him, his heart filled with admiration. He then raised his thumb in genuine commendation, exclaiming, Bravo, Master Wei. That performance was nothing short of extraordinary. You had the entire assembly in your grasp. Wei Zhongxian, with a slight smile and a face beaming with affability, feigned modesty, Oh, it was nothing, really. I merely lent a slight hand. Your praises are truly overwhelming. Despite his words, the pride in his tone was palpable, as if it were about to overflow. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded together to the Ministry of Justice. At that moment, Yuan Kelly stood upon the platform, publicly announcing the punitive measures against all implicated officials. As the officials learned of their impending executions and the confiscation of their properties, a cacophony of cries filled the air, creating utter chaos. Immediately, with a decisive gesture, Wei Zhongxian signaled for the soldiers behind him to advance, binding the officials tightly and forcefully ushering them onto the prison carts. Wei Zhongxian had decided to parade them through the streets before carrying out the executions. At that juncture, both Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly feigned ailments, offloading the ensuing responsibilities entirely onto Wei Zhongxian. The latter eagerly accepted this burden, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Jiang Ning, in haste, returned to the office of the Jinyue, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he reflected in relief. He mused that it was only someone like old Wei, who harbored a deep-seated aversion to corruption, who could undertake such a task. He himself was known for his compassion and could not possibly execute such an order. As for Yuan Kelly, as a pivotal minister of the court, he naturally could not involve himself too deeply in such matters to avoid providing grounds for criticism. Just then, a report arrived. My lord, Hu Qianhu has returned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suddenly recalled that he had dispatched Hu Dawei to summon Su Guangqi's student, Chen Zilong, to assist in the cultivation of sweet potatoes and corn. He hastened to the hall. After several days apart, Hu Dawei appeared, exuding an air of weariness, accompanied by two middle-aged men who seemed to be around 30 years of age. At first glance, they resembled ordinary farmers. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Hu Dawei promptly knelt on the ground, respectfully stating, I am but a humble servant, Hu Dawei, at your service, my lord. The two men behind him quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison, declaring, We are students Chen Zilong and Song Yingsheng, paying our respects to you, Lord Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon one of the men, and he suddenly inquired, Are you Song Yingsheng? The dark-skinned, unremarkable man nodded and respectfully replied, Yes, my lord, I am indeed called Song Yingsheng. Jiang Ning's heart leaped with joy upon realizing he was in the presence of a distinguished figure. He then turned his attention to the other man, asking, And you are Chen Zilong, a student of the esteemed Lord Su Guangqi? Chen Zilong nodded, responding, Indeed, my lord, I am Chen Zilong. And the minister Su is indeed my mentor. Jiang Ning hastily helped the three to their feet and instructed someone to bring tea, smiling broadly as he asked, Hu Dawei, did I not only request you to invite Mr. Chen? Why have you brought Mr. Song along as well? Hu Dawei, with a simple smile, replied, My lord. When I arrived at Mr. Chen's hometown, Mr. Song happened to be there as well. They were engaged in a profound discussion, the content of which I could barely comprehend. Knowing your esteemed respect for talented individuals, I took the liberty of inviting Mr. Song to join us. Jiang Ning, pleased with this response, nodded approvingly and said, You have done a great deed this time. Later, go find old Tian to receive 2,000 taels of silver. And I shall grant you an additional half-month leave to relax. Hu Dawei, overjoyed, quickly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning then turned to Chen Zilong, smiling as he said, Mr. Chen, I have summoned you here to seek your assistance with a matter. Chen Zilong, puzzled, asked, What may this matter be, my lord? Jiang Ning elaborated, I intend to cultivate sweet potatoes and corn. I have heard from the venerable Lord Su that you are an expert in this area, and I wish to enlist your help. Chen Zilong, increasingly perplexed, replied, Sweet potatoes and corn are crops I often planted at home, and I have plenty of seeds available. Yet, my lord, given your high status, what prompts you to suddenly wish to grow these crops? Jiang Ning quickly explained, Currently, natural disasters plague various regions of the Ming Dynasty, making life increasingly difficult for the people. However, sweet potatoes and corn yield abundantly, are drought-resistant, and require minimal soil quality. If promoted throughout the Ming, they could provide sustenance for the starving populace. Upon hearing this, Chen Zilong immediately rose and performed a deep bow to Jiang Ning. Visibly moved as he proclaimed, I am astounded by your concern for the common people, my lord. On behalf of the populace, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Ning humbly smiled in response, Mr. Chen, it is I who must express gratitude to you on behalf of the people. I am utterly ignorant of how to cultivate these crops, which is why I earnestly request your assistance. Rest assured, I will soon petition the emperor for a position in the Ministry of Revenue for you, ensuring the promotion of these crops proceeds smoothly. With a face brimming with excitement, Chen Zilong declared, even without an official position, I am more than willing to undertake this task. Subsequently, he exchanged a few brief words with Jiang Ning before promptly penning a letter, dispatching a courier on horseback to fetch seeds from his homeland. Jiang Ning, not one to be idle, immediately arranged for Li Ruolian to personally lead the Imperial Guard in ensuring the seeds were retrieved safely. At this juncture, Song Yingxing, standing nearby, became equally enthusiastic and exclaimed, If these two crops can be widely promoted throughout the Ming Dynasty, the common people will have an additional source of sustenance and will no longer need to sell their children for a meal. Jiang Ning, intrigued, inquired, Mr. Song, do you possess knowledge of sweet potatoes and corn as well? To which Chen Zilong smiled and elucidated, Song Yingxing and I share a deep friendship, united by our mutual interests. However, Song is far more learned and adept in various skills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately recognized the significance of Song Yingxing and remarked, Gentlemen, the emperor intends to establish the Royal Academy of Science to attract talents from across the realm to serve the nation, including skilled artisans. If you are interested, I could recommend you both to the emperor for positions at the academy. Upon hearing this, Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong felt a surge of joy. Though they held academic titles, their repeated failures in the imperial examinations had left them disheartened in their pursuit of higher accolades. Jiang Ning's words reignited their hopes. They simultaneously responded, We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the Ming Dynasty and will not forget your kindness in recommending us, Sir Jiang. Jiang Ning smiled and instructed that accommodations be arranged for the two men. Subsequently, he commanded that the 2,000 acres of land bestowed upon him by Zhu Youjiao be entrusted to Chen Zilong for management. He also expressed his commitment to support Chen Zilong's endeavors in cultivating sweet potatoes and corn, promising to provide whatever resources he required. Thereafter, Jiang Ning summoned Tian urging to assist him in drafting a memorial. Tian urging unfurled the paper and prepared the ink, and under Jiang Ning's dictation, he wrote with fluidity and grace. The memorial meticulously outlined the significant impact of promoting sweet potatoes and corn on alleviating the people's plight for sustenance, emphasizing the drought-resistant and high-yield characteristics of these crops, which could greatly mitigate the food crisis in the face of frequent natural disasters. Additionally, Jiang Ning highlighted the merits of Chen Zilong and Song Yingxing. The memorial noted Chen Zilong's extensive experience in crop cultivation, particularly with sweet potatoes and corn, and his intimate knowledge of their habits and cultivation methods, making him the ideal candidate for promoting these crops. As for Song Yingxing, Jiang Ning praised his wide-ranging expertise and skills, asserting that if his talents were unleashed at the Royal Academy of Science, they would undoubtedly bring forth numerous innovations and advancements for the Ming Dynasty. Once completed, the memorial was carefully sealed, and Jiang Ning selected a trusted member of the Imperial Guard to deliver it swiftly to the palace. The confidant did not pause until he arrived at the palace gates, where he followed protocol to present the memorial to the eunuch in charge of communications. Chapter 32. Jiang Ning confronts the Donglin party, wishing everyone a happy new year, filled with all good fortune. The following day, before dawn, Jiang Ning struggled to rise, and after completing his morning rituals, he prepared to enter the palace. Before long, a subordinate arrived to report, "My lord, the Minister of Rights, Gu Bingqian, requests an audience." Jiang Ning, unwilling to delay, promptly instructed that the gentleman be invited in to meet this capable aide of Wei Zhongxian. Upon entering, Gu Bingqian respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to you, Lord Jiang," exhibiting none of the arrogance one might expect from a Minister of Rights. Jiang Ning then smiled and inquired, "Gu, have all arrangements for the Emperor's grand wedding been made?" Gu Bingqian clasped his hands in salute and replied with a smile, "Lord Jiang, the Zhang family of talented women has been brought to the capital, and I have prepared all related matters. In 2 days, you may accompany me to the Zhang residence for the ceremonial rites." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and engaged in light conversation with Gu Bingqian. After a brief exchange, Gu Bingqian rose to take his leave, and Jiang Ning escorted him to the door. Jiang Ning mounted his horse with agility, followed closely by Tian Urging and Su Xianshan, and amidst a retinue of imperial guards, they grandly approached the Meridian Gate, awaiting the morning court session. Not long after, numerous officials, seemingly alerted, gathered around. The Grand Secretary, Shui Guoguan, approached Jiang Ning with a beaming smile to exchange pleasantries. The left supervising censor, Wen Tian, also bowed respectfully, exuding a friendly demeanor, and the Minister of Works, Su Guanqi, similarly approached with a warm smile to greet Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, a few of Wei Zhongxian's loyal subordinates were not idle. Zhu Datian approached with a broad grin, while Gu Bingqian slightly bowed, displaying utmost respect. Wan Dachin even sprinted over, brimming with enthusiasm, all eager to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning greeted each of them with a smile, offering brief responses. However, at a distance, a group of officials observed Jiang Ning, muttering curses. "Such treacherous individuals bring ruin to the nation. They will inevitably meet a dire fate." Jiang Ning, with keen ears, turned to see his old acquaintances, the now demoted Zhuo Guangdou and Yang Lian, accompanied by several members of the Donglin party. Jiang Ning, unperturbed, greeted them with a smile, yet the two merely scoffed, offering him no courtesy. This infuriated their superior, Wen Tian and Wan Dachin, who hastily apologized to Jiang Ning, admitting their failure to discipline their subordinates. Jiang Ning chuckled, choosing not to take offense. At that moment, the palace gates slowly opened, and Jiang Ning, along with the other officials, proceeded toward the palace. Soon, they arrived in the grand hall. Jiang Ning glanced around, but did not spot Wei Zhongxian, which stirred a hint of curiosity in his heart, though he did not dwell on it. Shortly thereafter, Fang Zhenghua took small, measured steps to stand before the imperial steps, raising his voice. "The emperor has arrived." There stood Zhu Youjiao, adorned in a bright yellow dragon robe, striding confidently to the throne and settling firmly into the dragon chair. Following this, Fang Zhenghua called out in a sharp voice, "If there are matters to report, please do so. If not, you may withdraw." As his words fell silent, Yang Lian, a stalwart of the Donglin party, stood with a serious and solemn expression, declaring, "I respectfully report to your majesty that Wei Zhongxian brings calamity to the nation. He recklessly harms court officials. I implore your majesty to punish him according to the law, to uphold the integrity of national governance." This proclamation struck the court like a thunderclap, sending ripples of agitation among the civil and military officials present. Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow slightly and spoke, "Minister Yang, please elucidate the matter at hand." At that moment, Yang Lian began a tearful denunciation, detailing how Wei Zhongxian had mercilessly persecuted the officials of the Ministry of Works, relentlessly enumerating a litany of accusations. He recounted numerous instances of Wei's bullying through his position of power. As Zhu Youjiao listened, his frown deepened. After hearing the account, Jiang Ning realized that Minister Yang possessed little concrete evidence to substantiate the claims against Wei Zhongxian, especially since the latter had ostensibly reformed his ways. Most of the assertions stemmed from a moral high ground in criticizing Wei. At this juncture, Jiang Ning interjected, "Minister Yang, your words lack substantiation. Matters must be grounded in evidence. You assert that Wei Zhongxian harmed officials, yet the collective corruption of the Ministry of Works is known throughout the court. This case was personally investigated by Elder Yuan of the Cabinet, with assistance from me and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot. All evidence was meticulously verified before being presented to His Majesty." Yang Lian retorted angrily, "Jiang Ning, you treacherous scoundrel, you are no better." Jiang Ning was taken aback. As respected officials, such blatant insults were unbecoming. Frowning, he coldly replied, "Minister Yang, let us speak of matters at hand and refrain from baseless slander." Yang Lian vociferously questioned, "With so many officials sentenced to death, it must surely be your and Wei Zhongxian's scheme. Our dynasty has always treated scholars with leniency, yet you have ruthlessly harmed them, which is utterly reprehensible." At this, a chorus of officials echoed Yang Lian's sentiments. Jiang Ning's demeanor grew colder as he stated, "Indeed, our dynasty has historically shown tolerance toward scholars. However, the Ming Dynasty is governed by law. If we were perpetually lenient towards everyone and everything, the laws of the Ming would lose their purpose. Minister Yang, while you claim Wei Zhongxian has harmed officials, why do you not mention the corruption of those officials in the Ministry of Works? Their actions have led countless artisans to suffer in poverty, endangering the quality of military equipment and costing the lives of many valiant defenders of our homeland. Why do you remain silent on these matters?" Seeing that Yang Lian was about to speak again, Jiang Ning, weary of engaging with such obstinate individuals, decisively stated, "Minister Yang, one must speak with credible evidence. If you can present even a single piece of evidence of Wei Zhongxian's malfeasance against officials today, I shall gladly offer my head for you to kick like a ball. But if you cannot provide tangible proof, then you are guilty of slander." Yang Lian scoffed, "It is my right to report matters as I see fit." Jiang Ning clasped his hands behind his back, his expression stern as he retorted without hesitation. "To act first and report later is a privilege bestowed upon the imperial guards by His Majesty." With that, he approached Yang Lian with deliberate steps. Lowering his voice to a chilling tone, "Minister Yang, do you recall the edicts of our founding emperor? Perhaps you would like to test that?" His words carried an undeniable air of intimidation, causing those present to shudder involuntarily. Finally, Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, abruptly turning on his heel and forcefully waving his sleeve, exuding an aura that seemed to tremble the very air around him. At the same time, he did not forget to assert emphatically, "Do not underestimate my authority. I am also an educated man." His voice resonated like a thunderclap within the grand hall, allowing all present to truly sense his resolute stance. Observing Jiang Ning's unwavering demeanor, Zhu Youjiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. In his eyes, Jiang Ning's firmness was an extension of his own authoritative attitude. After all, as a minister, Jiang Ning's strength implied the tenacity of the imperial power represented by the emperor. If even Jiang Ning yielded to the doubts of the court officials, then surely the emperor's words would lose their weight in the eyes of the people, and the imperial authority would be diminished as a result. Witnessing his elder brother's humiliation, how could the younger brother remain indifferent? At that moment, when Tiran stepped forward and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, I, Wen Tiran, left Minister of the Surveillance Department, have a memorial to present." Zhu Youjiao, with an expression of calm, responded, "My dear Minister, what is it that you wish to convey?" Wen Tiran stood tall and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, during the Battle of Saru, our Ming Dynasty suffered tremendous losses, with countless soldiers shedding their blood in Liaodong. The principal culprit, Yang Hao, has confessed his guilt yet remains unpunished. I beseech your Majesty to issue a decree for his execution, to provide an account to the hundreds of thousands of souls who perished in Liaodong." Upon hearing this, the court officials were struck with astonishment. The Battle of Saru was an unbearable wound in the heart of the Ming Dynasty. It was Yang Hao who, through his actions, had completely ruined what was once a promising situation in Liaodong. Though he had already been sentenced to death, for reasons unknown, he had yet to face justice. Furthermore, it was widely known that Yang Hao had intricate ties with the Donglin party, a network of connections that complicated matters. When Tianqi's bold proposition immediately cast a heavy pall over the assembly. At that moment, Shui Guoguan hastily stood to support him, stating, "I second Lord Wen's proposal. Yang Hao's crimes are unforgivable, and he must be executed." Following suit, even the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, voiced his support for Wen Tianqi's stance. Yuan Kelly also rose, and the 6 ministers expressed their agreement, prompting a wave of officials to kneel in unison, demanding the immediate execution of Yang Hao. Only the Donglin party, represented by Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou along with their followers, stood in silence, unable to voice their concerns. The calamity wrought by Yang Hao was so immense that they could find no justification to exonerate him. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Yang Hao is beyond redemption. Convey my decree to execute him at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Subsequently, all the officials bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the wise emperor." Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, when Tianqi once again stepped forward and announced, "Your Majesty, I have another memorial to present." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, silently astonished by his younger brother's bravery, wondering how he had failed to notice it before. At the same time, Zhu Youjiao felt a tinge of confusion. It was evident to any discerning observer that when Tianqi's earlier suggestion to execute Yang Hao was an act of retribution for Jiang Ning. Could it be that the officials of the Donglin party had provoked him? What further scheme was he about to unveil? Yet he spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, what matter do you wish to address?" At this moment, when Tianqi once again took the floor, stating, "I report to your Majesty that Wang Huazhen, the governor of Liaodong, is a disciple of the former Minister of Rights, Yi Xianggao. During his tenure, he has accomplished nothing and frequently clashed with the Liaodong general, Xiong Tingbai. Their discord has led to instability in Liaodong, and I propose that Wang Huazhen be dismissed and investigated, with a capable replacement appointed as governor of Liaodong." The officials present began to murmur among themselves. It must be noted that Wang Huazhen was not entirely devoid of capability. He possessed certain skills. Yet the complexities of the Liaodong situation were beyond his easy management. Currently, Xiong Tingbai had fortified the defenses of Liaodong to an impenetrable state, leaving Nurhasai in a position of helplessness. However, Wang Huazhen advocated for the abandonment of all territories west of Liaodong, which resulted in frequent and intense disputes between the two. Jiang Ning recalled that this was emblematic of the infamous discord between the military and civil authorities at the end of the Ming Dynasty. In the tumultuous Liaodong context, the general and the governor were supposed to collaborate, yet, due to their differing strategic views, Xiong Tingbai and Wang Huazhen's relationship was fraught with conflict, ultimately leading to dire consequences for both. Wang Huazhen was dismissed and executed following military defeat, while Xiong Tingbai faced execution at the Nine Borders, exacerbating the crisis in Liaodong and hastening the collapse of the Ming defenses there. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao turned to the chief minister, Sun Qingzong, inquiring, "Master Sun, what is your opinion on Minister Wen's proposal?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Qingzong replied, "I have heard whispers of the discord between Wang Huazhen and Xiong Tingbai. In light of this, it would be prudent to recall Wang Huazhen to the capital and appoint a new individual as governor of Liaodong." Seeing the chief minister's position affirmed, Shui Guoguan quickly interjected, "I also support the chief minister's suggestion." At this point, Wei Zhongxian's subordinates, including Wan Dajing, Zhu Dadayan, and Gu Bingqian, along with their followers, expressed their support as well. Zhu Youjiao glanced at Jiang Ning, who nodded silently, leading him to a decision. He declared, "In that case, let it be decreed that Wang Huazhen is relieved of his position as governor of Liaodong and ordered to return to the capital immediately." He then inquired, "Now, let us discuss the candidates for the new governor of Liaodong." At this moment, Sun Qingzong stepped forward, stating, "I report to your Majesty, I recommend Yuan Chonghuan." He then proceeded to summarize Yuan Chonghuan's credentials. Zhu Youjiao nodded in response, yet Jiang Ning grew anxious. Yuan, known historically for his mixed reputation, had committed the egregious act of executing Mao Wendong, which resulted in severe repercussions. Jiang Ning was resolute in preventing Yuan from assuming office. At this moment, perspiration beaded on Jiang Ning's forehead as he realized that none of his subordinates were fit for the task. Shui Guoguan, though seasoned in politics, was aging. and the situation in Liaodong required someone with both civil and military prowess. When Tianqi, although a political strategist, lacked military aptitude. In a desperate search through his limited historical knowledge, Jiang Ning suddenly recalled a notable figure from history, Hong Laojiao, Hong Qingqiu. Although Hong Qingqiu ultimately surrendered to the Manchus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the service of the Ming Dynasty during his tenure as an official. He possessed a profound understanding of human affairs. Being a civil servant by profession, yet he was also a military adept. Despite his eventual capitulation to the Manchus, the Ming Dynasty was already in a precarious state, and it would have been challenging for anyone to avert its impending collapse. At this juncture, Jiang Ning hastily stepped forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I would like to recommend a candidate." The court was momentarily taken aback by Jiang's unexpected proposal for the position of governor of Liaodong. This esteemed official seldom attended court and rarely voiced his opinions, often absent or on leave. Yet today he had remarkably chosen to speak up. Even Emperor Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, became intrigued and inquired, "I Qingjiang, whom do you recommend?" Jiang Ning promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I recommend Hong Laojiao." "No, I mean Hong Qingqiu." He then discreetly gestured to Wen Tianqi, standing nearby. True to his loyalty, Wen Tianqi immediately understood and rose to elaborate on Hong Qingqiu's credentials. Emperor Zhu Youjiao found himself in a quandary. Both Yuan Chonghuan, recommended by Sun Qingzong, and Hong Qingqiu, endorsed by Jiang Ning, had equally commendable backgrounds, making it difficult to choose between them. However, both Sun Qingzong and Jiang Ning were his trusted aides, complicating his decision even further. At that moment, Jiang Ning exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Youjiao, who instantly grasped the implication. Resolute, the emperor declared, "In that case, let us promote Hong Qingqiu to the position of governor of Liaodong. He shall report to the capital and promptly proceed to assume his office in Liaodong." He simultaneously issued a decree to Xiong Tingbai, instructing him to maintain vigilant defenses and refrain from any rash actions. Subsequently, Sun Qingzong refrained from further disputing the choice for the governor of Liaodong, instead contemplating Hong Qingqiu's capabilities and past experiences. He understood that the decision had been made in the court, and further arguments would bear no fruit. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on whether this individual could shoulder the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the situation in Liaodong for the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 33, The Military Pay. No armor required. With the appointment of the governor of Liaodong now confirmed, Jiang Ning intended to conclude his day and indulge in leisure. Just then, a disheveled Wei Zhongxian, with reddened eyes, burst into the Fengtiang hall, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Jiang Ning was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering how Wei Zhongxian, though not yet at the pinnacle of his historical power, had become so disheveled. Wei Zhongxian, kneeling on the ground, wept as he addressed, "Old servant Wei Zhongxian pays his respects to your Majesty." Zhu Youjiao, noticing Wei's unusual demeanor, asked in confusion, "Wei Banban, why are you late to the court meeting today? And what has caused your distress?" Wei Zhongxian, sniffling, responded, "Your Majesty, I went outside the city to attend the funeral of an old soldier, which delayed my return. I failed to arrive on time for the court meeting. I acknowledge my fault and humbly request your punishment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face was filled with disbelief. Inwardly musing, has old Wei's charitable endeavors taken such an unruly turn? The entire assembly of civil and military officials was equally taken aback, their mouths agape, as their minds raced with confusion. Is this the same Wei Gonggong, known for his ruthless heart, yet benevolent nature? Zhu Youjiao, equally perplexed, inquired, "Wei Banban, you now hold a significant position in the court. What manner of veteran could warrant your personal attendance at a funeral?" No sooner had he spoken than Wei Zhongxian bowed deeply, the sound echoing painfully in the ears of those present. Once he finished, his eyes reddened, and with a voice choked with emotion, he uttered, "Today, I pay homage to an old soldier of the Qijiao army." Upon hearing the name of the Qijiao army, the assembly was instantly stricken with shock. Their expressions varied, but all eyes were fixed intently on Wei Zhongxian. Jiang Ning felt a jolt of dread surge within him, silently lamenting, "This does not bode well. It seems that old Wei intends to stir up a significant matter today." Zhu Youjiao also fell into a profound silence, his expression intricate and hard to decipher. However, at that moment, Wei Zhongxian, kneeling in the grand hall, was undeterred by these thoughts and continued, "I humbly beseech your Majesty to vindicate the soldiers of the Qijiao army. Years ago, General Wang Bao of Xizhimen deceived 300 soldiers of the Qijiao army under the pretense of distributing pay at the training grounds, only to subsequently order their execution. Following this incident, not only did Wang Bao escape punishment, but he was also rewarded. Wei Zhongxian's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Zhu Youjiao seated upon the dragon throne. With a countenance that was complex and inscrutable, Jiang Ning, well aware of the Qijiao army led by the renowned anti-Japanese General Qi Jiguang, was unfamiliar with the details of Wang Bao's betrayal and quickly turned to a nearby official for insight. The unnamed official leaned in close to Jiang Ning's ear and whispered, "The Qijiao army has fought valiantly in battles, yet their rewards and salaries are perpetually delayed. The soldiers' hardships grew unbearable, leading to a rebellion. At that time, General Wang Bao deceived them under the pretext of distributing pay without the need for armor, luring them to the training grounds, where he ordered their massacre." Subsequently, Wang Bao wrote to Emperor Wanli, who not only spared him punishment, but also showered him with honors. The thousands of souls of the Qijiao army were left to languish in obscurity. From that point on, the soldiers stationed at the 9 borders of the north, who had risked their lives for the Ming, witnessed the tragic fate of the Qijiao army, causing their morale to plummet. Jiang Ning, upon hearing all this, fell into a prolonged silence. No longer the political novice he once was, he swiftly discerned the deeper implications behind these events. Qi Jiguang, renowned for his military exploits and held in high esteem, ultimately became a pawn in political machinations, a victim of the strife between civil and military factions. It was evident that General Wang Bao had received covert encouragement from Emperor Wanli and the civil officials, emboldening him to execute over 3,000 soldiers of the Qijiao army. Emperor Wanli likely aimed to diminish Qi Jiguang's influence and status through this act. However, it now appeared that the emperor's actions were self-entangling, leaving numerous latent dangers for future generations. Presently, the soldiers of the Ming at the 9 borders, adopting a mindset of merely passing time, faced a continuous decline in military strength. In the face of foreign invasion, the Ming army could only struggle to defend itself, completely losing the ability to take the initiative. As everyone harbored their own thoughts amidst the heavy atmosphere, a group of officials burst forth like firecrackers, led by Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, their faces stern and their words resolute. "Wei Zhongxian, you are speaking utter nonsense. The Qi family army, having experienced a mutiny, harbored ulterior motives and plotted chaos. General Wang Bao was merely following orders to suppress them. What crime is that?" Upon hearing Yang Lian's remarks, Wei Zhongxian was immediately engulfed in rage, shouting vehemently. The Qi family army fought valiantly across the south and north, achieving remarkable military feats. If they truly harbored rebellious intentions, Qi Shaobao would have revolted in his prime. Rather than waiting decades for a group of frail and aged soldiers to stir up trouble. As he continued to speak with growing fervor, he faced the gathered officials and passionately recounted the glorious past of the Qi family army. In those days, the Qi family army marched south to combat the pirates, sweeping them away like a tempest, restoring peace to the coastal populace. They then turned north, striking the Mongolian tribes, forcing those cavalry to flee in terror, never daring to invade our Ming territory again. His voice grew increasingly resonant, filled with admiration and indignation, even moving Zhu Youjiao, who sat upon the dragon throne, to emotional reflections. Just as the assembly was enraptured by Wei Zhongxian's narration, Jiang Ning stepped forward from the ranks and, with a thud, knelt down resolutely. His voice boomed like a bell as he implored, "I, Jiang Ning, beseech your majesty to deliver justice for the soldiers of the Qi family army and restore their honor. The principal culprit, Wang Bao, has committed heinous crimes. I humbly request your majesty to execute him in the most severe manner, punishing his entire family to appease the spirits of the thousands of wronged souls of the Qi family army." Jiang Ning's impassioned words resonated with righteousness, stirring many officials. Seeing this, his subordinates also stepped forward to express their support. However, at that moment, when Tianqi, kneeling behind Jiang Ning, leaned close to whisper, "Lord Jiang, Wang Bao has been dead for over a decade. Executing him is simply impossible." At this revelation, Jiang Ning's face burned with embarrassment, silently lamenting, cursing the official who had not provided the complete context, leaving him to make such a blunder. Fortunately, Wei Zhongxian reacted swiftly, raising his voice. "I implore your majesty to deliver justice for the Qi family army by exhuming Wang Bao's grave, retrieving his remains, and scattering his ashes to honor the thousands of wronged souls of the Qi family army. This audacious proposal sent shockwaves through the court, akin to a stone thrown into a lake, causing a tumultuous uproar. After all, those in the court were well aware of the unwritten rules and principles they adhered to, one of which was that misfortunes should not befall one's family, and that the dead should be absolved of their debts. Yet now, Wei Zhongxian was resurrecting long-buried grievances, intending a thorough reckoning, naturally instilling fear within them. What if such an event were to befall them one day? Consequently, the number of dissenting officials grew increasingly prominent. Wei Zhongxian, sensing the situation, discreetly signaled with his eyes, and his loyal subordinates instantly understood, kneeling in unison to cheer for him and Jiang Ning. To everyone's surprise, many of Jiang Ning's followers also stepped forward, publicly expressing their support for both Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. In the court, voices of support and opposition intertwined, creating an atmosphere as tense as a taut bowstring. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, pondered for a brief moment before abruptly rising, his expression solemn and dignified, proclaiming, "Let my decree be conveyed. Wang Bao has harmed loyal subjects, unjustly executing thousands of Qiqia army soldiers, a crime beyond forgiveness. I approve of Wei Zhongxian's proposal to exhume his body, crush his bones, and scatter his ashes to honor the souls of the thousands of Qiqia soldiers. Furthermore, I, on behalf of Emperor Xizhimen, issue a self-punishing edict to vindicate the Qiqia army." Upon hearing this declaration, all present, both civil and military officials, were taken aback, never having anticipated such resolve from the newly enthroned young emperor. Even the chief minister, Sun Qingzong, hastily stepped forward, attempting to dissuade him. However, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand decisively, stating, "No one needs to advise me further. My mind is made up, and no more words are necessary." Witnessing the emperor's unwavering determination, coupled with Wei Zhongxian's insidious influence and Jiang Ning's disruptive meddling, the matter was thus settled. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua shouted for the court to disperse. A host of officials, each harboring their own complex emotions, slowly exited the grand hall. Just a few steps outside, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian were called back by Fang Zhenghua to proceed to the Donghuan Pavilion together. Upon entering, they found Zhu Youjiao seated upon the dragon throne, holding a brush, swiftly inscribing characters on paper, seemingly engrossed in writing. Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, recognizing the moment, refrained from interrupting. After a while, Zhu Youjiao completed the edict and handed it directly to Fang Zhenghua, resolutely stating, "Deliver this to the imperial sacrificial office for the seal, and then proclaim it to the world." Jiang Ning understood that this was the self-punishing edict Zhu Youjiao had penned on behalf of his grandfather, Emperor Wanli. Finally, Zhu Youjiao smiled and remarked, "There are no outsiders here, so rise, and do not be bound by so many formalities. Find a place to sit." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian respectfully stood up, remaining by the side. In contrast, Jiang Ning disregarded such formalities, straightforwardly pulling up a chair to sit down, then cheerfully inquired, "Your Majesty, is there any tea? I haven't had a sip of water since this morning, and after shouting for so long in the court, my throat feels like it's on fire." Observing Jiang Ning's demeanor, Zhu Youjiao was not offended. He casually tossed a piece of cake to Jiang Ning, smiling as he said, "There's no tea, but I invite you to enjoy this cake." Jiang Ning caught it and began to eat with a smile. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao sighed. "Emperor Xinzong has not attended court for many years, leaving behind such a mess for me to clean up. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I truly wish to drag him out from his coffin." Wei Zhongxian quickly urged caution, "Your Majesty, be mindful of your words." Zhu Youjiao awkwardly chuckled. Jiang Ning grasped the situation. It seemed that his brother Zhu was quite infuriated, even wishing to drag his grandfather out and crush his bones. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao reflected, "Yulong and Qi, who once shook the world with their fame, Qi Jiguang and Yu Daio fought valiantly for our Ming Dynasty, subduing the Wokou and achieving great merit. Unforeseen, both of them ultimately met with tragic ends." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian hastily spoke to offer comfort, "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is not your fault." Zhu Youjiao sighed, saying, "Yet they are indeed subjects of the Ming Dynasty. Now that I am exalted as the Son of Heaven, it is my duty to vindicate them. Thus, I have decided to posthumously confer upon them titles and positions. As a mark of respect." Jiang Ning promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Youjiao smiled and asked, Brother Jiang, what titles do you think I should bestow upon them? After some contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, perhaps we should elevate them to the rank of prince. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao awkwardly replied, Brother Jiang, I am discussing serious matters. Could you refrain from jesting? To confer the title of prince, what are you thinking? Since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, only a few have been granted such an honor. Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly, saying, Your Majesty, if the title of prince is unfeasible, then perhaps a duke would suffice. When their offspring inherit, they could be downgraded to earls. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. After a moment's thought, he took up his brush and inscribed the titles of Jinghai Marquis and Zhenhai Marquis to commemorate the contributions of Qiu and Yu in pacifying the coastal regions. He hoped that through this posthumous honor, the souls of the valiant would find solace, and the Ming Dynasty would be vindicated. Upon reading this, Jiang Ning clapped his hands in praise. Your Majesty, the titles of Jinghai Marquis and Zhenhai Marquis are indeed splendid. They perfectly reflect the achievements of the two generals in subduing the coastal threats while also displaying great respect. Wei Zhongxian, standing nearby, quickly echoed in flattery. Your Majesty is truly sagacious. Such posthumous honors are indeed a blessing for the two generals and for the Ming Dynasty. Finally, Zhu Youjiao, feeling a bit bashful, smiled and said, I have merely done my humble part. With that, he summoned Fang Zhenghua and instructed, You shall convey the edict to posthumously confer titles of Marquis upon Yu Daiyou and Qi Jiguang to the cabinet, so they may be informed and act accordingly. At this point, Zhu Youjiao turned his gaze toward Jiang Ning and inquired, Brother Jiang, are you aware of the numerous hidden perils that befell the Ming Dynasty after the tragic slaughter of the Qiu family army? Jiang Ning nodded. Zhu Youjiao continued, Now, the morale of the soldiers along the 9 borders is disheartened, and their combat effectiveness is indeed worrisome. I recall you once pledged to help me firmly grasp military power. When do you intend to begin this endeavor? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was suddenly choked by the pastry in his mouth and began to cough vigorously. Wei Zhongxian, noticing this, hurriedly patted his back. After a considerable time, with his face flushed, Jiang Ning anxiously exclaimed, Your Majesty, I never made such a promise. I have no recollection of this at all. Your Majesty must not unjustly tarnish my reputation. Just then, Wei Zhongxian interjected, Minister Jiang, you indeed agreed to this matter with His Majesty. I distinctly remember it. After speaking, Wei Zhongxian did not forget to offer Jiang Ning a seemingly benevolent smile. Secretly pondering, Minister Jiang certainly has a forgetful nature. I have once again aided him, and we shall see how he repays this kindness in the future. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt utterly overwhelmed, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, cursing inwardly. What the hell, Wei? Are you so idle that you have nothing better to do than dig a pit for me? Zhu Youjiao continued to gaze at Jiang Ning with a smile, saying, Brother Jiang, I am not urging you, for this matter cannot be rushed. However, you must pay more attention to it. In response, Jiang Ning's smile appeared more like a grimace, as he replied, Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost. However, I have been exceedingly busy of late. What with preparing for Your Majesty's grand wedding and managing the martial examination, not to mention the myriad of intricate affairs awaiting my attention at the office. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao hastily took a package of pastries, carefully wrapped them in rice paper, and presented them to Jiang Ning, saying, My dear Minister, I appreciate your efforts. I have little to offer, but please accept these pastries as a token of my gratitude. Rest assured, once this busy period passes, I shall certainly assist you in finding a good wife, one who is fair of skin, beautiful in appearance, and possesses an alluring figure. At this, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly responded, Your Majesty, I understand, and I shall begin making arrangements for this matter upon my return. With that, he clutched the pastries and exited the palace, as gleeful as a child who has just received a sweet treat. Chapter 34. Overseeing the emperor's wedding, Jiang Ning returned to the office, holding the pastries gifted by Zhu Youjiao, filled with joy. As he savored the delicacies, he contemplated the tasks ahead, and then commanded, Summon Tian Urging to me. In a short while, Tian Urging hurriedly arrived, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Jiang Ning inquired, Old Tian, what have you been busy with lately? Tian Urging quickly replied, Your Excellency, I have recently confiscated all the churches belonging to the Franks and imprisoned the entire group of them in the jail. Jiang Ning, perplexed, asked Old Tian, Why would you investigate their churches? Tian urging, taken aback, responded with a hint of trepidation, My lord, this was your direct order to me some time ago. Suddenly, Jiang Ning slapped his forehead, recalling that he indeed had instructed Tian urging to seal the churches. He then chuckled, saying, Old Tian, there have been so many matters at hand that my mind has been quite muddled. He then offered a piece of pastry, smiling, Old Tian, do taste this. It is a gift from the emperor. Tian urging respectfully accepted it, but did not dare to eat, merely holding it with both hands. Observing this, Jiang Ning laughed and urged, Do eat it quickly. Even if you treat it as a gift from the emperor, it will not elevate your status or wealth. Tian urging, awkwardly smiling, finally took a bite of the pastry. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired, Old Tian, how many people are currently imprisoned in the jail? After pondering for a moment, Tian urging replied, When you first took office, we launched a campaign against organized crime and sought to rectify the capital's demeanor, arresting over 2,000 individuals. Later, following your established guidelines, we released more than 1,500 after they paid their fines. Recently, we apprehended the entire family of Li Sankai. And with the addition of these Western missionaries, there are now over 2,500 people in the jail. Upon hearing this number, Jiang Ning was taken aback, exclaiming, How can there be so many? He then began counting on his fingers, realizing that the figure was indeed accurate. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Old Tian, have someone escort Li Sankai and his entire family to the Eastern Depot shortly. Master Wei knows what to do. Tian urging, perplexed, replied, My lord, hasn't the case of Li Sankai been resolved already? Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. I am well aware that the case is concluded, but Li Sankai himself remains. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to Master Wei. He understands how to handle it. Tian urging secretly sighed within, reflecting, One may evade the first day, yet cannot escape the 15th. Master Wei's reputation resounded throughout the capital and beyond. He then turned to arrange for the entire Li family to be taken to the Eastern Depot. At this juncture, Jiang Ning instructed, Old Tian, you should engage with those missionaries. Among them are a certain Nan Huiran and Do Mali. Whether through coercion or persuasion, ensure they develop firearms for us. They must divulge all they know, do you understand? Tian urging sprang to his feet, a resolute expression adorning his face as he declared, Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure they diligently serve the Ming. Bowing respectfully, Tian urging promptly departed to negotiate with Nan Huiran and Do Mali. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning sat in the grand hall, feeling a sense of ennui. The heart's initial delight had waned, leaving only a cloying sweetness, devoid of the novelty it once held. Suddenly, Jiang Ning recalled that in this year of history, the Jurchen leader Nurhasai was stirring in Liaodong, soon to make significant moves, capturing the vital strongholds of Liaoyang and Shenyang. Additionally, the Sichuan chieftain Shi Chongming had risen in rebellion, a revolt that would persist for years, causing great upheaval in the Ming Dynasty. Upon this realization, Jiang Ning could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose and summoned for captains of the Jinui with urgency. When they arrived, he pulled them close, imparting whispered yet fervent instructions. The four, now solemn, departed in haste. Subsequently, Jiang Ning sought out Su Xianshan, dictating a memorial that detailed the imminent invasion by Nurhasai and the rebellion of Shi Chongming. After meticulously confirming its accuracy, he dispatched it swiftly to the palace, entrusting it to Zhu Youjiao, emphasizing the urgency of the matter and the need for prompt preparations. Jiang Ning was also reminded of Zhu Youjiao's persistent desire for military authority, which caused him considerable distress. Currently, the three main camps in the capital were firmly controlled by the nobility, with the issue of ghost soldiers and misappropriated military funds being an open secret. The military had become utterly corrupt, rendering it unfit for duty. Recruiting new soldiers had become the sole avenue for remedy. Yet, Jiang Ning was not well versed in military affairs and found himself at a loss. He resolved to consult some experts for assistance. After much deliberation, he decided to document the military training methods he was aware of from his previous life, along with foundational military concepts, creating a comprehensive dossier. He believed that this information might serve as a valuable reference for future military training. Simultaneously, Jiang Ning held high hopes for the forthcoming martial examination, eagerly anticipating the discovery of several renowned generals from history. He was acutely aware that every profession has its own expertise. He was not adept in military affairs and would never naively believe that he could annihilate 1,000,000 foes with merely a snap of his fingers. Jiang Ning was preoccupied throughout the day, working diligently until deep into the night. After completing his tasks, he chose not to sleep but instead immersed himself in the meticulous organization of firearm knowledge, documenting everything he knew, from structural principles to methods of use. By the time he finished, dawn was breaking. Jiang Ning washed his face briefly and arranged his official attire. Remembering that he was to accompany the Minister of Rites to the Zhang residence for a formal engagement, he took a seat in the grand hall to await his companion. Before long, the Minister of Rites, Gu Bingqian, clad in a resplendent red official robe, entered with an invigorated demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Gu Bingqian promptly bowed in respect, saying, "Esteemed Jiang Darren, it is a pleasure to see you. The time is nearly upon us, and I kindly request that you accompany me." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, courteously replying, "I appreciate your assistance, Minister Gu." Gu Bingqian quickly responded with a smile, "You flatter me, Jiang Darren." The two then shared light-hearted conversation while leading a lengthy procession towards the Zhang residence. Jiang Ning was utterly unfamiliar with the formalities of such ceremonies, but he was fortunate to have the expert Gu Bingqian by his side. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the Zhang residence, where the family awaited them in respectful anticipation. Gu Bingqian discreetly offered Jiang Ning a few brief instructions before methodically proceeding with the established protocol. The entire formal engagement was solemn and intricate, each step governed by strict regulations. After successfully navigating through the proceedings, Jiang Ning finally beheld the illustrious Empress Zhang. Renowned throughout history, she exuded an elegant grace, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, her beauty rivaling that of celestial beings. With skin as smooth as cream and eyes brimming with emotion, manifesting poise and dignity in every gesture, Jiang Ning could not help but nod in quiet approval, contemplating his brother Zhu's fortuitous fortune. After all, historical accounts could sometimes be misleading. Had the empress possessed a face marred by blemishes or a cleft lip, Zhu Youjiao's temperament might have led him to a desperate situation. While Gu Bingqian busied himself with the formalities, Jiang Ning, feeling rather bored, inadvertently dozed off. When the procedures were finally complete, Gu Bingqian prepared to take his leave, only to discover that Jiang Ning had fallen into a deep slumber, emitting soft snores. Gu Bingqian offered an awkward smile and turned to Zhang Guoji, bowing respectfully and apologizing. "Please forgive us, Minister Zhang. Jiang Darren's duties keep him extremely busy, and he must be quite exhausted." Zhang Guoji quickly returned the gesture, beaming as he replied, "Jiang Darren is a talented youth and a vital support to the emperor. To take the time to attend this event amidst such busyness is a great honor for our humble abode. How could we possibly hold it against him?" Then, Gu Bingqian gently shook Jiang Ning, whispering, "Jiang Darren, Jiang Darren." At that moment, Jiang Ning was lost in a dream, envisioning himself urgently summoned by Zhu Youjiao, who, with a grave expression, presented him with a gleaming sword, solemnly commanding him to split his forces, one to quell the chaos wrought by the Jianzhou in Liaodong, and the other to suppress the rebellion of Shi Chongming. In his dreams, Jiang Ning stood gallantly, sword in hand, valiantly engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the Manchu Eight Banners. Amidst the glimmer of blades and the clash of steel, he battled his adversaries through 800 rounds, locked in an intense and unresolved conflict. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, he suddenly felt a gentle touch upon him and awoke with a start, instinctively shouting, "Who the devil is stabbing me with a knife? This is utterly dishonorable. If you have the guts, face me head-on." As Jiang Ning slowly opened his drowsy eyes, he focused to find Gu Bingqian standing before him with an awkward smile, saying, "My lord Jiang, it is I." Even the future national groom, Zhang Guoji, stood nearby, wearing a sheepish grin. It was then that Jiang Ning realized he was still in the Zhang residence, and embarrassment washed over him as he hastily explained, "I was merely dreaming of engaging in battle. My sincerest apologies." Gu Bingqian, adopting a solemn expression, praised him, "My lord Jiang, your duties are so demanding that even in sleep you do not forget to fight against foes. You are truly a paragon for us to emulate." Zhang Guoji quickly chimed in with praise as well. Jiang Ning, overwhelmed by the compliments, felt his face flush with shame, wishing to disappear into the ground. Afterward, Jiang Ning rose to bid farewell to Gu Bingqian. After all, the forthcoming arrangements were primarily under Gu Bingqian's purview, and when the emperor's grand wedding took place, All Jiang Ning needed to do was make a brief appearance. Thus, he hurried back to the yamen, collapsing into a deep slumber upon arrival. Meanwhile, after Jiang Ning and Gu Bingxian departed, within the Zhang residence, the 20-year-old Zhang Yan furrowed her beautiful brows playfully and remarked, "Father, it seems that this Lord Jiang is not much older than I." His bewildered demeanor was rather amusing. Zhang Guoji, adopting a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Daughter, such words must not be carelessly spoken. You are to enter the palace as the empress. This Lord Jiang holds a position of great power and is said to be closely allied with the current emperor. We must not offend him in the slightest." At this, Zhang Yan smiled and replied, "Father, since our arrival in the capital, I have heard nothing but praise for this Lord Jiang from the common folk. Throughout history, the Jinyui have been notorious, yet this Lord Jiang is a refreshing exception. I have even heard that Wei Zhongxian of the Eastern Depot often aids the common people, funding the repair of bridges and roads, seemingly influenced by this Lord Jiang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoji could not help but reflect, "Indeed, I was initially concerned that your life in the palace would be difficult, but it appears that the emperor must be a wise ruler, as even his capable aides are devoted to the welfare of the people. Thus, I can rest a little easier." Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, he slept soundly until nightfall. Upon awakening and noticing the darkening sky, his stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting him to dress. Just then, a servant rushed in to announce, "Captain Li Ruoyan requests an audience." Jiang Ning quickly instructed them to invite him in. Before long, Li Ruoyan, clad in a flying fish robe, approached Jiang Ning with quick steps, respectfully bowing. "Your humble servant pays his respects to you, my lord." Jiang Ning regarded Li Ruoyan with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Old Li, did I not grant you a half-month leave? Why are you not resting at home?" Li Ruoyan awkwardly smiled and remarked, "I have only spent 2 days at home and already found it exceedingly dull. I thought I might come to the office to see if there was anything I could assist with." Jiang Ning's heart stirred, and he replied, "As it happens, there is a matter that requires your company." Li Ruoyan promptly said, "Then I shall gather some personnel right away." Jiang Ning waved his hand and said, "No need. It will just be the two of us. Please change into something else. Do not wear the flying fish attire." Li Ruoyan, somewhat puzzled, hurriedly ran off to change into casual clothes. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led Li Ruoyan to the most renowned brothel in the capital, the Fragrant Pavilion. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a throng of elegantly dressed young ladies, bustling about to entice customers. Upon reaching their destination, Li Ruoyan's face flushed, and he stammered, "My lord, I thought we were merely coming for a meal. How did we end up here at the Fragrant Pavilion?" Jiang Ning chuckled and explained, "This is my first time as well. Recently, the pressure has been quite overwhelming, and I thought I might come here to unwind a bit." Li Ruoyan, looking embarrassed, said, "My lord, I fear the silver I brought today may not suffice." Jiang Ning laughed heartily. "Old Li, with me around, how could I let you pay? Come." He then pulled Li Ruoyan into the Fragrant Pavilion. Upon entering, they were met with opulent decor, intricate carvings, and an atmosphere bustling with life. A middle-aged woman, adorned with an inviting demeanor, swiftly approached them, her face beaming with smiles. "Welcome, esteemed guests. You appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Fragrant Pavilion? May I inquire which lady you wish to choose? Are you interested in a pure maiden or a more spirited one?" As it was indeed Jiang Ning's first venture into such an establishment, he was somewhat unfamiliar with its customs. He retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and, with a smile, offered it to her. "Sister, this is my first time here as well. Could you kindly introduce us to the offerings available?" The woman, quick and discreet, accepted the silver with a wider smile, saying, "Our Fragrant Pavilion is renowned throughout the capital, whether you desire a spirited lady or a pure maiden. We have the finest in the city. It all depends on whether you gentlemen prefer a vegetarian or a more indulgent meal." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning comprehended the implications and, with a smile, replied, "My brother and I are inclined towards a vegetarian meal. Please arrange for 2 pure maidens." He then produced a banknote from his pocket and handed it to her. Li Ruoyan, witnessing this, was left agape, secretly astonished. Goodness, 1,000 taels. I assumed the esteemed Jiang would be frugal, given he typically resides and dines at the office. Yet here he is, so extravagantly generous. The woman accepted the banknote with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs. I shall make the arrangements." Before long, the 2 elegantly adorned maidens gracefully entered the private room. They performed a delicate bow to Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan, and one of the fair maidens, with a melodious voice, inquired, "Might I ask if you gentlemen wish to listen to music or enjoy a dance?" Jiang Ning smiled warmly and replied, "Ladies, first. Please arrange a table with the finest food and drink." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the young woman slightly furrowed her brows, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. However, she quickly regained her composure and summoned a nearby servant, whispering a few instructions. The servant, upon receiving the command, hurried away to prepare the food and drinks, leaving the room momentarily enveloped in silence, save for the gentle strains of silk and bamboo music wafting up from below. Chapter 35. The pipa melody of the brothel. At that moment, another enchanting lady, her eyes glimmering with affection, smiled gracefully and spoke, "Gentlemen, since the hour is still early, might my sisters and I entertain you with a dance to elevate the spirits?" Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. "Certainly, it would be a pleasure, my dear ladies." Beside him, Li Ruoyan's face had already flushed crimson. Were it not for Jiang Ning's invitation, he would never have ventured into such a place of revelry. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two women glided forward, their steps light and graceful, commencing their dance. Their figures swayed like delicate willows in the breeze, their garments billowing, as if a subtle fragrance accompanied their movements. They twirled and fluttered their sleeves, each gesture seeming divinely inspired, harmonizing with the lilting melodies of the silk and bamboo, transporting the onlookers into a realm of reverie. In that moment, Jiang Ning found himself entranced, reflecting that life in ancient times was far from the mundane existence he had imagined. In terms of savoring life, it surpassed even modernity. Before long, dishes and drinks were brought forth in succession, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the ladies' performance. Jiang Ning, wearing a warm smile, eagerly invited, "Let us sit together and enjoy the feast." The two ladies, well versed in the proceedings, promptly poured wine for Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan, filling the atmosphere with laughter and merriment. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Ning asked, "I have yet to learn your esteemed names." The lady clad in a delicate pink gown covered her face with a playful smile, her voice akin to a golden aureole. "I am called Lu Ruoyan, and this is my sister, Lu Qingyan." With a glance, she indicated the sister beside her, dressed in moonlight white attire. Lu Qingyan nodded slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Upon hearing their names, Jiang Ning clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Such lovely names, truly befitting of your elegance." At this juncture, Lu Ruoyan's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with mirth as she remarked, "You gentlemen do not appear to be frequent visitors to such establishments." Jiang Ning candidly nodded. "Indeed, today marks my first visit to such a place." Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan, with a playful twinkle in her eye, inquired mischievously, "May I ask what professions you gentlemen pursue? You do not seem like scholars." At her words, Lu Ruoyan's demeanor shifted slightly, and she quickly interjected, "Sister, forgive her impertinence. I hope you gentlemen will overlook it." Jiang Ning, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. It is quite all right. We are indeed not scholars." He chuckled as he added, "As for what my brother and I do, it is rather inconvenient to disclose. I hope you will understand." Thus, the four of them engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words and laughter. Before long, after a couple of drinks, Lu Ruoyan's fair complexion blossomed with a rosy hue, rendering her even more enchanting. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan secretly formulated a plan in her heart, having seen much of the world in this realm of romance. She quickly discerned that Jiang Ning and Li Ruoyan were far from ordinary individuals, particularly Jiang Ning, who exuded an aura that unmistakably signified his ties to the government. And surely he held considerable power. She had encountered numerous officials and noble scions in her days, yet the impression Jiang Ning left upon her was entirely different, imbued with a sense of composure and mystery. Resolutely, Lu Ruoyan decided that if Jiang Ning could redeem her and her sister, liberating them from this realm of fleeting pleasures, it would be nothing short of miraculous. With this thought, her gaze towards Jiang Ning brimmed with anticipation and a hint of deeper meaning. At that moment, Jiang Ning, having consumed a fair amount of wine, felt a warm flush creep across his face. Turning, he noticed Lu Ruoyan gazing at him with a tender expression, prompting him to smile and inquire, "What is it that the young lady desires?" Lu Ruoyan then slightly parted her crimson lips, smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with allure, and asked, "What does the esteemed sir wish for?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He pondered how audacious and liberated women of ancient times could be. Even in modern society, such candid words and implications could catch one off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he reminded himself that he was, after all, a high-ranking official and should not be easily swayed by matters of the heart. With a serious countenance, he replied, "What I desire is." Lu Ruoyan paused, then playfully pressed on, "What does the esteemed sir wish for?" Jiang Ning, maintaining his solemn demeanor, asserted emphatically, "I wish for the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty, for peace and stability among its people." At this, Lu Ruoyan slightly furrowed her brows. But soon a gentle smile graced her lips as she inquired again, "Does the esteemed sir wish to see?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded resolutely, responding, "I wish to see." Lu Ruoyan's lips curved into a playful smile as she continued, "What does the esteemed sir wish to see?" Jiang Ning, with a demeanor of earnestness and longing in his gaze, replied, "I wish to behold the magnificent landscapes of the Ming Dynasty, to witness the grandeur of its mountains and rivers, and the contentment of its people." Beside them, Lu Qingyan, her eyes twinkling with mischief, chimed in, "Young Master Jiang, do you wish to act upon this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded seriously, affirming, "I wish to act." Lu Qingyan tilted her head. Her eyes filled with mirth as she teased, "Young master, what do you wish to do?" Jiang Ning, his expression grave and his tone resolute, declared, "I wish to be a great hero for the nation and its people, to protect the lands of the Ming Dynasty and ensure the safety of its citizens." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Lu Ruoyan could not help but furrow her brow slightly, questioning whether she had misjudged him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan, emboldened, stifled a laugh and remarked, "Young Master Jiang, now that you are here at the fragrant pavilion, why maintain such a facade? Everyone knows the purpose of coming here. As long as you are willing to redeem my sister and me, we will wholeheartedly devote ourselves to you, becoming entirely yours." As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with hopeful anticipation directed at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, with an expression of utmost sincerity, solemnly remarked, "I believe the two young ladies have misunderstood. Today, my brothers and I have merely come here to relax, to listen to music, and to enjoy the dance. There are no ulterior motives." At that moment, Lu Qingyan playfully tilted her head and inquired, "Young master, is it true that you understand music and dance?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before earnestly nodding. "As for dance, I am not very knowledgeable, but I possess a rudimentary understanding of musical theory." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's admission, Lu Ruoyan beside him couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with delight as she said, "In that case, might young Master Jiang be willing to perform a piece for my sister and me?" Jiang Ning smiled slightly and replied with confidence, "Of course. What instruments do you usually play?" Lu Qingyan, with a playful blink, replied, "The guqin, xiao, guzhing, and pipa. My sister and I are familiar with these. What about you, young master?" Jiang Ning nodded earnestly. "As it happens, I am well versed in all of those. Why not bring the pipa over, and I shall perform a piece for you, singing as I play?" Hearing this, Lu Qingyan giggled and hurried off to fetch the pipa. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan scrutinized Jiang Ning closely, increasingly convinced that he was enveloped in an air of mystery that was hard to decipher. A moment later, Lu Qingyan returned briskly with a pipa in hand, which she handed to Jiang Ning. He received it steadily, gently plucking its strings to tune it, then nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "I shall now present my humble performance. I kindly ask for your feedback." With that, Jiang Ning embraced the pipa, his posture dignified, exuding the aura of a true master. Lu Ruoyan immediately discerned that Jiang Ning was no mere pretender. He genuinely possessed an expert's proficiency in playing the pipa. He then deftly plucked the strings of the pipa, and in an instant, a cascade of enchanting music poured forth, a melody unlike any the audience had ever heard before. The unique tune flowed through the room like a gentle stream, capturing the attention of passers-by outside. As Jiang Ning played and sang, the lyrics unfolded. "As the boat draws near, we invite each other to meet, pouring wine and rekindling the feast." After countless calls, she finally appears, still holding the pipa, half veiling her face. With a few gentle plucks, emotions arise before the melody takes shape. Each string subtly conveys unspoken thoughts, as if lamenting a life of unfulfilled aspirations. Lowering her gaze, she continues to play, expressing boundless sentiments from her heart. With delicate touches and careful plucking, The music transitions between elegance and grace. The deep chords resonate like a sudden rain, while the higher notes whisper like intimate conversations. The chaotic yet harmonious strumming mirrors pearls falling onto a jade plate. His voice intertwined perfectly with the sound of the pipa, vividly conveying the essence of Bai Juyi's pipa xing, transporting Lu Ruoyan, Lu Qingyan, and the captivated audience into the scene of a night encounter with the pipa player by the river. After a moment, Jiang Ning concluded his performance. Gently setting the pipa down, and with a smile, inquired, "Ladies, how do you find it?" At that moment, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, still immersed in the enchanting melody and song, awoke from their reverie. The two young women quickly rose and bowed deeply to Jiang Ning. Lu Ruoyan was the first to speak, her tone filled with admiration. "I had no idea Bai Lishan's pipa xing could be performed in such a manner. You truly are a man of great talent." Jiang Ning humbly smiled and replied, "Miss Yan, you flatter me. I merely play idly in my leisure time. My performance hardly merits your praise and may have amused you both." At that moment, the lively and charming Lu Qingyan, her eyes sparkling with delight, exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang, your playing is truly remarkable, and your singing is equally splendid. I have never encountered anyone who could blend performance and song so seamlessly. You are truly exceptional." As she spoke, admiration shone brightly in her eyes. Jiang Ning, feeling a tad bashful, chuckled softly, realizing he had simply replicated the performance style of the renowned pipa xing from the future, and was surprised to have garnered two devoted fans in this place. With growing boldness, Lu Qingyan stepped closer, gently tugging at Jiang Ning's sleeve, her face adorned with a hint of pleading. "Young Master Jiang, my sister and I wish to learn. Would you be so kind as to teach us? We earnestly beseech you." Jiang Ning smiled and readily agreed, saying, "Of course." He then meticulously imparted the techniques of playing the pipa and singing the piece to the two young women, true to their clever nature. It was not long before they grasped the intricacies of the art. Overjoyed, they immediately bowed gracefully to Jiang Ning. Taken aback, Jiang Ning felt somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan spoke up, "My sister and I have endured a tragic fate. Our family fell into decline in our early years, and in our struggle for survival, we were reluctantly forced into the brothel. Our greatest aspiration is to earn our freedom and lead a respectable life. With your rendition of pipa xing, we believe it will not be long before we can save enough to redeem ourselves and leave this place. We are forever indebted to your kindness." As she spoke, she prepared to bow deeply in gratitude. Jiang Ning hurriedly assisted them to their feet, smiling as he said, "Our meeting is a matter of fate. There is no need for such formality." As the evening drew near, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan were filled with reluctance, escorting him to the entrance of the brothel. Even after Jiang Ning's figure had faded into the distance, the sisters remained at the door, gazing wistfully after him. At that moment, the middle-aged woman Jiang Ning had encountered earlier, the brothel's madam, approached briskly, her face beaming as she ushered the two sisters back inside. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Having gained the favor of such a distinguished gentleman, you two shall surely rise to great heights." Lu Ruoyan, puzzled, inquired, "Madam, do you know the true identity of young Master Jiang?" The madam, grinning with pride, nodded and replied, "While others may not recognize him, I have had the fortune to meet him. This gentleman is none other than Jiang Ning, the esteemed commander of the Jinyue, favored by the emperor himself. Young and already in a position of great power, I recognized him the moment he entered. Should you too ascend in status, do not forget the kindness of your mother," she added. Lu Ruoyan sighed with a bittersweet smile. How could someone of such high standing ever take notice of sisters like us, mere courtesans? The madam quickly reassured her. "You are aware of Jiang Daren's reputation. He is known for his unconventional ways. Who can predict what the future holds? From this day forth, those pampered youths and ignorant country bumpkins need no longer concern themselves, for I shall shield you from their antics." Indeed, ever since then, with the skill imparted by Jiang Ning in performing the lute song, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan have risen to fame at the Fragrant Pavilion. This distinctive performance rapidly gained immense popularity both within and beyond the capital, causing the sisters' renown to soar and their worth to increase significantly. Now, to hear them play and sing a tune, one must part with 1,000 taels of silver. 2 days later, Jiang Ning was leisurely passing the time in his office when suddenly, the door was thrust open with a resounding bang. Without needing to glance up, he knew it was the ever-enthusiastic Wei Zhongxian. As expected, Wei burst in with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Lord Jiang, a momentous occasion has arrived." Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired, "Master Wei, what brings such joy?" With sparkling eyes, Wei Zhongxian replied, "Lord Jiang, are you aware of the recent sensation that is the lute song sweeping through the capital?" Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, that was pinned by Letian. But how does this concern me?" Wei, brimming with pride, stated, "Lord Jiang, do not feign ignorance. The emperor is aware of this matter. Although this lyrical poem was indeed composed by Zhu, it has gained tremendous acclaim due to your performance. Therefore, His Majesty has sent me to convey a royal decree. On the day of the emperor's grand wedding, you must compose a piece to enhance the festivities." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was left dumbfounded and quickly protested, "Master Wei, in broad daylight and under the clear sky, how could you possibly attribute this matter to me?" Wei Zhongxian, unfazed and still wearing a smug expression, replied, "Lord Jiang, our subordinates clearly observed your visit to the fragrant pavilion for revelry the other night. Ever since you performed that piece, it has skyrocketed in popularity. Given our relationship, can you truly continue to deny it?" Jiang Ning felt a surge of frustration, internally cursing. "What has gotten into that old Wei? Why is he so fixated on my every move?" Wei Zhongxian provided no opportunity for explanation or rebuttal, stating, "I have pressing matters of charity to attend to, so I shall take my leave," and with that, he vanished in a flash. Left alone in his office, Jiang Ning felt a mix of despair and exasperation, lamenting, how did a simple desire for relaxation lead to the emperor's scrutiny? Subsequently, he was compelled to contemplate what piece would be fitting for the emperor's wedding. He paced back and forth in his chamber, sifting through a myriad of musical selections in his mind, dismissing one for being too jubilant and another for lacking solemnity, growing increasingly vexed and devoid of inspiration. Chapter 36. The inauspicious melody of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Ning, racking his brain and feeling increasingly troubled, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the emperor desired something unique, he would craft an inauspicious melody for the Ming Dynasty. With that thought, Jiang Ning cleared his throat, preparing to compose in his office. As the song began to flow, flowers bloom and wither, filling the sky. You appear and vanish like an ethereal dream, day after day, yet your visage remains elusive, leaving me to sigh over the fleeting nature of life and the beauty that fades. Countless years have come and gone, and who will pen the regrets of a half-lived life? Only transient souls linger in this realm. He immersed himself in the melody, humming and tapping a rhythm, envisioning the reactions of the guests on the day of his grand wedding when this tune would resound. A smile unconsciously graced his lips, as if he could already see the satisfaction in the emperor's eyes. At that moment, faint cries echoed from outside the door. A sense of bewilderment gripped Jiang Ning, prompting him to ponder, what could be the cause of such sorrow? Why would someone weep at the threshold of his office? He hastily opened the door, only to find a boy of 11 or 12, tears streaming down his face. It was none other than Prince Zhu Youjiao. Jiang Ning quickly bowed in respect, addressing him with deference. "I have the honor of meeting your highness, but may I inquire as to the reason for your visit to this humble office of the Jinhui?" Through his tears, Zhu Youjiao, choking on his words, asked, "Lord Jiang, was it you who was singing just now?" Jiang Ning, taken aback and slightly embarrassed, nodded and replied, "Indeed, your highness, it was I who sang." Zhu Youjiao wiped his tears and, frowning, remarked, "Why does listening to your song evoke a sense of overwhelming loss, as if my entire family has perished?" Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, secretly pondering, could it be that such a melancholic tune affects the Zhu family so profoundly? He quickly forced a smile, explaining, "I merely hummed a few lines out of idle amusement. If your highness finds it displeasing, I shall refrain from singing henceforth." At this, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, still choking back sobs, saying, "Lord Jiang, your singing is truly beautiful, and I take great pleasure in it. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this song stirs within me a deep sorrow, reminiscent of my dear mother and my father, who ascended the throne but a month before his untimely demise." Jiang Ning stood speechless, at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Might I ask, your highness, what brings you here today?" Zhu Youjiao, wiping away his tears, replied with a grave expression, "Lord Jiang, I have come today to lodge a complaint against my own teachers." Jiang Ning's brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned, "Your highness, Were not the instructors who previously taught you already dealt with by the Emperor's decree? I believe it was even overseen personally by Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot. Zhu Youjiao nodded, confirming. Indeed, those treacherous individuals were dispatched by Wei Zhongxian. However, after observing the new teachers assigned to me by my elder brother, I have found them to be hypocritical and corrupt. Thus, I have come to you today to report these scoundrels. Jiang Ning was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, contemplating whether to deem the prince unlucky or audacious. The act of a student denouncing his teachers, a profound transgression in the eyes of the ancients, unfolded right before him. Despite the astonishment in his heart, Jiang Ning, adhering to the principle of impartial law enforcement, personally and solemnly received Prince Xizhimen, Zhu Youjiao. As Zhu Youjiao meticulously enumerated the charges against several individuals, Jiang Ning diligently recorded all the evidence, subsequently asserting with unwavering resolve that he would promptly investigate the matter and provide Prince Xizhimen with a satisfactory resolution. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao, with a serious demeanor and resolute gaze, declared, "Master Jiang, I entrust the handling of these scoundrels to you. Should my elder brother send me another teacher of such moral depravity, I will not hesitate to report them again. In this vast Ming Dynasty, I refuse to believe we cannot find a few upright and incorruptible individuals to serve as my mentors." With that, Zhu Youjiao turned and took his leave. Watching his departing figure, Jiang Ning remained silent for a long while, acutely aware that from this day forth, this future Emperor Chongzhen would indeed become a relentless adversary to morally questionable teachers, unflinchingly reporting any misconduct he uncovered. After organizing the charges in a coherent manner, Jiang Ning summoned Su Xianchuan. Upon Su Xianchuan's arrival, Jiang Ning handed over the charges and, with a serious expression, stated, "Old Su, this is a case personally entrusted by Prince Xizhimen. You must handle it with utmost care, ensuring a thorough investigation followed by stringent legal repercussions. There must be no room for negligence." Su Xianchuan glanced at the charges and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Aren't all these officials the teachers of His Highness, the Prince?" Jiang Ning solemnly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, these are the individuals reported by His Highness himself, so the importance of this matter should be clear to you." Upon hearing this, Su Xianchuan felt a chill run down his spine. The idea of a student reporting their own teachers was utterly preposterous in conventional thought. Nevertheless, understanding the gravity of the situation, he dared not show any signs of laxity, promptly bowing in compliance to undertake the investigation. Shortly thereafter, Minister of Works Su Guangqi rushed in, seeking to borrow personnel from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, perplexed, thought to himself that his own staff were stretched thin, leaving no surplus to lend to the Ministry of Works. However, Su Guangqi was undeterred. Upon sensing Jiang Ning's reluctance, he began to throw a tantrum, leaving Jiang Ning utterly dumbfounded. Su Guangqi insisted on taking Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong to assist the Ministry of Works. Jiang Ning hastily refused, explaining, "I have significant plans for these two. The cultivation of corn and sweet potatoes hinges entirely on them." Su Guangqi, upon hearing this, bluntly reprimanded Jiang Ning, exclaiming angrily, "For such trivial matters, you still require their assistance? Master Jiang, simply lend them to me. I assure you they will meticulously document the cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes. After which I will select experienced agricultural officials from the Ministry of Revenue to assist you with those 2,000 mu of land." After careful consideration, Jiang Ning found Su Guangqi's reasoning sound and thus consented. Overjoyed, Su Guangqi led Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong back to the Ministry of Works, leaving Jiang Ning wondering what exactly they would be occupied with. At that moment, Jiang Ning recalled that the martial examination was imminent, so he dispatched someone to summon Li Ruoyan to inquire about the relevant details. Li Ruoyan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he reported, "Esteemed sir, the scholars and martial talents from various regions have nearly all arrived in the capital. The literary scholars are manageable, they merely exchange insults. However, the martial scholars are more difficult to control, often resorting to physical confrontations. Recently, Lord Lu Zhongzhou, the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, has been overwhelmed with the task of managing these affairs. It is quite a dilemma, as these scholars cannot be punished or detained." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's temper flared, and he slammed his hand on the table in anger. They were summoned to the capital to participate in the martial examination, not to engage in brawls. "Li, You must immediately issue a notice warning all martial scholars in the capital that regardless of their status, anyone who dares to gather and cause trouble or engage in fighting will have their degrees revoked and be sent to serve on the front lines, never to partake in examinations again. Li Ruoyan promptly accepted the order and set off to post the announcement. Subsequently, Jiang Ming instructed to summon Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei. The three of them changed into plain clothes, preparing to survey the situation on the streets. Shortly after leaving, they arrived at a tea house, where they found it filled with candidates for the imperial examination. Interestingly, the literary scholars occupied the second floor, while the martial scholars were on the ground floor. Occasionally, derisive comments from the literary scholars could be heard from the second floor. What a bunch of uncouth brutes. The martial scholars, known for their fiery tempers, immediately retorted, "Aren't you merely capable of scribbling a few essays and reciting some poetry? If you have the guts, come down. I'll knock you flat with a single slap." The atmosphere was tense. Jiang Ming was already accustomed to such scenes, having encountered similar situations during his journey. From time to time, officers from the Genie Wei would appear, posting notices while loudly proclaiming their contents. Overall, the deterrent effect of the announcement had reduced the likelihood of actual fights, with most resorting to verbal sparring instead. Nonetheless, in the realm of insults, martial scholars were often at a disadvantage, frequently left dumbfounded by the literary scholars' sharp tongues. Soon after, Jiang Ming stepped into the tea house and noticed an empty table nearby, which he approached and sat down at. A young waiter immediately greeted him with a broad smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what would you like to drink?" Jiang Ming returned a slight smile, replying, "Just something casual will do." As he spoke, he produced a few pieces of silver from his pocket. At that moment, Jiang Ming noticed two individuals seated at the adjacent table. By their attire and demeanor, they appeared to be literary scholars, lacking the roughness commonly associated with martial types. Intrigued by their identities, Jiang Ming turned to them with a smile and inquired, "I see that you two brothers are indeed literary scholars. What brings you to sit on the ground floor?" One of the tall young men turned to him with a smile, responding, "Indeed, young brother, you are correct. We are literary scholars, but we prefer to sit among the martial scholars." Jiang Ming, puzzled, pressed further, "And why is that?" The other young man, with a proud expression, explained, "In these times, many among the literati engage in empty rhetoric that harms the nation, whereas martial scholars are often willing to defend their homeland, even at the cost of their lives on the battlefield. Though we are literary scholars, we disdain mere lofty discussions on paper and are far more inclined to serve our country, embodying the spirit of martial scholars who sacrifice for the nation." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ming could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. In the Ming Dynasty, there existed a notable divide between the civil and military spheres. However, these two individuals, as learned scholars, willingly chose to sit alongside their martial counterparts, which was truly commendable. Thus, he inquired, "May I ask the esteemed names of both gentlemen?" The tall man, wearing a smile, replied, "I am Lu Xiangxing, courtesy named Jiando, hailing from southern Jili." Subsequently, the slender man, with an air of pride, introduced himself, saying, "I am Sun Chuanting, courtesy named Baigu, from Shaanxi." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming was taken aback, rising abruptly with a look of disbelief upon his face, exclaiming, "You are Lu Xiangxing, and you are Sun Chuanting?" The two men nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Lu Xiangxing, with a chuckle, asked, "Do you know us, esteemed brother?" Jiang Ming still found it hard to believe his eyes. He was well aware that during the late Ming period, there were many capable officials and valiant generals, yet the two before him were particularly renowned. Though both hailed from scholarly backgrounds, their prowess in battle surpassed that of many martial figures, making them the pillars supporting the precarious situation of the late Ming. Quickly, Jiang Ming clasped his hands together in greeting, a radiant smile gracing his face as he declared, "I have heard your illustrious names resound like thunder. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you today." This sentiment left Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting somewhat taken aback. They pondered, as mere ordinary scholars on their way to the capital for examinations, how they could have garnered such reverence from this gentleman. Jiang Ming, still smiling, inquired, "Might I ask whether you plan to participate in the martial or civil examinations?" Lu Xiangxing hesitated momentarily before responding, "My brother and I were just discussing this. We both possess academic titles and could certainly partake in the civil examination without question. However, we are more inclined to test ourselves in the martial examination. though we remained somewhat indecisive. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Ning pressed further. What is the reason behind your hesitation? Sun Chuanting, appearing conflicted, explained, the reason is quite simple. In the Ming Dynasty, civil pursuits are esteemed while military endeavors are often looked down upon. Regardless of whether one is a valiant general or a capable commander, they frequently find themselves beholden to scholars. He cited the examples of Qiu Wuzhuang and Yu Wuxiang, who had rendered illustrious military service to the Ming, yet faced unfortunate fates in the end. At this juncture, Jiang Ning smiled and remarked, not long ago, the emperor issued a decree to rehabilitate the Qiu family's military achievements. Generals Qiu Wuzhuang and Yu Wuxiang have both been posthumously honored with noble titles, and their descendants may inherit the title of marquis. Lu Xiangxing then commented, the emperor's wisdom is indeed commendable, which is precisely why my brother and I have been in such a quandary regarding whether to participate in the civil or martial examinations. Sun Chuaning followed up, saying, we have heard that the chief examiner for the martial examination is the esteemed Jiang Ning of the Jinyue. Initially, my brother and I harbored some doubts. However, upon arriving in the capital, we learned that this Jiang Ning has a stellar reputation for fairness and integrity, having dealt with many unscrupulous merchants and ruffians, never oppressing the righteous. His standards for his subordinates are remarkably stringent. Feeling a blush of modesty at the praise from his idols, Jiang Ning replied, this Jiang Ning has merely fulfilled his duty. At that moment, Lu Xiangxing turned to Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, who stood behind Jiang Ning, and inquired, might I ask if these two gentlemen intend to participate in the martial examination as well? Jiang Ning abruptly turned his head, noticing the fervent gleam in the eyes of Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei, and replied with a smile, indeed, my two brothers also plan to partake in the martial examination, striving to attain a name for themselves. As the saying goes, why should a man not wield a wu hook, reclaiming 50 provinces of mountains and rivers? A man's glory should be sought on the battlefield, lest he be misled by the Confucian cap throughout his life. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, even the typically proud Sun Chuanting could not help but nod in agreement, subsequently stating, Lu, in my opinion, it would be best for us to join the martial examination. This gentleman speaks wisely. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the resolve in each other's eyes, and nodded in mutual consent. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Jiang Ning turned to see a youth clad in armor following a formidable general. The general exuded an extraordinary aura, standing as if commanding 1,000 troops, while the youth behind him resembled a freshly unsheathed sword, radiating sharpness. Upon entering the tavern, the middle-aged general smiled and asked, my young lord, may we occupy this table? Jiang Ning promptly replied, please, general, take a seat. Thus, the general and the youth sat down together. However, just then, several elegantly dressed youths entered. The one at the forefront, wearing an air of arrogance, casually tossed a silver ingot towards Jiang Ning, brazenly declaring, we shall take this table. You may leave. Taken aback, Jiang Ning asked, what do you mean by that? The youth, with a dismissive expression, retorted, you coarse warriors should vacate your seats at once, or you shall face the consequences. Jiang Ning scoffed, we have already paid for our tea. Do you really intend to forcibly seize our seats? The young man sneered. Do you know who I am? Jiang Ning maintained his smile, saying, I care not who you are. Leave now, or I shall deal with you. Infuriated, the young lord shouted, do you know who my father is? Jiang Ning remained unfazed, replying, if you do not leave, I shall take care of your father as well. The young lord, now seething with anger, bellowed, you uncouth warrior, today you shall learn that my father is Lord Ho Sun, the Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, and I am Ho Fangyu. You better leave at once. Upon hearing his name proclaimed, and yet still being disregarded, Ho Fangyu felt humiliated and shouted, you wretch. What is your status to dismiss my father, the esteemed Minister of Revenue? Jiang Ning coldly remarked, even if your father were the Minister of Revenue in the capital, I would still not yield. Now, vacate this place, or I shall have you thrown out. Enraged and embarrassed, Ho Fangyu understood that the person before him might indeed possess considerable influence. Consequently, he redirected his ire towards the middle-aged general and the youth behind him, yelling, how dare you, as a general, be so disrespectful? Hurry and vacate the seat for us. At this moment, the youth sprang to his feet, his eyes fixated intently on Ho Fangyu and his companions, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The middle-aged general sighed helplessly with a bitter smile, young master, do not take offense, we shall vacate our seats. As he spoke, he attempted to pull the young officer beside him away. Jiang Ning's expression instantly turned cold. How dare this host speak harshly to one seated at the same table? Without uttering a word, he exchanged glances with Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei, who immediately understood his intent and swiftly apprehended Ho Fangyu, pinning him to the ground and delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. The group of scholars behind Ho recoiled in fear. After a while, observing Ho's battered visage, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and Meng Ruhu and Hu Wei unceremoniously tossed Ho Fangyu out. This scene frightened the nearby scholars so much that they hastily fled without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting exchanged worried glances. Sun Chuanting spoke up to advise, "Brother, it was sufficient to drive him away. Why resort to violence?" Although the Minister of Revenue in Nanjing did not possess the rank and influence of his counterpart in the capital, he was still a high-ranking official. If he sought revenge, what then? The middle-aged general quickly added, "Young master, we have relinquished our seats. You have offended this Ho. If he refuses to relent, what will you do? We, as men of arms, are of lowly status and cannot afford to provoke such individuals." Jiang Ning sprang to his feet, raising his voice. "When have we, as warriors, ever been of lowly status? In what way are we inferior to these scholars? They sit here, engaging in grand discussions and dictating the affairs of the realm. Based on what? Is it not upon the blood shed by us warriors on the battlefield, safeguarding the borders, that they enjoy their peaceful existence today? Without us, they would have long since surrendered and become traitors, only to mock us for our humble origins. If they had the courage, why not venture to the lair of the Jurchen in Liaodong and confront them boldly? I fear they would perish from exhaustion before even reaching Liaodong. Even if they did arrive, they would be of no use and merely squander the court's provisions." Jiang Ning's impassioned words elicited applause from the warriors present. Meanwhile, the scholars on the second floor responded with cold shouts of indignation. "You, brute, are utterly uncouth. How dare you insult us?" Jiang Ning replied with a sneer. "In what manner have I insulted you, scholars? I merely speak the truth. If you are unconvinced, you may very well go to Liaodong and earn your military merits, and return to show me." At this proclamation, the scholars fell silent, fully aware of their lack of capability and courage. Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting, stirred by the fervor of the moment, could not help but vocally support. "What our brother says is entirely correct. Without warriors to defend the borders and shed blood in battle, how could you scholars stand here to engage in lofty discourse? Though we possess scholarly titles, we have resolved to participate in martial examinations to defend our homeland, which is far superior to your empty rhetoric." This declaration infuriated the scholars in the inn, causing them to tremble with rage before they stormed out one by one. At this moment, Jiang Ning turned to the middle-aged general, clasped his hands in salute, and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed general, your name?" The middle-aged general cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Chao Wenjiao, currently serving as a deputy general under the jurisdiction of Liaodong, and this young man behind me is my nephew, Chao Bianjiao." The youthful Chao Bianjiao, filled with gratitude towards Jiang Ning for his righteous words on their behalf, hurriedly returned the gesture, acknowledging the introduction. Following this, Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting promptly rose to their feet, cupping their hands in salute, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to General Chao." Chao Wenjiao quickly waved his hand, responding, "There is no need for such formalities." However, Jiang Ning was profoundly shaken, feeling a sense of weakness in his limbs. This unexpected surprise was overwhelming. He had not anticipated that these two individuals before him were the renowned generals of the late Ming Dynasty, the great Chao and the young Chao. Chao Wenjiao was indeed a formidable general of that era, causing the peasant armies to flee in terror, only to ultimately fall victim to an ambush, taking his own life in loyalty to his country. His nephew, Chao Bianjiao, was celebrated as the mightiest general of the late Ming, having traversed the land, extinguishing fires for the Ming Dynasty, forcing the likes of Li Zicheng and Zhang Xianzhong to flee in disarray. During the Battle of Songjin, when escape seemed impossible, he boldly led his men directly into the heart of the enemy camp, nearly decimating the guards surrounding Hong Taiji himself. Jiang Ning smiled and returned the gesture, treating it as a formal introduction. At that moment, Sun Chuanting interjected, "Brother, upon meeting General Chao, you ought to bow in respect. How can you be so discourteous simply because you spoke a few just words on our behalf?" Jiang Ning awkwardly smiled, intending to bow in greeting. But Chao Wenjiao quickly reached out to stop him, saying, There is no need for such formality. It is I and my nephew who should be expressing our gratitude for this young gentleman's righteous defense." Just then, a loud voice was heard from outside, shouting, "It is them. They are inside," along with a military officer. Moments later, dozens of officers charged in, surrounding the tea house with menacing fervor. There stood the bruised and battered Ho Fangyu, swaggering in with a head officer, pointing angrily at Jiang Ning and his companions, loudly declaring, "It is they who dared to assault me. Quickly, arrest them all, and do not spare that military officer." The head officer, clearly having received favors from Ho Fangyu, wore a sycophantic smile as he proclaimed, "Gathering a crowd to cause trouble and assaulting scholars is utterly contemptible. Arrest these individuals and take them to the prison of Tianqi." Subsequently, Ho Fangyu fixed his gaze on Jiang Ning, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. "You will soon regret this. I will ensure that you experience a fate worse than death." At this moment, Sun Chuanting and Lu Xiangxing were instantly thrown into a panic, realizing that the constables from Tianqi were about to apprehend them. Just then, Chao Wenjiao stepped forward, cupping his hands and stating, "I am Chao Wenjiao, a deputy general under the Liaodong jurisdiction. I hope you will allow for some leniency." Upon hearing that he was a military officer, the head officer's expression faltered. Meanwhile, Ho Fangyu coldly scoffed, "What is there to fear? If anything goes awry, my father will take the blame. Arrest them all." Upon witnessing the audacity of Ho Fangyu, Chao Wenjiao's gaze hardened, revealing a lethal intent that permeated the atmosphere, causing Ho Fangyu to retreat several steps in fright. The captain of the guards, observing this, bellowed, "How dare you intimidate us? Brothers, advance. Those who resist shall meet their demise on the spot." At this critical juncture, Jiang Ning abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising with a fierce declaration, "Who dares to lay a finger on us today? I ask you, did Lu Zhongxiao send you, or have you acted on your own accord? I grant you the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. Summon Lu Zhongxiao to me immediately." Upon hearing Jiang Ning explicitly mention the name of Lu Zhongxiao, the officer, adept at navigating social intricacies, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of deference and smiled. "Pray tell, which esteemed household do you hail from? Today, my subordinates have failed to recognize a figure of your stature, and we beseech your forgiveness." Observing the officer's capitulation, Ho Fangyu impatiently urged, "Captain Zhang, why waste words with him? Just arrest him." Inwardly cursing Ho Fangyu's foolishness, Captain Zhang recognized that this youth's boldness in invoking Lu Zhongxiao's name indicated a remarkable background. He might very well be a scion of a noble house, one not to be trifled with. Jiang Ning, unfazed, lifted his cup of tea, taking a delicate sip before coldly asserting, "Indeed, young master Ho possesses quite the capability to command even the guards of Shuntian Prefecture with such ease. My words remain valid. Should Lu Zhongxiao fail to arrive before this cup is emptied, you shall face the consequences." At that moment, Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Chao Wenjiao, and Chao Bianjiao exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Jiang Ning's identity. Initially assuming him to be merely a scholar, they were taken aback by his apparent disregard for Lu Zhongxiao. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from outside. "Lu Zhongxiao of Shuntian Prefecture, what audacity! Are you preparing for rebellion?" Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Ning inwardly lamented, cursing the elusive Wei Zhongxian, who seemed to appear wherever he went. In strode Wei Zhongxian, clad in a purple dragon robe, a smile adorning his face. The captain, clearly recognizing Wei Zhongxian, promptly knelt, exclaiming, "I am Zhang San, captain of the Shuntian Prefecture, paying my respects to Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot." Wei Zhongxian, with a smile, commanded, "Quickly fetch Lu Zhongxiao. It is not I who seeks him, but the esteemed Jiang Darren of the Jinyue." He then turned to Jiang Ning, cheerfully inquiring, "Jiang Darren, what brings you to such leisure today, indulging in tea? I happened to pass by and heard from my subordinates that you were here, so I hurried to inquire about the matter." Jiang Ning, rising with a resigned smile, responded, "Lord Wei, what a coincidence. I did not expect to encounter you in this tea house." Wei Zhongxian, smiling back, replied, "Such is fate. I had just ventured outside the city to visit a lonely elder without kin, and I have only just returned." At this moment, Chao Wenjiao hastily knelt, stating, "I am Chao Wenjiao, paying my respects to Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot." Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting, still bewildered, scrutinized Jiang Ning and inquired, "Brother, what precisely is your identity?" Jiang Ning, awkwardly smiling, replied, "I am Jiang Ning, the Jinyue commander you speak of." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting promptly bowed and expressed their apologies, stating, "We were unaware that we were in the presence of Lord Jiang, and we beg your pardon for any offense we may have caused." Qiao Wenjiao hastily added, "This subordinate has the honor of meeting Lord Jiang, the commander of the Jinyue." Jiang Ning smiled and assisted them in rising. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian approached with a grin, remarking, "Today, Lord Jiang has rendered you a significant favor. You must remember this kindness well. Had it not been for Lord Jiang's intervention, you would have faced dire consequences." Jiang Ning waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We were just enjoying a lively conversation. Please, let us sit and continue our discussion." Wei Zhongxian, unfazed, took a seat beside them and inquired about the military situation in Liaodong. Meanwhile, Zhang San, the head constable of Shuntian Prefecture, knelt nearby, his face ashen and nearly fainting from fear. He had not anticipated encountering such renowned figures in the capital, both a living Buddha and a troublemaker, and felt a chill run down his spine. Ho Fangyu was equally petrified, having heard much about the reputations of Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning. Noticing their reactions, Wei Zhongxian scoffed, "What, are you deaf? Hurry and fetch Lu Zhongzhou for us. Do you expect us to make the trip to Shuntian Prefecture ourselves?" Zhang San quickly prostrated himself, exclaiming, "I am but a fool who failed to recognize your greatness. I beseech both Lord Wei and Lord Jiang to spare my life. I have a 3-year-old mother and an 80-year-old child awaiting my care. I implore you, show mercy." Shortly thereafter, a commotion was heard outside, and Lu Zhongzhou, the prefect of Shuntian, rushed in, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly having hurried over. He clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "This humble official greets Lord Jiang and Lord Wei. May I ask what brings you to seek my presence?" Jiang Ning held no particular disdain for Lu, recognizing him as an upright official and a respected scholar well-versed in Neo-Confucianism. Jiang Ning then addressed Lu, "Do you recognize these two kneeling beside you?" Lu Zhongzhou turned his attention to Ho Fangyu and Zhang San, his voice cold as he asked, "Zhang San, what brings you here?" Zhang San stammered in fear. "The son of the Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, Ho Fangyu, offered me 50 taels of silver to assist in capturing those who assaulted him. I was blinded by greed and did not realize I was crossing paths with Lord Jiang and Lord Wei." Lu Zhongzhou's expression transformed as he comprehended the situation, then coldly remarked, "To act without my official decree and attempt to apprehend someone is a grave offense." He then commanded, "Take this constable and imprison him, pending further action." Zhang San hurriedly bowed, not daring to utter another word, for he knew that under Lu Zhongzhou's authority, he might merely lose his position as a constable. But if he fell into the hands of Wei Zhongxian and Jiang Ning, his entire family could be at risk. At this juncture, Lu Zhongzhou respectfully stated, "I have failed in my governance and shall submit a formal apology to His Majesty shortly. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Observing this exchange, Wei Zhongxian's displeasure was evident, and he was about to voice his thoughts when Jiang Ning interjected, saying, "Lord Wei, let it be. Lu Darren, known for his integrity in governance, has always upheld justice without bias. If we persist in our grievances, it might instead appear as an abuse of power." Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, affirming, "Sir Jiang speaks wisely. Our family has always relied on virtue and reason to win people over." Subsequently, Jiang Ning continued his conversation with Lu Xiangxing and Sun Chuanting. However, Qiao Wenjiao appeared rather reserved, responding only when directly addressed, hesitant to speak freely. In contrast, Qiao Bianjiao, who stood behind him, was quite loquacious, regaling Jiang Ning with tales of the battlefield in Liaodong. The vivid descriptions of bloody encounters and moments of strategic cunning left Jiang Ning in awe. Wei Zhongxian occasionally interjected, contributing to a congenial atmosphere. Chapter 38. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger at present. Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian were engaged in lively conversation at the tea house, laughter resounding. Outside, a formidable group of Eastern Depot guards stood watch. Ho Fangyu knelt at the entrance, consumed by regret, scolding himself for foolishly visiting this disreputable tea house. Now, he found himself face to face with the notorious benevolent figure of the capital, Wei Zhongxian, along with the troublesome Jiang Ning. He understood that even with his father, the Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, he was unlikely to escape this predicament. Feeling that he was surely doomed today, Ho Fangyu contemplated whether to rise and vehemently denounce Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian as traitors, thinking that even in death, he could preserve a semblance of honor. Just then, he heard Jiang Ning lift his teacup and cheerfully address him, "Young Master Ho." Instantly, Ho Fangyu halted his frantic thoughts, dropping to his knees in a flustered manner, repeatedly bowing and saying, "I am here, sir." Initially, he believed Jiang Ning intended to take action against him, but to his surprise, Jiang Ning simply smiled and said, "There is nothing else. Young Master Ho may return now, lest you delay your imperial examination." Upon hearing that Jiang Ning would let him off so easily, Ho Fangyu stood bewildered, kneeling in confusion, his face a picture of uncertainty. Wei Zhongxian, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, "What is it? Young Master Ho is reluctant to leave? Do you wish to stay and have tea with us at the Eastern Depot?" Startled, Ho Fangyu shivered, scrambling to his feet with a bent back, hurriedly exclaiming, "I shall take my leave now." He then turned and awkwardly limped away, fleeing in haste. At that moment, Lu Xiangxing furrowed his brow and sighed heavily, stating that Ho Fangyu is nothing but a dandy. He exploits his father's high position to act recklessly and without restraint. If all scholars of our Ming Dynasty behaved as he does, what would become of us? Sun Chuanting, with an air of superiority and disdain, chimed in. Such a spineless wretch is hardly worthy of participating in the imperial examination. Sir Jiang should have stripped him of his honors for his disrespect, ensuring he never steps foot in an examination hall again. Listening to the remarks of these two esteemed gentlemen, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. Finally, he offered a gentle reassurance, saying, "My dear brothers, there is no need for such severity. Although it is true that there are numerous frivolous scions like Ho Fangyu, there are equally many prodigious talents such as brothers Lu and Sunday. Additionally, there are commendable generals like General Chao and his valiant nephew, who exemplify loyalty and bravery." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's high praise for the group, even the typically proud Sun Chuanting felt a tinge of embarrassment and awkwardly replied, "Master Jiang, you flatter us. We truly cannot bear such commendation." Jiang Ning smiled warmly and sincerely said, "Dear brothers, do not underestimate your worth. The current emperor is wise and benevolent, having instituted the benevolent examinations after his ascension. In my humble opinion, with your remarkable talents, you are bound to excel and secure the top ranks in this examination. General Chao and his nephew must also shine brightly in the examination halls, achieving commendable results." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. If such sentiments had come from someone like Wei Zhongxian, they would have been dismissed, but coming from Jiang Ning, it ignited a newfound confidence within them. After all, it was common knowledge that Jiang Ning was the chief examiner for this martial arts examination. Even Chao Wenjiao, who initially approached the occasion with a mere hope of chance, now found his breath quickening. With the emperor's favorites extolling their virtues, it seemed that victory was within their grasp. At this moment, Lu Xiangxing opened his mouth to speak again, but Jiang Ning interjected with a smile, "Brother Lu, I have matters regarding that young Master Ho well in hand. You need not worry." Lu Xiangxing nodded in understanding and fell silent. Sitting nearby, Wei Zhongxian regarded Jiang Ning with a knowing smile. Noticing this, Jiang Ning felt a sudden pang of anxiety, thinking to himself, "It seems that the fate of this young Master Ho is precarious." Just then, a commotion arose outside. An agent from the Eastern Depot hurried into the tea house, kneeling with a thud and respectfully announcing, "I report to the director. There is a gentleman outside claiming to be Hong Chengqiu who requests an audience." Upon hearing the name Hong Chengqiu, Jiang Ning's face lit up with a smile. "Ah, it is old Jiao. Please invite him in." The agent quickly exited to fetch him. Moments later, a man in his 30s entered the establishment. Bowing deeply as he introduced himself, "I am Hong Chengqiu, the newly appointed governor of Liaodong, here to pay my respects to Master Jiang and Lord Wei." Jiang Ning responded with a grin, "Old Jiao, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, smiling. Suddenly, Jiang Ning felt a playful impulse and exclaimed, "The king covers the earth with tigers." Kneeling beside him, Hong Chengqiu promptly replied, "The pagoda subdues river demons." Jiang Ning was taken aback, astonished that old Jiao could respond to the secret code. Could it be that he, too, was a time traveler? As Jiang Ning's mind raced with wild thoughts, Hong Chengqiu, with a respectful demeanor, inquired, "Might I ask, Master Jiang, why you have invoked the vernacular of the bandits? During my tenure in Shaanxi, I have indeed come across some." Jiang Ning chuckled, realizing that he had been mistaken. Old Jiao was not a time traveler after all. The conversation did not continue along the previous topic. Instead, He inquired, "Old Ninth, when did you arrive in the capital?" Hong Chengqiu felt a twinge of confusion. He was known as the Ninth, yet this esteemed official persisted in addressing him as Old Ninth. Nevertheless, he responded with utmost respect. "I have only just arrived in the capital today. I initially intended to pay a visit to you, esteemed sir, but upon reaching the town government office, I learned that you were away on official business. I inquired around and discovered you were at this tea house, so I hurried over." His demeanor was marked by profound humility and deference. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian smiled and nodded, saying, "Old Ninth, that is quite right. You do possess some discernment. It is no wonder that Master Jiang advocated for your promotion despite the opposition in the court." Hong Chengqiu, with a face full of reverence, quickly replied, "To receive Master Jiang's recommendation is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. From now on, I shall certainly follow your lead." With these succinct exchanges, he clearly articulated his stance and attitude. Jiang Ning's heart swelled with joy, thinking, "No wonder I am familiar with Hong Laojiao. He has come forth to declare his position right away." Jiang Ning then asked, "Old Ninth, you have yet to enter the palace to meet the emperor, have you?" Hong Chengqiu promptly responded with respect, "I have not yet reported to the Ministry of Personnel." Jiang Ning chuckled. "The reason I have recommended you for the position of governor of Liaodong is because I trust my judgment and believe you can outperform Wang Huazhen. You are undoubtedly aware of the situation in Liaodong. Please share your thoughts." Hong Chengqiu immediately replied respectfully, "Currently, the Jurchens hold considerable power. I have privately studied the strategic deployments of Lord Xiong Tingbai regarding Liaodong, which emphasize a steady and methodical approach, aligning perfectly with my own thoughts." Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Your ambition gives me confidence. However, I must solemnly remind you that the Jurchens may undertake significant actions this year. Once you assume your duties in Liaodong, remain vigilant and avoid any conflict with Xiong Tingbai. I have some understanding of his character. He is indeed capable, but has a fiery temperament and is prone to cursing at anyone. Thus, prepare yourself mentally. Should any disagreements arise between you, promptly send a fast messenger to report to me in the capital. Additionally, in matters of warfare, defer to Xiong Tingbai as much as possible. Focus on learning from him and observing closely." Hong Chengqiu quickly responded with respect, "I understand and will not disappoint Master Jiang's expectations." Jiang Ning then turned to Wei Zhongxian. Smiling, "Master Wei, if you would be so kind as to assist and lead Old Ninth to the palace for an audience with the emperor. After all, as a regional governor, he must heed the imperial edicts." Wei Zhongxian cheerfully replied, "A trivial task, rest assured, Master Jiang." He then stood up, cheerfully beckoning, "Come, Old Ninth. Follow me. I shall personally escort you to the palace for your audience, which will also lend you some support." Hong Chengqiu was filled with excitement, inwardly marveling at the fortunes of the Hong family. He had once served as a minor official in Tianqi, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had been recommended by Jiang Ning for the position of governor of Liaodong. In these times, even the notorious Wei Zhongxian, the head of the Eastern Depot, has taken it upon himself to lend support, signaling a promising future for one's career. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian, accompanied by his entourage, escorted Hong Chengqiu as they departed for the imperial palace. At this moment, Jiang Ning turned to his companions, Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, Chao Wenjiao, and Chao Bianjiao, and inquired, "Lu Sun, General Chao, and Lieutenant Chao, with the imperial examination approaching, have you secured your accommodations?" Sun Chuanting promptly replied that he and Lu Xiangxing had already found a suitable inn. Chao Wenjiao, however, mentioned that he had just arrived in the capital and had yet to secure a place to stay. Sun Chuanting immediately extended a warm invitation to Chao Wenjiao and Chao Bianjiao to join him and Lu Xiangxing at their inn, suggesting it would provide an excellent opportunity for camaraderie and conversation. Jiang Ning smiled and requested they leave him the inn's address before rising to take his leave. The group escorted Jiang Ning to the entrance of the tea house, where he waved farewell and strode away. In these increasingly tumultuous times, the situation in the Ming Dynasty was growing ever more precarious, with signs of unrest on the horizon. The Jurchens in Liaodong harbored ambitions, ever coveting Ming territory, while the rebellious Shakongming in Sichuan was poised to rise against the state. As Jiang Ning walked through the bustling streets, he realized that he could no longer afford to drift aimlessly. Decisive action was imperative. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Jiang Ning summoned Su Xianshun and presented him with the sketches of firearms he had previously drawn, instructing, "Old Su, ensure that the Western missionaries are well taken care of. and have them commence the development of these designs without delay. Should they require funds or manpower, allocate accordingly. However, it is crucial that these items are produced swiftly. If all goes well, we shall proceed with mass production, for their utility will be immense. Xu Xianshun accepted the blueprints and confidently assured, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall see to it with utmost diligence." At that moment, Xu Xianshun interjected, "Your Excellency, regarding your previous directive to investigate the Qian family. I have gathered the necessary information. Qian Jingxiu is indeed a remarkable talent, although he studies at the Imperial Academy. The Qian family's rapid establishment and burgeoning reputation in the capital over the past few years largely stem from his efforts. Furthermore, he has demonstrated considerable acumen in business matters." Jiang Ning nodded thoughtfully and commanded Xu Xianshun to summon the Qian father and son. Understanding that his lord was preparing for action, Xu Xianshun promptly set off with enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the Qian father and son arrived in haste. Without delay, Jiang Ning presented them with a compendium of his business strategies and specific operational methods, alongside the imperial insignia of the Ming Merchants Association. He then procured the deeds to 30 shops and produced 100,000 taels of silver granted by Zhu Youjiao, handing it over to the Qian family. The Qian father and son were taken aback by Jiang Ning's generous display, quickly kneeling in gratitude, fully aware that they had made the right gamble. To further solidify his alliance with the Qian family, Jiang Ning appointed Qian Jingxiu as a 100 household of the Jinyue and ordered that his insignia be prepared without delay. Afterward, Jiang Ning treated them with courtesy, sending the Qian father and son out the door. Standing at the entrance, he watched their figures recede into the distance. He understood in his heart that from this day forth, the rise of the Ming Commercial Association was an unstoppable force. Henceforth, a vast wealth would continuously flow into his hands. With ample funds, any endeavor would become significantly easier. Subsequently, Jiang Ning set off for the Ministry of Works accompanied by Meng Ruhu and Hu Dawei. He was perplexed by Su Guanqi, who had unexpectedly poached Song Yingxing and Chun Zilong, individuals he had sought with great effort. He felt compelled to uncover the truth behind Su's actions. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Works, the guards and officials stationed at the entrance scattered like startled birds upon seeing Jiang Ning. Confusion filled his mind. What was truly amiss within the ministry? With his doubts lingering, he stepped inside. The spacious hall was eerily quiet and devoid of people. Shortly after, he reached the office of Su Guanqi, finding the door ajar, and entered without hesitation. Inside, Su Guanqi was engaged in a lively discussion with an elderly gentleman. Initially, upon spotting Jiang Ning, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su's face, but it quickly faded. He remarked, "Lord Jiang, what brings you back to my Ministry of Works? The court has a cabinet, 6 ministries, and the censorate. You cannot always fixate on my department, causing so much commotion." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Old Master Su, please do not be so quick to anger. I have merely come for a friendly visit, nothing more, so you need not worry." Hearing that Jiang Ning's visit was simply for social purposes and not an inquiry into corruption, Su Guanqi finally sighed in relief. Jiang Ning then turned his gaze to the elder beside Su, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Master Su, who might this gentleman be?" Su Guanqi promptly introduced, "Lord Jiang. Allow me to present Wang Zheng. He is extraordinarily knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, history, military strategy, and Western learning." Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had heard of the saying that referred to Su Guanqi as the South Su and Wang Zheng as the North Wang, recognizing the latter as a remarkable figure. He quickly bowed and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Wang." Wang Zheng smiled, returning a slight nod without any intention of bowing in return. Jiang Ning took no offense and seated himself, smiling as he asked, "Master Su, may I inquire about the purpose of Mr. Wang's visit to the capital?" Su Guanqi explained with a smile, "Is it not Lord Jiang who suggested to His Majesty the establishment of the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Ming? I instantly thought of Brother Wang and proposed him to the Emperor as the first director of the Academy." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed a well-deserved position for Mr. Wang." He then continued, "Master Su, when might you return Song Yingxing and Chen Zilong, whom you borrowed from me a few days ago? I am not implying that you have absconded with them." Su Guanqi rolled his eyes and said, "Master Jiang, Song Yingxing has been recommended by me as the Assistant Minister of Revenue, while concurrently holding a position at the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Zilong is now the Assistant Minister of Works, likewise serving at the academy. I fear it will be quite impossible for you to reclaim them." Jiang Ning gasped, suddenly leaping from his seat, his body trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "Old Master Su, how could you do this? I have always respected you as a senior. Yet this feels like you are undermining my very foundation." Su Guangqi chuckled, attempting to soothe him. "Master Jiang, both Chen Zilong and Song Yingxing are rare talents. They are somewhat underutilized under your guidance. I merely wish to place them where their abilities can truly shine and yield greater value. You, after all, are simply concerned about the promotion of sweet potatoes and corn, which is a trifling matter. I have already arranged with Chen Zilong for him to oversee the cultivation of those 2,000 acres, and Song Yingxing will assist him. You need not worry." Realizing that he was watching as others encroached upon his territory, Jiang Ning reluctantly rose to take his leave. In the following days, Jiang Ning found himself overwhelmingly busy. The Royal Academy of Sciences of the Ming Dynasty was officially established, with Wang Zheng appointed as its inaugural president and Su Guangqi serving as the vice president. Chen Zilong and Song Yingxing also took on roles there. Simultaneously, Emperor Zhu Youjiao issued a decree to recruit skilled artisans from across the nation to join the academy. However, this move sparked fierce opposition among the civil officials in the court, who collectively submitted petitions to impeach the emperor, accusing him of neglecting his duties and indulging in these so-called intricate skills. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, accompanied by his numerous associates, engaged in intense confrontations with Wei Zhongxian and the other officials. After considerable effort, they finally managed to finalize the matters concerning the Royal Academy of Sciences. Just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Bingxian, the Minister of Rites, hurriedly approached Jiang Ning to inform him that the date for the emperor's grand wedding had been determined. Soon after, Gu Bingxian enlisted Jiang Ning to assist in the myriad of wedding preparations. Having never married in his past life and still single in this one, Jiang Ning found himself utterly inexperienced in such matrimonial affairs. Fortunately, Gu Bingxian took on the bulk of the responsibilities, leaving Jiang Ning to follow him around daily. In no time, the capital and the imperial palace were adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere, as the emperor's wedding was a momentous occasion for the entire nation. Concurrently, Jiang Ning did not forget to aid his dear friend Zhu Youjiao in consolidating military power. Yet, with most of the 3 main battalions in the capital lying in disrepair, he could only begin training with the imperial guards under his command. He subsequently invited Lu Xiangxing, Sun Chuanting, and Xiao Wenjiao to the headquarters of the imperial guards. Jiang Ning compiled the military training methods and management strategies he knew from his past life and entrusted them to the trio, requesting their assistance in training the imperial guards under his command. After a period of recruitment by Tian urging, the number of imperial guards had expanded to 15,000. Excluding the several thousand tasked with guarding the palace and those stationed across various locales, Jiang Ning retained over 5,000 troops, all of whom were placed under the training of Lu Xiangxing and his colleagues. Several individuals meticulously studied the training methods compiled by Jiang Ning, marveling at the remarkable versatility of this esteemed gentleman, who excelled in both literary and martial arts. Subsequently, they took residence at the Jinyue town government office, commencing rigorous drills with the 5,000 Jinyue. At first, a few unruly individuals refused to heed instruction, prompting Jiang Ning to have Su Xianshun deal with the instigators directly. From that moment forth, all members dedicated themselves to arduous training. The news of Jiang Ning's endeavors reached the ears of Wei Zhongxian. At that moment, Jiang Ning had just completed the arrangements for the emperor's wedding and was preparing to exit the palace when the elusive Wei Zhongxian intercepted him. Upon their meeting, Jiang Ning greeted him with a smile. Wei Zhongxian, wearing a broad grin and adopting a humble demeanor akin to a student, spoke. "Master Jiang, we are contemplating the formation of a military unit composed of court officials to safeguard the imperial city, equipped with firearms. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning understood that Wei Zhongxian aimed to train the eunuch troops, as historically, he had indeed trained thousands of such soldiers. Wei Zhongxian hastily elaborated. Currently, the forces guarding the imperial city consist solely of the Jinyue and the 4 vanguard guards. However, the 4 vanguard guards have long been under the control of the martial nobility, leading to their neglect and deterioration, rendering them ineffective. Thus, we are considering the establishment of a military force formed by eunuchs to better ensure the safety of the imperial city. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, recalling that historically, The eunuch troops were disbanded after Wei Zhongxian's downfall, resulting in a significant waste of resources with little practical effect, and their actual combat capability remained uncertain. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated for quite some time. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if he had inadvertently angered Jiang Ning. At that point, Jiang Ning spoke. Lord Wei, your idea has merit, but in my view, there is no necessity for such a measure. Although the 4 vanguard guards are under the control of the martial nobility, they are, after all, the personal troops of the emperor tasked with safeguarding the imperial city, and their condition is not beyond redemption. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's dissuasion regarding the formation of eunuch troops, the hope that had illuminated Wei Zhongxian's face instantly faded, revealing his disappointment. Just then, Jiang Ning unexpectedly continued, Lord Wei, your concept indeed possesses commendable aspects. However, I suggest we initiate reforms directly within the 4 vanguard guards. After all, the 4 vanguard guards are affiliated with the military governor's office and nominally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. Even if the nobility disapproves, they will be powerless to act against us. Hearing Jiang Ning offer him advice once more, Wei Zhongxian's spirit soared, akin to a roller coaster ride. Moments ago, he felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, only to be lifted to the heavens by Jiang Ning's words, overwhelmed with emotion. Observing Wei Zhongxian's tear-filled eyes and fervent expression, Jiang Ning inwardly mused. Could it be that old Wei has taken some questionable medicine or consumed counterfeit wine? Continuing to strategize for Wei Zhongxian, Jiang Ning advised, Lord Wei, you must also pay a visit to the chief minister, Sun Gulao. Currently, the Ministry of War is under his purview, and relations among you are generally amicable. He will certainly extend you this courtesy, as long as Sun Qingzong lends his support. The reform of the 4 vanguard guards will encounter significantly fewer obstacles. I shall promptly dispatch personnel to assist with the rectification efforts. At this juncture, Jiang Ning shifted the conversation and earnestly recommended to Wei Zhongxian. By the way, you might consider reappointing the steward of the Prince of Xian's residence, Chao Huachan. His abilities are truly exceptional. After all, in the original course of history, it was Chao Huachan who transformed the Tengxiang 4 guards into the brave camp, producing numerous valiant generals with commendable combat prowess. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's endorsement of Chao Huachan, Wei Zhongxian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I have heard a bit about this Chao Huachan. I shall summon him shortly to assess his capabilities. With that, Wei Zhongxian respectfully bowed to Jiang Ning, an act that took Jiang Ning by surprise. Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, Allow me to express my gratitude to you, Sir Jiang. Jiang Ning tentatively inquired, Master Wei, how is your health these days? Wei Zhongxian confidently patted his chest and replied, I have been feeling increasingly robust lately. Jiang Ning further asked, Master Wei, did you indulge in wine today? Wei Zhongxian appeared astonished. How does Sir Jiang know that I had wine when I went out? Jiang Ning chuckled and explained, excessive drinking is detrimental to one's health. You should partake less in the future. After a few more casual exchanges with Wei Zhongxian, Jiang Ning hurriedly departed from the palace. Upon exiting, Jiang Ning mounted his horse, closely followed by Meng Ruhu and Hu Dewei. Jiang Ning instructed, Dehu, Dewei, you two must lead a team to inspect every establishment selling liquor in the capital. Should you encounter anyone named Gaz or Panzi, apprehend them immediately and hand them over to Li Ruolian. Meng Ruhu and Hu Dewei were perplexed and could not help but ask, Sir, what is the reason for this? Jiang Ning, his face flushed with anger, retorted, Fake liquor can be lethal. With that, he galloped back to the Jinui town office. In the following 2 days, under the guidance of Gu Bingqian, Jiang Ning frequently traversed between the palace and the Zhang residence. As the day of the emperor's grand wedding approached, Jiang Ning found himself increasingly occupied. 2 days later, Jiang Ning received news that Wei Zhongxian, in his capacity as the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, had petitioned the emperor to reorganize the Tengxiang 4 guards, to which the emperor readily consented. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian summoned the steward Chao Huachan to assume the position of supervisor at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, tasked with overseeing the rectification of the Tengxiang 4 guards. Jiang Ning also dispatched Chao Wenjiao to assist in this endeavor. Consequently, Wei Zhongxian found himself inundated with responsibilities. During the day, he attended court meetings, and immediately after, without pausing to catch his breath, he hurried outside the city to continue his charitable efforts. Once those tasks were completed, he swiftly returned to the Eastern Depot to manage official duties. Eventually, He even relocated to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office at night to personally supervise Chao Huachan in the reformation of the Tianqi Four Guards. Although Wei Zhongxian possessed little knowledge of military affairs, he could not restrain himself from occasionally interjecting with comments and directives. Fortunately, he had beside him the astute and strategic Chao Huachan, alongside the battle-hardened and valiant Chao Wenjiao, ensuring that the situation remained under control. According to the original structure, the Tianqi Four Guards consisted of the left and right Tianqi Guards, as well as the left and right Wuxian Guards, each comprising 3,000 soldiers and horses, totaling 12,000 personnel. However, due to years of mismanagement, with noble families and eunuchs continuously siphoning off provisions, the number of personnel had severely dwindled, leaving only 5,000, many of whom were elderly or infirm. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Chao Huachan and Chao Wenjiao made a swift decision to eliminate the elderly and weak. While recruiting promising young men from North Zhili and drawing elite personnel from the capital's military, they promptly filled the vacancies. Following this, they vigorously commenced training in accordance with Jiang Ning's methods. For the past few days, Jiang Ning had been wholly engrossed in the preparations for the emperor's grand wedding. Overwhelmed with the bustling activities, with the wedding scheduled in 3 days, the entire court was ablaze with excitement over this momentous occasion. On the eve of the wedding, before dawn, Jiang Ning arose early, hastily washed and donned his official robes, mounted his horse, and set off towards the Meridian Gate, accompanied by his fierce guards. Ready to attend the morning court session, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he nearly dozed off while on horseback. Upon arriving at the Meridian Gate, he found that most officials had already gathered. Dismounting, he greeted his colleagues and trusted subordinates with a bright smile. At that moment, Shui Guoguan and Wen Tian approached him, their faces etched with concern. They whispered, "Lord Jiang, I have just received news that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou plan to impeach you and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot today." Jiang Ning shrugged, maintaining a relaxed smile as he replied, "It matters not. These two stalwarts of the Donglin party have attempted to impeach me before. Let us not take it too seriously." Yet, when Tian, visibly anxious, leaned closer and cautioned in a hushed tone, "I have heard that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou intend to resort to a death protest for their impeachment." Jiang Ning was taken aback by the mention of such an extreme measure, realizing that it could lead to mutual destruction. Turning his gaze, he observed Donglin party officials rallying around Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, their expressions grave, suggesting that today's situation was indeed serious. After contemplating, Jiang Ning concluded that his recent actions had been without fault, thus he chose not to dwell on it further. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian approached from a distance, accompanied by a group of subordinates, greeting Jiang Ning with a nod. Jiang Ning returned the gesture with a smile. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian cast a cold glance at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, snorted softly, and walked alongside Jiang Ning towards the palace. The two, leading their entourage, entered the palace and arrived at the Hall of Heavenly Purity. Everyone took their respective positions, and as usual, Wei Zhongxian stood before the throne, bellowing, "The emperor has arrived." All officials kneeled to welcome. Jiang Ning, along with the other civil and military officials, promptly knelt on the ground. Emperor Zhu Youjiao, beaming with joy in his resplendent dragon robe, strode confidently to the dragon chair and, with a smile, proclaimed, "Rise, my beloved ministers." As they stood, they collectively exclaimed, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor, for 10,000 years." At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao spoke first. "In 3 days, I shall wed. I intend to grant a general amnesty, allowing the entire nation to celebrate this joyous occasion together. Moreover, dear ministers, I appreciate your hard work in the preparations for my wedding." With fervor and a booming voice, he declared, "I have decided that all officials in the capital, regardless of rank, shall receive a 6-month salary increase." As soon as these words were uttered, all the officials in the court expressed their gratitude, with even Jiang Ning joining in the chorus of "Long live the emperor." Immediately after, Zhu Youjiao turned to the assembly with a smile and inquired, "My esteemed ministers, might there be any matters you wish to present today?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou stepped forward without hesitation. Kneeling with a thud upon the ground, they proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the commander of the Jinyue, Jiang Ning, and the chief of the Eastern Factory, Wei Zhongxian." At the conclusion of their declaration, the entire court of civil and military officials furrowed their brows. Their expressions varied. Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, turned ashen, his voice cold as he asked, "What accusations do you have against Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian?" Yang Lian took the initiative to respond. "I seek to impeach Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian on 10 grave charges. Firstly, forming cliques for personal gain. Secondly, deceiving superiors and subordinates. Thirdly, harming the loyal and virtuous. Fourthly, extorting the populace. Fifthly, disrupting the order of the court and wielding power recklessly. Sixthly, flattering the emperor and obscuring his judgment for personal benefit. Seventhly, abusing power to fabricate charges against the innocent, thus creating wrongful imprisonment. Eighthly, showing disrespect towards ancestral laws and arbitrarily altering established traditions. Ninthly, disregarding the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, thus corrupting moral standards. And tenthly, altering military regulations without authorization, exhausting the populace and causing great suffering." Following this, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou removed their official caps and placed them at their feet, declaring in unison, "We implore your majesty to bring these 2 traitors to justice, to impose the proper penalties in order to uphold the law of the land." The court was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the audacity of their actions. All eyes turned toward Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. Jiangning maintained a calm demeanor, unruffled, while Wei Zhongxian's face was contorted with rage, his expression dark and filled with fury. Soon after, a group of censors and officials fell to their knees in unison. Observing this, Zhu Youjiao felt a sudden pang of anxiety, realizing that this scene was clearly orchestrated against Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian. In this tense moment, Jiangning remained composed, a smile gracing his face as he knelt down respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, since Lord Yang and lords will have brought forth 10 accusations against me, might I be permitted to defend myself?" Zhu Youjiao promptly nodded in consent, "Of course." With permission granted, Jiangning stood up with poise, saluted the assembly, and then turned his gaze with a smile towards Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Chapter 40. Jiangning takes down the stalwart man at this juncture. Jiangning addressed them with a smile, "Lord Yang, Lord Zhuo, you claim that I have colluded with Wei Zhongxian for personal gain. Do you possess any concrete evidence of such wrongdoing?" Yang Lian responded instantly, "You and Wei Zhongxian have gathered numerous officials around you. Is this not collusion?" Jiangning cleared his throat lightly and replied, "Lord Yang, your assertion seems rather biased. We are all officials serving the court, receiving the same salary from the emperor. Does our close association imply collusion? If what you say is true, then if I, along with Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo, maintain a close rapport, does that not render us guilty of forming factions for personal gain?" Yang Lian coldly snorted, "You are engaging in sophistry." Among the civil and military officials in the court, who is unaware of the affiliations of Shui Guoguan from the cabinet, Inspector General Wen Tiren, Minister of Works Su Guanqi, and Minister of Personnel Yang He, these are all your supporters. As soon as Yang Lian finished speaking, Shui Guoguan and Wen Tiren quickly stood up, clasping their hands in salute and declaring, "Your Majesty, we serve the Ming Dynasty, drawing our salaries from your Majesty's treasury and fulfilling the duties of the court. Although we share some personal ties with Lord Jiang, these are merely matters of personal friendship. We stand here as loyal subjects. Lord Yang cannot casually slander us." At that moment, Su Guanqi, trembling slightly, rose to his feet, saluted the assembly, and stated, "I am now over 60 years of age, having served in the court for decades. How long has Lord Jiang been in office? If we are to discuss the formation of factions, who among us here possesses a shorter tenure or lesser qualifications than Lord Jiang? Forgive me for speaking somewhat irreverently, but if I truly wish to form factions for personal gain, I need only raise my hand, and countless would flock to my side. Why would I need to conspire with Lord Jiang?" Seeing Su Guanqi take a stand, many officials echoed his sentiments. Jiangning smiled at Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, remarking, "Gentlemen, you both have observed and heard that this so-called evidence of factionalism is indeed difficult to believe and unworthy of consideration." Realizing that most officials had rallied to Jiangning's defense, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou understood they could no longer linger on this accusation. Otherwise, they would offend the assembled officials before they could even overcome Jiangning. Thus, Yang Lian continued, "What do you have to say about your collusion with Wei Zhongxian? Deceiving superiors and harming loyal subjects?" Jiangning, feigning confusion, countered, "Deceiving superiors? Where does this stem from? Harming loyal subjects, how so?" Yang Lian, with a grave expression, declared, "You and Wei Zhongxian manipulate the court, shrouded in secrecy. Any memorials proposing your impeachment have been intercepted by you, leaving the emperor unaware. Over the years, countless officials have suffered at your hands. Many in the Ministry of Works have perished due to your persecution, and nearly all the gentry officials in Tongzhou have been slaughtered by Wei Zhongxian. These heinous acts are evident to all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou, witnessing this, shouted furiously, "You treacherous villain! How dare you laugh so brazenly?" Jiang Ning quickly composed himself and replied earnestly, "Intercepting memorials? Such a grave accusation is beyond my capacity to bear. I am merely the commander of the Jinyue. How could I possess the ability to intercept memorials from court officials? It is the eunuch Wei, as the head of the Directorate of Ceremonial, who might have the means to do so." At Jiang Ning's words, Wei Zhongxian felt a jolt of apprehension, thinking, could it be that Lord Jiang intends to abandon ship to save himself? Jiang Ning then turned to Wei Zhongxian with a smile, inquiring, "Eunuch Wei, how long has it been since you last visited the Directorate of Ceremonial?" Wei Zhongxian pondered for a moment before replying, "It has been several months since I last went to the Directorate." Even the Emperor Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, nodded in agreement, stating that Wei Zhongxian had indeed not attended the Board of Rites for several months. This fact could be corroborated by Wang Tiqian, the chief eunuch of the Board of Rites, and Tu Wenfu, the attending eunuch. As for the allegations made by Minister Yang and others regarding the interception of memorials, they were entirely unfounded. "I have reviewed your memorials," Zhu Youjiao continued, "and I have instructed the cabinet to conduct a thorough inquiry. These rumors are mere fabrications, which is why I have withheld their issuance." With the emperor himself providing testimony, the charges brought forth by Yang Lian and others clearly lacked merit. At that moment, the chief minister Sun Qingzong stepped forward, his expression grim, soon followed by Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan. Sun Qingzong spoke first. "Minister Yang, Minister Zhua, the accusation of intercepting memorials is a grave one I cannot bear. I have transmitted your memorials directly to the emperor, unchanged." Subsequently, Yuan Kelly and Shui Guoguan also came forward to attest to this. Observing this scene, all officials in the court understood that Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou had offended the prominent figures of the Board of Rites and the cabinet. After all, in matters of memorial interception, there were indeed no others capable besides the Board of Rites and the cabinet. Jiang Ning, with a calm demeanor and a smile, remarked, "As for the claims made by the two ministers regarding my alleged harm to the officials of the Ministry of Works, and Wei Gongong's slaughter of local gentry in Tongzhou, these are even more baseless rumors. The collective corruption among the officials of the Ministry of Works is known even to Minister Su, who has assisted me in the investigation. Moreover, this case was personally ordered by the emperor, with Elder Yuan from the cabinet responsible for its adjudication. Every official's corrupt practices have been accurately reported to the emperor, and Elder Yuan has verified each one, ensuring that no one has been wrongfully accused." Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, stating seriously, "What Minister Jiang says is true. This case is one I have personally investigated, with irrefutable evidence and no errors whatsoever." Following this, Zhu Youjiao added, "As for those gentry and officials in Tongzhou who dared to collude with the traitor Li Sankai, openly defying the laws of the court, it was later confirmed that most of them engaged in unlawful activities, and their punishment is not unjust." At this moment, Zhu Guangdou appeared visibly agitated, loudly questioning, "What do you say about plundering the people's resources, disrupting the court's governance?" Jiang Ning scoffed, retorting, "On what grounds do you accuse me of plundering the people's resources?" Zhu Guangdou coldly replied, "You have unilaterally altered the commercial taxes, arbitrarily extorting money from merchants. The Jinyue, under the guise of restoring the capital's decorum, have imposed arbitrary fines. You disrupt the governance and mislead the emperor, causing His Majesty to indulge in frivolous pursuits. These matters are well known." Stunned, Jiang Ning was taken aback, never having anticipated being burdened with such unfounded accusations. Before he could respond, Minister of Revenue Guo Yunho, filled with indignation, quickly stood up, sternly stating, "Ministers Yang and Zhua, what do you mean by this? The adjustment of commercial taxes was sanctioned by the emperor, and it received unanimous approval from all the officials present. Neither of you raised any objections at the time. Furthermore, the collection of commercial taxes now adheres to the 30-to-1 standard, a practice rooted in the ancient laws established by our forebears. Since the reform of commercial taxes, Merchants in the capital have willingly complied, never expressing any grievances. Might I remind you both that you do not represent all merchants across the realm? As the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, stepped forward with sharp retorts, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were nearly beside themselves with rage. Guo in his heart. Cursed. These two ungrateful souls have no idea of the burdens of managing a household. My position as minister is indeed burdensome. When I first took office, the treasury was so impoverished that even the rats had fled. It was only through the strategic insights gained from Jiangning that we managed to reform the commercial taxes and see some silver flow into the treasury, which has granted me a semblance of authority in court. Should these two ruffians jeopardize this progress, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Jiangning then interjected, smilingly asserting, as for the Jinjui's rectification of the capital's demeanor and the imposition of fines, all actions are conducted in accordance with the law, with no arbitrary penalties being levied. Moreover, the transformation of the capital's landscape following the Jinjui's vigorous reforms is evident to all in the court. If there are doubts, let the governor of Shuntian, Lu Zhongzhou, come forth to testify. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhongzhou, typically reticent, stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and stated, "What Lord Jiang has said is indeed accurate. Since the Jinjui's reform of the capital, its appearance has been revitalized, and the common people have expressed their approbation. The claims of arbitrary fines and extortion from the populace are utterly unfounded. The regulations instituted by Lord Jiang regarding fines are meticulously recorded, with clear documentation tracing each transaction." At this moment, Minister Guo Yunho hastily interjected, asserting, "The records of the fines are meticulously maintained, with the ministry having proper documentation." Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhongzhou, known for his integrity and apolitical stance, had unexpectedly spoken in support of Jiangning. While Minister Guo appeared to be targeting the two of them, Yang Lian's confidence waned, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "What then of the matter of flattering the emperor and his indulgence in fanciful skills? How do you explain that?" Before Jiangning could respond, Zhu Youjiao's countenance darkened, and he coldly demanded, "When have I ever indulged in fanciful skills? You must clarify this matter today." Yang Lian hastily replied, "Jiangning and Wei Zhongxian have flattered the emperor, leading to your majesty's indulgence in these trivial skills. It is well known throughout the realm that your majesty has taken a liking to woodworking within the palace." Upon hearing his modest hobby publicly mentioned, Zhu Youjiao was nearly apoplectic, coldly retorting, "Such a thing is simply untrue." Yet Yang Lian persisted, defiantly stating, "What then do you make of the substantial quantities of timber entering and exiting the palace? Furthermore, the palace maids and eunuchs have been whispering that your majesty is enamored with the craft of woodworking." Zhu Youjiao was about to retort, but found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter the accusation, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Observing this, Jiangning quickly interjected with a conciliatory smile, "Gentlemen Yang and Zhua, regarding the frequent influx of timber in the palace, I am aware of the circumstances and can elucidate the matter for you. It is likely that all of you esteemed colleagues have heard that recently, Lord Wei has been dedicating his leisure time to the welfare of the citizens in the capital. He has been building schools, paving roads, excavating canals, and visiting the elderly and the lonely. The benevolence of these acts has not gone unnoticed by the populace, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. As for the timber being transported in and out of the palace, the reason is quite simple. Upon learning of Lord Wei's charitable endeavors, the emperor wished to contribute and bestowed upon him the wood from the palace, allowing him to use it for constructing bridges and repairing homes for the people. The emperor intended to remain inconspicuous, concealing his contributions. However, it is unfortunate that malicious individuals have spread rumors about the emperor being overly engrossed in carpentry, and such individuals are truly deserving of condemnation. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian promptly interjected, affirming, "Indeed, the timber granted by His Majesty has been utilized in Zhao village and Li village beyond the capital to construct homes and bridges for the people. There remains some surplus wood, just sufficient to craft 2 coffins, should the esteemed gentleman require them. Our household can certainly arrange for their delivery." Hearing this, the multitude of officials in the grand hall began to voice their praises, exclaiming, "The emperor is indeed wise. Lord Wei's generosity is a true blessing for the populace." These accolades only served to heighten the anxiety of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. The 10 charges they had meticulously prepared were swiftly countered, leaving them with no ground to stand on. Resolutely, they declared, "Your Majesty, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian are colluding in treachery, disrupting the governance of the court. It is insufficient to merely punish them without quelling the public's outrage. We are willing to sacrifice our entire family of 58 lives to see them executed. We beseech your Majesty to grant this request." Noticing that the two had ceased to enumerate any further charges and were now resorting to threats of death, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed deeply, his face paling. He understood that these steadfast members of the Donglin faction were determined to confront him to the bitter end. At that moment, the officials of the Donglin faction, standing behind Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, knelt in unison, fervently demanding that the lives of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou be exchanged for the deaths of Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. This scene incited a tremor of fury within Emperor Zhu Youjiao, who sat upon the dragon throne. In this tense moment, the Prime Minister, Sun Qingzong, could no longer remain passive. He rose and sternly reproached Lord Zhua, Lord Yang, as high-ranking ministers of the court. "You ought to be dedicated to serving the emperor and bringing peace to the people. Yet now, you engage in such conduct. The 10 charges you have presented lack any substantive evidence. They are mere fabrications and baseless accusations. How dare you resort to threats of death at this juncture?" Subsequently, Sun Qingzong clasped his hands before Emperor Zhu Youjiao and stated, "Your Majesty, I propose that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou be subjected to the punishment of the court's caning, thereby upholding the law of the court and preventing them from continuing their reckless behavior." Upon hearing his words, the entire assembly in the Grand Hall was rendered speechless. While it was not uncommon for the emperor to order the punishment of officials, it was unprecedented for a minister to voluntarily request that the emperor punish fellow ministers. At this moment, Sun Qingzong's heart was ablaze with anger. He knew that if Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou persisted in their obstinate actions, they risked losing their lives within the very hall itself. Jiang Ning possesses a relatively good temperament and is unlikely to resort to extreme measures against them. However, Sun Qingzong is acutely aware of the true nature of Wei Zhongxian. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou are fundamentally decent individuals, albeit staunch traditionalists, rigid in their ways. It would be a pity for them to perish inexplicably in the Grand Hall. Witnessing the Chancellor's decree, Zhu Youjiao's expression turned ashen with a forceful wave of his hand. He thundered, "Bring Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou forth. Administer 50 strokes of the staff as a warning. From this day forth, any individual who dares to falsely accuse court ministers without tangible evidence shall face the same punishment." With that, he coldly commanded, "Dismissed." At that moment, the civil and military officials knelt in reverence, bidding farewell to the emperor. Zhu Youjiao huffed disdainfully and turned to leave. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, kneeling on the ground, resembled two helpless chicks, swiftly ushered away by the fierce imperial guards to face their punishment at the Meridian Gate. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian's face was grim, his grip tightening around 2 walnuts, the sound of cracking echoing. Jiang Ning stood nearby as Wei Zhongxian leaned closer, venomously asserting, "Master Jiang, these two are utterly detestable, attempting to bring about our demise today, even endangering their entire families. They cannot be spared. We must arrange for their swift departure." Jiang Ning hastily urged, "Master Wei, temper your anger. Let us teach them a lesson today. Should they die, our charges would be even more difficult to absolve." Wei Zhongxian looked at Jiang Ning in confusion, who merely smiled and nodded, offering no further explanation. With a resigned sigh, Wei Zhongxian acquiesced, "Very well, we shall heed your wisdom." He then turned to a nearby young eunuch, whispering instructions, and the young eunuch hurried off towards the Meridian Gate. At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian smiled and explained to Jiang Ning, "There are established protocols regarding the emperor's punishment of his ministers. The executioners typically observe the supervising eunuch's feet. If his feet are splayed outward, it indicates that the condemned shall be spared. If inward, it signals death." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect on the complexity of the court, realizing that even the act of punishment is laden with intricate rules and significance. As they strolled toward the palace exit, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian exchanged laughter, accompanied by a throng of followers. At that moment, Minister of Revenue Gui Yunho approached in a hurried manner, seizing Jiang Ning's arm with a broad smile. "Master Jiang, I spoke up for you in court today. You must remember this favor. Later, you must assist me in brainstorming ways to enhance the treasury's revenue." Jiang Ning was taken aback, responding, "Minister Gua, I did not solicit your help." Yet Gua Yunho persisted, "Master Jiang, you cannot use me and then discard me like an old man. If you do so, I shall hang myself at the gates of your Jin Yiwei headquarters." Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ning conceded, "Very well, I shall ponder a solution for you shortly." Gui Yunho beamed with delight. "Thank you, Master Jiang." Just as Jiang Ning sent Gui Yunho on his way, Su Guanqi approached once more. Jiang Ning secretly lamented. Were they all here to collect debts? With a face full of dejection, he said, "Lord Su, if you are in need of silver, you ought to approach Lord Gua. Seeking me would be fruitless." Su Guanqi, stroking his beard, smiled and replied, "I do not desire silver. Rather, I wish to request a few individuals from you, Lord Jiang." Jiang Ning's teeth clenched in frustration. "Lord Su, I have painstakingly acquired Chen Zilong and Song Yingxing, and you have taken them from me. The Imperial Guards are now filled with rough men. If you wish, I could send you 5,000 Imperial Guards." Su Guanqi hastily waved his hand. "Lord Jiang, I do not require your Imperial Guards. I seek those Western missionaries under your command. I have heard they are developing new firearms. And since the reorganization of the Arms Bureau, the power and output of firearms have significantly increased. I believe that a collaboration between us would lead to mutual success." Jiang Ning's anger flared, and he begrudgingly conceded, "Fine, I shall provide them. Is that not sufficient?" Su Guanqi nodded in satisfaction and took his leave. Jiang Ning was nearly beside himself with rage. He had single-handedly managed all matters in court that day, while Old Wei merely served as a witness. Yet he found himself extorted by colleagues upon leaving. Being the commander of the Imperial Guards felt exceedingly stifling. Soon after, he and Wei Zhongxian arrived outside the Wu Gate, where Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were being restrained on the ground. Several guards brandishing boards prepared to carry out the punishment, with a young eunuch overseeing the scene. Upon seeing the two men, Jiang Ning's fury ignited. It was due to their foolishness that he had suffered considerable losses that day. Each blow they received was met with their cries, "Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let my loyal heart shine through history." A spark of inspiration struck Jiang Ning, and he devised a plan. Wei Zhongxian and the surrounding officials halted, curious about Jiang Ning's intentions. With a smile, Jiang Ning turned to Wei Zhongxian, saying, "Master Wei, you are indeed correct. These two rascals nearly caused our downfall, and they must be taught a lesson." The anger that had just simmered within Wei Zhongxian flared anew. Indeed, they need to see the consequences of their actions. Jiang Ning quickly added, "Though they are renowned as the iron-willed members of the Donglin Party, Master Wei, you are no less formidable. In terms of reputation, you are lauded as a living bodhisattva in the capital. Regarding official rank, you are now the head of the Eastern Depot, the overseer of the Imperial Stables, and the penholder of the palace ceremony. Your status far surpasses theirs." At that moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, spotting Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian along with the officials behind them, began to hurl insults. "Jiang Ning, Wei Zhongxian, you two calamities to the nation. May you meet a wretched end." Wei Zhongxian's already heightened anger erupted in a flash. Observing this, Jiang Ning resolved to stoke the flames further and quickly interjected, "Master Wei, we are both seasoned in the art of combat. You must not lose face, for your subordinates are watching." Following closely behind, Gui Yunho echoed vehemently, "What Jiang Darren says holds true. Master Wei, you must remain vigilant and uphold your dignity." Su Guanqi nearby nodded vigorously, "Indeed, indeed." In an instant, Wei Zhongxian shoved the walnut he held into his robe and removed the black cap from his head, clutching it in his hands. With a fierce shout, he exclaimed, "Damn it!" Seeing this, Jiang Ning eagerly led the crowd in a loud cheer. "Well done, Master Wei. Splendidly executed." Gui Yunho also shouted, "Well done, Wei Gonggong. Let us see how those two will respond." Su Guanqi quickly joined in, applauding enthusiastically. Before long, Wei Zhongxian, clutching his official hat, strode towards Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou with an air of defiance that suggested he recognized no kinship. Upon reaching them, Wei Zhongxian erupted in fury, bellowing, "Yang Lian, Zhuo Guangdou, I have ascended to the rank of an official, while you two bookworms, relying merely on your scholarly pursuits, have managed to pass the imperial examinations after studying for a few years. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your authority before me? Especially after being demoted to a 7th-rank official? How dare you insult me? If you wish to impeach me, go ahead. My life is on the line here. If you cannot bring me down, I shall not regard you as worthy adversaries." With that, Wei Zhongxian tore off his dragon robe and stripped down to reveal his scarred physique. shouting in a voice filled with righteous indignation. I have risked my life countless times for the emperor. These scars bear witness to my sacrifices. The sight was so striking that even Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou found themselves momentarily silenced by his fervor. Jiang Ning immediately led the applause, exclaiming, "Excellent! Wei Gonggong, you are truly commendable, maintaining your dignity." Su Guangqi and Guo Yunho echoed his sentiments, affirming, "Wei Gonggong speaks wisely. Well done." At that moment, an aged voice interjected. "Who is cheering here?" The crowd turned to see the chief minister, Sun Qingzong, standing behind them, his expression dark as thunder. He hastened forward to assist Wei Zhongxian in donning his garments, gently admonishing him, "Wei Gonggong, you are now the emperor's right-hand man. Acting in such a manner outside the Meridian Gate is unbecoming. Even if you disregard your own reputation, you must consider the emperor's dignity and the face of the Ming Dynasty." With that, he shot a sharp glare at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat guilty, contemplated slipping away, but Sun Qingzong quickly closed the distance, saying, "Master Jiang, you too are a loyal servant of the emperor. How can you incite Wei Gonggong to mischief? While Wei Gonggong may be less educated, you cannot pretend to be oblivious. Do not stoke the flames. Let this matter rest." Jiang Ning awkwardly smiled and replied, "You are right, Chief Minister. I shall leave with Wei Gonggong at once." He then hurriedly pulled the still bewildered Wei Zhongxian away from the scene, disregarding the still punished Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Wei Zhongxian eagerly inquired, "Master Jiang, how did I perform just now?" Jiang Ning raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Wei Gonggong, you were magnificent, truly impressive." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's praise, Wei Zhongxian beamed with childlike joy and remarked, "Master Jiang, I had expected you to personally confront those two rascals. Yet you remained silent in the end. Why was that?" Jiang Ning chuckled and explained, "I had indeed intended to address those two myself, but seeing your commanding presence, I found myself at a loss for words and could only join in your applause and encouragement." After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Wei Zhongxian thought no further and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Then, Master Jiang, I shall take my leave now. I have been quite busy lately. I promise to host you for a proper meal on another day." Jiang Ning reciprocated the gesture. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Su Guangqi and Guo Yunho standing behind him. Jiang Ning promptly clasped his hands together in salute, saying, "Esteemed gentlemen, please do not persist in troubling me." Guo Yunho gazed at Jiang Ning with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiang, you are truly a cunning one. Your ability to incite a stir just now was remarkable." Su Guangqi joined in the praise, stating, "In my many years of service, I have never witnessed such an artful display of provocation. It has truly opened my eyes." Jiang Ning chuckled softly. "What you may not know, esteemed gentlemen, is that I possess a technique I call the 3 essentials of provocation." Both Su Guangqi and Guo Yunho, intrigued, eagerly inquired, "Pray, enlighten us, Jiang." With a grin, Jiang Ning elaborated, "The 3 essentials of provocation are simply 3 phrases. Well done. Stay spirited. Do not lose face." Following this, Jiang Ning burst into hearty laughter and turned to depart, leaving Guo Yunho and Su Guangqi in astonishment. Jiang Ning hastily returned to the Ministry of the Imperial Guard, summoning Su Xianshun and instructing him to gather the Western missionaries, including Nan Huiran and Dou Malia, and send them to Su Guangqi without delay. Subsequently, he dispatched 500 Imperial Guards to secure the vicinity of the Military Staff Bureau with unwavering vigilance. Before his departure, Jiang Ning emphasized that any newly developed firearms must be reserved for him, ensuring that Su Guangqi, the crafty old fox, did not get his hands on them for reckless experimentation. Upon receiving the orders, Su Xianshun bowed respectfully and quickly set about his tasks. Suddenly, Jiang Ning slapped his forehead, realizing he had not seen his inexpensive master, Shen Shuzi, in quite some time. He wondered what the old fellow had been up to lately. The last time he had encouraged him to seek trouble with the monks outside the city, he pondered how that endeavor had fared. Surely he had not merely failed to create a ruckus, but had instead been subdued by that group of bald monks. Jiang Ning promptly summoned a member of the Imperial Guard and inquired, "What has my master been occupied with of late?" The guard, appearing somewhat awkward, respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, the old immortal has been daily reclining at the entrance of Tianhua Temple, engaged in a war of words with the monks." Jiang Ning, puzzled, thought to himself, "What on earth is this situation?" The guard continued, "Not long ago, the old immortal visited the temple, drawn by its bustling incense offerings, and set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance. A few monks emerged to confront him, and before long, a quarrel erupted. The monks insulted him, calling him a cow-nosed old Taoist, which ignited his fury, leading him to retaliate by calling them bald donkeys. The exchange grew increasingly heated. In a fit of rage, he ended up bruising several monks and proceeded to establish his fortune-telling stall right there, declaring that as long as Tianhua Temple's incense burned, he would not close up shop. Thus, the old immortal has remained at the temple entrance, ready to pummel any monk who dares to step outside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow, astonished at his master's vigorous conduct. This was no mere celebration of the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. It was evident he was determined to sever the incense offerings of Tianhua Temple entirely. At that moment, the attendant from the Jinyui displayed a peculiar expression and hesitantly spoke. "Esteemed sir," the old immortal uttered a remark while striking, "and I am uncertain whether I should relay it." Jiang Ning nodded, signaling him to proceed. The Jinyui, with a nervous demeanor, carefully recounted. The old immortal was at the entrance of Tianhua Temple, bellowing that he was the master of the Jinyui commander. He claimed to have been dispatched to reprimand this group of bald donkeys and to promote the Taoist teachings. Thus, the Ministry of Rites and the Shantian Prefecture dared not intervene. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. As he inwardly cursed his master, "This old fool has placed such a heavy burden upon me." He immediately commanded the Jinyui, "Go inform Captain Li to gather 500 Jinyui and apprehend that troublemaking sorcerer. And remember, that sorcerer possesses commendable agility. Be sure to bring along 2 large nets for capture." The Jinyui was momentarily stunned, cautiously inquiring, "Sir, is the old immortal not your master?" Jiang Ning adopted a stern visage, stating gravely, "My master is a revered figure within the Taoist community, not some troublemaking sorcerer. Quickly, bring this sorcerer to justice." The Jinyui was taken aback, reflecting on how quickly Jiang Ning had transformed his master from a figure of respect to a sorcerer deserving capture, acknowledging his decisiveness. He promptly bowed and set off to inform Li Ruoyan to handle the matter. Jiang Ning recalled the tumultuous day he had endured at the hands of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, feeling utterly exasperated. While a gentleman may wait 3 years for vengeance, Jiang Ning was no paragon of virtue. He would never postpone his retribution until the morrow. With this thought, he summoned Su Xianshun and Tian Urging. Before long, the two arrived before Jiang Ning, in unison asking, "May we inquire why you have summoned us, sir?" Jiang Ning, maintaining a somber countenance, replied, "Old Tian, old Su, you both must have heard about today's events in the court." Tian Urging and Su Xianshun nodded, with Tian Urging adding, "I have just learned that Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou audaciously conspired to endanger both you and Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot. Their malice is truly heinous." Jiang Ning's expression darkened further, his teeth clenched. "This affront is intolerable. I cannot abide it. I need your counsel on how to proceed." Tian Urging, with a grim countenance, coldly suggested, "Set fire." Su Xianshun, resolutely, echoed, "Kill them." Jiang Ning, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Old Tian, old Su, I merely wish to teach Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou a lesson. I never intended to take their lives. Such methods are excessively ruthless. Must every solution be one of murder or arson? Can we not adopt a more civilized approach? After all, we Jinyui should be regarded as a cultured authority." Jiang Ning's words left Tian Urging and Su Xianshun momentarily speechless, unable to respond for quite some time. It was Su Xianshun, with a clever idea, who quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, I could procure some sedatives tonight and administer them to their families." Then, they stealthily transported Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo to the Yihan courtyard, arranging for each to be accompanied by 2 courtesans. The following day, they would ensure that rumors of their fondness for the brothel spread throughout the city. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in approval. "Old Su, your plan is quite clever." Standing nearby, Tian Ergang was equally eager to contribute, quickly adding, "My lord, I too have a notion. Haven't they always prided themselves on being loyal ministers, proclaiming their dedication to the nation and its people? I propose we send all the beggars in the city to their doorstep. If they choose not to help, they will be exposed as false loyalists and hypocrites. Their reputations ruined. Yet if they do assist, with so many beggars, they shall deplete their own wealth in vain." Jiang Ning listened, giving a thumbs up to Su Xianshun and Tian Air Gang, praising, "Old Su, old Tian, your schemes are truly brilliant. Let us proceed with this plan." Subsequently, the two bowed and departed to orchestrate this prank. With a subtle smile, Jiang Ning's lips curled upward, revealing a knowing grin. His voice laced with satisfaction and certainty as he murmured, "Lord Yang, Lord Zhua, I am eager to see how you shall navigate this carefully crafted trap and moral coercion." Chapter 42. The Emperor's grand wedding that night. Under a shrouded moonlight, Su Xianshun, accompanied by a cadre of skilled imperial guards, stealthily infiltrated the residences of Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou. They adeptly entered the kitchen, swiftly administering a soporific into the food and drink. Before long, everyone in both households succumbed to slumber, collapsing limply to the ground. Su Xianshun and Tian Air Gang stood in the courtyard, watching as Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou were carried out, exchanging glances that betrayed their malicious intent. Su Xianshun whispered, "Make haste. The ladies of Yihang Courtyard are eagerly awaiting their guests." Thereafter, Tian Air Gang and Su Xianshun transported the unconscious Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou directly to Yihang Courtyard. They stripped the two of their garments and delivered them to the courtesans' chambers. Subsequently, Tian Air Gang produced 2,000 taels in silver notes, handing them to the madam with a cold reminder, "You should understand what is required of you." The madam, her face creased with smiles, hurriedly accepted the notes, repeatedly nodding. "Rest assured, my lord, I am fully aware of the task at hand." With that, the two hastily departed. At this moment, Su Xianshun, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Old Tian, why are you covering their expenses?" Tian Air Gang chuckled, replying, "Who said I was paying for them? This is an official matter. These 2,000 taels will be reimbursed." He then summoned an imperial guard, asking, "How goes the operation?" The guard, his demeanor respectful, promptly replied, "Reporting to you, my lord. All the beggars are gathered and in position, and several of our own are mingling among them. Tomorrow, the capital will surely buzz with excitement." Upon hearing this, Tian Air Gang offered further caution. "The Emperor's grand wedding is imminent. Do not let things spiral out of control." Having said this, the two returned to the headquarters of the Imperial Guards to report to Jiang Ning. Early the next morning, Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou slowly awakened, only to find themselves in an opulent chamber, flanked by two naked, youthful women. The two individuals were suddenly startled into loud exclamations. Shortly thereafter, the women began to awaken gradually. Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou, observing the scene before them, were utterly bewildered. They had been dining at home. How had they ended up in a brothel after a mere nap? They hurriedly searched for their clothing, yet scoured the room to no avail, not even locating a single sock. At that moment, the madam of the brothel burst in with the group, raising her voice to declare, "Gentlemen, you ordered 4 ladies at the Yihang Courtyard last night, totaling 2,000 taels of silver. Please settle the bill." Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou, stalwart members of the Donglin faction, found themselves at a loss for words, on the verge of tears. Seeing their silence, the madam coldly admonished, "What, after entertaining the ladies, do you intend to default on the payment? That simply will not do." With that, she signaled her subordinates to subdue them. Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou quickly shouted, "We are officials of the court. Do not act recklessly." Subsequently, the madam insisted on detaining them until the debt was paid. Realizing they had been framed, they trembled with fury, and Yang Lin could not help but curse. "That scoundrel Wei Zhongxian is utterly shameless." Reluctantly, they pinned an IOU through tears, borrowing 2 garments with the intention of returning home to retrieve the silver. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered Wei Zhongxian and the Minister of Rites, Gu Bingxian, accompanied by a retinue of imperial guards. Jiang Ning immediately called out, "Lord Yang, Lord Zhua, how is it that you emerged from the Yihang Courtyard?" He then feigned realization, sarcastically remarking, "As esteemed ministers of the court, you both have always presented yourselves as paragons of virtue. To spend the night in a brothel is indeed a breach of decorum." At that moment, Gu Bingxian chimed in, "Isn't this Yang Lin of the inspection court and Zhuo Guangdou? I understand the situation perfectly." Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou, trembling with indignation, demanded, "What are you two doing here?" Jiang Ning replied with a grin, "With the Emperor's grand wedding approaching, Minister Gu and I are occupied with preparations. Rest assured, gentlemen. As men, I comprehend your predicament. I shall keep the matter of your night at the brothel confidential." With a disdainful sniff, Yang Lin and Zhuo Guangdou hurried home. acutely aware that further entanglements with Jiang Ning would ruin their reputations entirely. Yet upon arriving home, they were taken aback to find their doorstep crowded with beggars incessantly clanging their worn bowls. Those aware recognized the Yang and Zhua households, while others might mistake it for the headquarters of a beggar clan. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Gu Bingxian, mounted on horseback, led a throng of imperial guards to the Zhang residence. Gu Bingxian solemnly produced the imperial edict and, following protocol, read it aloud with great clarity. The edict announced the elevation of Zhang Yin to the status of empress, with her father bestowed the title of Duke of Taikang and her mother the title of Countess. As the proclamation concluded, the members of the Zhang household promptly knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's grace. In that instant, Jiang Ning directed the palace eunuchs and maidens to display the emperor's rewards and betrothal gifts in full view. In a fleeting moment, an array of splendid betrothal gifts filled the courtyard of the Zhang residence to the brim. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, accompanied by Gu Bingxian, engaged in meticulous discussions with the state grandfather, Duke Zhang Guoji, regarding the various arrangements for the grand wedding the following day. The trio exchanged thoughts and deliberated on every detail until the afternoon sun began to wane, after which Jiang Ning and Gu Bingxian took their leave in haste. By then, Jiang Ning was so fatigued that he could barely keep his eyes open. He mustered his strength to offer a few words of caution to Gu Bingxian. The latter patted his chest with assurance, promising that all subsequent matters would be flawlessly arranged, allowing Zhang Darren to simply follow the established protocol. Thereafter, Jiang Ning returned to the Jin Yiwei's administrative office. Upon his arrival, he was met with a cacophony of uproar akin to the distressing sounds of a pig being slaughtered emanating from within the office. Confounded, Jiang Ning hurriedly summoned a member of the Jin Yiwei and inquired about the commotion. "What is happening? It is not yet the new year. Why the slaughter?" The officer, visibly embarrassed, replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, we have captured that old immortal." In an instant, Jiang Ning comprehended that his rather troublesome master, Shen Shuzi, had been apprehended. He swiftly dismounted and strode into the office, only to find Shen Shuzi ensnared in a large net. Shen Shuzi raged, "You bunch of little rascals! How dare you treat this Taoist in such a manner? Do you not know that I am the master of your Zhang Darren?" Su Xianshun and Tian Urging stood nearby, offering forced smiles. "Dear immortal, please calm your anger. Once the commander returns, we will immediately release you." Jiang Ning, masking his amusement with a broad smile, approached and said, "Master, what has prompted you to quarrel with those bald monks from Tianhua Temple lately? Had it not been for my filial piety, sending someone to fetch you, you would likely be residing at Tianhua Temple indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a liver, as he furiously retorted, "You ungrateful disciple! Is this how one invites someone? Look at me. Do I appear to have been welcomed back with courtesy?" Noticing his master's distress, Jiang Ning swiftly waved his hand, prompting Tian Urging and Su Xianshun to hurriedly release Shen Shuzi from the net. Following this, Jiang Ning, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Master, a momentous occasion awaits. Tomorrow, the emperor is to wed. I shall take you to the palace for a sumptuous imperial feast. What say you?" Shen Shuzi scoffed derisively. "As if I have never dined before. Why would I be impressed by your mere invitation?" Jiang Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering a hollow laugh before inquiring, "Master, how much silver have you earned during your time away?" Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi erupted in indignation. "To sever the incense offerings of that group of bald monks from Tianhua Temple, I have earned not a single coin during this time. Just as I was about to extinguish their offerings, you, this ungrateful disciple, have brought me back." Jiang Ning, eager to placate him, quickly ordered food and drink to be served and said with a smile, "Master, you have truly endured hardships. How about this? In a while, I shall accompany you to raid Tianhua Temple. What do you think? You have been lingering at their doorstep, wasting precious time." Shen Shuzi, with a disdainful huff, retorted, "I am not afraid of wasting time. I relish in it, and you have no right to dictate my actions." Jiang Ning continued to smile and advised, "Master, look at the countless temples in the capital. If you were to visit each one individually, how long would that take? Even if you have ample time, one's lifespan is ultimately finite." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi was so enraged that he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple! Do you wish for me to die sooner?" Jiang Ning hurriedly clarified, "Master, how could I harbor such thoughts? I sincerely wish for your longevity and good health." Shen Shuzi's face flushed with anger, and he trembled with indignation, rebuking, "I am already 110 years old. By your logic, I should have perished a decade ago." Jiang Ning was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Master, you must be joking. Claiming to be 110 is sheer nonsense." Shen Shuzi, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "A practitioner of the monastic life never speaks falsehoods. I am indeed of such advanced age." Jiang Ning continued to shake his head, disbelief etched on his face. "Master, please do not boast in front of me." Seeing Jiang Ning's skepticism, Shen Shuzi, in a moment of desperation, raised his hand to the heavens, declaring, "I, the humble Shen Shuzi of Wudong, hereby swear before the ancestors of the Wudong sect that if I am not truly 110 years old this year, may I be struck down by divine lightning." Jiang Ning, realizing the gravity of his master's oath, quickly nodded, "I believe you. I believe you. Please refrain from making such dire vows. Should divine retribution indeed strike, it could implicate me as well." Subsequently, Jiang Ning hastily poured wine for Shen Shuzi and thoughtfully served him dishes, soothing him with kind words. This calmed Shen Shuzi considerably, but he shamelessly extorted several hundred taels of silver from Jiang Ning, boasting that he intended to take Jiang Ning outside the city to confront those monks and their temples. Jiang Ning, with a confident thump of his chest, assured, "Rest assured, master, I will help you demolish those temples surrounding the capital." Satisfied, Shen Shuzi nodded, content with the arrangement. Suddenly, Jiang Ning realized he was being rather foolish. His master was already busy engaging in a feud with Tianhua Temple outside the city, and here he was contemplating bringing him back. Wasn't he that akin to lifting a stone to strike his own foot? After a brief admonition, he promptly led his entourage toward the imperial palace. Upon reaching the outer gate, Jiang Ning presented his token and dashed to the Dongnuang pavilion. There, he found Zhu Youjiao adorned in his grand wedding attire. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he beamed with pride and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what do you think of my attire?" Jiang Ning immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You look magnificent, Your Majesty. Tomorrow, you shall undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure at the event." Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. "Brother Jiang, you are not lacking in brilliance either." Meanwhile, Fang Zhenghua, accustomed to such banter, respectfully lowered his head and meticulously adjusted Zhu Youjiao's ceremonial robe. Then, with a hint of anxiety, Zhu Youjiao spoke, "Brother Jiang, tomorrow I will be wed. Yet I find myself feeling somewhat fearful." Jiang Ning, with a smile, reassured him, "Your Majesty, as the Son of Heaven, the supreme ruler, there is nothing in this world that should instill fear in you. Beneath the heavens, all lands belong to Your Majesty. Within the four seas, all subjects are yours. With loyal ministers at your side to bolster your spirits, Your Majesty may confidently proceed with the grand wedding." After hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Brother Jiang, your attentiveness to me is unparalleled." Jiang Ning replied with a grin, "Indeed, our bond speaks for itself." Engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Zhu Youjiao, Jiang Ning, knowing that sleep would be elusive tonight, hastily made his way to the Ministry of Rites to find Gu Bingxian. The two immediately commenced a meticulous discussion regarding the numerous details of the emperor's wedding, working diligently until the late hours of the night. Due to the emperor's nuptials, he could not personally venture out of the palace to fetch his bride. Thus Jiang Ning and Gu Bingxian were entrusted with full authority to oversee the matter. On the following day, before dawn, the selected ceremonial procession was already prepared. Jiang Ning and Gu Bingxian, adorned in splendid formal attire, mounted their majestic steeds, accompanied by the imperial guards, palace maidens, and eunuchs, as they made their way towards the residence of the Duke of Taikong, amidst the rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums. The common folk, witnessing this spectacle, knelt in reverence. Inside the Duke's residence, celebrations were already in full swing, with decorations brightening the atmosphere. Jiang Ning dismounted and exchanged pleasantries with Duke Zhongguoji. Soon after, Gu Bingxian began the formal proceedings, producing the imperial edict for public proclamation. Once the edict was declared, the imperial guards escorted the palace officials and eunuchs, who bore the queen's phoenix sedan chair, towards the palace. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ning remained attentive, receiving reports from his subordinates in the imperial guards. Given the significance of the emperor's wedding, there was no room for error. The stakes were far too high for him to bear. As the procession arrived at the Meridian Gate, Jiang Ning was acutely aware that this gateway was typically reserved solely for the emperor and empress. With the Phoenix sedan chair successfully ushered into the palace, he swiftly followed Gu Bingxian inside. Finally, clad in a resplendent red dragon robe, Zhu Youjiao took the hand of Zhang Yan, adorned in her phoenix crown and ceremonial garb, as they commenced the traditional rites of worshipping heaven and earth. At that moment, the court musicians began to play a melody, which turned out to be Jiang Ning's own composition, the dismal melody of the Ming. Although there were no vocalists to sing, the instruments conveyed the entire piece beautifully. Jiang Ning felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that the performance of the dismal melody of the Ming at the wedding of the Zhu family was rather absurd. He quickly turned to observe and noticed Prince Xizhimen, Zhu Youjiao, with tears glistening in his eyes, and even Zhu Youjiao, at the altar, appeared misty-eyed. Jiang Ning could not help but curse inwardly. Goodness, why does this dismal melody of the Ming have such a profound effect on the Zhu family? After the elaborate ceremonies concluded, the newlyweds proceeded to the ancestral temple to pay respect to their forebears. Subsequently, the time came for the grand banquet with the ministers. A group of musicians led the palace maidens in a graceful dance, followed by a large choral performance. The song resonated. Flowers bloom and wither, filling the sky. You appear and vanish, day after day, yet I struggle to outline your visage, sighing at the fleeting nature of life and beauty. How many years have passed? Jiang Ning stood frozen in astonishment, unable to contain his thoughts. Whose brilliant idea was this? He glanced over to see Gu Bingxian, wearing a smug smile, radiating pride. As if to say, Master Jiang, have I not arranged things rather splendidly? Once again, you are the center of attention. Do pay me a compliment. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ning was filled with indignation, his teeth grinding with frustration, wishing fervently to deliver 2 resounding slaps to that fool. Once all formalities had been duly observed, Jiang Ning, already weary to the bone, dragged his leaden body alongside Gu Bingxian as they slowly exited the palace gates. Upon reaching the entrance of the noon gate, the two bid each other farewell. Su Xianshun and Tian Urging had already prepared their carriage. Jiang Ning could scarcely recall whether he struggled to climb onto the carriage himself or was lifted up. The moment he settled in, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Jiang Ning envisioned Zhu Youjiao bestowing upon him a marriage with a bride of unparalleled beauty, clad in ceremonial robes. He was about to pay homage to the heavens and the earth alongside his enchanting bride. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by persistent shaking, shattering the blissful dream. Startled awake, Jiang Ning exclaimed in a panic, "Where is my wife? Where has she gone?" He beheld Su Xianshun and Tian Urging kneeling beside him, their expressions one of utter bewilderment. Rubbing his eyes, he inquired, "What time is it?" Su Xianshun hastily replied, "My lord, it is time to attend court." Jiang Ning shook his head to clear his thoughts, took a cup of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Only after disembarking from the carriage did he realize that it had remained at the entrance of the noon gate. At that moment, Su Xianshun and Tian Urging chuckled as they explained, "My lord, the emperor's grand wedding necessitates that on the following day, His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress receive the court's homage. Considering your late hours yesterday, I thought it would be overly exhausting to return to the Jinfu office, so I decided to leave the carriage here at the noon gate." Jiang Ning nodded in understanding, quickly changed his attire, and made his way towards the noon gate. By then, the entire assembly of civil and military officials had gathered, including Wei Zhongxian, who had been preoccupied with unknown matters in recent days. Now greeted Jiang Ning with evident delight.